Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to fabulous Las Vegas. My name is Monty Devuti. I am joined by Mr. Paul Cheon, and we are back for day 2 coverage of Magic Spotlight Marvel Superheroes here from SCG Con Las Vegas. Team limited action all weekend long. Paul, how was day 1 for you?
I mean, it's been incredible. We just got to see all kinds of incredible matches with all just the most stacked teams that we've seen in these types of events in some times. Just really exciting to see. And also just, again, I talked about this before, just being able to see kind of a team celebrate together when they do win that clutch, second match. It's the final match that matters, and doing it collectively, there's no better feeling in Magic.
Oh, absolutely, and I expect we're going to be seeing plenty of that today. Well, it's not just us bringing you the action. We have a full commentary team here. Me and Paul Cheon are one pair, but Jim Davis and Corey Baumeister will be here a little later to help bring you some of the limited action as well. But what are we watching? Well, Team Limited is the name of the game this weekend, Paul. So it's all about Team Sealed yesterday and today as we talk about the format and what we can expect to see here. Team Sealed all day yesterday. Today, we have 6 more rounds of Team Sealed, and then we'll be swapping over to Team Draft. So give me a quick talk about Team Sealed before we focus a bit more on draft here.
Yeah, so we're going to be kicking off day 2 with Team Sealed here. We're going to be playing a few rounds of that. And the way that works is, of course, you have your team of 3 players, and as a team, you get to open 12 booster packs of Marvel superheroes, and you have to generate 340 card decks out of that pool. We talked about it before. The most difficult thing to do is picking kind of which color you want to split, because of course you have 3 2-color decks, and of course 1 and only 5 colors in Magic. So usually you have to figure out what that is, but when you do, you try to put together the 3 best decks you can and try to win a bunch of matches. And if you do well enough, that gets you into the team draft here, which is something entirely different, where you basically have a 3-on-3 draft. So it's a 6-person draft pod, the purest form of Magic, in my opinion. And it basically functions as a normal draft, left, right, left. However, there's an interesting wrinkle. Normally, when you draft by yourself, well, you're just trying to build the best possible deck for yourself. Here, you are literally passing to your opponents. So you have to be mindful of that, and hate drafting definitely becomes a thing in the team draft setting.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll talk more about the dynamics of that later on through the day. Let's take a look at the schedule for today to tell you what you can expect to see. Yesterday, we had 8 rounds of Swiss. Every team with a 6-2 record or better, or all teams tied with 48th place, came back for today. Today, we're going to kick off again with Team Sealed, brand new pools, 6 rounds of Swiss. Then we cut to a top 4, and that'll be the top 4 draft where 2 teams play against each other. And then the winner of each of those drafts face off in the finals draft where they get to draft again, Paul.
Yeah, and that's going to be incredible to see because, of course, if you win the entire thing, you get a bunch of cash and a really nice little extra prize as well on top of that.
I'm glad you mentioned it. Let's take a look at the prize pool and what the players are playing for today. Top 4 teams all getting an invite to a Pro Tour in 2027. So that's 12 invites up for grabs in addition to everything else. Top 48 teams, so essentially everybody already here for day 2 has locked up their Electra Daughter of the Hand promo. I'm sure a lot of them are hoping to open one of these in their sealed pools for the day. And then the prize money that you mentioned, Paul.
Yeah, so the winning team getting $15,000. So that is $5,000 for each individual on the team. Going to second place, you got $7,500, $2,500 per person. If you make the top 4, not only do you get, of course, that invite to the Pro Tour, but each person gets to take home at least $1,250 here. Going all the way down to the top 20 where, hey, you still get to pay maybe for your hotel. Your team gets $900 for finishing in the top 20.
Absolutely. And you mentioned the trophy. Let's talk about that. Let's take a look at it because we do have a nice little video. The trophies for these Spotlight Series events are usually super unique, and this one is, of course, part of the Marvel Series. So each player on the team, there are 3 of these, will be getting one of these Infinity Gauntlets with the stone for this set, which is the Mind Stone, embedded into it. So a super cool, super unique trophy, and one that I think is just an awesome piece of memorabilia from an event that is this unique.
Yeah, and that's one of the coolest prizes of participating in some of these Spotlight events, right? Just getting these really unique trophies that you really don't see anywhere else, right? Like, how many of these trophies are actually going to be in existence? Is this the only one? Will there be a couple more? I'm not sure. It's not going to be a lot, though. And just being able to take home one of these is just an incredible feat.
Absolutely. So that's what the players are playing for. But now let's focus on today. Let's take a look at the standings and let's tell everyone what we're going to be seeing, because this is where things stood after day one. At the very top, our only undefeated team, the Greg Michael, Andrew Ellenbogen, and Matt Sicking Johnson, they are going to be our feature team for today. So for those of us who weren't with us yesterday, the feature team is the team that we are going to be watching as long as they are in the tournament. So as long as we believe they are in top 4 contention, we're going to be watching them round after round and following their journey. But behind them, well, there are some very talented teams, Paul. I'm looking at Matt Forsyth, George Taylor, and Andy Burden, or Annabelle Rodriguez, Vikram Kudva, and Heath Butler, who we watched yesterday. And then look at the lists under them.
5, 6, and 7?
Nakamura, Kumagai, Hirayama, Bonadonna, Benedetto Plummer, Nasri, Strosky, Rubin, Hain. The amount of talent, 12th place, Hampton, Wong, Faust. Right below them, Rizzo, Williams, Sperling. 16th place, Bursavic, Stoyer, Tomaiko. So much talent just within this first page of 16 teams, Paul.
Yeah, I mean, it's just absolutely incredible. And that is, by the way, the nature of these team events. A lot of these players are individually great, so you'll often see them here at the top of the standings. But when you put all these great players onto one team, your win rate just goes up that much more.
Right, absolutely. You definitely do see the cream rise to the top here, and that's what we're going to be seeing throughout today. This is the second page of standings. Plenty of huge names here. Andres Pro, Sam Eilenfeld, and Matthias Hunt there. Jason Chan, Everett Moen, Alexander Deering, Scott Marcus, and Daniel Weiser. Scott Marcus, as I mentioned, previously Grand Prix champion in the city of Las Vegas, perhaps looking to run it back. Any other names that stand out to you?
Yeah, Edward Bonkowski, Jacob Nagro, Colin Roundtree. We did see them earlier in one of the feature matches. They still made it over onto day number 2. You got Neil Estrada, Zev Goldhaber, Gordon, and Liam Edelson as well, who plays multiple Pro Tour. So, and then there's a really old school team. Many people who play now might not know, but I'm looking at number 30.
Okay.
And these are guys that I used to team draft against.
Okay.
Back when I played 15 years ago. And this is Andrew Pacifico, Pro Tour champion, Pro Tour Hollywood champion Charles Gindy, and William Corson. So it's just good to see kind of, hey, I'm going to call it, because I'm one myself, the dinosaurs of Magic come back here and try to give it one last shot.
It is absolutely a delight to see, and at 6-2, they are very much playing for it all today. There is a lot of Magic to be played. So as we're getting ready to head down to our match, we're going to throw up the deck list for our feature team. This is what we expect to see for going deep into the tournament, considering they have some losses to give. Starting off with Greg Michael's seat, he is the Azorius player on this team, Paul. What stands out to you in this deck?
Yeah, I mean, if you take a look at this deck, it is kind of an Azorius aggressive deck, and it really leans on trying to be tempo-oriented. This deck is really capable of playing at instant speed here with the multiple copies of We Say Dine, and one card that I want to point out, because we got to actually look at their whole pools, 2 copies of Giant-Size Flying Ant in the deck. This is often a card that most people consider as like, hey, maybe I'll put it in as my 23rd card. They made the active decision to choose to play this over other playable blue and white cards. So Greg has a plan here. I'm going to win through evasion and also by playing kind of a flash tempo style strategy, and it looks really, really well set up for that.
Yeah, I do want to point out one card that we don't see that often in this format typically, but Echo Perceptive Prodigy is one that stands out to me in this deck with 2 copies of Red Guardian, 2 copies of the Giant-Sized Flying Ant, as you mentioned, and then a card like Kang being able to copy taking an extra turn. Well, that's just the dream. I'm going to lay that out in case we see it. But right, there are a lot of good triggers in this deck to copy, and we could really see Greg take advantage of that. All right, moving on to the B seat, we're going to take a look at Andrew Ellenbogen's deck. We think this is probably the best deck on the team, Paul. Yeah. Talk to me about this one.
Well, I mean, if you just take a look at the removal suite, I mean, premium removal here. 2 copies of Cruel Alliance, a Dark Deed, 4. That's right, 4 copies of Hour of Defeat. And hey, look, you want to kill little things? 2 copies of Widow's Bite, along with Killmonger. So tons of removal, and then arguably one of the best rares in the entire set, Dr. Doom. That's one way to kind of close out games. Fantastic card here. Everything is kind of providing you value. You got the undercover scroll. You got good mana fixing. Oh, and by the way, also splashing red for Avengers Under Siege on top of that. So Andrew's deck, great removal, great bombs. This is probably the best deck on that team.
All right, and then moving on to the third slot, Matt Sicking Johnson. This is the flip side of it, what we expect to be maybe the worst deck on the team, Paul, or the weakest, let's say. Talk to me through this one.
Yeah, I don't know that the numbers here are necessarily correct on the graphic. I don't think he has 8 copies of the Vision, but what this deck is looking to do is, it's the blue-red artifact deck. This is one of those decks where, you know, it's like, all right, we have some artifact payoffs. We have Tony Stark and Iron Man, Master of Machines in my deck, and what can I do to just kind of build my deck around the artifact deck? If I were to compare this to maybe the other 2 decks, this probably looks to be the weakest of the 3, but it's got some cool synergies here. You have a really interesting card there in 2 copies of I Am Iron Man, and you might be wondering, why are you playing that? That card's barely playable, right? Well, when you combine that with Fin Fang Foom, well, you get to really go off, right? You get to basically get 2 copies of I Am Iron Man, draw 2 cards, use it as a combat trick for 2 things, and put 2 copies of Fin Fang Foom. Also, it acts as an instant speed spell that you can play with the Vision in play as well. So, a couple of good top-end cards. There's a nice sweeper there in Avengers Disassembled, but at the end of the day, kind of like a blue-red artifact control deck here for Matt Sicking Johnson.
Yeah, you did, of course, point out a few of the numbers are wrong. Most importantly, there are not 8 copies of the Vision.
Right.
But also, one number that I do need to correct is there are 3 copies of the Automaton there, the Machine Smith Automaton. And because that is a card that cares about a mass of artifacts and going over that critical number, having 3 copies of that means that this deck can really put a decent amount of power on. But as we've mentioned, the artifact strategy, not the strongest in the format.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially in, and this is the difference between Team Sealed and regular Sealed, right? In regular Sealed, you will almost never be able to open enough artifacts to be able to support something like a Machine Smith Automaton. It's just mathematically very unlikely. But when you open 12 packs, then all of a sudden you have 12 packs. Anything that says artifact on it, you can just put it into that one deck, and then all of a sudden you have a highly synergistic deck that can really utilize, you know, all the different artifacts to kind of help each other.
Okay, well, I believe we should have the match and players ready. So without further ado, let us kick off day 2 here of Magic Spotlight Marvel Superheroes. Left of your screen, Matt Sicking Johnson on the technically undefeated 7-0-1 System Magic team. On the right of your screen, Brian Weller Gordon on the team of players that I know decently well from the Pacific Northwest Portland area. Team of players that I've known for a very long time, and they are all great in their own right.
Yeah. And Brian Weller Gordon's deck, just taking a look at it, looked fantastic. 4 copies of Hero in Training, and I mean, just a ton of different cards that care about the card type Hero. And then one of the best hero payoffs in the entire format. Actually, 2, right?
2 of the best hero payoffs in the entire format. 2 of the best hero payoffs in
the entire format in Agent Phil Coulson and Avengers Assembled. So, I mean, Brian's deck looked fantastic. Probably the best deck on his team.
Yeah, and already we are seeing a curve of speed into Human Torch Johnny Storm. So you are seeing just every card in this deck really cares about the hero typing. So for Brian, if he's able to continue making land drops and curve into Avengers Assemble, it's going to be near impossible to lose. But the recognition to, I don't want you to have an automaton on the battlefield, and being able to still follow it up with a shield spike it. So great start from him, missing a few land drops, but in the aggression, right. Matt is already down to 11 on turn 4 of the game.
Yeah, I mean, it is a bad sign when that's the first thing you lead off with, just the automaton here, and now firing off Repulsor Blast here, which, you know, sure, it gets rid of a creature, but you traded kind of down in mana there, and I mean, with that shield spike hit in play and a missed land drop, you can just move that over. Really powerful equipment here, and you get that very, very powerful scry effect. So might be something Brian is interested in doing here. Right,
that will fix his future draws if he's able to continue getting that going. So that should fix the issues. You do see Devin Straub there also in the camera view. This is a team event, but we are watching the C match right now, so the far end of the table.
One really important card in Matt Sicking Johnson's deck that's going to be super, super relevant in this matchup in particular is Avengers Assemble, right? You're playing against basically a red-white aggressive deck. It's going to be the single best card in this matchup. This is the Cast Kree Sentinel, cross your fingers and hope moment here for Matt King Johnson. But, yeah, that is a Murdoch's Crusade, so 5 damage coming in, and Matt's already down to 3 life here.
I am going to offer a small correction, Paul. It is Avengers Disassembled.
Oh.
Avengers Assemble is the one Brian has. Disassembled is how Matt is going to take them apart, hopefully, though it doesn't look like he has access to that currently, and his life total is dwindling. Now there's the 4th land from Brian. So, continuing the aggression and attacking with Kunlun Warrior here.
I think Matt might be down to 3 right now. I think he's at a very low life total.
All right, and truck toss
to the face.
Truck toss to the face will do it, as you see Jessica Jones going for the block into that I Am Iron Man that you mentioned. But that is game 1 blisteringly going to Brian Willer-Gordon, and we will soon see a pip for that. So, just to explain to you how the pips on the graphics will work, you do see 3 players on each side. Next to them on the margins of their team, there will be some yellow pips that pop up when a player wins a game. Now, because this is a team event, it is best 2 out of 3 matches among the teams. So whichever team picks up 2 of the matches will be the team that wins ultimately in the round.
That's right. So Brian currently up a game here against Matt King Johnson. Great start. Seems like it might be a tricky matchup here for Matt's deck, which looks considerably slower, and will really need to kind of rely on that Avengers Disassembled to actually get some work done. But yeah, this seems kind of rough here. Arguably the weakest deck on your team going up against perhaps the best deck on the other side.
All right, while the players sideboard and get ready for game 2, I will let you know that Marvel Superheroes is available now, and you can head over to starcitygames.com/MSH to pick up all of your singles and sealed product needs. We have got you covered for all things Marvel Superheroes, and I will say the set is sweet from every aspect, in my opinion, whether it is the art, the flavor, the card design, the limited format. It really does feel like a complete package of things that I have just been enjoying commentating on and playing with, Paul.
Yeah, I mean, just when I read the cards and then there's some wording on it, I'm like, that's a little bit weird. And then I look into the actual storyline behind the superhero. I'm like, oh, wow, that was actually just 10 out of 10 on flavor. So they just really did a great job just kind of balancing everything.
Okay, so Marvel Superheroes out now. Let's head back into the match for Game 2, and there's that pip on the overlay that we mentioned. So, Masaki Johnson kicking things off with a Mountain Go, and for Brian, no 1-drop, just going to be Plains Pass, but as we expect to see from this deck, there is a 2-drop in Brave Brawler, Paul.
Yeah, Brian's deck, just fantastic mana curve. I mean, the thing too is not only does he have the top end bombs, but just 4 copies of Hero in Training is just obnoxious to kind of deal with. If you're looking to kind of slow things down with just a bunch of 1-for-1 removal spells, I mean, that card just completely negates all of that.
All right, so the basic land cycling, helping ensure that Matt doesn't stumble at any point, and it is going to just be the Machinesmith Automaton coming down here. Last game it was a Must Dancer. This time, just the first of many potential Hero in Trainings. There are 4 in the deck, as you mentioned.
And also, it also means that if Brian ever plays against another aggressive deck, just racing him is going to be so difficult because of all the life that you're going to gain off this card, too.
Yeah, the sheer amount of life gain is just absolutely crazy in this deck.
So can Matt follow this up with another artifact? Growing that Automaton to a 3/3 would be huge. And he does get it done here.
Double Automaton, always the dream.
Right. Does Brian have a way to push damage through that 3/3?
I see a second Hero in Training in hand, so we may just be chaining, trying to set up for an eventual Avengers Assemble.
Yeah, there's a Truck Toss, but does not have the mana to cast it here with only 1 red available.
Has a Spider-Woman, so
okay,
aggressive Spider-Woman attack.
I like it.
That is a massive nod to exactly what Brian's deck is trying to do and his understanding of his role in any given matchup.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, just quick, confident. Just feels like this might have also just been one of those, like, Brian's our aggro player.
Right.
You know?
And Brian has always been very good at playing aggressive decks in
Right.
Limited.
Yeah.
All right, so Crimson Operative, I believe, coming down.
Ooh, that's
Trigger
nice one.
exiles a bullseye. That is a very powerful card in this matchup specifically, but also in general, Paul.
Right, yeah. I mean, just a 4-drop that just gets you basically a free card, especially because the very important wording on this, right? Being able to wait until the end of your next turn to play the card means it's almost impossible to miss on Crimson Operative.
I'm a little surprised Bullseye is not in the main deck of this artifacts deck. Instead, just saying that, to me, this card is situational enough that I want it in certain matchups, but not all the time.
Yeah, it's one of those cards where if you do play against maybe a more controlling deck, it's not going to be as good. And Matt already has a ton of 3-mana plays, namely the 3 copies of Machine Smith Automaton. So it was probably one of the later cuts for the deck, just to lean in on the synergy aspect of the deck. All right.
Futurist Forge coming down. 3 triggers, 1 for prowess, 2 for the counters on the automatons. And you can see when this artifact deck starts going, things get very scary very quickly.
Absolutely. Presumably this Bullseye is now going to be cast here.
I would be shocked if it wasn't.
That will completely help stabilize the board, likely going after the Brave Brawler here, as it does have the ability to get pumped into a 4/3 lifelinker.
Right. Getting a look at Matt's hand, I do see an Iron Man. That's the Master of Machines, the uncommon
drone.
one. Yeah. Has options, could discard one of those, or could just sacrifice the Futurist Forge if he says that my cards in hand are better than future cards.
Right. Oh, just killing nothing.
Interesting.
Wow. Okay.
That is a decision that he may come to regret if that Avengers Assemble is in hand here.
Really likes all the cards in hand, I suppose.
I see Hero in Training. I see Truck Toss for Brian, as you mentioned, still not castable.
Yeah, needed that second red. If you can get that 4/4 Machine Smith Automaton off the battlefield, you can get it at least with the 3/2 Vigilance tokens.
But just plays another Plains.
Did Matt have an Avengers Disassembled in hand?
I think Matt has Avengers disassembled in hand.
Okay, that's going to be absolutely.
So that explains why he wouldn't go for it.
Right.
However, right now it is a race for Brian to find his powerful enchantment.
Right. One interesting thing about that Avengers Disassembled, you can also use it to kill non-basic lands, which means you can actually get that Avengers Tower that's in play. But that could potentially help Brian, given that he does have that Truck Toss in hand.
And Matt knows the Truck Toss exists. He was killed by it the previous game. So certainly something that he has to be aware of.
Aggressive attack here from Brian, attacking with 2 3/2s into that 4/4 Machine Smith Automaton, representing some kind of a combat trick here.
All right.
But Matt not really in a position to just kind of take it all.
Put you in a difficult decision, says Brian. How would you like to navigate this?
Looks like he's setting up all the kind of quote-unquote obvious blocks here, right? Put my 2/3 trade with your 3/2. If I put my operative in front of the Brave Brawler, even if you pump it up, that would also just die. So then you have to be thinking of all the different combat tricks that could exist in this format. Take up the shield would be quite nice. Helicarrier Strike, of course, would also be a nice way to deal with the automaton.
Sicking Johnson taking his time, thinking through the potential permutations.
Yeah, I wonder if he was considering, hey, should I put the Bullseye on the Brave Brawler and force you to tap out this turn, right? Because I have the Avengers disassembled. That could be a thing here.
It does feel like part of the consideration here.
Right.
We'll need to make a play pretty soon.
You can see Andrew Ellenbogen's face there.
Yeah, that's not the face of someone who's doing well or the face of someone whose teammate is doing well as he briefly glances over at Greg Michaels' side to the right of him.
All right, does not block the Brave Brawler with the Automaton, recognizing that very likely Brian might have something here.
Yeah, so trades off all the creatures that would be dying to Avengers Disassembled
Right.
anyways, if that is going to be his follow-up. Just the
Ah,
second burrow backup from Brian, but this
okay.
plays exactly into Matt's game plan here.
Absolutely here. Avengers Disassembled here will be fantastic. It'll clean up the entire board outside of the Spider-Woman that are in play. Are we going to go after the land too?
Yep.
Yep.
All right, so there's your second red for Brian, but you lose all of those
Jeez.
creatures.
That is a way to come back here.
And a biochemist backup. Matt just reminding Brian that he does get to go search for a tapped basic land here.
So can't get the Mountaineer for the Truck Toss, but Matt at a relatively comfortable 12 life here
Yep.
and the far superior board as well.
Avengers Disassembled, as you mentioned, going to be a very crucial card for Matt Sicking Johnson in this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. And now that Brian is aware of the existence of that card, can try to play around it. It's kind of tough, though, when your entire deck is just a bunch of small creatures, but, you know, it's at least something that you can be aware of, especially if it feels like, you know, when you're playing the match and it looks like Matt might be sandbagging something, like holding something back, then maybe you don't run out all of your threats.
Right, and now this is the big problem because Matt has successfully turned the corner and he has a lot of card draw left, right? We see the Biochemist in play. We see the Futurist Forge in play. And then in hand has multiple artifacts, including Iron Man Master of Machines. So a lot of power left to come from Matt here.
All right, Truck Toss there, get that 4/4 off the battlefield. Now, Matt actually only has the Bold Biochemist now as a way to get in for damage. I found land number 6, so if you play the Ultron Drone, you can make a token right away, but choosing to play the Iron Man instead.
Yeah, just getting Iron Man Master of Machines down on the board now.
So currently a 3/4 flying vigilance creature.
And he has plenty of artifacts in hand, so should be, in theory, drawing cards from it going forward.
Oh, look at this. Was that an attack with hero in training?
He was considering it.
Just like, yeah, the issue is the Bold Biochemist will just happily get in front of the hero in training, so do you want to use whatever trick you have to get a Biochemist off the battlefield?
The only reason I can see him doing it is if it is exactly Avengers Assemble.
Right, yeah. That would absolutely make sense here. Let's see.
Matt, take a look at his life total.
You do get to draw the card here, right?
You would.
End of turn
Yep.
with the hero attacking.
Oh, and Fin Fang Foom as well as the last card in Matt's hand.
Oh, okay.
Andrew Ellenbogen, there it is. All right, Avengers, assemble.
They've been disassembled, and now they're trying to reassemble here.
Yeah, and this card is very
unreasonable,
very difficult to beat.
Look at this. You're into all your heroes get +2/+2, and you draw a card at the end of your turn if a hero attacks. Oh my goodness.
God.
Wow, what a turn here for Brian Weller Gordon. Avengers assemble, draw a card, and kill your Iron Man?
Okay, Spider-Woman is a hero, right?
Yeah, it is a 3/6.
Okay, but his team worked 4 on Hulk Smash. Oh, being able to get that Futurist Forge as well would have felt like it would lock up
Little
this
extra
game,
value for sure.
right?
Yeah.
But still, as things stand.
I mean, you know, Ultron Drone is certainly not bad on 6 mana here, but I mean, you're dealing with Avengers Assemble here. We have a couple of large creatures, presumably. Brian has another hero to follow up here.
Yeah, and Avengers Assemble is just worded in a way where once it's online, either attacking or playing heroes will just continue drawing cards while being this massive double anthem effect. And I think Brian's entire creature base may be heroes.
And that's a shield spy kit, so that allows you to put that on the hero in training, attack for 5. And
get a scry.
Yeah, get a scry. Ooh, more action here.
Oh, my God.
God, so much value.
The dream.
Agent Sharon Carter here entering the battlefield here. So now, I mean, despite the fact that we got like a 3-for-1 or a 4-for-1, yeah.
Okay, so We're just going to come back to the booth real quick. Sorry about that. Just a few things breaking on the back end, but we'll get that fixed as soon as possible.
Yeah, you still see that match in front of us right there on the bottom here. Agent Sharon Carter with the hero in training, getting in for 5. No really great blocks unless you double block. But, I mean, this is just so many cards now. Brian also sitting at 30 life. He's up on mana. He's up on cards. And his board is just better.
Yeah, you really want to get the timing right with Avengers Disassemble, right? Because if Avengers Assembled was on the board, then you're not killing anything, essentially. Everything is too big. But the problem is, if Brian even has 1 to 2 creatures after drawing that Avengers Assembled, all of Matt's work feels like it was undone there.
Yeah, it's kind of weird where you kind of want to get maximum value off of the sweeper, but you kind of want to cast it before your opponent gets the 5 mana, right? Because once they do, then they have the option to potentially kind of counter your trump card in the matchup. And the thing is, he fired off that Avengers Disassembled, and it was fantastic.
It was amazing.
It killed like 4 things, right? But it didn't matter because the perfect counter to that is, of course, the enchantment, where all you need is 1 hero in play to kind of get that ball rolling.
Right, and having the follow-up removal spell in the Hulk Smash for the Iron Man Master of Machines as well, just making sure that not only did I fully get the board, but now you have nothing, and I have this powerful enchantment as a value engine.
Yeah, I mean, that was Matt King Johnson's way to get back into the game, right? Way to accrue card advantage over time with that Iron Man, with all the artifacts in hand. He was kind of leaning on that post sweeper. He laid out a beautiful game plan. It just kind of got countered by that mythic enchantment.
Yeah, exactly. And once again, apologies for some of the tech issues. We are just having a little bit of trouble on the back end, so we will get back to the magic action as soon as we can. But while that's happening, Paul and I will just continue chatting about what we've seen, about some of the decks, and how we typically see things go in Team Limited, specifically Team Sealed, Paul, because one of the things we've talked about is decks tend to be more powerful.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, if you were to kind of rank Sealed deck, regular draft, and Team Sealed in terms of what you think the average power level will be for those decks, Sealed goes in last place most of the time, unless you're wildly lucky, maybe a Corey Baumeister, somebody like that. And then you have regular draft, and then you have Team Sealed, where you can really put together, truly amazing decks, 9 out of 10 decks. I mean, taking a look at the deck that we just saw, that red-white deck.
4 hero in training.
4 hero in trainings, and that's the thing. Usually the weaknesses of a red-white aggressive deck is if your opponent stabilizes, you kind of run out of gas, right? You run out of things to do, and you just lose. That is not the case. Not only does this deck have the capability of just carving out beautifully turn 2 Agent Phil Coulson into a bunch of heroes, 4 of your heroes replace themselves. Your 5 mana enchantment draws you extra cards. So, I mean, this deck just feels absolutely fantastic, and you can do that. And again, I mentioned this yesterday. Andrew Ellenbogen was saying sometimes it is correct to just go, build 2 8 out of 10 decks and then have like that 3 out of 10 deck to just kind of scrap wins. That might have been the approach on the other side as well, right? Where you do have this white-red deck that just has all of the power.
Yeah, okay. So, just getting word that we do have some. Okay, so I'm going to actually update everyone at home. Unfortunately, we are not able to recover the board state or the match from that round. Our recording was corrupted. So what we can say, I believe, is our feature team ended up winning despite Brian taking his match. I believe Andrew and Greg. A is still going? Okay, so Andrew won his match. Brian won his match on opposite teams. Match A, that is Greg Michael against Cale Hutton. That match is still going. That is the decider. We are unfortunately not able to go back to it in action. So we will get you the result of that next round. For now, we are unfortunately going to have to cut to a break. When we're back, we will have round 10. Oh, okay. All right. Great news. We're going to go right down to match A in progress and watch it happen. All right. Sorry about the confusion, everyone, but as you can see, Brian Weller-Gordon 2-0 his match. Andrew Ellenbogen 2-0 his match. Third match, players in progress. won a game apiece.
Right. So, the two decks that we looked at from both sides where we went, hey, those are the best decks in respective teams. Easy 2-0 from both sides. And then now we have Greg's blue-white tempo deck here going up against Kale's Esper mid-range. I mean, we were trying to make sense of Kale's deck, and it kind of looked like he just got whatever leftovers were kind of in his pool.
Yeah, let's just say there's a shocking number of gold cards in this deck, right? There's multiple blue-white, blue-black, black-white.
3 land cyclers.
Right. Full Esper spectrum and then land cyclers. It did really feel like the storage closet of the team sealed deck. It's, the things that you're like, I might want this at some point. I don't want to throw it away, so you just put it in a closet and don't think about it for a decade. That's this deck.
Yeah, I mean, look, normally you don't see a deck with multiple Captain Americas and Kingpins kind of fill up your 3-mana slot, but that's kind of the world we're living in here for Kale. Look, but if you draw your mana, and he's got all of his mana, then you get to play a real game here.
Right. He does have all of his mana. We do see the Kingpin in hand as they talk about what to discard here. Widow's Bite looking like apparently a consideration with the Echo and Raft Security Officer on the board, neither of them being a valid target for Widow's Bite. Makes some amount of sense. You want to get the counter off the Connive, but this is one match for all the marbles.
Yeah, Agent Maria Hill on the battlefield here. Greg does have a couple of copies of We Say DNA in his deck, which would go really well with Agent Maria Hill. Kale has to be mindful of that, but Greg's deck is just amazing at kind of playing at instant speed. It's like, hey, I can keep up my counter spells. I can tap your things with my Ref. I can do all kinds of stuff.
It does look like Greg may only have one card in hand unless he stacked them up really perfectly. So I'm wondering if maybe there was a mulligan situation here in this game. Yeah. Unfortunately, we did join it in action. You do see a lot of team conference here. Brian, I would say the most experienced player on that team. So certainly one who is going to be the most active in the advice column.
And the last card was, in fact, We Say
and
DNA.
Doubling the Maria Hill trigger.
Draw 2 cards.
Wow.
And that's why the Scientist was not tapped down, by the way.
Yep.
Oh, my goodness. Okay.
Massive turnaround
Huge
from
turn.
nothing to everything now for Greg Michael.
So Greg now went from 1 card, counter your thing, and now I have 3 cards in my hand?
Right. We talked about how good Echo is specifically in Greg's deck because it's not a card that we often see be an all-star in the format. It's the type of card where you need the right number of things that are good with it.
Right.
That doesn't often come together in a draft deck, but it did here.
Right. Yeah, basically anything with a good triggered effect basically probably went into Greg's deck here.
Right. And there are quite a lot of options.
Right. Greg still passing here. Might have the one of the 3/2 flash flyers here.
Yep, the flying giant ant. Some order of those words.
Some type of flash card. He just drew so many cards.
Giant-sized flying ant. Excuse me.
I can't say that I've put too many copies of that one into my decks, but you know what? After seeing what is potentially possible here, perhaps I am undervaluing the card a little bit.
Paul, what is the highest number of AIM Synthoids you've put in your deck?
That's a 2-mana 1/3?
Yep.
I can't say that I have put any yet.
Okay.
But with multiple Kingpins, I guess it gets a little bit better.
Yeah, so multiple Kingpins. Kingpin does get very thematically taken down by Murdoch's Crusade, as mentioned, putting him into exile. And it is going to be continued aggression here from Greg Michael with that Agent Maria Hill.
Yeah. Can even use the Echo to tap 2 things if he wants.
Yeah, has Supervillain Lockup in hand for Kale, as well as a Spider-Woman, and I believe a Murdoch's Crusade of his own. So still a lot of tools left.
Yeah, very good hand here for Kale.
Yep, and there is that giant-sized flying ant.
Was this a combat step flying ant?
Oh, man.
End of turn? No, it must be combat step.
I just realized that this giant-sized flying ant could actually counter potential supervillain lockup if,
yeah,
if Kale mistimed it at some point.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's something to worry about as well.
Don't want to run into counter magic, running out the Spider-Woman immediately here, locking down the flyer, and then still keeping up 2 mana here.
Echo is a 1/4, correct?
It is a 1/4, and the ability costs 1 mana to allow you to copy triggered abilities.
Okay, so there is the option of Murdoch's Crusade on Echo. Shield Spy Kit off the top for Greg Michael.
Wow. Yeah, so attack trigger, untap trigger on the stack. You could use the supervillain lockup here.
Oh my, hold on.
Wait, what's happening here?
So if that trigger is on the stack and Kale goes for the supervillain lockup, can Greg echo the Shield Spy Kit trigger?
I believe it's off of is it off of creatures or anything?
From a creature
from
source you control. Okay,
so
all
not
right.
from the Shield Spike.
Okay.
But that would have been sick.
I was just like, oh man.
Now the question is, does the creature have the ability, or is it on the Spy Kit? I believe it's
on the Spy Kit.
Yeah.
But that, oh man. Okay, I went a little too deep.
Yeah. It's okay. Echo is a really, really fun and exciting card.
Back up Maria Hill. I thought I had seen it in hand from Greg, and there it is.
Yep. Can still move an equipment over here. And still, with the security officer and the Echo, can tap 2 things if you like, or just tap down the scientist for 2 mana.
Okay, Baxter building, very, very good draw now from Kale Satahutton. Able to start drawing cards thanks to having a 4 toughness creature.
All right, drawing that card immediately here. And yeah, these utility lands just get problematic here, especially when you get to the kind of this phase in the game here. Baxter building just giving you so much value over time.
Yeah, very much the game breaker it can be potentially. And I think this will
work?
What?
I didn't know that. Well, the AIM Scientist has 4 power. He had 2 mana up. Used the Ref Security Officer to tap Spider-Woman, and then spent 1 mana to copy with the Echo trigger.
Yeah, because the ability itself is just tap target creature.
Target creature, right?
Yeah.
That is a nice little interaction as well.
I kind of feel like Kale should have gone after the Echo there with the Murdoch's Crusade. So not doing so is interesting.
Perhaps there is a big enchantment, or this is game 3, so probably just aware of some other large bomb perhaps in Greg's deck that he needs to answer.
There's a Kank.
Yeah,
and that is a big one to answer. So that makes some sense. Moonstone now the draw from Kale. I actually mentioned that I think Moonstone was a notable not inclusion in his list. It was in the sideboard, but you can see in a grindier matchup like this where you expect it to get to this point, why he might have boarded it in.
Yeah. Now Kale deciding whether or not to just run out Moonstone, possibly just draw cards off the building here.
Yeah, maybe start with Murdoch's Crusade now on Echo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Maybe, and then now if you're on Greg's side, perhaps just tapping 2 things here. The Synthoids and looks like the 1/3, okay. And Murdoch's Crusade does resolve here.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I think that flying creature is not exiled; it is just locked down by the Spider-Woman.
Right. You cannot put them in the same pile.
Right.
Kale looking like he might just be passing with a Baxter building activation up if the matchup is Giant Size Flying At does not untap.
Yeah, he had the Moonstone. Yeah, there's 3 people watching. Somebody's got to spot
Somebody will catch this eventually. All right, attack in
with the 3/2. Can block with the Spider-Woman. Of course, there is a level of risk, but you're at 9 life here. So I think, if you have to think about it, it's like that's a free attack from Greg, and you want that Scries.
Yeah, I think you are at 2 precarious a life total facing down a RAF security officer as well to just take it, but
looks like drawing a card first for a little extra information and then now deciding whether or not to block here.
Yeah, but Looks like they talk about it, and the end result is just taking it.
They took it. I guess the risk of losing the Spider-Woman and unlocking the 3-2 they felt was a little too great there.
Okay, draw was a Black Widow here now from Kale.
Yeah, but with the tapper, no great attacks with the Black Widow here. But I mean, your life total is getting kind of low here. There's a tapper on the other side too. Going back again to just the decision not to block there.
Yeah, went to combat. I believe Greg said you're okay. Now plays the Black Widow. I believe had the mana to play Moonstone.
Yeah, just playing everything this turn. And then next turn you can start using the Baxter building here. Just develop a big enough board where Greg doesn't have any free attacks.
Right. U.S. agent John Walker with a shield spy kit is able to attack quite well.
Right. Yeah, we might even see just the Black Widow trade with a creature to keep your life total high because, of course, it does have Death Touch.
Right.
Greg has the ability to, you can move the shield spy kit, you can attack with 2 creatures, lots of different options. Looks like we're going to move the spy kit onto the agent. Get in for 5. The scry.
A quick bottom.
Puts a land immediately to the bottom, possibly.
Take up the shield.
Oh, and that is huge.
I think that's what they were afraid of last turn.
And he did have that combat trick.
Yep. So, Black Widow traded for the trick.
So, Baxter building and top decks here for Kale Sata Hutton.
And going to need some good ones. Make sure to tap the mana correctly here.
Right. Keep all your dual lands up. What can we find?
Captain America.
Land. Captain America and a swamp is what I see.
Yeah, Captain America means that now this Raft security officer is useless on Kale's turn. So
if you want to
Greg has to respond now.
Yeah, if you want to do something, you have to tap something in response, and he does not. So that might have been a slight misstep here, as now the security officer does. Oh, never mind. Take it back.
Red Guardian. Yep.
To kill the flyer.
Goodbye, Moonstone.
Here I am questioning the team at 7-0-1.
Okay, that was maybe the worst draw possible for Greg Michael. I believe that no, it's the plot.
Political triumph?
The plan, yes. I believe that's political triumph off the top there.
Well, if the game goes, 6 more turns maybe.
Yep.
All right, so lethal attack here. So has to block.
So Captain America came and went.
But you can just move those equipment however you like.
Yep, both onto the Red Guardian probably.
Yeah, and that's a 4/5.
I wouldn't have played that political triumph. Oh no, I'm holding some piece of information back.
He wants to play out all of his mana.
Look, F6 value equity is a real thing. What was the draw there? Agents of Hydra? Yeah.
Okay, that's not much.
That came out of the sideboard, I think, for Kale.
Okay. All right, and now, I mean, Greg gets the attack in, and you see the power of the Shield Spy Kit. Can play offense and defense here. Getting in, smoothing out your draws. No fantastic blocks here. I suppose you can double block with the 1/3 and the 4/4.
It's a 4/5, yeah. There is a double block.
So does this mean Greg does not have a backup creature, perhaps?
Oh, he's going for the aggro tap.
Wow, this is very aggressive.
I think Greg is fully acknowledging here that Baxter building is putting him on a clock currently.
Right.
So he needs to present the creature clock in exchange.
This costs 2 mana to tap that one down. Okay.
Yeah, he's saying you do not have a double block rather than you can block and throw away your Spider-Woman, which would unlock my flyer. And I would guess the Kale is just chomping with the Synthoids here.
Yeah, just trying to stay alive. And what do we have? Ooh, a 4-drop. Oh, just
Kang!
You get the scry off of the political triumph. Greg is 2 lands away from activating that king to take an extra turn, just winning the game.
Well, that's also a Kang,
That's
but
a much worse
much
king.
worse Kang.
Much worse king. Now, this is a lethal attack from Kang, so absolutely need to utilize this Baxter building to find a removal spell for Kang.
All right.
You can move all the equipment onto the king. Ooh, what? Okay.
One good Kang deserves another, I suppose.
Oh, and then you get to drain, right? Because you draw the card.
The second card, yeah.
So you go up to 7 here.
Yeah.
And technically with King, Shield, Spy Kit, and the Sturdy Shield, that is only 6 damage.
So not dead.
Not dead because
Chip
you
in
drew
the chair.
card. All right. Not bad, not dead, but in very rough shape.
Yeah, you're not feeling good.
No, not at all.
Let's be very real about the situation. Ooh, what was that?
I have no idea.
My brain processed it as Atlantis attacks, but
So we're 1 mana away from that if it was.
if it was that, but
Yeah.
there's no reason for it to be that. It's just what I thought I saw. Turn 1, okay.
Wow. I mean, Greg is very close to just winning this game here, but
Right.
perhaps if Kale finds a well-timed removal spell, could end up in a draw.
All right, attack, scry,
6 damage coming in.
bottom. 6 in, 6 through.
Down to 1.
Kale's down to 1. Okay, it was much worse
An unblockable
for the
creature.
opponent. It is stature.
Oh, so multiple ways to close out the game here. Kale has to find multiple answers now. You need to kill the king and stature here.
Is this turn 2?
Turn
Another
2.
planes won't
That's
do it.
not gonna
Has
do it
2
here.
card draws. Has an attack from Kang to connive, I believe.
But you can tap that with the
Ah,
raft,
yes. So
right?
the question is, will Greg prevent a card draw, or will he save that to prevent a potential blocker for Kang?
I would guess that you just prevent the card draw here,
Okay.
just because you can tap the flyer on your turn as well.
Sure. All right, so going for the draw first.
Bold Biochemist does
That's
not get
not
it done
going to do
here.
it.
I think Andrew Ellenbogen's squad here, Greg Michael, I think he's going to win the deciding match here to keep this team undefeated at 8-0-1.
Yeah, so Kale
Yep.
tries to attack a little too quickly, and they say, no, we're going to, there it
Yep.
is. There's the handshake. Very, very intense back and forth in Game 3 between Greg Michael and Kale Sata-Hutton, but it is ultimately going to be the team of Ellen Bogan, Michael, and Sicking Johnson taking it down. They are our feature team, and they are moving on to 8-0-1, still undefeated in this tournament, Paul.
Yeah, and I mean, that was just a fantastic game overall. I thought, at one point we were going to see the tournament with that Baxter building, but couldn't really find enough interaction there to kind of prevent the blue-white deck from kind of doing its thing. I mean, Kang, the stature, some really, really clutch draws there to be able to close that one out. Because remember,
Shield Spy Kit.
Yeah, Shield Spy Kit doing a lot of work. Also, I mean, he barely won.
Yeah.
I mean, he won on turn 3 of turns.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it was a very close back and forth. And, when we saw the deck list, this is kind of what we expected is Ellen Bogan's deck, the best of the 3, should be winning pretty easily. Greg Michael, the middle ground, expecting him to get wins more often than not. Sicking Johnson, he's praying. Luckily for them, Sicking Johnson soaked up the best deck on the other
Right,
team,
right.
and they were able to get the job done across the other 2 matches.
Yeah, that's one funny little quirk about the team events is timing your wins just as important as many other factors that go into kind of deciding who wins these matchups. Like winning 2-1 is the same thing as winning 3-0.
Yep. All right, that's it from round 9. We are going to go to a quick break. On the other side, more team limited action as we go into round 10. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon. Hello, my friends, and welcome back to coverage of Magic Spotlight Marvel Superheroes. My name is Monty Devoody, joined again by Mr. Paul Chion. Paul, one round of Swiss in the books for day 2, 5 more to go before that cut to top 4.
Yeah, and we're getting one step closer here, and we just got to watch the main team that we're going to be following until maybe they fall out of contention here. But they did win at that last round, so they're sitting at 8-0-1. We don't really kind of we'll do the tiebreaker stuff many rounds from now, but they're of course in the best position so far as the only undefeated team in the tournament.
Yeah, they are overwhelmingly in good position to make that run, but anything is possible, as we have seen time and time again. Team Sealed is a world of very powerful decks, and today is a fresh slate, right? So teams that came into the day at X2 maybe struggled because yesterday their pools were only okay, have a chance to open a 10 out of 10 today and make a very big run, and vice versa. A team that came into today at 7-0-1, for example, or X1 may just open a 6 out of 10 pool and not be able to cobble together those wins. So anything is possible today.
Yeah, no, absolutely here. Now, if you're rooting for Team Ellenbogen, well, Andrew Ellenbogen does have an absolutely fantastic deck. Really excited to see kind of what his deck has to offer. I want to see a ramped out Dr. Doom on the battlefield and see what it can do.
All right, well, let's take a look at our standings and see where else things stand after 9 rounds of Swiss. At the very top, still undefeated, Greg Michael, Andrew Ellenbogen, and Master King Johnson, Team System Magic. Below them, we have 3 teams at X and 1 now. Evan Vetter, Ty Tajali, and Kenan Diab. I believe we've seen Tajali quite a bit, having great results at the SCG RC level. Matt Forsyth, George Taylor, and Andy Burden, we watched them yesterday. They were the last undefeated team that played against Greg Michael, Andrew Ellenbogen, and Master King Johnson to be 8-0 versus 7-0-1 overnight. They lost that match. And then Strosky, Rubin, and Hain. Huge team of names there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Strosky, Rubin, Hain, that's definitely the other team here that you really need to keep an eye out for, as we have basically, are they all? I believe that's 3 Pro Tour champions, right? That is 3 Pro Tour champions all teaming up together, which is absolutely incredible. And then you go further down here, that Japanese super team that you see there, still alive and well, sitting at 7-2. Not a lot of wiggle room, though, right? They might be looking pretty good right now, but remember, only 4 people make it into the top 4 teams, so it's going to be different records here. Paul Rietzel, David Williams, Matt Sperling also winning their match in the previous round.
Yeah, you see exactly 6-7. Those 2 teams are the top of the 7-2 tiebreaker-wise, which is massive because potentially as we go later on in the day and we see what the records look, whether it is going to be a draw at X2 situation, whether X3 is going to be live, that's when those tiebreakers will come into play for them. But that's a ways down the road. Right now, it is all about winning. Joe Lassette there, the 3rd member of the team in 5th place. They are still very much in it. I do see a team that is maybe a family team there. Not the Kiefers as we saw yesterday, but in 16th place, Jim Higgins, Evan Higgins, and Jameson Higgins.
Wow.
So
I want to see a Higgins versus Kiefer matchup. That would just be straight up Family Feud right there.
Family Feud, Magic the Gathering edition. We don't know. Maybe it happened yesterday and we missed it.
Right.
But a lot of skill, team of Neil Estrada, Zev Goldhaber Gordon, and Liam Edelson in 13th place. Estrada, I believe, a recent addition to Team Handshake.
Wow.
He's been looking very good. Liam Edelson, massive results at the Spotlight Series level. I believe we've seen him with 2 or 3 Magic Spotlight top 8s already, so very much great results from him. So not just the old school names doing well here, a lot of impressive names here in the top 16.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, let's go over to the second page of standings. This should be close to the end of the X2s, and yes, it is. The very last X2 team, in fact, is the team of the Puglisi brothers, Joseph and John Puglisi-Clark, alongside Corey Burkhardt in the middle as their team captain, quote-unquote, maybe bringing some of that experience.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, tiebreakers being a thing, they are in last place here amongst the 7-2s. So for a team like this, when you see yourself this low in the standings, probably an indication that you probably have to get close to just winning out all the rest of your matches.
Yeah, unfortunately, zero wiggle room for them at this point. And then we get into some of the messy records where, depending on how the day breaks down, we'll see if they have any chances. But you see Jesse Hampton, Charles Wong, and Zevin Faust among three teams at 6-1-2. Two draws to their name. And then Greg Dyer, Tom Martell, Sam Black, part of four teams at 6-2-1. They are still in the conversation, maybe. And then one more team with decent breakers, but going to need a lot of things to go their way. The Amaz aspiring Spike team, Jason Chan, Alexander Deering, and Everett Mowen, they're in 31st place, near the top of the 6-3s. But again, have to be perfect from here on out, win 5 in a row, and hope that multiple things break down their way.
Yeah, definitely. And as you can see here, you have multiple teams, even high-profile pro teams like Jesse Hampton, Charles Wong, Zevin Faust, pick up multiple draws. This is a team event. You don't see it happen all that often, so perhaps the pace of play is a little bit different. Also, this is the spotlight event where people are playing these cards perhaps for the first time or not that often. So I think people are also just a little more methodical in trying to figure out which opponents might have. So it's really important to try to avoid these draws. The second one, that's basically as good as another loss.
Right, and we saw even in our feature match there, they went to turns. There was a very real possibility that the team of Ellenbogen, Michael, and Sicking Johnson could have picked up a second draw there if Michael had not picked up that powerful 1-2 punch of Kangan to stature on the last couple of draw steps. All right. I believe we do have a match ready. So we have a great one coming up for you. We're going to go right down into the feature match area and watch match B here to start things off. It is going to be Andrew Ellenbogen, but the opponents, well, it is the team of Hain, Rubin, and Strowski.
Wow.
All right, a matchup of
Titans.
4 Pro Tour champions in 6 players here.
That's incredible.
Ellenbogen versus the team of Pro Tour champions. Apologies for the overlay, the names and the team records being wrong. It is Sicking Johnson, Ellenbogen, and Greg Michael at 8-0-1 on the left side of your screen. On the right side, it is going to be Hain, Rubin, and Strowski at 8-1.
Correct, yes.
All right, and this is Steve Rubin in the middle seat against Andrew Ellenbogen in the middle seat. Andrew Ellenbogen, the best deck of his team. You and I have not had a chance to look at Haynes, Strowski, and Rubin's decks yet. So while you talk a little, Paul, I'm going to get those loaded up and see what we're working with here.
Sure.
I'll give you some highlights.
Sure. And just starting things off, a turn 2 Agents of Hydra, perhaps looking to be a little more proactive here. Wants to be leading into kind of the villain synergies. But if it's kind of a slower, perhaps mid-rangey deck here, you're going to have to like Andrew Ellenbogen's side just because he has some of those bombs that we've seen already into Dr. Doom. But of course, Steve can then just slam Coming of Galactus and, we don't know that. We don't know the types of bombs that he has here.
Right, we are flying a little blind. We don't have their deck list available to us quite yet, so we'll get that for you as well. But so far, we see Mardu colors from Steve. We see 2 Agents of Hydra. One has already gone down, made a 2-1. We're just waiting for our judges to bring the token in. So there it is. We don't have to represent it with a die anymore. 3 non-basic lands so far. I see Mardu colors. I'm immediately crossing my fingers for a Thanos, maybe.
That would be exciting.
Right?
That would absolutely be exciting. Perhaps a Kingpin, but Thanos would be one of the nicest cards. Now with that Surveillance Room, can't play it, but can play it if he plays the 4th land here, if he has something like that in his deck.
Right, and then the Surveillance Room can come in handy later on. It is an extra mana, but it can give you any color, so activating that power-up on Thanos could be huge. But here we go, rumbling not just with the Menace token, but the Agent of Hydra as well. Yeah. And it is going to just be a Widow's Bite on the villain. Will Andrew block the Agents of Hydra? Nope. Says not interested.
Yeah, Steve just looking to upgrade his 1/1s into 2/1 Menace tokens here, playing kind of the role of the aggressor. And, I think Andrew Ellenberg was okay with the first token, but he's like, you know what? I might not have the backup Widow's Bite for the second one.
All right, Paul, quick test. Can you name the 4 cities those players won Pro Tours in?
Jeez. Okay. Strosky, Richmond.
Okay.
Hain, I believe it was in Canada. Montreal? No?
Barcelona.
Not close to Canada. That's not close
Not
to
even
Canada.
not even close to Canada.
Steve Rubin won. It was in Europe. He played a green-white deck. Brussels. No? Not even close?
I don't actually know where Steve Rubin's was. I think it might have been Australia, but it was definitely.
It might have been Australia. All right. Well, I got one.
You got one.
Shadows over Innistrad.
Is
That
this
was
the one?
Australia.
No, that's Madrid. Okay.
Madrid. It was in Europe.
All right.
There you
Yeah.
go. Close.
All right. Barcelona, Madrid.
I was at the Pro Tour.
You were at that Pro Tour. And Ellenbogen?
Oh, wait. Is that a Void token?
Yes. So we had Sentry come down from Steve, make the Void, get Cruel
brutal.
Alliance, and now
no.
we talked about this disaster scenario yesterday.
Right, absolutely.
The Void running amok, the Sentry no longer there to hold it back.
Right. And Andrew has 2 copies of Cruel Alliance in his deck. So the Sentry might be one of those cards that you might
Oh, you're
sideboard
eating that out of your deck as soon as possible, maybe.
Yeah. This is a 5/5 indestructible flyer that attacks every single turn. Completely changes the clock here.
Gorilla coming in as well, and Steve not interested in a trade. Mr. Hyde, the follow-up. Andrew putting the pressure on.
And I will say, from the cards I've seen so far from Steve Rubin, not the most impressive collection of creatures.
Nope. All right, in hand, a Helicarrier Strike.
Forest?
Yeah, that's a Killmonger in hand.
Okay, so he's got black-red, black-white. All right.
I'm calling it. There's
super,
a Thanos in the deck.
No, you know what I'm calling? There's a Super Scroll in the deck.
Okay, all right.
Every
all right.
black duel is probably going to Steve Rubin here.
All right, we've each called our shots.
All right.
All right, Killmonger enters.
Does it exile?
Trigger.
It does not. It destroys.
It does not exile. Nope. Mr. Hyde down. Token made. Hand is, I think, just a Helicarrier Strike, if I've seen correctly, which would be a bizarre card to have in this spot, but might be.
And then Killmonger here currently sitting at a 5/4, 2 creatures in the graveyard.
Yep.
Now, Andrew Ellenbogen's deck has 4 Hour of Defeats in his deck.
Yeah, no individual creature likely to live for too long.
Right. Yeah, I believe I counted 9 removal spells and a Killmonger in his pool.
Apologies again. Oh, there's the Killmonger. Going to actually take down the Undead Legionnaire rather than the opposing Killmonger.
So playing kind of more of a value-centric approach here. Does not want that Legionnaire to turn into a 5/4 flyer and get something back.
Yeah,
wow.
Steve is done.
This is what happens, right? You live by the Sentry and you die by the Sentry.
It is a high-risk, high-reward card, and unfortunately, in that game, Steve Rubin just felt the risk.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is one of those things where you go, oh, he's got a Cruel Alliance. I might need to board this one out.
Guys, I'm taking it out. I'm taking out the Sentry. Just take the Void token and eat it across the room.
Can we just rip up this token? I don't want to think about this anymore.
Just as I was about to apologize for our overlay still being broken, it is up. It is
there
fixed.
We go.
Hallelujah. So, left of your screen, Sicking Johnson, Ellenbogen, Greg Michael. We'll have a pip next to Ellenbogen's name in a moment at 8-0-1. Top of the standings, only remaining undefeated team.
Right.
On the right, Steve Rubin, Alexander Hain, Andre Strosky, 8-1, one of 3 teams at the 8-1 record. Still very much in it. Down a game for Rubin versus Ellenbogen. As they get ready and sideboard up, I will let you know that we have some more events coming up. Next up, SCG Con Dallas. We will be in Dallas September 4th through the 6th for some delicious barbecue, but maybe, I guess, more importantly, Magic Spotlight Series, The Hobbit. That is going to be a very exciting event. For all information, you could head to starcitygames.com/SCGCon, and we hope to see you there because that event will be a blast, Paul.
Yeah, I mean, the Lord of the Rings set was a fantastic one, and I just hope they can kind of follow that up here with The Hobbit as well.
Yeah, so far we've seen very little from the set, but what we have seen looks pretty cool, and I'm excited to see what they can do with more of that beloved IP. I think the flavor wins in the Lord of the Rings set was very good, and getting more of that would just be very satisfying for such a dedicated fan base.
Yeah, definitely.
So, one to the good for Ellenbogen against Steve Rubin. Taking a look over at Strosky and Michael's match while he finishes shuffling up.
Then we got Alex Hayne over there going up against Matt King Johnson. Really curious to see kind of who they gave the amazing deck on the right side here.
Right. Unfortunately, we are still working on getting the deck list for the opposing team here in Hayne, Rubin, Strosky. So we don't have those. We are flying blind, but Steve Rubin's deck so far did look a little sketchy potentially. A lot of mana, and we're going to see what all of that is for. Your Super Scroll guess feels like a very good one.
Yeah, I am. Yeah. Basically, the way that Steve's deck kind of looks is just I am playing whatever I need to play early to survive until I get to my bombs. That's what, and he's got all the mana fixing in his deck, so I'm guessing Super Scroll is very likely given that we saw 4 different colors of mana, right? And I'm assuming there might be some other rares to go with my Super Scroll call. We'll see.
All right, let me check here.
Come on. I was wrong about where these players won their Pro Tours, but can we get the Super Scroll guess correct?
Still nothing that I see. I am. We just don't have the deck list for Hayne, Rubin, and Strosky. Okay.
All right, never mind. I thought we might have had the deck list there, but we are still looking at getting that.
Yeah. We're working on it.
Yeah.
So, drawing their hands, Steve Rubin handing over. We'll see if he has one that he can work with
I
here.
see it in hand.
Oh, there it is.
There we go.
Nailed it, Cheons.
All right. Redemption. Redemption.
Swamp Pass. You still haven't said where Ellenbogen won his Pro Tour, by the way.
All I know is that was also the Pro Tour where one of the best bluffs in Pro Tour history was executed. LSV against Javier. Was it Javier Dominguez?
It was.
No. It was LSV.
Jeremy Desani,
Jeremy
I think.
Desani, absolutely. That's what it was.
I can tell you that I was at that Pro Tour.
We were covering it, right? No?
I was not. You may have been. It was Atlanta.
No, I played in that one.
I also played in that one.
All right. And Andrew winning with his mono-white aggro deck. And Ant-Man's Army, especially, surprisingly effective creature here, especially if you do have one of these multicolored green decks that's looking to ramp and get to the late game.
Right. It is the type of card where it fills a role, and that role is fine, right?
Yeah. Now, remember, Andrew Ellenbogen has 6 hard removal spells here that can kill the Super Scroll.
No, it's going to live.
He's got 2 copies of Cruel Alliance, 4 Hour of Defeats, and a Killmonger in his deck.
It's going to live.
Okay.
Yeah. What?
Unbelievable.
There was simply no way anybody could have seen that coming.
And that is why, by the way, you also Steve play cards like the Legionnaire, right?
Yeah.
When you have bomb level creatures in your deck, then kind of mediocre recursive cards become that much better.
Absolutely. We'll see if he is able to draw a copy of that as we go on later into the game. So I think that was a Helicarrier Strike that I saw the previous game. But it does actually look like Steve is significantly more of a black-white deck than the previous game's mana base led on, where it looked like he might have just been
like
splashing a premium white card or two. It looks like he is black-white splashing Killmonger perhaps, and had the black-red land just for the Super Scroll activation maybe.
Yep.
We'll see as we see more of his deck or potentially get access to deck
big?
lists.
Maybe he's got a Civil War.
Maybe.
Good. And is this Doctor Doom?
Don't say it.
I can't tell.
Oh, it sure is. It sure is. Oh yeah.
So Andrew kills Super Scroll and ramps into a turn 5 Doctor Doom.
Yeah, Doctor spells your doom over here. All right. Well, I understand why Ellen Bogan won his match so quickly last round.
Right.
And I understand it again this round because it looks like this may be a 2-0 before either of the side matches finish a game, potentially.
Yeah, I mean, Andrew's deck is just completely ridiculous. It will just not lose. We often say, hey, this creature is great. Does it pass the Doomblade check?
Yeah.
Well, Andrew Ellenbogen's deck has like 7 Doomblades in it, so it's really hard for any creature like Super Scroll to do anything in this matchup.
Yeah, who Doomblades the Doom, I do think there might be a supervillain lockup there in Steve Rubin's hand.
Okay.
That is an answer to Dr. Doom that gets through its indestructible issue.
Right.
The problem is, I also believe that there are multiple copies, or at least one copy of Gorilla in Andrew Ellenbogen's deck.
Right.
So it is far from a permanent answer.
Right. In fact, it would be an absolute disaster if it gets locked up and then you play the Gorilla to make 2 more Doombots.
Yeah, no, it wouldn't be ideal. All right, as things stand, Dr. Doom dominating the board. It was Winter Soldier, Icy Assassin coming down from Steve Rubin there.
Yeah, Andrew can kind of just attack with everything here if he likes.
Yeah, Steve's hand has Helicarrier Strike, a Swamp, and I believe that copy of Supervillain Lockup.
Right, and can't cast any of the white spells with the mana that he has, which is kind of a nod to the fact that he really had to skew heavily and play tons of black sources to be able to support the ability to play out that Super Scroll on turn 4. Andrew's just deciding how aggressive to get on this board. A lot of that will also just depend on what his follow-up is here. Black, green, what can you be representing? Widow's Bite.
Yeah.
Certainly one of the bigger ones.
It doesn't deal with Dr. Doom.
No, it's indestructible unless somehow both of the Doombots die.
Right.
Oh, and actually keeping the Doombots back. All right.
Yeah, I think that is purely a nod to I do not want anything to potentially go wrong here that would make this Dr. Doom vulnerable.
Right. 5 mana.
Oh my goodness. The hits keep coming.
Right. And
Madam Mask.
There's a villain. You get to connive here. And she grows. Mr. Hyde not necessary. Land for turn. Go up to 15. Draw an extra card off of Dr. Doom. And yeah, Andrew is just running away with this game.
All right. Second. All right. Well.
2 Super Scrolls. Wow.
Okay. All right. Surely this one will live.
Yeah, no shot.
No.
Yeah.
Let a man hope. Let a man dream.
Even if it lives, is it enough here?
I mean, Supervillain Lock Up the Doom. Play
Super Scroll.
Play Super Scroll.
Yeah, no, that's.
You're at 13.
You're at 13 now. Andrew has discarded Mr. Hyde. Keep that in mind.
Yeah.
Right. So he's got action in hand.
No.
Probably a removal spell.
Andrew's reaction, pretty apt. Super Scroll coming down again.
Right.
Very sweet card, by the way. We talked about how much we like the design of this card in the format.
I would be surprised if this lives, but we'll see. He also plays a land immediately here.
All right, so I'm getting some insider knowledge from the chat. There is a very excited reaction to, oh my god, Alexander won a game with his deck. That's a win. So it looks like that might be the match of the bad decks for each team.
Oh, it's Killmonger to kill the lockup.
No.
Oh no, 2 more Doombots enter the battlefield here off of the Dr. Doom here. Of course, Steve had no choice but to get rid of the Dr. Doom here, but this is absolute disaster here. 4 Doombots in play now.
Yeah,
to deal with. I mean, I don't even think an untap with a Super Scroll is going to be enough on this board here.
Look, is there like Meat Hook Massacre on the bonus sheet somehow? Like
maybe
we need some.
Oh, why not? Cruel Alliance on the Super Scroll too.
Right.
Okay, we've seen enough here.
We need something that I have not seen in the
goodness.
format yet to even begin to put up a fight
here. Is there
here.
a Dune Blast? I'm trying to.
My goodness.
This is an absolutely brutal spot here. Andrew with an incredible deck, incredible draw here. Hey, look, it's not like Steve's draw was bad.
No.
Right? He played multiple copies of Super Scroll, had some removal, had a fine curve, but simply outmatched here.
Yeah, look, I think Ellen Bogan's deck is like a solid 11 out of 10, maybe.
Oh, I was like, is he going to go with 9 or 10? No. We're going upstairs to 11.
It's not just the bombs, right? It's
Right.
the sheer amount of flexible removal. Killmonger being non-land permanent, having all of that exile removal and destroy removal, and they all surveil. It just all does so much. So, Ellenbogen, 2-0. That's one match for his team. Back against the wall for Hayne, Rubin, and Strosky. They're going to need wins in both of these matches.
Yeah, they absolutely are. You know, Andrew, when they gave him the deck, they were like, Andrew, we are entrusting you. You're going to win all of your matches. We're also going to need you for help because you are the B seed here. So he's done his job.
Yeah.
Can his teammates get the other match win to stay undefeated?
Yeah, I would guess that their team dynamic is, Andrew, you're going to win your match. Matt, you're probably going to lose your match.
Right.
Andrew, win quickly and then help Greg.
Exactly.
And that's where we're actually going to be headed now. We are going into the A seat match. It is going to be the match between Greg Michael and Andre Strosky. We are going to watch it from the beginning. There were no games in at the time that we panned here, so we have no idea how long this first game lasts, but I believe it's a long one considering the middle match finished both games before they finished one.
Right. Nice aggressive start here. Turn 1, Agent Maria Hill here for Greg. Wow, what a curve here. Stature and political triumph here. So already 2 creatures in play and that very powerful enchantment.
Yeah, you cannot convince me this game goes 18 more turns based off the current board.
Well,
Oh, okay.
Well,
all right.
Agent Phil Coulson turn 2 here against the blue-white deck, which doesn't have a lot of ways to kill this creature.
Yeah, they do have a decent number of 3-mana exile
Right,
effects, right? Or Frozen and Ice to tap it down, but my goodness. Yes, the overlay is broken. It will be fixed pretty shortly. This curve is disgusting.
Unbelievable. But if Andre can respond here with perhaps a hero in training of his own, or just any hero with
I see it.
Coulson.
I see it.
You see it?
I see
All
the hero in
right.
training of his own.
All right, so just 2 incredible draws going head-to-head here.
All right, so hero and trainings all around.
Yeah, gain 2 life, draw a card, and it gets a +1/+1 counter here from Agent Phil Coulson. Now, of course, Agent Phil Coulson will not be attacking into that hero in training. Well, yeah, I mean, imagine you just play 2 more creatures here and just pop that triumph, right?
Oh,
It's
yeah.
just so
That's
much.
how do you, as Andre, come back from that?
Yeah.
All right, looking at Andre's hand, I see
Maybe an Okoye,
a red-white card, but I'm not sure if it was
Daredevil?
Daredevil or Thor Odinson.
Sure.
All right, stature only attack.
Okay.
Echo now down. Oh my goodness.
Is this no land maybe?
It's looking like no land. Andre has to read Echoes
Right.
like, what is this one?
Yeah, and remember, you cannot copy the trigger on the political triumph. That would
Correct.
be ridiculous.
It would be
if you
absolutely
could.
disgusting. All right.
Now, Strosky's hand is also amazing, right? I see a Spider-Woman in hand here as well. You could use that to perhaps lock down the Echo. Remember, Agent Phil Coulson still online, one of the best rares in the entire set.
Yeah, and that was, I think, Daredevil. So,
Wow.
the hero of Hell's Kitchen may be coming down in a future turn.
Yeah, lots of great options here for Strosky. You can either go Daredevil, try to start accruing some value, or if you think you're going to win the late game because you have Agent Phil Coulson down, perhaps you run out the Spider-Woman to just try to slow things down.
Yeah, we'll see what the choice is going to be. There looks to be a red-green card. I think that might be Abomination in the alternate
hybrid?
art. Yeah.
So, it's a so it's,
yeah.
you can just straight up play it in your red-white deck?
Right,
Yeah.
exactly. So I think that may be an Abomination in Andre's hand alongside the Man Without Fear.
See a White Widow and not White Widow.
That's Sharon Carter, I think.
No, the nurse, Night Nurse.
Night Nurse,
Yeah, he
okay.
had Night Nurse and take up the shield as well.
And a Spider-Woman. Wow, his
Yeah.
hand is incredible.
Right.
Okay. Might just be a pass here against the potential political triumph turn. You would
It's-
be able to Night Nurse and take up the shield.
Yeah, It is tricky, though, if your plan is to go for the Spider-Woman, though, into a deck that could have counter magic. So
Right.
definitely pros and cons here. All right, does find land number 4 and goes straight into combat. No creature.
All right. That's a good sign if you're an Andre fan, I
Right,
suppose.
Just 1 damage coming
Or a really
through.
bad sign.
Right. Oh, and he passes. So this could be the 4-mana 3/2 flyer. It could also be the counter spell here with Agent Maria Hill.
Yep.
Wow, and you can copy the trigger
We're
again
going to see
here
it
with
again.
Echo.
Oh, it's so sick.
He did this in the last round.
Oh, it's so sick every time.
Wow, 2+1/+1 counters, draw 2 cards, and counter your Spider-Woman here.
This is...
Wow.
There are some very sick combos with Echo, and this is absolutely one of them.
Yeah. Another activation here from Agent Phil Coulson. Got that 4/4 hero in training. Can Andre turn it around here?
Can you double Spider-Woman with Echo and tap 2 things down permanently?
I don't see why you couldn't.
That's another
Right?
sweet combo.
Does Greg have his own Spider-Woman?
I'm checking.
All right, Daredevil enters the fray here for Andre Strasky.
No
Looks at the
Spider-Woman
top-
for Greg.
All right,
Unlucky.
looks at the top card here. If he did have a hero, would this be a... It's got Vigilance, right? I mean, I guess this is a free attack anyways, right? The only blocker is hero in training.
Right.
So, yeah, I mean, this is a lot of damage that Strasky could be representing here if he chooses to get very, very aggressive and also get in with the hero in training.
Right. If he has a land on top, then certainly it is a free exile.
Yeah, and the exile is a May effect, too.
Right. So if it's not a land, you don't have to do it if you don't want to get rid of it.
Right. The safest attack is just getting in with the Daredevil here.
Right.
Trigger.
Speed.
Ball. Okay, that is a hero.
Yep.
So now Daredevil is attacking for 5.
Yep. I'm a big speedball fan, so I like seeing it here in Andre's deck.
I am not. but I know you were trying to build a speedball deck when we were doing the team sealed.
I have been able to be successful with it in draft. I will say it is difficult, but it is a powerful card.
Yes, absolutely. Low, low floor, high, high ceiling.
Yes, absolutely.
All right, big turn. Can we get that political triumph to pop here for Greg Michael? 4 creatures already in play. You play the 4th creature. You get to put a counter on all your creatures and draw that card and get a scry.
Andre just taking the time to look at his top card. It is an action he can do anytime.
1 unblockable damage coming in here. And is this another pass? What is in Greg's hand?
I see a plains. I see 2 plains, I think.
An island? I see an island as well. So he has 1 spell, maybe?
Or I may have seen wrong on the second plains, but at least 2 lands.
Right.
Could be a giant-sized flying ant, 2 taps, and trigger
That would be
at
very
instant
strong.
speed.
Yeah. But Andre has the ability to also swing the race in his favor with that take up the shield in hand. Oh,
There's the ant.
and you called it here. That will pop the political triumph here too. Likely going to be tapping the Daredevil here.
And the hero in training, I assume.
All right, with the Echo, of course.
No aggression for you.
This is the best Echo I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's
It's been incredible.
look, we have talked about how this card is incredibly situational.
Right.
But when it is good, it is really good. And this is a spot where it has looked really good.
Does Political Triumph draw you a card?
It sure does.
Okay, he hasn't. Okay, I was wondering if he.
Resolving it
Yeah.
at the right pace. Had to resolve the scry first, of course.
Then the draw card.
Yeah.
I guess you can do both at the same
Draw
time.
card and the counters are all together.
Yeah. But yeah, huge, huge board now. Now, one note is the stature is no longer unblockable,
Correct.
as it does have 2 power now.
All right. Strowski, I don't believe is up a game. I think that pip should be next to Haynes' name, but
Right.
we have been watching the game in action, so
Right.
I believe this is game 1.
Yeah, Ellen Bogan already at winning his match at 2-0.
Yes, that was pure domination that we saw. But currently, they are 1-0 in
Right.
the match perspective that we are watching. We know it goes on to be 2-0.
Right. And here, this is game one, so Strasky
Yes.
does not have that win.
That should be next to Hain. So, Greg Michaels' hand, one card that I saw previously is U.S. Agent John Walker.
Okay.
I believe that is another trigger that you can copy with Echo to get a second sturdy shield.
Second sturdy shield?
Yep.
Okay. Does that will that be attached to the John Walker?
I believe so. Part
Okay.
of the trigger is attached to John
So
Walker.
all these extra interesting rules questions. Oh, but web up now. What are we going to get? Looks like we want to deal with the flyer, as that is the one safe free attack here from Greg.
Right. Get rid of the flyer. The double tap has already happened. So far, Greg Michael has not been able to find one of his RAF security officers, so hasn't been able to really get that engine going. Andre has 2 copies of Take Up the Shield in hand right now. So as soon as he's able to untap the board again, things will be in his control.
Right.
But it's this turn's attack that is a little scary.
Yeah, this is a big potential attack here from Greg Michael. But of course, Andre, in his own right, next turn can swing back for a ton.
Right. So here comes the attack. Everything.
10 damage coming in.
Does Echo have Vigilance as well?
It does. Is that also attacking?
I
wouldn't see why not, right?
Yeah, I
Okay.
don't see why not.
So if there are no blocks, this would be potentially a lethal attack here. 10, 12 damage coming in, and of course we can power up the stature here.
Right, so I think Andre is going to start with a Take Up the Shield. You don't want to put your Phil Coulson at risk if your opponent has a counterspell, another we say
Right.
V-Nay. So you start with Take Up the Shield. If it resolves, then you can block Stature and force Greg to activate or act, right? It will be indestructible regardless of how big Stature grows.
Does Greg have something to respond with here? He would be 1 damage short if he did have the counterspell here
Right.
and had the mana to pump up the stature. So this resolves. This can eat Hero in Training, as it is currently a 3/3. And because you have the lifelink, even if you pump up stature all the way, it wouldn't be a lethal attack.
Right, because this is currently 9 getting through. A Stature pump up for 4 would make it 13.
You can do a stature pump up for 3 and then copy it, right? Can you do that with Echo?
You sure can.
So that's like +6/+6
Yes.
on the stature. That would be 8 damage, 10, 15 damage. Not still quite
It
lethal.
would be 15, so as
And
long
they
as the
gain
life
3.
link happens, Andre would go to 3.
Andre would go to 3.
But that would be all in from Greg and a very
Right.
scary crack back from the other side.
Right, because this is an attack for 15 damage if you activate the Phil Coulson. And
You get 2 activations, right? One here and one on your turn after attacking
Of course,
as well.
of course.
Because it's vigilance.
So yeah, I don't think
you
you
can't go for
I
that
don't
line
think-
if you're
I don't-
Greg.
Yeah, I think you kind of need to keep this Echo back to block.
Man, very, very cool situations. And, you know, I said if you told me on turn 2 that this game was still going when Ellen Bogan was 2-0, I wouldn't believe you. But obviously we are seeing it in action right now, exactly why this game goes on as long as it does.
Yeah, I mean, Agent Phil Coulson is a hell of a card, right? Just the
It
fact
sure
that
is.
It's just putting it's already put 4 counters on its creatures, and then it's pretty clear that Greg doesn't have a removal spell here. So, I mean, that's 4 more counters over the course of this turn and Andre's turn.
Yeah, now Greg doing the math back of can you kill me? What can I afford to do here? And ultimately says, okay, damage. Again, I will say, if I was in Andre's seat, I would have blocked the stature and forced Greg to act with
Sure.
the power up, right?
Right.
Because if he isn't powering up, then he's losing the stature. Oh
Okay.
boy. All right. Big Papa Kang hits the board.
Now, he is still 2 mana away from actually activating the power up here. So right now, it is simply just a 4/5 flyer for 4 mana.
Yeah, simply just a 4/5 flyer. All right. Draw a card, check the top. Once again, I will apologize. I believe our overlay is wrong. That pip next to Strosky's name should be next to Hain.
Right.
It,
Yeah. So now here, if you're on Strasky's side, you know, you do have the attacks here from the right side. Of course, you can't really get in with Agent Phil Coulson. Is that another take up the shield?
Yes. So his
Wow.
hand is take up the shield,
Night Nurse,
Night Nurse,
Abomination.
Abomination, and Thor Odinson.
Got it. Yeah, I mean, if you feel like this is going to be one of those racing situations, that take up the shield is going to be ridiculous. Look at how big those superheroes are with the counters on them, right? We're talking about a 6'6 hero in training, a 5'6 Daredevil, the activation on Phil Coulson, and of course, there could just be a superhero on top of Strasky's deck.
Right, because if you attack with, let's say, everything, and Greg just blocks Kang on Phil Coulson, that's, you said 6 plus 5 is 11 right now. Another activation is 13. Exiling a hero is 15. And take up the shield is 16.
Right?
So currently, if Andre knows that top card is a hero, he has an avenue to lethal here.
Oh, wow. Is he just going to go for the Thor here?
Ooh,
oh,
okay.
Greg,
risky.
Do you have the other We Say DNA? Does not. Okay. Just attacks with Daredevil. Reveals.
Burrow backup.
Oh, just doesn't want to draw it here, so just exiles it there.
So
5 damage coming in and just giving a large flying blocker here, because technically that is bigger than the King that's in play with the Agent Phil Coulson activation.
Right, playing Thor first is very interesting. It is a nod from Andre that he doesn't care about take up the shield. He does care about making sure that that counter from Phil Coulson is going on Thor Odinson.
Right.
It is a giving up of flexibility and options for this activation.
Yeah, and now you can kind of conclude that Greg does not have a counter spell in hand, and that'll kind of help shape what your future plays can be.
Wow. So Greg is going for a double block, saying that I know you have this Phil Coulson activation.
Right.
I suppose that he is signaling a take up the shield of his own here.
Oh,
because
maybe.
Otherwise Daredevil just kills Kang, right?
Right, it's a 5-6 currently?
Right, and Phil Coulson activation makes it a 6-7.
Yeah.
Yeah, there it
There
is.
you go. Take up the shield here. So is that enough to kill the Daredevil?
I believe it's 1.
Yeah, you said it's a 6-7?
Yeah.
So there's 7 damage coming
so
in.
Daredevil dies,
Daredevil
Echo dies.
Okay. And Greg gets to gain 5 life on that exchange. Still has 2 giant blockers here.
Yeah, but importantly,
Kang is a 5-6.
and Thor is only a 5-5.
Right, so you can get in for attack here, especially given that you're at 21 life. But if you don't have a lethal attack this turn, remember, Strasky still has that other take up the shield to gain a ton of life, especially with that Thor Odinson, which has double prowess.
Yeah, I think the big issue for Strasky right now is Michael can force a trade or worse with Thor Odinson by attacking with everything, right? Thor has to block.
Right, because there is a stature in play as well. You can't not block one of these. Okay.
Okay,
so that's the trade. Take 5. Okay.
All right, let me read Thor Odinson again.
But remember, Kang, we are 1 mana away from just activating Kang next turn.
Yeah.
And Strasky certainly doesn't have lethal here. Flying Vigilance, it's just the ultimate Serra Angel. 5 mana for 4/4 Flying Vigilance with double prowess.
I'm going to be honest. I'm a little shocked Agent Maria Hill didn't attack.
Yeah.
Because the way I see it, yes, it gets eaten by the hero in training, but then you get to power up your stature and eat Thor while keeping stature alive.
Right.
And your life total is not at that much pressure by a hero in training plus Phil Coulson.
Yeah. I guess he just was happier trading the stature with the hero in training.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I would say that turn went shockingly well for Andre, given all things considered. And right now, Greg is 1 mana away from activating Kang.
Right. That is an abomination.
Yep.
And what is the power up on that? Is it 7 mana?
It is 7, so I
Okay.
believe it needs one more land.
Got it. So Thor gets to get in for a free attack here, as it does have vigilance.
Yep. 5 damage coming across. Still
Okay.
take up the shield represented. Card drawn. That
He
is.
did a little head shake. I don't think he's got the 8th land here.
That was Red Guardian.
Yeah. Oh, no, never mind. I take it back. So 8th land, I mean, almost certainly going to power up here. But you do have to be mindful of all the different tricks that Strosky could be representing for 2 mana here, right?
Right. Because Kang gets 1/1/1 counter.
Right.
Right. Goes up to a 6/7.
Right. And then, of course, with Thor Odinson plus take up the shield, that would be devastating here.
Right. So Greg might be in a world where he's activating and not attacking if he doesn't
Right.
want to risk it. But then that's essentially just an explore. You're doing nothing with
Right.
your extra turn.
You're
So
just putting a counter on the king, and that's it.
does he live in a world where he assumes that Andre does not have a second take up the shield? Can
Right.
he live in that world?
Right, absolutely. But I mean, not even. What else can we have here? Because any spell, right? What about a Helicarrier Strike? That would turn the Odin into a 7/7, right? And with the Agent Phil Coulson, that would turn it into an 8/8. So any instant here would basically make it so that the Thor Odinson would survive combat with Kang.
Yeah, no, it is a very tough decision from Greg Michael. I feel envious that he has Andrew Ellenbogen in his corner on his ear,
Right.
able to confer, because this feels like one of those turns that makes or breaks the game. And I don't know, this feels like an agonizing decision to make on your own.
Yeah, and it's one of those things, too, is just, are you winning the game if Strosky has the trick? If so, what is that path to victory, right? Do you need to just go for it and hope he doesn't have it? But Strosky has, been represent. Okay, is he going to go for it?
Activate, no attack.
All
That's
right.
wow.
Great patience there exhibited by Greg. And now if he has like a counter spell or something, perhaps that can shift things around.
All right. Again, I'm still unsure whether this pip next to Andre Strosky's name is accurate or not. I believe we were coming in game 1, but as things stand, yeah, this is still game 1, so that
Right.
is not a correct pip. Andre Strosky, Greg Michael are in game 1.
So Sturdy Shield now being moved to Kang, it seems. Oh, no. All right, big attack here, and I think Strosky probably going to be going for this take up the shield here. I wonder if you fire it off first to see if it gets countered.
I mean, if it gets countered, you still have to block. Doesn't matter.
It's still just, I guess it's just a lethal attack, so you don't want it to get bounced.
Right, so
Right.
you block first before anything can happen. Even if it gets countered, double prowess is enough to make Thor bigger.
Right.
You just don't gain the life.
Well-
The question is,
Yeah.
can you afford to not block Maria Hill, assuming this will resolve here?
Right. Because that is currently attacking as a 6/6, it looks like.
Ah, unfortunate. Just a little too small.
It's the right size, money. The right size. All right, looks like a
double block. Phil Coulson, your time here and your service is done.
Here we go. Take up the shield.
Unless he's just going to take up the shield to
The
Phil Coulson.
You absolutely can.
You gain a little less life, but you keep your Phil alive.
Right? I mean, you still get to gain 4 life, right? Oh, no. It's like, you know what? I just want to gain the maximum amount of life here. Yeah, Greg, not liking that situation here. Not much you can do about it. The countering it doesn't even do anything other than not being able to gain the life here. So that's Kang going down. And what, 9 life being gained here by Strosky?
He
Yeah.
sure looks that way to me.
7/7 Thor plus the 2 prowess triggers.
Yep.
Yeah. Agent Maria held down, and now
Has to kill Abomination.
Wow, and look at how this has turned around. Only a U.S. agent, John Walker, now on Greg Michael's side of the battlefield. Phil Coulson has lived this entire time, and we're looking at a 7/7 flying vigilance Thor Odinson.
Right. And great news for the team. Masticking Johnson has evened things up against Alexander Haynes. So
Huge.
the battle of the forgotten decks happening on the back table
Hey,
there.
You don't know if Haynes' deck is bad.
I am going purely off of our informant in the chat.
Okay, fair enough.
All right.
All right. Oh, Red
Guardian. I knew that was the last card in Greg's hand.
What a game.
Wow.
Oh,
Night Nurse.
Oh, man.
All right.
What a game here. Back and forth. Greg now has the sturdy shield, needs to figure out where he wants to move that over to. Still has not found any answer to Agent Phil Coulson. Can he even afford to attack here? Looks like you can get in for 4 and then move the shield over to the Red Guardian, turning that into a 3/4 so that the Night Nurse can't attack.
Right. Wow.
Jeez, and Thor Odinson gonna be slammed here. That's an Avengers Tower as well, being played by Strasky, so a mana sink in play too.
Set sync.
Okay.
All right.
A Wasp.
Giant size flying ant.
Okay, and so that's, you can get in for 4 in the air here if you like.
Yeah, but
is that enough? Because Thor gets to untap here. How many different ways can you slow down that Thor Odinson?
a Night Nurse can attack next turn.
Right. Trying to figure out where to put the shield here. You could technically attack with everything.
Right. You put the shield on.
Well, if you attack with everything, something will at least trade, right?
Right. All right.
Okay,
it's
so
looking like just air.
Just the sky, 4 in the air, move the equipment back. All right. But yeah, I mean, Strasky is probably going to be happy to attack with that Night Nurse, trade with anything just to be able to gain that
Is that
4
a
life.
Loki off the top?
The 2 mana Loki?
Yeah. All right. Avengers Compound activate.
Okay.
3 cards. No heroes.
Whiff. It's a big whiff.
Or is it Jessica Jones?
It might be. That's 3 mana here.
It's Jessica Jones. That's pretty good with Phil Coulson.
All right, because she keys off of her power.
Yeah.
And she is a hero here.
Oh, yeah.
Attacking. Big attack. Has to block here.
Yeah. Blocks the Night Nurse. Activates Coulson.
Oh, my.
6 coming across. 4 being gained. So
down to 2 here.
2 to 9 again.
And now Thor Odinson staying in front.
Planes off the top. That's not going to do it. Andre Strasky picks up a marathon first game here.
What an epic, epic game. And honestly, I mean, that take up the shield, right? Just doing everything imaginable to kind of swing the life back in Strasky's favor, because Greg was the aggressor throughout the entirety of this game. But Andre coming back with that Thor plus take up the shield.
Yeah, there were 3 take up the shields that had huge impact that match. While the players shuffle up here, I'm going to take a quick moment to thank Heavy Play for being one of the sponsors here of SCG Con. Huge thank you to Heavy Play. Heavy Play products are available now at StarCityGames.com. Protect what you collect. Head to StarCityGames.com/heavy-play for all your protection needs. So, when we come back, we are live, and Paul.
Whoa. What happened?
A lot to parse. Alexander Haynes won his match.
Oh, my.
Greg Michael evened things up. Game 3, 6 minutes on the clock or less. Andre Strasky, 34 life. Greg Michael, 6 life.
Yeah, I mean, this looks incredible for Strasky. Agent Phil Coulson still in play. Is that a Hawkeye?
That is a Hawkeye. That's a hero. And a Brave Brawler with 5 counters. That explains how 34 life came to be.
Unbelievable. That's a take up the shield in Strasky's hand here as well here. This Wasp only slowing things down. Strasky had 34 life.
Gets 2 taps here with the
tap
Echo.
2 things, sure.
Tap the Lifelinker, tap the Hawkeye, and then what?
Then what? You're still taking a bunch of damage from hero in training, I suppose. But if you tap the Hawkeye, you can still trigger. It still triggers when it gets tapped, correct?
I believe so. Does Andre know that? Does anyone on Andre's team know that?
Perhaps Steve? No.
No,
okay.
because
maybe wants to use the mana.
Maybe.
But your opponent's at 6.
Your opponent's at 6. I don't know.
2 damage to them, right? when Hawkeye becomes tapped, you can pay 1 3 times for, you can make something not block, you can deal 2 damage. Both of those effects seems really relevant on this board.
Yeah, so, okay. All right, Andre. All right. Okay, look at Mr. Avengers
all right.
Assemble over here.
All I'm going to say is anytime we see a red-white deck, it is just the most busted deck I've ever seen.
Anytime anybody opts to build red-white in this format, it just contains somewhere between 4 and 7 of the best cards you've ever seen.
Wow.
There's the handshake. Andre Strosky gets the job done for Team Hain, Ruben, Strosky, and the carry us Ellen Bogan strategy not getting the job done that round.
Yeah, Ellen Bogan did his job here, but as we mentioned, Ellen Bogan has a great deck, and I think the other decks are just okay, and Strosky has an absolutely phenomenal red-white aggressive deck. Agent Phil Coulson and Avengers Assemble. We actually saw that in the previous red-white deck.
Oh, we
as
sure
well.
did.
Perhaps it comes in a booster pack run. I don't know.
Look, there's 2 little combo packages we've seen.
Right.
We've seen Monica Rambeau plus Civil War stapled together
There you
yesterday.
go. Yes.
Now we're seeing Avengers Assemble plus Phil Coulson stapled together today. All right, that's it from round 10. 2 rounds in the books, 4 more rounds of Swiss to go before we cut to the top 4. On the other side of this break, it is the first appearance of Jim Davis and Corey Baumeister for the day. Paul and I will be back in 3 rounds' time, but don't go anywhere. There is so much more Team Limited action to come. We'll see you soon.
Hello, welcome back to Spotlight Marvel Superheroes here in Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm Jim Davis. Corey Baumeister. It's cooled off a little bit outside today.
Yeah.
But in here, the action's hot.
Oh, God, that was smooth of you. But it is so true. We got, 4 rounds left here of day number 2, and then we're going to be deciding our top 4. So every single round is going to matter for all our teams, especially the heroes we're watching of Team Andrew Ellenbogen. They might have one more round that they can possibly lose, but that is definitely it, and that might not even be the case. So they need to win out.
Yeah, definitely want to win. And it's a little different, too, when you always want to make the elimination rounds. But when there's a draft looming in the elimination rounds, ooh, you don't want to miss out on that one. So our players are going to be battling through, and there are a ton of good teams still in contention as well, which is very, very exciting. Let's look at our standings and see who we've got up on top. And there you go, just a couple of Pro Tour champions. No big deal. Strosky, Rubin, and Hain. 2 teams at 9-1, and then things get a little messier.
They all won a Pro Tour, didn't they? Huh?
Yep.
That's pretty impressive for sure. So the team that we're going to be following there in 3rd place, Greg, Andrew, and Matt, still doing great. So, 4 teams that maybe have a loss to give there, 1 through 4. Everybody else, they have to win. So all-star team in 7th place there, Paul Ritzel, Dave Williams, Matt Sperling, they need to win out. And, pretty much everyone on this page should still be live as long as they win the next 4.
Yeah, exciting one, too, here down in – where'd they go? I lost them. Where's Corey Burkhart?
13th place.
Corey Burkhart and the Puglisi brothers. They started this tournament 0-2.
Yeah.
And they have just rattled off 8 wins in a row. And, of course, you can see them at the very bottom of the A2s. That means their breakers are horrendous.
They have to be the worst breakers possible.
They got to win. But if they keep winning, we could have a wonderful Cinderella story with some of our players we see all the time here on camera.
Yeah, and even 14th place, we have Jesse Hampton, a phenomenal player, Zevin Faust, as well as Charles Wong, all Pro Tour players. And, hey, 16th place, we got some Pro Tour winners there as well, Tom Martell, Sam Black, and then teaming up with Greg Dyer as well. So
I didn't even know they were here.
I didn't know I did run into Tom earlier, but it is just packed.
All day yesterday was sort of like, oh, cool, they're here. Oh, cool, Shuhei's here.
Yeah.
I didn't think we'd be still doing that today, but really awesome.
Yeah, really cool stuff. Even Neil Estrada there, we see him all the time. He's been top 8ing these RCs kind of left and right. So, now taking a look at the second page here. Top 32, it's slowly updating. I kind of like that.
I like this, too.
Yeah.
It's a sweat.
Yeah, if only this was our sweat for top 4. We got to get that going here as well. That looks awesome. So Mason Buona Donna in 20th place. We see Austin Bursavich, Nathan Stoyer, Oliver Tomiko in 19th, and Shuhei and company in 18th place. All these players are kind of on the outside looking in. They need to win. They need to hope for the best. And, of course, the further you go down, the higher unlikely chances that they're going to be able to make that top 4 as well, even with a 4-0.
Yeah, really, just looking at that list, I mean, obviously there are 3 players per slot rather than 1. You're usually seeing 1, but there's so many amazing players in this tournament. It's so cool to see Team Limited bringing out all the old guard along with the new school players, and great to see. But enough standing, so we got some magic to watch for you here as you go down to our feature match area. So we're going to be watching Andrew Ellenbogen versus Brett Jane. We got Joe Lissette. Team, and Joe Lissette brought some old friends out, a former players champion, and Joe is in the B seed or the C seed? Looks like he's in the middle.
He is definitely in the middle, so we'll get those names adjusted as Joe Lissette is in the middle, playing against Andrew Ellenbogen's team, and anyone who just joined, Andrew's deck looks incredible. I mean, I saw 4 hours of defeat. I mean, just a plethora of removal spells, some solid creatures. It looks about as good as it can get. And on the other side here, we'll see kind of what Joe Lissette and company have. But Joe, we've seen along the SCG Tour a lot. He won a Players' Championship. So he's kind of really done everything in the old school SCG Tour days.
Yeah, cool to see 3 of the 4 Players' Champions in the room. Of course, Joe Lissette, Oliver Tomiko, and I guess I'm here too.
You're in the room, yeah. I guess my brother is the last one, huh?
Yeah.
He's the last stone for the Infinity Gauntlet of Players' Champs.
He's not working melee here behind the scenes?
Not actually physically here,
man.
but he is helping and still
He
involved.
Brad, if you're watching, we miss you, bud.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so back to our game. We see the Shield drone taken out by a Widow's Bite, and the Vision coming down. It's a great artifact start here for Joe Lissette. Futurist Forge, the Vision, a great card draw engine. We're going to put a test to Ellenbogen's removal spells.
Yeah.
See if we can deal with the Vision. The Vision's a card where if you don't deal with it, it's going to get messy. And, oh, boy, just a couple ants.
Yeah, and even if you, I mean, Andrew has 4 hours of defeat, one of the best black removal spells. So even if we have that next turn, well, the vision is probably going to get some value. And then, of course, if there is, which I kind of thought I saw, Jim, if there is the quench, the we say the nay in hand, it could just be game over. You get to keep vision around, you get to draw cards, and
Vision, one of those great rares where it's extremely powerful. If it gets removed, it doesn't do that much. But if it stays in the board, the advantage adds up quickly. But we're going to see Falcon and then a little Red Wing token coming in. So Joe going wide.
How about 5 mana for 4 power and 5 toughness worth of flyers, but when you can split up the bodies, it gets even more powerful than putting all your eggs in one basket.
All right, is it time for the hour?
It better be.
If Ellenbogen can answer the vision right now, giving it no value, huge step. But there's the threats keep piling up on Joe Lissette's side.
And his draws keeps getting sculpted. I mean, honestly, at this stage of the game, he's like, you moved it.
The little switcheroo there.
Yeah. Even at this stage of the game, or at this stage of the game especially, when both players are at 20, that Falcon, the 1/1 is almost more valuable than 3 damage as you're just sculpting your draws and you're going to make it so you are never going to run out of gas.
Yeah, such a small effect. It doesn't feel like much until you've played 5 or 6 turns. And you think about all the games where you haven't drawn that 5th land or drawn 5 lands in a row, whatever else, and that scry keeps you from that terrible fate.
Yeah, if you're complaining about your draws when you have that little bird in play, well, you messed up.
All right, so back Joe's way. And here comes the birdie, the Falcon, and the Red Wing. Going to come in for 4 damage and a scry. Keep that card on top.
And that is one kind of theme I've been starting to notice as I've been walking around, checking out all these, really very talented Magic players, talented teams. A lot of the decks that they're building, there is one either like mono blue, like we saw from Alexander Hayne in the last round, mono blue artifacts, or blue red artifacts, and then the decks are split up. They kind of vary the decks 2 and 3, but I'm seeing a lot of artifact specific decks, and I wonder if that's like by design. Teams are like, we really should do that as it opens up the rest of your cards, or if that's just kind of how the pools have split out. At the players I've been watching.
It makes sense if you're able to use kind of like the synergy cards that wouldn't be good elsewhere.
Yeah.
Then you can save the more generically powerful cards to the other 2 decks. So you're kind of one deck's more than the sum of its parts. Other 2 decks are good cards, and they're all hopefully quite functional. So here comes Kree Sentinel going back Ellenbogen's way, and quite the board for Joe.
Yeah.
And Andrew has a lot of work to do here.
And that being said, all the artifact decks do look the worst out of like all 3 of them. Mm-hmm. But the big synergies makes up for the lack of card quality in these blue-red artifact decks. Matt also has the blue-red artifact deck, also has vision, so teams very much kind of thinking alike.
Yeah, definitely important in Limited in general to be able to kind of find the way to use your not best cards, but in Team Limited even more so. Andrew in the tank, thinking it through, and just an ant and a treasure in play.
And a dream.
And a dream. And there we go. The head is in the hands, definitely kind of up against it. No stranger to these spots, of course. Andrew's been playing literally forever.
Yep, has been playing a long time. Won a pro tour in Chicago, I want to say. That sounds right. Beating Luis Scott Vargas in the finals.
And here comes Madame. Going to do a little conniving, and then we'll make a black villain token on the way out, too.
Yeah, if you squint hard enough, it's kind of Grave Titan.
You get your eyes checked. Dr. Doom is Grave Titan.
All right. Which he also has.
Okay, well, maybe soon. So villain comes down, and going back Joe's way. Nothing really to stop this Air Force at the moment.
And the one thing I will say, looking at Andrew's deck here, is he has phenomenal removal, kind of the best removal you can possibly have, and then has Madame and Dr. Doom and the Red-Black Saga. Outside of that, not the most, not the best ways to actually win a game, but hey, when you can kill every creature, you can win the game on turn 30. It still counts as a W if you win on turn 7.
Yeah, and Joe, however, is just kind of getting in with these flyers, trying to shorten this game if possible, get those scries on. Kind of having that forge in play, too, is a nice insurance policy where you just know that if things start to go wrong and get a little flooded, I got 2 cards kind of waiting for me, which is pretty sweet as well.
Yeah.
So other land, and the follow-up is an assault robot. So a little bit more reach here with Andrew at 9 life. Can be kind of scary. This triggers off artifacts or villains to deal 1 damage. So kind of a cool cross synergy piece where it's good in the red-black villain deck and the blue-red artifact deck. Here comes the helper, and that's dealing 1. And Andrew down to 8. And now Andrew needs to be really cognizant of his life total with 4 power in the air and the bot going.
Yeah, has to be able to deal with the 3-4 at this point. You know how I was saying the 1-1 that's scrying is the bigger threat 5 turns ago? That's not the case anymore. You need to stop the bleeding. You need to deal with the 3-4. And then, hey, eventually you are going to have to deal with this bird. That just shows how good the Falcon card is against a deck that just has incredible spot removal.
So here comes Claw. Counts the number of creatures in the graveyard, and that many plus 1. Kind of a Thoughtseize effect. And I'm not sure how many cards Joe has in hand at the moment.
Yeah, maybe none.
Is it none? Yeah, I guess none.
Okay.
So, and then we're going to see Cruel Alliance taking out the Falcon. So
huge.
Got to teamwork it. Going to gain 3 life. Falcon is out of here in exile. 3 life is huge. It's a triple time walk against this bird.
Yeah.
Which is a big deal in buying Andrew some time. 1 more life comes in from a dual land, and a pretty good cleanup turn for Andrew as far as trying to set up for bigger things. And Joe is empty-handed, drawing off the top. Again, got those scries off the Red Wing, which is a big deal, but now a little more precarious.
Yeah, absolutely. That was exactly what Andrew needed to kind of feel like he has a solid chance in this game. And land into the yard. And presumably whatever card Joe just drew was left on top. So it's, you know, I'd bet a large amount of money. It is not a land.
Yeah, at this point in the game, if Red Wing surveils a land, it's basically drawing a card.
It really is, yeah.
Here comes the Forge, an actual card draw. So now 2 Forges in play. So interesting spot where Joe has the aggressive stance of I have the robot in play and the bird chipping away and dealing damage, but a bunch of card advantage available too.
Ooh,
and here comes the Iron Lad. 2/2
Just an
flyer.
Iron Lad. Ooh, and that was a castable card off the top. And, yeah, I guess you can't. You can put it into your hand at upkeep. It was the 3-mana artifact that powers up. The name is escaping me.
Ultron Drone?
No, the flyer, I believe. But we shall see it here at the upkeep, I would imagine. Yeah, the V-Vision.
Oh, Viv-Vision.
V-Vision, yeah.
That's a very powerful one.
Definitely.
All right, back Andrew's way. Andrew now has 6 mana. That's getting in range some of his bombs. Madame Mask is still in play.
Yeah, Dr. Doom would be great. But, man, even spot removal at this point, it's just like, man, there's so many tricky threats that are going so wide that it doesn't look as good. I mean, you definitely want to start by killing the Iron Lad. That seems like where you would want to start. But then the Falcon and the Villain are still doing some damage.
All right, we got another Cruel Alliance. Goodbye, Iron Lad. And again, 3 more life for Andrew. So now 6 life gained. Andrew would be at 6 right now, which looks worlds different than 12.
Yeah, if you squint hard enough, you can see a lightning helix in there.
Oh, my God. All right, and then going back Joe's way. Again, a little flip-flop there. We have Brett in the C seat and Joe in the B seat.
Yep.
Joe Lissette, Players Champion. Andrew Ellenbogen, Pro Tour Champion. And let's see what Joe has for us next. Going to start with a Surveil, excuse me. Never mind, just kidding. You get a bite to Red Wing. So Andrew really kind of, looked pretty far behind. He's kind of finding all the right spots and the right removal spells. But here comes a big one.
I mean, this would have been a much better target for the Widow's Bite to, in response, deal with that. But, hey, the Falcon is threatening too, and Andrew has a plethora of removal left in the deck. At least 3 more Hour of Defeats, and, could be a lot more. But this is a must-deal-with threat. This 4-mana 4/4 attack draw card.
Yeah, big flyer, and, of course, card advantage. No shortage of card advantage on Joe's side. Joe's in a great spot. Andrew's really been fighting back every turn of the game, but every turn of the game he fights back a bit, and then Joe plays another good threat.
Yeah.
So Andrew needs to make a big play. It can't just be a 1-for-1. It can't just be a removal spell. It's got to be something bigger than that.
And that's kind of his deck, though. Andrew's deck, as amazing as it is, definitely the best deck on his team. It's 1-for-1 removal, and, I mean, that's a lot of it. And here comes another one, but This kind of matchup actually does seem a little difficult for Andrew, just the go-wide artifact deck that's not playing any massive 6-drop threat, you know, like Andrew really wants to play against kind of a Golgari mirror kind of thing, or maybe some of the white aggressive decks.
Yeah, and
this could actually be tough.
And these forges too. You know, there's still 4 cards sitting in play for Joe right now.
Yeah.
So everyone from rule spell, Joe says, all right.
Yeah.
You know, I'm going to keep chipping in, and eventually when the dust clears, I'll just draw 2.
Yeah.
And then I'll draw 2 again, and there it is. So sack the forge and draw 2 more cards. So 3 cards in hand for Joe. Still 4 mana available if it's for artifacts with the little helper, and then a land drop to give as well. So plenty more to do.
Yeah, and I will say if Joe gets paired against a white aggressive deck, the forges look a lot worse, but ooh, this is a tricky little card.
Is this Taskmaster?
I believe it is. So being able to copy any kind of creature, either in play or in a graveyard, I believe.
Yes, very interesting card.
And beginning of your first main phase, so it doesn't do anything until, you know, Joe's next turn, but there's, I'm sure, some big ones we can copy.
Yeah, also a 3/5.
Yeah.
Which is like a pretty fine stat line as far as defending to get yourself to the next spot in the game. So a ping from the Hydra. Andrew down to 11 and going back Andrew's way. And Andrew, it can't just be a 1-for-1 removal spell with these Futurist Forge going. It's got to be something big.
Yeah, this feels like a great turn for the Doctor. But instead, we get to still kill a creature. This one's even worse than a removal, as you do have to give away your own creature. But hey, it is gigantic.
Yep, the Killmonger Rider text is online. It's a 5/4. But back Joe's way, and Joe can again start with just, all right, draw 2 more cards.
Yeah. I mean, when those forges represent 3 cards, you know, they are slow. But in a game like this, slow doesn't really matter. It's still just card advantage. That looked like an hour of defeat.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine what you want more against the Doomblade deck than a bunch of divinations. You know, just, all right, go nuts. So back Joe's way, a couple cards in hand. The good thing for Andrew is that he's kind of stopped on 6 mana, so he's been drawing a lot of spells. The fear is now the land density is much higher in his deck, much more likely to be drawing lands in the next few turns. And here comes Hydra Assault Robot number 2. That's going to double the clock on every artifact or creature entering, dealing damage. Sorry, any villain or artifact entering.
Which feels like every permanent in Joe's deck.
Correct.
You know, I mean, as far as what we've seen so far, that's kind of all the case. And, man, got to look at the team dynamic right now with both Greg and Matt losing game 1. And this game, you know, if I had to pick a winner right now, I would say Joe is advantaged. Rough start for the team we've been following.
Yeah, has Andrew dealt a point of damage to Joe yet? I don't think he has.
Don't think he has.
He wants to now, but this is the first attack of the entire game for Andrew. And the thing is that all these removal spells are great, but you got to be able to convert them into something.
Definitely.
You know, good attacks or, you know, some sort of engine. And I mean, all right, listen.
Okay.
You pop a dinosaur in play, that's not too shabby. So Andrew finally taking the chance to get on the offensive, but Joe has a bunch of cards in hand and the reach. 5 more artifacts enter, and the game is over.
Yeah, and that's not even that crazy to think of, you know? Like, I know we have 1 hour of defeat in hand for Joe, so no matter what, one problem can be dealt with. There are multiples now from Andrew, but Andrew really feels like he needs Dr. Doom to kind of try to close this game out really quick, as that card is just phenomenal.
So we could have seen this hour of defeat on upkeep to kill the dinosaur and get the surveil on before the draw step, but Joe decides to draw the card first and decide what he wants to do. So goodbye, dinosaur. Ooh, boy.
Oh.
That's a good one. Pepper Potts is here, and making treasures every turn is pretty nice when you have 2 Hydra Assault Robots in play.
Yeah, that card looks a lot better when it's 2 mana, create a treasure, deal 2 to your opponent.
Yep.
So now some creatures need to be dealt with.
Here comes Killmonger, again in for 5. So Joe finally taking some hits down to 11. And the follow-up is
Mr. Hyde. Yep. Okay, so that's great. You know, you can at least draw another card, and then that will trigger the Madame. So you'll get a 2/1, you'll get rid of that counter, and you got 2 looks at finding something. But now Andrew is at an effective 8, and I see whatever that card was in hand here from Joe. That's an artifact. Oh, is that 2 artifacts?
Oh,
is that
wow, that's a really good one. So this is Ultron. This is it's either the rare or the mythic version of Ultron. Artificial Malevolence. So whenever a 2/4, whenever another non-token artifact you control enters, you can pay 2. If you do make a token, it's a copy of it, and it becomes a robot. So now every artifact is 2 artifacts for the robot.
I mean,
Nothing to follow.
for sure, lucky for Andrew that it is non-token. If that treasure, if you're making treasure 2/2s, my goodness, we'd be doing it.
Yeah, really, really cool card. So Andrew down to 8. Of course, that treasure maker ready to make a treasure and deal 2 more damage. So Andrew's really on the clock here, literally on the clock. We see a counter removed and a card drawn off of the Mr. Hyde. That makes the Madam Mask connive. Not connive, but use the draw trigger to make a villain. And again, not a bad board for Andrew at all.
No.
But with all this stuff in play for Joe, a chump block on the Killmonger here to gain 5 life essentially. And, you know, the machine is all set up. All the pieces are there. You make the treasure, you deal 2. You make the treasure, you deal 2. You draw any artifact or villain, Ultron can copy it. Joe is in a great spot.
Joe literally has lethal if he draws an artifact next turn.
Yep.
So Andrew has to deal with one of these threats. You know, ideally some kind of sweeper, but not in his deck. So if you just play Dr. Doom now, you are probably dead. But maybe you have to take the risk type thing.
Yeah, and of course, Dr. Doom, you know, it makes some bodies and draws some cards, but it does cost life as well.
Yeah.
All right, just going to pass back. So we see end step, Stark Industry makes a treasure. Making some money, as Stark Industries are known to do. Can't copy it, because Ultron is non-token. Treasure comes in, 2 damage off the Hydra Assault robots. Andrew's down to 6. Precarious.
Any artifact would do it here. That looked like a land in hand that Joe had before, and I think that was a counterspell. I think that was We Say the Nay.
That's still pretty great.
It's still great.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean the game is over right now.
Right, with Andrew having 7 lands in play, you know, the counter pay 4 effects should handle most big effects.
Yeah.
And again, just has this engine in play. Stark Industry Executive alongside the 2 robots. Here's an hour of defeat on Ultron, which is like...
I mean, it's countered, right?
We're going to see. So Joe says, I'm gonna defend Ultron.
Yeah.
So we say the nay.
And, I mean, Joe had a land in hand and drew this. So Andrew's, you know, decision there could have cost him.
Mm-hmm. So counter that, Ultron's still in play. Again, back Andrew's way. Andrew's at 6, effectively at 4 right now, going to 2 effectively on Joe's next turn.
Yep.
Counter on Mr. Hyde. And what's Andrew going to get out of this? Here is a Red Room Recruit.
Okay.
So we see a Connive, and then we'll see the villain token coming off Madam Mask, which is all great. I mean, the things Andrew is doing in this game right now are great.
Yeah.
If he wasn't just dying.
Yes. If he didn't take so much damage early from that 3/4, but also, you know, think of the 6 life he gained.
Yeah, exactly. It wasn't those two lightning helixes. Andrew would be dead right now. So
now at this point, you're like, I think Andrew just has to say, before he's been not attacking with the Madame, not trying to make any bad trades, but at this point, if you lose a villain on the other side, that's great news for Andrew. So Andrew has to make a calculated decision of what to attack with, where he can't just lose on the crackback. And, I mean, the 2 1/3s in front of the Menace blocker seems like a nice block to me.
yeah, it's go time. Into the red zone with everything that can get into the red zone. And now Joe needs to walk the tightrope here.
Yeah, I mean, I think if I'm Joe, I put the 2 1/3s in front of the 2/1 Menace, and I put the 2/3 Robot in front of the Killmonger, and what takes 6? I think that seems pretty safe.
Yeah. Seems reasonable.
Yeah.
5 mana up for Ellen Bogan. Green, red, and black. And then looks like 1 card in hand.
Yeah, looks like 1.
So Robot's going to block the Mask, looking for a trade.
Yeah, that's totally reasonable as well. You know, you might be taking a 2 extra damage from the Killmonger.
And there's double block on the villain.
Yeah.
So we got 5, 6, 7, 8 coming across.
Down to
Joe,
3.
Joe's saying, with this block, I'm going to 3. Does seem a little risky.
It is a little risky. Lightning Strike is a card.
Yep.
Like, I would not like putting myself in Lightning Strike range here.
Now, is Lightning Strike a card you would splash in your Golgari deck?
That is fair, too. That is perfectly reasonable.
All right, well, Joe says, I don't think it is. So going to go down to 3 life. Ultron, Stark Industry, and the Hydra Robot. The trifecta is still in play. End step, make a treasure. Andrew, take 2.
Okay, there's not lethal on board, and we know Joe has a land in hand, so huge draw step here to decide where this game goes.
Artifact.
That's a land.
Wow.
That's a land. Joe does not have lethal ready to go. That means he has to play defense here, and that means that opens the door for Andrew to find a removal spell or kill some of these villains where making the treasure next turn wouldn't be lethal.
That's tough. Yeah. So all the scrying that Joe has done across this game is for naught. Couple lands in a row here. And in such a good spot, just having to pass the turn.
Yeah, Andrew's at an effective 1 because he could have attacked with the 3 creatures, but now Andrew gets to draw 2 cards.
All right, so 2 draws, removing the counter of Mr. Hyde. 8 mana in play. Andrew trying to turn the corner here in what has been a very challenging game and a very well-played game on both sides.
Yeah, really good. Andrew taking a peek over, seeing how the teammates are doing.
You guys win yet? Or
it's like, can you guys bail me out?
Do I got to keep playing this game? I'm pretty stressed out.
So far, with no pips on Andrew's team, he's probably got to think I need to win this.
All right. And it's time for the red zone. Here comes the villain squad. Ultron. And we're going to, these robots can once again block. Looks like, all right, going to sort things around. Joe's going to take a second, kind of slide some things here and there, see how things look.
Because Joe still does need to keep all the red creatures alive to be able to win the game next turn straight away.
Right.
So.
And Joe's at 3.
Yeah.
So.
Could block the 2 villains to the Menace. Chump block with Ultron to Killmonger and block. No.
Yeah, I mean, if you can maintain the Ultron and at least one of the,
the
robots.
How about this? Blocking Ultron to Killmonger, the 2 villains to the 2/1 Menace, and then the Stark Industry to the 1/2. Take 2, go to 1.
And then just try and draw an artifact or a villain.
You don't even have to because nothing dies.
Oh, right.
Your Ultron would die. Your other 3 red creatures would still live. So, as this stands, you do lose one of the villains, but you don't lose either of the 2 red creatures. And you don't lose Ultron, so now there just has to be so many blockers from Andrew's side. So I think they both kind of accomplish similar things.
Yeah, so Joe to 1, Andrew to 2. Here's a Serpent, but, I mean, now Joe can just untap and attack.
And attack all, and, you know, I don't think...
That's another land.
Joe's not in the position to wait and hope, so...
All right. What do you say, Joe? Is it time for an attack all? Try and put this game away with Andrew at 2 life.
Joe is dead to a removal spell in this situation because you block the Ultron, you kill the villain, and you only take 1 here.
The thing is that any removal spell, would you want to just preemptively cast it on the robot?
I would think so. But maybe you try to get Joe to turn everything sideways to then guarantee a win next turn. So razor thin margins, that's how... competitive Magic at the highest level is. It doesn't really matter if you attack all. If Andrew has 1 removal spell, Joe's dead regardless.
Yep, because wow.
And he did it at 1 life. Joe crossed the finish line, and man, you got to think, just the game might have just been basically won by the surveils over and over from the Falcon.
Yeah, that was about as close as the game can possibly get.
Yeah.
That was my game of the weekend so far.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Both players playing great. A flurry of removal spells, some great engine cards from Joe, and a super tight finish, despite Joe drawing like 3 lands in a row at the end.
Yeah.
Wow, that was awesome. Fantastic game. And we see here Joe's teammates. We got 2 wins, and then Joe is up a win. We got couple wins on the side of Joe's squad, and we're going to come back for game number 2 and see how they're rolling. But we got to remind you all, folks, about one of our upcoming events.
Oh, what do we got coming?
We're going to Baltimore.
Oh, let's go.
For the regional championship right on the East Coast, September 11th to the 13th. It'll be here for a regional championship, but also an SCG with all the great things that come along with that, all the wonderful events. There'll be LCQs all day on Friday, so if you're not qualified, don't feel like you're left out. You can still come down and play on the LCQs. And if you don't qualify in the LCQs or just want to come hang on any of the other days, a bunch of great events to play in. It's going to be great. Of course, we'll be there doing some coverage. We're playing some Mystery Booster Sealed on Friday, so make sure you come down. All information is on starcitygames.com/SGCon, where you can also see all the other events happening as well.
And I would say normally these RCs are really where we get the highest level of competition. All the players qualify. The players that are just knocking on the door for Pro Tours, they attend all of them because, well, we give away 32 slots into the next Pro Tour, which will be into PT1 of 2027. But then you look at the lineup at this spotlight, and I was like, I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of talent in this room, that's for sure. So
really, really cool to see, and it's going to be an awesome event to watch. I'm excited for it. We got some Modern on tap, right?
What's up?
That's a Modern on tap for these RCs?
I think they are Modern. They might be standard. I'm not 100%.
I think they're Modern.
Are they Modern? Okay, gotcha.
I mean,
that's going to be awesome.
I could be wrong,
yeah.
but who knows? But pretty sure they're Modern. It can be really, really fun. I'm sure you obviously love your Modern.
Oh, I love it. I love it. Yeah, we'll be having a blast there. So looks like there is some big stuff going on here from Shane's side against Greg. And there's a lot of math that it looks like Shane's doing. And Matt already picked up the loss. Matt's deck is scrappy, but it's not amazing by any means. It's definitely not as good as it was yesterday with that Simic deck. And, they might be really up against it right now as Shane looks ahead to me on that little snapshot, So let's get into our main match, though.
Yep, so of course the names are switched. We have Brett in the C seed who's already won 2-0 against Matt, and we have Joe Lisette in our match you're watching right here against Andrew Ellenbogen. A Players Champ versus a Pro Tour Champ. Joe Lisette up a game against Andrew's deck, which is very good.
Yeah.
Both players' decks are quite good. And we're going to see a Serpent for Andrew. And is it going to be one of those forges? Nope. A Hydra Assault Robot. Never mind.
Oh.
Okay, so it looks like Shane took down the match in the A seat. And that will do it. It was the fastest game of the tournament. And so, unfortunately, they didn't get to see the finish of that match because that first game was so unbelievable. But that is the nature of Team Sealed.
Dang, that was a beating.
Once your team is done, you are done. So we'll pop in and check out one of those other matches and kind of see how that went down. And really cool stuff.
Yeah, cool stuff. And then that was, Andrew's team, they started off so great. Just dominated round one. Things were looking great. And these last two rounds, lost a really close one to Alexander Hain, Strosky, and the rest of their team. And this one, not particularly close. So their back's going to well and truly be up against it. They'll have to 3-0 here to be able to get in.
You think it's our fault?
You think we're cursing them?
You think it's the coverage curse?
It might be.
We had our team yesterday of Seth Manfield, Frank Scarron, and Pete Ingram. They were our featured team, extremely accomplished team with a two-time world champion at the helm. And I didn't have a great day. Their pools were, okay.
Yeah.
And then now, today we're following the Ellenbogen team, and they're having a little rough go of it too. So
I will say that the Seth team started by winning one and then lost 3 in a row. Let's hope that they don't get cursed into the same kind of prophecy here.
Yeah, I mean, Andrew's deck looks great, and we'll see the other two decks as well. So, and of course they're no strangers to having back against the wall. You've been playing Magic this long. You've been in many tournaments where you start or 2 or start wherever else you are.
Yeah.
So, they got it.
They definitely got it. You don't really get too phased. Of course, you're sad that, you started off so well yesterday. But the dynamics of this kind of tournament where, yesterday, all the teams that made it in today, their decks were all pretty good yesterday by design, right? You had to play 8 rounds. You had to win 6 of them. That's not easy to do. Now you open another sealed pool. Let's say this one's pretty bad. You're in a rough spot for sure if you just don't have the tools to be able to compete with some of these other really strong decks. But not saying that's Andrew's team's decks. They are pretty strong. I think Matt's is definitely underpowered, but Greg's is really solid, and Andrew's is lights out. But, yeah.
It's one of those things, too, where, even in the weaker pools, Team Sealed has so much just creativity available to it.
Yeah.
Where you can really scrap together and find some really cool builds, and there are so many possible builds.
So many.
With the permutations of not one deck, but 3, and now what goes where. You're going to be splitting cards in some respects, because some decks will share colors in some way.
Yeah.
Who gets what? We saw yesterday the Iron Man armor, which looked like it should go into the artifact deck in the green-white beatdown deck, and it was kind of like, that looks a little weird, but as the game's played out, it made a lot of sense. It needed the way to push through in the flying.
Yeah.
So really cool to see these teams kind of really coming in and just using their all their deck building skills, which is great. So we're going to pop down to our feature match area, check out how match C went down. So again, this is the match between this is Brett and Matt.
Yep. This is Matt here with that Is It deck, which, once again, solid, but nothing crazy. Not anything too great. And then, yeah, we'll see how the deck is across the table.
So we got Brett on top, Boros, and Boros Agents. 2 copies of the Agent. This is kind of like a Boros card, even the Boros theme is supposed to be prowessy, target your own stuff.
Yep.
So,
and man, you got to just really think like Andrew would have loved to play against this style of deck, and Matt playing the Artifact Mirror might have been a lot better. So even these little where you put your decks can very much matter. And, Andrew putting the best deck in the middle. Maybe they're all great players too, but Andrew's definitely one of the best sealed builders I've kind of ever had the joy of witnessing, watching him build individual sealed decks. Whenever it used to be Grand Prix back in the day, people would be like lined up to where Andrew was just chilling in between rounds and be like, hey, would you mind seeing how I went wrong? Like, help me rebuild? He'll just be rebuilding people's pools because, well, he just found it that so fun,
Yeah, and it's also great reps too.
Oh, yeah, great practice.
How many more sealed pools has Andrew Ellenbogen built than the rest of the field?
Yeah, exactly. A lot, I imagine.
All right, so an aggressive web up here from Brett on the Automaton. And just a battle of commons so far. Double prowess in for 6. Pretty big attack.
Yeah.
Matt is already down to 12 and behind on board. And this is a spot where if Brett has more spells, more removal spells, more things short of his prowess effects, we can see an attack for 6, maybe even 8 next turn.
Yeah, I really do not love that prowess 2-drop, but in the right deck, where you get a lot of spells, maybe some blazing crescendos kind of thing, you can really make this card pretty scary. And it's tough to block.
And that's the hallmark of a good format, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Where cards like the Hydra Robot, the Automaton, the Agents, the Hydraulic Helper, these are all cards that you just put them in a random Magic the Gathering deck, they're not going to really do very well. But if you surround them with the right cast, they can be awesome. And that's what Team Sealed is all about, finding the use for all of your cards, using every part of the Buffalo. Yeah,
really trying to build theme-style decks instead of just, okay, play these good blue-red cards. It's like, no, you want to play the decks that are in the blue-red artifact deck or, the blue-red maybe more spell-leaning decks. Like, you want to build specific decks, not just good sealed decks.
And then you can use the non-artifacty blue or red cards to augment your other good stuff decks.
Exactly.
And use all the cards from the color.
Yeah, no, sealed building, it's my favorite way to play limited Magic. Traditional one-on-one because, well, we don't have that many team events, but team events also are just an absolute blast.
Ooh, boy. So a pre-combat speedball into an attack with both agents. So what does that say?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know because it's not like you add another spell, right? Like you're not getting double prowess or anything, right?
Maybe looking for some teamwork on the helicarrier strike.
That definitely could be, yeah.
So Brett patiently waiting for Matt to line up some blocks here. Matt says no blocks. Going to go down to 8.
Yeah, that would kind of make that pretty face up with the strike, I would think.
So now Speedball's out there. Speedball is a card you can't really kill because if you try and fire a removal spell at it, it will force go somewhere else. And then again, really good in this sort of Boros, target your own stuff with pump spells, prowessy strategy.
Definitely. This is the main home for it, for sure.
Brett can attack for a lot next turn.
It essentially has double prowess, if you kind of look at it that way. And when you frame it like that, it's a pretty solid card. Double prowess can't be killed. You could really put it like that, and it's a strong card.
And Matt says, I'm out.
Yeah.
I've had enough.
Yep. It's like things are going poorly.
Too much aggression. I'm just going to go home.
I don't want to do it.
Yeah, I got to catch my flight. So got to ask a ruling here and got to see what's up, which gives Brett a chance to kind of peek over and see how his teammates are doing. Kind of pop in on Joe's match, which, of course, we just saw. And look at that. Matt's right back, has the ruling, and going to see what he's up to. What do you think he was asking about?
I'm not sure. Definitely something, card interaction in his hand. Probably asking a judge, hey, judge, how can I kill Speedball? And Joe was like, sorry, I can't answer strategic questions for you.
All right, so here's another one of these automatons. And we're going to see a point of damage off the Hydra Robot and just a pass. So 1 mana up for Matt, 2 mana for artifacts. Could be the equipment or some other trick like that. But we're going back Brett's way, and this is a huge turn for Brett.
Yeah, definitely.
With 2 prowess cards in play and a pseudo prowess card in Speedball, and Matt at 8, this could be a monstrous attack, depending on Brett having the right tools.
Yeah, so presumably we think we have the 1 mana spell. It would make a lot of sense. And see what else we have. I think I might have saw another web up. So this is just a solid Boros beatdown deck, huh?
Yeah, and this is a lot of comments too.
Yeah.
So Red Buff going to take out the Hydraulic Helper, which is a 2/3. It's the largest body of the board currently. Floats the blue though. And are we going to see the equipment come down and deal 1 and pump up the automaton? It looks like we are. It's time to suit up.
That was a great play by Brett on the left here. Just being able to eliminate that creature. Doesn't really care about the villain. I think the now 3/3 artifact is a little bit more threatening, but you force the hand here. You get the combat trick out of the way, and now your other removal spells can clean up this artifact pretty cleanly.
Yeah, now it does have 5 toughness, so there is a Helicarrier strike that will not be effective here.
Yeah.
But if there's any other spell to deal with this game is over. Brett, what do you got for us?
I would assume there's not. I think we do just have that Helicarrier.
Oh.
So
well,
it's just a 2-for-1, essentially,
Brett says, I'm coming in the red zone. So Prowess triggers on the agents. They're both 3/3s. Speedball is a 2/2.
So you can aim the Helicarrier at Speedball to make it a 4/4.
Yep.
And then deal the 2 to the 5/5. And at least those would trade. 4 damage would go to Matt's face. And all the creatures from Matt's side will die, if that is indeed there.
All right, so is the read correct? Looks like it is. Time for a Helicarrier strike. Targeting Speedball. So Speedball is going to get +2.
Boing!
Prowess on the agents. And then the Helicarrier strike will get redirected to the larger creature. So trading up there, 4 damage from the agent. Matt down to 4 with no board but a suit. And things looking great for Brett.
Matt does have the 3-mana deal 3 in his deck, so having that right now would be excellent. Clear the board.
The Avengers just disassembled?
Disassembled, yeah.
That would be great, yes.
Yep.
All right, Matt, what do you got for us? Up against it, 4 life. Just a suit of armor laying on the ground. And is that Tony Stark?
That would make sense.
Tony Stank has arrived.
Tony Stank?
That one's not going to go away.
Okay. All right, that's interesting art. And Brett does have some kind of alt art card as well that I couldn't pick. It's whatever this is. What is that?
It's Mjolnir to me.
Oh, is that the deal 4?
4 damage up Mjolnir. Tony Stark's out of here. Tony Stark is not worthy.
Dang.
The Agent and Speedball are in, and that does not take 4.
Whoa.
And a Helicarrier strike. That is Mjolnir, right? Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Deal 4 to 1 creature. Oh, it's +1/+2, right? And Stark is 1/3, so it's an X5?
Oh, it's a 1/3. I'm sorry.
Yeah, yep.
I was thinking Bruce Banner's a 1/1. I'm sorry.
There you go. There you go.
Mjolnir plenty good enough, though, and Brett takes down. It was a very aggressive game.
Yeah.
You didn't really play many cards that were that good.
Yeah.
It was a lot of kind of scrappy commons, a couple of removal spells. Mjolnir is a pretty cool way to top it off.
Just great removal.
Pretty
really,
fun mythic, yeah. But a couple kill spells, a couple 2-drops. It's kind of a classic limited game.
And I know you don't know a lot about Marvel, so Bruce Banner turns into the Hulk, not Iron Man.
Oh,
so it's Tony Stark turns into Iron Man.
Right,
so
right.
I know, spoilers, but I just figured you should know that. To help you do your job better.
Bruce Banner wears the Hulkbuster suit.
Yeah, okay. That's
suits.
close enough. Yeah.
So, all right. So, as these players get ready for game number 2, we got to remind you folks. Maybe you have a Bruce Banner, and you decided that, oops, I meant to buy Iron Man.
Yes.
And you want to sell your Bruce Banner so you can go get an Iron Man. Well,
that happens to a lot of Marvel fans. Those get mixed up very easily.
A lot of very good-looking commentators who, occasionally mix up superheroes, like myself. And you can go to StarCityGames.com, sell your cards at StarCityGames.com. And not only can you sell your cards for cash, you can also get that 30% trade-in bonus. So when you are selling your Bruce Banner to get a Tony Stark, a little bit of an upgrade there. And, of course, if you're at an event, come to the booth.
Yeah.
They got wonderful buyers there. The booth is always popping off with a bunch of great stuff to buy. A cool part about the booth also is the heavy played section. You get a lot of great deals there, too. And you can sell your cards and kind of get some credit and hop over there. I've definitely done the sell my cards, then go immediately to the heavy play section. Check that out.
Smart
combo many times. So back to game number 2. We got Matt on the play with no plays just yet. Maria Hill on turn 1 for Brett. Again, keeping up this sort of a scrappy, aggressive tendencies.
It's not scrap anymore.
No scrappy here. Agent Phil Coulson, one of the best rares in the set. If it lives, of course. And it looks like it's going to. Phil Coulson pumps the squad of all your heroes. And that's one you got to get rid of. But
that was definitely supposed to be the Avengers disassembled there for Matt to have a solid chance. He would like to have that in his hand every single turn, but man, Agent Phil Coulson just kind of gave Greg the business here in the last round. Strosky had that on turn 2. It lived. It put maybe 20 counters on creatures throughout the game, and it was still relatively close. So this team is like, not again.
All the scrappy cards that Brett played in Game 1 were, in fact, heroes. So nice little Boros Heroes deck for Brett. Brett thinking through the next play, and you can see Matt does not look particularly pleased with how this is going. He's either the best actor in the world and has Avengers assembled in hand, or does not have it.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, also, it's kind of a demoralizing feeling when you get the bad deck, where you're like, you got to be happy if you go 2 and 4.
Right.
You know, like it's a lot easier to be happy when you're playing Magic if you're playing Andrew's busted deck. You know, even if they don't pick up the win, if you're just actually winning yourself, you do feel a little better like that. We're all Magic players. We all like to see the handshake extended by your opponent first instead of you.
Yep. So here's a pre-combat agent into Maria Hill attacking. And now could see a block here on the Automaton. Wouldn't be surprised to see this, because this is a spot where both creatures can grow, right?
Yeah.
So the Automaton can grow with artifacts, and then the Maria Hill will grow every turn because of Phil Coulson. So, you know, normally you wouldn't want to trade off your hero with Phil Coulson in play, but Automaton will grow also. But there you go. Repulsor Blast takes that Phil Coulson. Going to tap on the way out, 1 counter on the agent. And that's part of what makes Phil Coulson so good, is that even when it gets killed, it leaves something out in the exchange.
Definitely. Yep. A phenomenal card. And that kind of exchange for Matt, just 1 counter on a hero, you got to feel great about it.
Yep.
But that was still a phenomenal 2-drop situation here.
So the agent goes in for 3. Matt falls down to 15. And the next step is just another agent.
Okay.
Another agent and pass the turn.
Just all agents.
Yep, agents everywhere. So going back Matt's way, we're going to see another Automaton. And these Automatons can get really big, but they got to get there. They ain't quite there yet. Now, could see another one of those suit-ups.
Yeah, that would be great.
That would be quite potent. So Brett got to navigate here how he wants to work his way through this combat step.
I did see a helicarrier strike from Brett's side.
Of course, the strike can only hit the creature in actual combat. So we could see Matt play around that by playing the trick first and then blocking. A lot of options for both players here.
Yeah, and Matt, of course, just saw 2 of that card here in the last game. And believe it or not, is very aware of that card from the Boros side. It's going to be a phenomenal trick. So if he has it, definitely going to play around it.
Round 11 here at Spotlight Marvel Superheroes. Both these teams are 8-1-1, and they are vying for a top 4 berth. The losing team definitely has a shot at X2-1, but it could get into some breaker, uglies. Don't really want to get there.
Yeah, it's tough to do the math on this one because, well, this is our first team event since 2019.
Yep.
And, it's kind of hard to remember the math on who made it to the top 4 cut with those kind of numbers. So, yeah. X2-1 feels like the bare minimum. Like, it might make it. It might not. I don't think X3 looks very live to me.
All right, well, there you go. So, as called out, here comes Suit Up in response to the attack, so no blocks just yet. Therefore, a strike can't happen in response. Tomalai gets a counter, goes up to a 4-5, and looking to jump in for some blocks.
I feel like you'd want to block the 3-3, right? Because if the helicarrier, it goes up to a 4-4, you're going to lose it to a helicarrier anyways here.
With the prowess, possibly playing around something else. Trying to hedge the bets, but looks like the strike is here. So 2 damage to the Automaton. Prowess triggers go off. So a trade, and then the agent gets in for 4. Matt falls down to 13. And again, Matt just has no board. But no follow-up for Brett.
Yeah. I'm wondering what else he was trying to play around there. That felt like a good block on the 3-3. And hey, minor thing like that, a creature having a counter versus a creature not having a counter could be a huge deal.
I agree.
But might have this opportunity right now to block it again. Oh, that was the saga. Right.
Civil War time?
Yes.
Oh, boy.
My goodness.
All right, so we have the Hydraulic Helper. The Crimson Operative is until the end of your next turn, so that's currently in exile. Matt preferring to equip the suit to make a 4-4.
I mean, it's definitely going to be better for Matt, as he would have lost both creatures to this saga. So we'll see if Brett wants to play it slow, or does he have land 5?
Is it?
Okay.
I think that's a red saga. Was that?
Oh, it's a red saga. It's also a white saga.
Well, I mean, mono red.
I don't think so, but
I could definitely be wrong.
We'll find out. We'll find out. I don't even know if there is a mono red saga.
Yeah, I also don't know. I don't think there is. So that's why I'm feeling a little probably wrong here. But here's the hydraulic helper in, the Futurist Forge in, draw a card, play a land, and oh boy.
If it's there and land 5 is here, everyone, hide your shield your children's eyes from this. This is going to be devastating.
Yeah, no longer a family-friendly show here.
No.
So let's see what Matt has else in store. 3 mana available. Maybe considering a re-equip on the operative. But does not know what's coming. All right, here we go, folks. Shield your eyes. Is it a land? Oh, it is. Civil War time. Give me both those creatures. That's it takes 6 mana value of creatures, and that, of course, is exactly what Matt has. Steel Bolt, attack for a bunch, prowess trigger, say go. Oh my.
Oh, devastating. And now the equipment stays on until Matt can play a creature and re-equip, so we'll get that extra boost as well. So
yeah, Matt at 5 life with the Chapter 2 going off to pump the whole team and give it Vigilance next turn. Yeah.
Yep. Yep. All right, so I guess at the very worst, you can sack the Forge and hope to find Avengers disassembled and then still die.
Oh, all right, going to go for an Ultron drone. So going to make a blocker, and that's a 4/5 and a 2/2.
So that was probably one of the very few cards that actually kept him alive.
Yep. And so we're going to see Chapter 2 go off. The whole team gets +1 sort of Vigilance.
He has the pump spell that jumps something, right? It untabs +1/+0, investigates, and I think it gives you flying, right?
Panther Pounce.
Yeah.
On the Prowess creature, and that will do it. Into the air. Panther Pounce takes it down, and Brett with a scrappy deck until this game.
Yeah, game 1 was scrappy. Game 2, he decided to play the rare and mythic strategy. Very bold of him, but it seems to be treating him well.
Yeah, super effective there. Civil War card is just unreal.
I have been fortunate enough that that's the most common card I've opened. So I've cast that card probably like 10 times.
I've cast it a lot too. It feels like one of those like uncommon rares.
Yeah.
Where you see it so often, you're like, man, it feels like an uncommon.
Maybe we're just so lucky.
Good stuff. So we got round 12 coming up for you here as we try and lock in our top 4 teams here at Spotlight Marvel Superheroes. We'll see you in a little bit. Hello and welcome back to Spotlight Marvel Superheroes here in Las Vegas. I'm Jim Davis. That's Corey Baumeister. We got round 12 coming up.
Yep, we're cooking. We got 3 rounds left. It's really heating up. It's not quite winning in territory yet, but we're knocking on the door.
Yeah, every match matters a ton here as our players battle for top 4. And again, most importantly, the chance to draft. Playing a high-stakes team draft is literally the dream of basically every player in this room. All these old-school players use team draft all the time. They are frothing at the mouth.
Oh, yeah. If you can make it to that team draft, you're playing with house money. You're already going to the Pro Tour with your friends. Like, win or lose, you get to draft once. And, well, if you get to draft twice, then you're really cooking.
That's even better, right?
Oh,
so
yeah.
We have a bunch of teams in the hunt here. We'll get up our standings if you could take a look at what's going on. Going into round number 12, so many good teams here. Look at that. We got one team at the top at 10-1, our triple Pro Tour champion team. Big surprise.
Yeah, no kidding. That is one heck of a team. They've done extremely well. Andre says, you know, the only match that they lost was one that he punted away. So he's hoping to, you know, rectify those kind of mistakes. And, well, now with 3 rounds left, all the players in 10th place, I think they're all in control of their own destiny. You know, if they win 3 in a row, I think they're in, you know, but everybody else, the Austins, the Evan Vetters, you need to win and you need to pray your breakers hold up.
Yeah, interesting tournament because we have 900 players in a tournament, but only 300 teams. So for standing purposes, it's effectively like a 300-person tournament.
It is, yep.
And we're also playing the top 4. So we have a bunch of wrinkles on our usual, you know, what we're used to seeing here as what will make the elimination rounds or not. It's going to be really fun to watch the next few rounds. We got 8-1-2, 8-2-1, 9-1-1, a lot of crooked records.
Yeah, no kidding. That will make it very confusing when it comes to potentially drawing into the last round, but I would not be shocked if everyone has to play every round and see where, you know, see where the dust lies. Like, of course, if Andre's team, if they win the next 2, they can draw, but could they find someone that could draw with them? You know, so a lot of wrinkles, like you said. We'll be approaching that when we can.
Yep, you guys get the awkward spot where if they keep winning, they're going to knock the other top teams out. So it'll be them way at the top and then a scrum below them. So let's pop down into our round 12. We have quite the feature match for you with this team we didn't even know was here until about, 45 minutes ago. It's Tom Martell, Sam Black team, 2 fantastic players.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of their friends who I don't for sure recognize, but hey, if you've been playing with Sam Black, if you've been playing with Tom Martell, easily could be one of the Madison guys. And the Madison crew, notoriously known for their prowess in Limited.
Yep, and Tom Martell, also a Pro Tour champion, correct?
Yep, Pro Tour champion. I believe he won with Siege Rhino. Ooh, everyone's getting a little happy when you hear that. So let's head on down to this and check it out.
All right, so we're going to be watching Matt versus Sam Black, and it looks like we've got, is that Tony Stark again?
Looks like it, yeah, turns into the Hulk on the back.
All right, well, remember the time at Tony Stark was trapped in the ice? Because it's right now. You don't got to remember. So Tony's locked down, no hulking out this time. And just going to pop in with these Automaton. Another blue-red artifact deck.
Yeah, yep. Well, this is Matt's. You know, we've seen that a lot, and his deck is, it's okay. You know, it's not anything too impressive. He has not picked up a win yet in his first 3 rounds, so just trying to pick up a win against one of the better limited players on the planet.
Yeah, Sam done a lot of limited content over the years, a notorious drafter.
Yes.
So we're going to see a hero in training for Sam. Going back Matt's way, looking like Sam has a more typical kind of white hero deck. And we'll see what Matt can do.
Yeah, we've been seeing Sam, you know, hasn't played as much competitive Magic anymore, we've seen him doing very well in CDH events, so that's kind of where he's been putting his focus. But still, you put him at any competitive scene, he's still got it.
Yeah, sharking the CDH events. I always see him in events, I'm like, oh, what's up, Sam? What are you playing? Playing some CDH 5K?
Yeah.
All right,
hey, whatever makes you happy. That's the nice thing about Magic Cons is you can do whatever you want at these things.
Yep.
However you like to play Magic.
So the big alien dragon comes down and gets bounced immediately by Justice, this fantastic uncommon Man of War adjacent. And then we're going back Matt's way after an attack for 2.
Yep, phenomenal. Can easily just replay that powerful rare. We haven't seen a lot of that card, but
it's a weird one because I've had it before in blue-red decks also.
Okay.
And it's a 3/5 flying dragon with some upside is pretty good.
Yeah.
It's not an artifact, though, so you kind of feel weird about playing it. But too good not to play.
For sure.
a card that's potent against the artifact decks. But forget that. It's time for Iron Man. Tony Stark is locked in the ice, and Iron Man showing up. Maybe one of those autonomous suits that doesn't have Iron Man in it.
Yeah, I was going to say, if he's right there,
Right.
I mean,
He's locked.
who's in the suit?
Must have snuck out of the ice and gotten into the suit.
It's
but
Bruce Banner in there.
one of the more powerful. Oh, never mind.
And he's gone.
One of the more powerful payoffs for this artifact deck is gone. Murdoch's Crusade takes it down. Here comes an attack for 2 in the air. And a Brawler, a little lifelinker. So the Automaton's holding the fort on the ground. It will only get bigger as the game goes on, assumedly.
Yep. And we've seen a good amount. Greg kind of has this style deck too, this blue-white, almost blink style deck, which just looks really powerful. It's looked really good on Greg Michael's side. He's played some really close matches, and we'll see how it fares against the blue-red strategy.
All right, so again, now we're sort of seeing these kind of, mid-tier to low-tier commons working together in unison. Ultron Drone comes in, pumps the Automaton, immediately powers up, makes another token, pumps the Automaton again. So now Automaton's a 5/5, Ultron Drone's a 4/5, and a 2/2 as well.
Wait, did Sam double block there with the onboard trick?
Oh, I guess?
Yeah, I mean, a huge mistake if that's the case. I mean,
yeah. Kind of shocked.
Yeah. Hey, but I mean, it's new limited, and these kind of things can definitely happen. As that was a blowout, though. An absolute blowout.
Yeah. All right. New set. If you look at Sam, you wouldn't know if anything went wrong.
Yeah.
Certainly wearing it well. But going back Matt's way, that's huge. I mean,
Yeah.
now Matt's board is quite large. Sam losing the pieces he had in play. They weren't great pieces, but there were a lot of them. But now down a couple 2/2s. And now the big dragon's coming back in.
I even had the thought, I was like, just play the Ultron, put the ability on attack for 5,
Right, don't even bother.
don't even insult him here. That's kind of what was going on in my head.
I thought the exact same thing.
Yeah. But hey, that's why you make those plays all the time. You got to give your opponent every opportunity to make a mistake. That's really what Magic's all about.
All right, so Big Dragon's in. Big Dragon is in pre-combat as well. So this is a Dragon says whenever you cast an instant source spell, it targets artifact or land, you can copy it and make it bigger. Now, that seems like a hard thing to trigger in a normal game of limited, but
Yeah.
if you ever kill an artifact creature, you can then move the removal spell to a non-artifact creature and then pump the dragon. So it's a pretty potent card. It's especially good against the artifact.
Yeah, I've
decks.
never seen this card do anything besides attack for 3.
Yeah, I've actually triggered it a lot. You just target an artifact creature, you get to move it over. We're going to see web up, trying to web this dragon up, but that thing's too big to get webbed up. Looks like Matt's got something to say about that. And
okay, so you get to draw 2 then, right?
Yep, there you go. So I am Iron Man. Will target any artifact in play. Then the dragon will copy it, draw another card. So kind of utilizing that thing. Works with depower as well. So kind of cute tricks you can do with the dragon.
Yeah.
So 2 cards on the way out, not too shabby. And the 2/2 is now a 4/4.
Yeah, brick
blocking.
walls the attackers. So, yeah, great exchange. Matt's doing it.
Even as flying. So great tricky play there from Matt. And come back Matt's way with a great board presence. Cards in hand. Looking awesome.
Yep, absolutely. That card's been impressing me. The I Am Iron Man. It definitely seemed just pretty cute. But in these artifact decks, it can be a huge player.
Yeah, plus all of these plus counters as well, because the creature becomes a 4/4 under the counters, and the counters go on top.
Yep.
We're getting to see a pre-combat automaton, which says something about Matt's hand. Double block again on this 4/5, and you're gonna pass over and see what Sam's up to. Time to take up the shield, but looks like Matt has the answer.
Yep.
Time for a suit up. Another artifact, pump the whole thing. Matt's deck is cooking right now.
Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. Matt's like, why couldn't my deck be doing this the other 3 rounds?
Yeah. So, artifact triggers galore. That's going to have the Ultron drone win the combat. Of course, Take Up a Shield does give indestructible, so one of those creatures will survive and gain a little bit of life on the lifelink. But that is not exactly stemming the tide at this point, as Matt's board is getting out of control.
Yeah, justice was still served here at least. Get to gain a little bit of life.
And then I guess the bold biochemist comes down. Looks a little lost here at this artifact deck.
A little bit.
he's trying his best.
A little bit, but yeah, that is the game going. And even without that maybe little mental misstep there of the block that went horrifically wrong on turn 4 or whatever, that still looked like a tough game for Sam to win. That was Matt's deck firing on all cylinders. And honestly, when I was watching the match against Hayne, he was so close to winning that match. And it just didn't go his way at the very end. So his deck has still got some play to it.
Yeah, and really cool to see, again, kind of seeing cards that are objectively not amazing come together to do some really awesome synergy things, and that's the beauty of Sealed. So,
yes.
Great game from Matt there. We're going to see our players shuffle up for game number 2. But before that, I want to remind you all about our big-time sale over the weekend. Folks, you got to have some nice basic lands.
You gotta.
It is one of the biggest, like, style points you have in your deck. And whatever ones you happen to like, whether they're foils, full arts, old school portal lands, or maybe even Euro lands, they're on sale 10% off at StarCityGames.com right now, but only until the end of the weekend. So come tonight. This sale is over, so do not miss out on your basic land sale. Check it out.
I punted so hard. I bought so many basic lands last weekend. I should have been patient. Man, if only I could get some insider info, you know?
You are never patient.
Yeah, honestly, that's so true.
Yep.
That is so true.
All right, so as our players are getting ready, we see Greg also up a game. And the Pro Tour Champions match between Ellen Bogan and Tom Martell is still battling. Hopefully we'll get a chance to pop into that match after we see the result of Matt and Sam's match, because I personally like watching 2 Pro Tour champions play. How do you feel about that?
Nah, not for me.
No, not for you?
Nah,
well,
not for me. And to be fair, it was going to be a pretty high likelihood that Greg was going to be up a game.
You're correct. Greg...
I'm here to just help you out, bro.
You're right. You're right. You are absolutely right. So Sam and Matt getting all ready to go here and look at the sideboard. An interesting factor in Team Sealed is how you divvy up your sideboards.
Yes.
So in regular Sealed, your entire card pool is your sideboard. That's it. You have a whole stack of cards you didn't play. In Team Sealed, you have to register every card to a certain player's pool. Which can be kind of annoying. It's a lot of junk typically.
Yeah.
You just don't play a color. Who wants all the junky cards you're not going to use? But how do you decide that? How do you divvy up? Who gets the disenchants? Who gets to this? Who gets to that?
I think the most important thing is to just recognize what does my deck, what is it weak to? And most of the time it's going to be like, okay, I can't beat a busted enchantment, or I can't beat flyers. So, plummet style of effects are going to be very important in a, green-red on the ground style beatdown decks. And, of course, a black-red deck that could never beat a really busted enchantment. Maybe you put Feed the Swarm style of effects in there. So it's really about just filling a hole in what you expect to be good against you.
Yeah, one of the things I love about regular Seal is building 2 different decks.
Yeah.
Or having a different deck, having a kind of a sideboard swap out where maybe you have your pretty good green, good stuff deck. That's your better deck objectively, but you can't beat a deck with 10 great rares in it.
Yeah.
So you have like a Boros, like scrappy aggro deck to try and just cheese somebody out with you can board into. I love doing that. Harder to do in Team Sealed though.
Definitely. And, you got to think, most of the time you're you don't have bad matchups in Limited, but you sometimes really do. We saw the Joe Lissette match last round. That blue-red go-wide artifact deck lined up pretty well against Andrew's deck, So sometimes you really can have bad matchups, especially in a Team Sealed event where decks look more like block-constructed decks than sealed decks.
Yep. All right, so our players are getting all ready. We see Matt saying, hey, Andrew, take a peek of his hand here, which, of course, is very allowed. One of the cool things about Team Sealed is that you are playing together. You are allowed to communicate with your teammates, ask questions, and kind of get the full-on team experience. I think one of the best things to ask in Team Sealed is opening hand stuff. It's very hard to kind of jump into a game without any information on how the game is played out. But for a question that's in a vacuum, it's just, here's my hand, should I keep, yes or no?
Yeah.
Much more useful.
And, most of the time it is the classic, hey, I want you to be involved in this, so if I do keep this sketchy 2-lander on the play, I can help blame you, too.
It's your fault.
Exactly.
Very important to have assigning fault on your team.
Exactly.
One of the key factors of a good team dynamic.
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
So Matt's taking a mulligan here, and looks like we're going to have Sam both on the play and on 7.
Most of the time, I don't want my teammates to look at my hands because I want to keep these sketchy hands and be okay with the decision. But if they're telling me, hey, you should be responsible, then I know 100% if I'm keeping a one-lander on the draw and they tell me to mulligan, there's 3 lands on top.
Yep.
You know the cards change.
Yeah, fun story of our dream team yesterday. One time, Seth was playing with Frank and a team. Seth leans over and says, should I keep this? And Frank goes, no, obviously not. Goes back to his game, looks over 2 minutes later, and Seth's just playing out the exact hand he was told not to keep.
Yeah, and probably winning.
And probably winning, too.
Yeah.
So, all right, so we see Brave Brawler here for Sam Black, turn 2 on the play, getting in for 2 to lifelink, and nothing too exciting here from Matt. And then the Mind Stone into a Brave Brawler. Mind Stone really good in these blue-white decks.
It's funny you say that, though, Jim, because the last team limited event I played was with Seth and Frank. Those were my team. And we had a conscious effort. Frank's like, I am sitting in the middle of you because I know you two are both going to keep unplayable hands. And if we're sitting next to each other, like, oh, yeah, keep that for sure. So he had to be the dad in the middle saying, no, mulligan that one lander. You mulligan that one lander as well.
As a parent, I know kids don't listen.
Yeah, hated it.
All right, so Brawler's coming in, and 4 damage and 4 lifelink, and Matt's got to do something good on the board here. One of the problems with Matt's cards is that they do take some time to get set up. Those automatons, come down as a 2/2, which is not very impressive for 3 mana, and so far not doing too much.
Yeah, and the other problem is when they are set up, they're also not that great.
It's true.
No, I mean, the synergies we saw from Matt's deck for this last game was great. And I love this card.
All right, so here comes the Crimson Operative.
A lot less exciting when it's your first play, though.
Yeah, and they're going to reveal a card. It is unfortunately, it's a trick. It's I Am Iron Man.
Yeah.
Not the kind of card you want to reveal. Usually it's a land you want to reveal. And end step power up on one of the Brawlers. Now the other one can power up too. That's not going to help push through the Crimson Operative, but a lot of life gain available.
Yeah, any kind of removal spell to just get that one out of there would be great. That's even better.
So normally you're not thrilled to bounce an ETB creature when you're jamming in for 6 damage and your opponent hasn't done anything else. That looks pretty good.
Yeah, no kidding. Up to 32.
32 to 8. So a much better start here for Sam. And the big thing here too is that Sam has this Mind Stone hanging out. If Sam has a time to harness this and get that blink engine going, the Mind Stone, once you harness it, can blink a thing every turn. There are a lot of great ETB effects in blue-white to really capitalize on.
Yeah, how about the one on the battlefield? Justice every turn. Justice would prevail here, I would believe.
Absolutely.
And honestly, all we need is 1 land, right? Or, no, you need it's 6 to tap and harness, right?
We say nay. Counterspell, get out of here. A perfect draw from Sam Black to take game 2 in absolutely dominating fashion. That was great.
We say game 3.
I think that's the saying. That's how it goes,
I believe
right?
it is, yeah.
Yep, I remember that one. Wow, all right, so Sam Black, in true blue-white tempo fashion, really doing the thing on the play. And again, I think that the Mind Stone there was a big thing where obviously Matt's draw wasn't great, got kind of smushed. If that game got a little slower, Sam gets off to a good start, Matt starts to stabilize. That Mind Stone is a really powerful element to kind of get him kind of really over the edge.
Yeah, 2-mana Accelerant, you're pretty happy to play in pretty much any deck anyways. It's still maybe a C+ level card, but when you put that ability where you can harness it and it just can take over a game, if you got any hero in trainings, if you have any justice, something like that, it's going to look amazing.
Yeah, super low opportunity cost. So what else is super low opportunity cost is you getting on to get your own Marvel cards here. That is available on StarCityGames.com, where you can hop on and order all your Marvel stuff. You get your sealed product, you get your singles, you get your Mjolnir. Say Mjolnir to me, and then the Cosmic Cube and more. All available now at StarCityGames.com/MSH. Apologize, a little dyslexic there. What's your favorite card in the set?
My favorite card in the set, I'm a Modern lover, as that's just my favorite constructed format to play. So the 2-mana Loki, that whenever you target with an ability, I have a brew I'm going to be cooking up when I get home,
Sweet.
I'm going to play myself some Bant Thopter Sword combo with Loki. With portable holes, oh my goodness. Loki, portable holes, something, draw a card.
That is nice.
I literally woke up Friday with that idea in my head. I'm like, I need to go home and build this deck. So I think that card's great. I think it's going to make a huge impact. we'll see how good it truly is, because it is a 2-mana 2/1 card where Lava Dart is played in Modern, so that could be a little difficult, but that's my favorite. How about you?
I like Jane Foster.
Okay.
I don't really have like a specific like deck I want to put in or whatever, but I played it in 10 New Brews in early access, and just like the equipment draw engine, the blink engine, the efficiency. I just like that kind of card.
Yeah, that is a cool one.
Fun build around, cool card draw, and I like the equipment theme. You know, it's almost like a meme at this point where I just build an equipment deck every new set that comes out.
Yeah.
It always looks cool and is never that good. The Jane Foster deck was really good.
Yeah.
You ever blink a chainsaw with Jane Foster?
I can't say I have, Jim.
Yeah. Comes into play, you draw a card, deal 3 damage.
Oh, yeah.
It was pretty sweet.
I feel like you're chasing that high of when you went 12-0 with that Azorius Auras deck online. I remember commentating that event, and it just like you were just having the greatest time of your life.
That deck was awesome.
Yeah, that was great. So you're just trying to get back to that, huh?
Yep. It's going back to the glory days.
Yeah, Iron Man is my favorite like Marvel character, so I do like all the Tony Stark cards and stuff. They got a special place in my heart, but the set's just cool. You know, I really like the limited format, and, well, we're going to be playing it here at the Pro Tour in Amsterdam here in a few weeks, and it's even going to be the top 8 format, which we haven't done in a very long time, so my job is going to be to draft a ton when I get home. I know,
Corey,
it's just going to be tough.
I'm so sorry for you.
I know.
It's a really, really tough life you live.
I know.
You just got to draft nonstop to prep for this event. Oh,
how many Civil War sagas do you think I'm going to cast in the next 2 weeks?
11.
God, I hope so. I'm going to keep track. I'm going to let you know.
I mean, I've already cast that card like probably 11 times.
Yeah, yeah. Only won 11 matches, I hear, as well. Is that true?
That is true. That is true. So Matt taking a mulligan here. Sam looks all ready to go. And, Matt is on the play. If Sam has the draw like that last game, that's the kind of draw that can really pick apart one of these artifact decks before they can get rolling.
Yeah. And Matt did mulligan last game. Sorry to interrupt you, but Matt did mulligan as well. So a little brutal scenario. Like looking over at Andrew, can I keep this 6?
Yeah, there's also
not where you want to be.
The commiseration of like you mulligan to 5, your hand's still awful. You show your teammate, you're like, dude, what is this?
Yeah.
All right, you see this, right?
Yeah.
I'm not the only person seeing this. You know, it's part of the pleasure of streaming, where like when you have bad hands, because when you're playing alone, you're in the void, you're just like, this hand's horrendous, and I just can't show anyone.
Yeah.
No one knows how unlucky I am. But when you have teammates around, now they know.
Yeah, exactly.
And they're stuck. They're a captive audience. They can't go anywhere.
Exactly.
All
They're
right?
forced.
Yeah.
To be here.
Andrew's sitting next to Matt every round, no matter what.
Yeah. He's just like, all right, Matt, I just need to clearly win my match, so let me concentrate.
Yep. All right, so Stark Industry Executive coming down. Cool synergy piece for this artifact deck, making treasure tokens. We'll see a Surveil on turn 1 for Sam Black. Off the Surveillance Room. Do you get it?
I get it.
Surveillance Room.
They've done it.
They did it.
They really did it. I also like connive with the villain. I mean, that's nice.
Good
it's
flavor.
low-hanging fruit, but I think it's some good fruit.
It's tasty.
Yeah.
So, going to pass the turn for Matt with the mana up to activate Stark. Going to make a treasure. And Sam just passing back and saying go. So, much slower start for Sam.
He could be saying we thee nay, though.
We shall see. And then Matt happy just to sit here and say, you know what? I'm happy to say go to and work some treasures up, get some artifacts in play.
Brick that style of quench effect.
Yep. All right, your mana. And so going to filter a white mana through the Surveillance Room to cast a Mind Stone. 3 mana Mind Stone looks a lot worse than a 2 mana one. So off to a bit of a ponderous start here as both players develop their mana. Looks more like a Commander game.
Yeah.
You know, like players just making treasures and playing mana rocks and getting into the big game. Who does that favor, given their decks?
I would think it does favor Matt. I think Sam is the more tempo deck, wants to be on the battlefield, wants to exactly be playing a tempo deck, and Matt has, like, Vision in his deck, where if you could ever, even right now, if you could go Vision plus a counterspell or something, you're just online. And Matt's deck takes time to set up, but once it gets going with these automatons and stuff, you can really get cooking. So I would think big advantage to Matt, but did miss a land drop here.
Yep. Land drop, miss, treasures in play. Can sack both treasures to make another treasure and grow the automaton.
Would not recommend that.
Which is, cute.
Yeah.
But, all right, so now Sam's got 5 mana to work with, and white mana drew a land, planes as well. Here comes Hero in Training and a draw card. Not going to gain any life, which seems totally fine given the matchup.
Yeah.
And the follow-up is also a Raft Security Officer.
That was great. And the fact that we're 2 turns away from harnessing the power of the Mind Stone.
Yes.
And Hero in Training over and over is just awesome.
That's a big one, yeah, because normally if Sam's deck is trying to be a tempo deck and failing at that, you're just kind of stuck with some 2/2s. But
Yeah.
the Mind Stone being a nice buyout is great. So back Matt's way, and has Matt found land number 4? Doesn't look like he has. The Automaton waiting to grow. A couple of treasures in play also. And what is the next step for Matt? And then the Mind Stone is face up. It is there, and it's clear. Not only is there a Mind Stone, but now there is also an ETB creature in that hero in training. So Sam is starting to set up this potential loop lock of drawing an extra card every turn.
I also like kind of like the lore of opening a Mind Stone. It's like, okay, we got a Mind Stone now, but let's get a Mind Stone at the end of the day, too, with the trophy.
Yep. Yeah, having the Mind Stone be in the Infinity Gauntlet with the trophy is great.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Futurist Forge comes down. Bit of a risky play for Matt here, but does draw the land. So gets paid off. Took the risk of playing the Forge instead of something else, perhaps. Draws the land. And now gets to say go with 2 mana up. The Stark Industry Executive available, and the Automaton growing. So starting to kind of get this machine in order.
Yep, absolutely. Could also just do the buyout of draw 2 cards if you really need stuff, but does look like Matt, to no surprise to anyone, has 4 spells in hand, so has some good stuff going on, and is at a great spot in the battlefield. So I would say definitely advantage bar heading towards Matt.
All right, so Sam is checking in on some other matches. Sam, you got this match to play right here, right now. All right, so you're in game 3. And probably any answering a question from Tom.
Yeah, I mean, team events are pretty fun because you get to solve your puzzle, a.k.a. play your match, but you get to also look over at your teammates and solve even more puzzles.
Second hero in training. This card is so good for a common.
Yeah.
This time gaining 2 life and drawing a card and really getting Sam into the mid game here.
Any of these 3 mana 2/2 draw card things have just always been good. What, Elvish Visionary was the other one, right? Like.
All right, Justice.
I think I do see the. Oh no, that was the 2 mana enchantment or 2 mana artifact that pumps your team, or pumps a creature, which we could do right now to block a hero in training. But I thought it was the counter spell right away.
All right, so we got the Automaton bounce. The hero in training is coming in. The executive could block and then use the suit. So we got Pepper Potts suiting up here. Rescue is Pepper Potts' superhero name.
Really? Okay.
She wears a suit too.
Gotcha. I guess I should have known that since I said Iron Man was my favorite.
Exactly. Come on.
Thing, but I did not.
The Iron Family.
Yep.
That was an Endgame. You saw Endgame.
I did. It's been a while though. It's been a while.
Maybe you should watch it again.
I really should.
All right, back Matt's way. And now what? Because now things are falling apart a little bit. You have to redeploy the Automaton. It takes a lot of time. It's not going to be that big yet. And Sam is pulling ahead.
Yeah, and honestly, now, like, let's say Matt just goes 2 3-drop creatures or whatever. Sam can go land 6, harness the Mind Stone, blink something. Oh, finally!
Avengers disassembled. Wow. So
that was huge.
The suit up was not only a combat trick, but it also was a setup to keep the executive alive. So 3 damage to everything. Doesn't kill the fancy limb. It just makes sense.
I like
honestly.
that. You don't want to give, you don't want to thin Sam's deck out, and you don't want to just give him a plains. That's all it would be, and then it's better than the Surveil Lounge. So.
And then Tony Stark comes down as well. Back-breaking turn for Matt.
Yeah, that was huge. Very wild alt art there. I like it.
Yep. And now the Forge comes down for Sam, but Sam's deck is not as good of a Forge deck as Matt's is.
No, not at all.
So
like, you would almost rather that just be a divination in this deck. 3 mana draw 2 instead of 6 mana draw 3.
Yep. If we can see the backside of Tony Stark, the Iron Man, I believe it is a 6 mana monster that plays things for free, and that is very close to being online.
Yeah, I don't. I do think it's like the Voltron style of effect. Like, if you start equipping it, it gets like bigger and bigger. But I'm not 100% sure.
I believe it. Yeah.
There it is.
The Invincible Iron Man, 6 mana for a 5/5 flying haste. Mini combat your turn. You may put an artifact card from your hand on the battlefield for free, and if it's an equipment, you put it on the Invincible Iron Man.
Pretty good.
Yep.
Pretty good. I mean, as far as the creatures that you can play on either side, none of them even get close to the Boros one. You know, the Photon. That card's just so incredible, but this is big game as well.
Yep. So unfortunately, I'm mana short though. So, we're going to see I am Iron Man. This is an Iron Man multiversal incursion. So
everyone's Iron Man.
A Futurist Forge turns into Iron Man somehow, blocks and kills the executive. The suit falls to the ground. Tony Stark is safe, though, for now. And now his game is devolving into a pretty weird grind fest.
Very much a grind fest. Players both still at 20, but Sam needs to get some pressure going.
All right, so here's Wiccan, which is a blink other stuff effect when you play a non-creature spell. And we're going to see end step, Tony Stark activated. Look at the top cards, pull out an artifact from them. Going to be very close to just draw a card in this deck.
Yeah, no, it looks very good. It's almost better on this side in his deck than anything else. And just pretty cool. It finds the things that when you transform it, you get to put into play for free. So, you know, 3 mana available for Sam. It's kind of risky, but if we were just go land 6, flip it, put an automaton in play, like that is sweet. Crunch for 5. It'd be a great play, but it's so risky.
Yeah, and also very bad against Wiccan. So Wiccan can every cast a non-creature spell. You have to exile a thing, kind of blink it. If you were to blink the Iron Man, it would come right back as Tony Stark later. So
yeah, that one's pretty bad.
And it's also very good against these automatons, where it can reset them if they get too big, back down to being a 2/2.
Wow. And it's really good with your own forges. That card's insane in this situation right now. It is doing everything.
Yeah, it's fun because the blue-white blink is not one of the prescribed archetypes. We've seen a lot of this, though, kind of this blue-white sort of blink sub-theme deck, looking really good on Sam's side.
I mean, blue-white is, in draft, at least statistically, the highest performing deck.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the teamwork stuff, it's played out very well in draft. And a lot of teams have decided to kind of play this. Like, it's hard to deny playing a blue-white blink deck that draws a bunch of cards and wins with really mediocre creatures. There's just something fun about that, you know?
We know that's your thing.
Oh, yeah.
So unfortunately for Matt, all that comes down is Jessica Jones, which is, an okay card, but not really on theme with the artifact stuff Matt's got going on.
Yeah, I think that card's incredible.
Here comes Wiccan, in for 4 in the air, and now a bunch of mana available for Sam Black. The Mind Stone can be harnessed, cards can be drawn off Futurist Forge. World is currently Sam Black's oyster.
Yeah, no kidding. Really all of it being facilitated by this mutant warlock hero. This card's nice.
Also not lost in the mix here is that Matt still only has 4 lands in play, which has been a major hindrance.
Yeah, no kidding. Jessica Jones hopefully going to clear that up next turn. Do some investigating to try to find some lands.
All right, so the Raft security officer comes down. Mind Stone can harness at instant speed, correct?
I am not 100% sure. Let's pull up the Mind Stone. I mean, I've never seen it harnessed in limited yet.
All right, so
it feels like a sorcery only thing to me, but no.
You can. So end step, Tony Stark activates and finds an artifact. Here comes Jessica Jones. So Sam has the option of drawing 2 cards or harnessing the Mind Stone. Jessica hits the dragon and the mountain.
Yeah, great. Play them both.
Yep, not too shabby.
And I mean, it kind of scripts your plays for you with Jessica Jones, but when you just got 2 things for free, dang, my plays are scripted.
Yeah, the problem is the tapper is going to be taking this down
Yeah.
reasonably well, but we're going to see a response here. Tap in 3. Make it 6. Maybe. Maybe yes, maybe no. Plenty of time here for our players here in Game 3. 20 minutes left, so no clock issues.
Yeah, not for them. And update on the other side. Well, Andrew's extremely powerful deck fell to Tom Martell. And Greg still up a game over Greg.
The Greg mirror match. Tapping 6. Oh,
what does this do? What is this, like Cryptic Command or something?
3 steps
3
ahead.
steps ahead? That's
Wow.
in here?
I did not know that, but it's time for a spree, and oh boy, this is insane.
What are we doing with it? So
Looks like
this is all the modes, right?
Looks like it's counter and then copy.
It's 8 mana to do everything, so it's only 6.
Yes, I think it's counter copy. No.
Or it's counter and the loot, huh?
Counter copy. It's 6 mana, so you get
yeah.
copy an artifact. Wiccan can bounce it or blink an artifact. Well, I got to copy the tapper, actually, it looks like.
Encounter any creature or artifact.
Yes. So,
wow, 3 steps ahead is a heck of a card.
Yeah, so blinking the Futurist Forge with Wiccan, copying the tapper with the token from 3 steps ahead, countering the dragon. Is that a blowout, Corey?
You know, it's tough for a card like this not to be a blowout. A card that's on the bonus sheet, it's just, it's impossible to play around these things. Like, if you have the card that's not actually in the set, so be it. As they are quite rare. You know, sometimes we've had sets where bonus sheets, there's like one in every pack. And that's not really the case for Marvel.
Yeah, these are one every 24 packs.
Is that what it is?
One per box, basically.
One per box, wow.
So every other team will open one, and who knows if it's playable or not.
Yeah. Awesome.
All right. Tony Stark back in the ice. We're going to see a response to look at the top few cards and find an artifact. But, yeah, Sam really pulling ahead here. Really impressive deck.
Yeah. Looks like an absolute blast to play. Honestly, both decks look like a lot of fun. Just feels like Sam's got some more heat.
Okay, so Tony builds the Vision. So Vision goes to hand for Matt. So that's a nice one.
Yeah.
Is it going to be enough? I don't know.
Vision is probably Matt's best card. But wow, I mean, this 3 steps ahead, being able to blink stuff with your 5-drop, I mean, that was an incredible turn for Sam.
Yeah, Wicked's a house right now, so Wicked's still blinking the Futurist Forge. Now I get to play the Forge again. Just infinite cards. It's amazing that all of this engine stuff is happening for Sam, and he still hasn't harnessed the Mind Stone.
Yeah.
You would think that would be a part of it.
Doesn't need it.
Yep.
I mean, now he lost his Justice, so that kind of sweet ability is no longer on the table. But now Sam's ready to just go end step, draw 2 cards, or tap some stuff down.
Yeah, the Championship Series token is a copy of the Raft Officer. I am almost positive.
Yes. And that was last turn, so both of them are online.
Yep.
But it just might be the case where, like, if I'm Sam right now, I would rather draw 2 cards and let, Matt attack with whatever.
All right, so here's Bullseye. And Bullseye is 2/3 where you can discard a card or sack an artifact to shock something. Not too shabby.
Yeah, not shabby. And it is, most importantly, I saw Matt have like 1 billion lands on hand. You can't discard one of those. They figured Bullseye would be too good if you could just discard lands and shoot stuff down, and I would tend to agree.
All right, they're going to follow up with the treasure. And
some kind of teamwork.
Format a teamwork card.
The blast, yep.
Repulsor Blast. All right, so finally getting this Wiccan off the board, as long as Sam doesn't have something to say about it. Now,
I think Sam just has 2 Brawlers in hand, so it's going to go away.
A little risky to just sequence it like this, right? Because the blast seems more important as far as playing around. We say the name.
Yeah.
But works out fine. End step Forge, draw 2. So now Wiccan is gone, but Wiccan drew like 3 extra cards.
Yeah, it was great.
And we are really getting into it here.
And now at the very worst, Sam can just go double Brawler leveled up. So 2 4/3 lifelinkers.
Yep. So that is a cast and then a power up immediately.
Yeah, a little shortcut action, but Matt's tapped out, so you see this often from players. And these players are high caliber players. They understand what's going on.
Yep, so 2 4/3 lifelinking Brave Brawlers. Sam at 18, Matt at 12. Life totals have not felt so relevant just yet, but now with those 2 big bodies in play, attacking is much more on the table.
Yeah, 2 games that were completely blowouts, the first 2, and this is about as close as it can get right now. I don't even know who's ahead.
Yeah, because the thing is that Matt has a bunch of cards in hand. They're all spells, and has Jessica Jones available too, so there's a lot of gas available on Matt's side too.
Yeah.
Here comes
It's
the automaton.
strange to not start with Jessica Jones. That's just really saying, all right, I know what I'm doing this turn. I don't want to be tempted by anything else right now.
All right, so that's a pretty good turn. There's an automaton and then an Iron Man. Pump the automatons and say go.
Yep.
So Matt hoping that Sam is out of removal, and Iron Man is a very potent threat.
And we haven't actually seen a lot of removal in Sam's deck, right? Like, we've not seen a ton.
Yep.
I'm sure there is some.
Forge
There's a hero in training.
Forge comes back down, draws a card. Hero comes down, draws a card. And now there is an ETB effect to use the Mind Stone with.
Yes, I am Iron Man and 2 lands in hand for Sam Black.
I mean, I am Iron Man is certainly fine here. You know, you can use it on these lifelinkers with counters on them to make them a little bit bigger, but gonna pop into the red zone here.
Can you? Isn't it just artifact?
It's artifact or creature.
Is it artifact or creature? Okay.
We can take a look at I am Iron Man. I think it's artifact or creature, but I could be wrong.
Yep. Okay, you're right.
Oh, what was that?
I'm
sorry, what?
The game's going on, Jim. We need to focus.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
Yeah.
So 2 Brave Brawlers coming in as 4/3 lifelinkers, and blocks getting lined up. You know, Matt is at 12. This game has not been about life totals that much, but it's still a part of the game.
This is going to be a bit of a blowout here. I am Iron Man on the one with Jessica Jones and Bullseye. What, it gets to live through this, right? Because it'll be a 6 toughness creature, and it gets to kill both?
Yep, so we see the I am Iron Man makes it a base 4/4. The plus counters do go on top of it.
Yeah.
So it's a 6/6 and then a 4/3. So eats Jones and Bullseye.
And I mean, Bullseye and Jones were like maybe the best 2 creatures on the battlefield, maybe next to Iron Man here, but.
Yep. So great exchange for Sam. Draws a card also. Has 2 tappers in play. Got the Forges, got the Mind Stone, and so much mana too. It looks so, you might look at Sam's board and be like, is Sam flooded here?
Yeah.
But Sam has infinite to do with mana.
For sure.
Still hasn't harnessed the Mind Stone yet.
And probably won't for a while.
It just hasn't had time.
I feel like this is the Spider-Man meme, not the Iron Man meme. Like the 3 Iron Mans pointing at each other. There's so many Iron Mans in this game.
Going back Matt's way. And Matt has got some work to do.
There's Vision.
I mean, Vision and Iron Man are great. The Automaton's getting bigger. These tappers, though, really, a tap and then a tap and then a tap.
Yeah.
Really can mop things up. So we got a 2 mana to tap the larger iron creature, the Iron Man. 1 mana to tap the Vision. Now down to only the Automaton. Matt's at 12. There's a lot of stuff in play for Sam.
Yeah, and Sam plays very slow, except when he kind of smells blood in the water, and you see Sam pick up a bit. I think he's kind of sensing it, like, I'm in a great spot now, and I would tend to agree.
All right. Ooh, there we go. We got our copy token now.
Nice.
Very fancy. All right. Does Sam want to get aggressive here is the question. It looks like he does. So tap down the Automaton and into the red zone with Hero in Training and the Brawler coming in for 6.
Half your life total gone, and now the Mind Stone getting harnessed doesn't seem terrible. Hero in Training every turn. It's finally time.
Harness the power of the Mind Stone. Pretty amusing to do such
right
against
when Vision comes in, right?
Yeah, against Vision. So end step Mind Stone goes off, and it will blink the Hero in Training to draw a card, gain 2 life. Sam in the driver's seat. Matt's got some work to do. Can Iron Man get it done? Draw off the Forge, end step 2 cards. A lot of cards in hand. A lot of mana for Matt now, too. But these 2 tappers are proving to be a thorn in Matt's side.
Wow, and everyone's going to game 3 or is in game 3, so it does not get much closer than this, but you got to think Sam's pretty favored here. Might be leaving Ellenbogen and Greg Michael here was forced to be winning their games.
All right, so 5 cards in hand for Matt. Vision can draw another card as well. Iron Man can draw another card as well. Iron Man is only decently sized, has power for a number of artifacts in play, which is 1+3, so 4/4.
Yeah.
And here's another Automaton.
God, these tappers are just going to do so much damage, though.
Yep.
When you have 2 tappers, like, you can line it up where, like, you go, all right, end step, on Matt's end step, tap 2, untap, tap 2, during your next turn, attack, and then every other turn you can do that.
Yep.
And that just seems devastating right now against Matt.
Yeah, it's important to note that copy of a tapper was made, like, 7 turns ago.
Yeah.
That's a real showing of Sam understanding what this game is going to look like when it comes to its conclusion, as they've been unbelievable.
Would you say Sam has been 3 steps ahead this whole time?
Absolutely. All right, so.
I think this is Murdoch's Crusade.
Oh, boy. All right, Crusade it is. Goodbye, Vision.
Yeah.
And
still so many big creatures, so an attack doesn't look super good this turn, but worst case, Sam could draw 5 cards. Just pop the 2 Forges and blink out the Hero in Training. Like, I think we're going to need a library count here pretty soon.
Looks a little thin. It's a lot of cards available. How about another Hero in Training?
Yeah, why not?
All right. How about 36 life?
Matt might have a different idea of how to win the game.
Yep.
Wow, okay. I think that was the 3 mana enchant creature that exiles a creature from your opponent's side and then it becomes it. I forgot the name of that one, but
I don't recall either.
Yeah, but yeah, that's what it does. It's incredible.
Sam still has a blink coming up. And these tappers are interesting because if you use them offensively, you obviously can't use them defensively. You have to wait a whole other turn cycle to use them again.
Yeah.
And there is a lot of power on Matt's board, even though Sam is at 36. So Sam's just like go in the driver's seat.
He neglected to use the Mind Stone, though. Yep. He's like, yeah, I have too many cards.
No blink, good on cards. Of course, no way for us to know how many cards are in Sam's deck, but Sam says, I think I'm good.
Or he just shook his head there, realizing he maybe forgot about it. Depends on how many cards you have in your deck. If you're at like 6 here, you probably got to slow down.
Yep.
But now you get to double tap.
So here comes the Assault Robot, and then we're going to see a tap on Iron Man. There's also this is an 8/8 automaton with trample.
Yeah.
Here's a hydraulic bot. Deal 1 with the robot.
9/9.
Grows automatons. Yeah. I mean, Matt's doing the thing.
Yeah, but the tappers are just controlling this so easily right now. This might be the last turn of the game.
So there are 4 blockers available for Matt.
Yeah.
And going to go back Sam's way. I really want to know how many cards in Sam's library.
Yeah.
You can try and get a count.
Oh, that's another removal spell off the top. So Sam can tap 2 creatures, can exile another one, and then Thing trapped in the ice the other one, and then attack with 2 heroes in training and the Brawler. I think he has it, pending Matt having anything.
Definitely feels safe to go for it when you're at 35, right?
Yeah,
No fear of dying on the backswing. All right, so here is this card.
That's the full name of it.
Secret Identity?
That sounds right. But either way, there
Secret
we
Invasion.
go. See,
I have one of those, right?
Close.
Secret Invasion. So, aura and general creature you control, and like you were saying, it exiles a thing and makes it a copy of the thing. And that'll do it. Wow.
Wow.
Secret Invasion takes down Iron Man, takes down the Iron Legion over here, and all the artifacts on Matt's side of the board. And, yeah, that was a really, really awesome match. Both players just kind of doing their thing.
Yeah.
Really cool to see 2 sealed decks really firing on all cylinders. But great match. Very well played to Sam. Very well-built deck, too.
Yeah, absolutely. So 2 kind of non-games to start, and then that game was great. Sam really showed his prowess there and kind of his poise. So, all right, looks like we are going to head into the middle match. Greg Michaels has won. Sam Black has won. This is game 3. The fate of both of these players' teams rests on this one game. Winner can win 2 more to get into the top 4. Losing team, very likely out.
Yep. 2 Pro Tour champions, Andrew Ellenbogen versus Tom Bartel. Andrew on the left, Tom on the right. And we're coming into this board, and Tom playing a Wakandan Royal Guard, putting a lot of power in play. We got ants and a serpent against just a Red Room Recruit and is that Robot Domination, kind of the weird plan enchantment.
Yeah, and the Domination might be a good reason to just chump here, as you do get to draw a card, but I see no plan counters on it. So that's less than ideal, and as great as Andrew's deck has been, it has looked clunky at times. It's a lot of removal. Is this Dr. Doom time? I know he has that. Something like that would be gigantic here.
Yeah, at 8 life, it's got to be something. Their tournament life is on the line. 8, 3, and 1, probably not going to be good enough for top 8.
Trying to avoid the curse, the featured team curse of win the first one, lose the next 3.
It's all our fault.
Yeah, I believe it is.
Let's look at an hour promise in hand for Andrew, but just going to pass the turn back.
Hour of defeat in hand, but that's the only card. So, man, it looks like either this game has gone on for a long time or, of course, Andrew may have mulliganed a bit. But either way, looking great for Team Tom Martell and company.
Tom asking Sam for some advice. And what's the next step for Tom? Doesn't need to do much here because the combat already looks great.
Yeah. So
got to read Robot Domination. Need to have 3 counters on there to get that plan going and make some robot tokens.
Another plan that, like, they just all feel so tough to deal. Like, plans in general, I wouldn't say they are, like, big misses, but they are tough to get working.
Yep. All right, so we're going to see removal spell on the Red Room Recruit. Going for it here, looking for lethal.
3, 6, 7. It's still one. No, it's literally lethal because you draw a card here. There's 7 damage coming. You have to draw the card, right?
Yep. So the robot thing you must draw. Now, if it's a useful card, that would be great. But as it stands, even with the removal spell, is the 7 damage.
I don't know if he has any other instant speed 2-drops, and now the 1 hour of defeat here. You know, I guess if you had an out like a lightning strike, you would have did it before you drew. But I don't think.
Yeah. So
I don't think Andrew has a way out of this.
No scry before the drop. Goodbye, Wakandan Forces. That's still 7 damage coming in.
Yep.
And here's a Surveil. There are some cards in hand for Andrew, but only 2 mana up. This might
can be
it.
the -2/-2 to keep him alive. Yeah. Yeah, there
Widow's
it is.
Bite. So Widow's Bite -2 on either creature is fine.
Yeah.
Just going to save 2 life. Andrew's going to drop down to 2.
And with this plan in play, now the plan is actively bad.
Right.
Because if your creatures ever block, a.k.a. trading with the ant army, you know, you're going to be forced to draw that card. So
Also, Andrew's best card is Dr. Doom.
yeah.
Also pretty bad on the spot at
Yeah.
2 life. So really up against it. Andrew, Greg, and Matt have had a great run of this tournament so far. Now up against it, trying to keep their hopes alive.
I think what we really need here is 3 power creature, exile a card, gain 3.
Ooh.
Like, that's like the only thing.
Yep.
Oh, that looked like ant army to then get a food,
Okay.
gain 3. So that does keep Andrew at 1, but
Oh,
okay.
hello, Cruel Alliance with the teamwork. So 3 life off of that. Goodbye. It's an Ant Army battle showdown. The food comes in as well. Now Andrew's at 5.
Oh, and Tom is hellbent. He has no cards in hand, so this is a huge draw step.
Yep.
Presuming this hasn't been, or this has already been powered up, these aren't counters on it. Otherwise, the game would, of course, be over.
All right, coming in. Andrew down to 2. Again, with this robot domination play, you must lose the life and draw a card if a creature dies.
But the food can put him up, and oh, that's huge.
All right, so
He could be clawing back. Only 2 minutes left in the round as well. A draw eliminates both players.
yep. So cracking the food, gain some life. It looks like Killmonger's available, so we can see an attack, and then Killmonger sacking to kill the serpent.
Draw a card.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
And now the robot domination looks pretty good. Possibly 3 robots to end this game. Back Tom's way. What's the draw? Playing off the top.
Oh, and another land off the top, presumably.
Oh,
Let's see it.
oh, it's a Hulk
Hulk
smash.
smash.
Wow, Killmonger's in. Grim Reaper's in. Oh my God, what a turnaround.
Wow.
Tom Art's out. This card better be good. Or your team's hitting the rail. 4 mana. Okay. Squirrel Girl comes down. The unbeatable Squirrel Girl. We're
Let's see if it is indeed unbeatable.
Gonna test that theory right now.
But wait a minute. Do you even have mana? Is the treasure in play? I think we could have actually created a squirrel. Oh, no.
It's green, green, green. Yep.
Yeah, there was not. We were 1 green source short of 6 green sources. But is that enough?
So you can see Andrew here peeking at the graveyard. The Grim Reaper can return a creature from the graveyard. Things really turning Andrew's way, but at a precarious 4 life.
Yeah. I mean, that was a great top deck. That, you know, they call it unbeatable. It doesn't look as unbeatable in this situation, but it is very good.
I haven't seen Squirrel Girl beaten yet, so. All right, so
I've seen it trapped in ice quite often.
Grim Reaper, activated ability, can pay 4 mana and zombify a creature. Comes to the finality counter.
Must come in attacking, though, which makes that card a little awkward. But
Let's see what's in there. Honestly, even just getting back an ant to get a food is fantastic here.
yeah, it gets eaten, but
It's the food just, right now Andrew's in a dominating position, doesn't want to get cheesed out.
let's
So-
put up the robot domination on screen here, because with the finality counter, it does go to exile. I would assume this still triggers, right?
No, so as it go to the graveyard. So,
Oh, okay.
so finality counter on the ant. The ant is now in combat.
So yeah, with a finality counter, so if the ant dies, it doesn't trigger the plan, is what we're assuming here.
All right, so 3/4, 5/4, and a 3/2. Squirrel Girl going to block the ant. And Squirrel. Now, the Squirrel is interesting because you want to try and keep a squirrel around if you can to make more squirrels on future turns. So Squirrel Girl blocks the ant, the Legionnaire, and the Killmonger in 8 damage to Tom, falling down to 6 life, 6-4. Great final game here.
And presumably, time has been called. Of course, every match has their own kind of clock, so that dice could represent turn 1. And if that's the case, I mean, playing for a draw in a situation where a draw eliminates you both is brutal, but, it is what it is.
All right, so there is 8 mana available for Tom, but there is not 6 green, so not able to activate Squirrel Girl twice, but can make 2 squirrels here. Squirrel Girl, of course, exponentially gets more and more powerful as the game goes on.
It goes nuts, for sure.
Yes, it does. And now we see Tom contemplating an attack, but if Tom attacks here and the claw blocks, the domination goes off.
Yes. And that could be way too scary.
Ooh, hello.
Okay.
Uh-oh. So, okay, so Serpent Society and tokens. So the mana that was tapped for the Society was actually tapped for the Squirrel Girl. So there's 2 more tokens. The squirrels are coming in. The squirrels will overwhelm eventually.
Yes.
It does keep getting more and more and more. And now we're back Andrew's way. More squirrels are here. Hopefully, hopefully we have a lot of those.
Yeah, and I don't see any turn 1 timer or anything, so this time in the match doesn't seem to be calculated. Maybe we'll get an eye on our producers to see if they are in time.
Grim Reaper looking to attack again. Got a peek at that graveyard once again.
And now Andrew would love this Killmonger to die in some ways, so then you could bring it back and get that ability.
That would be great.
Yeah.
The problem is, of course, that Tom has infinite jump blockers available. Can kind of just block away.
But and all of a sudden we're going back to, it kind of looks like Tom is heavily favored here.
All right, so Legionnaire brings back the Red Room Recruit. Finality counter on it. We're going to see Connive. And discarded a land, it looked like, so no pumps.
Yep, and now, I mean, how many times does Tom want to take this? So here's the option from Tom. Tom can either eat both creatures, the plan will trigger off, or you just squirrel block, get a little squirrely block going on the 3/4 and never trigger the plan.
Right.
I feel like you can avoid it at this point, but, and even if the robots come in, it's just 2/2 robots. You know, they're not the menace creatures like that would be amazing. So
they're not quite squirrels.
Yeah, yes.
All right, so Squirrel Girl going to block the Red Room Recruit. And it looks like the Serpent Society is thinking about blocking this Grim Reaper.
And bottom left part of your screen, everyone, turn 0. So we saw everyone slow down a bit. I think that's because, well, Tom is about to be turn number 1, which means he has 3 turns to close out the game. And Andrew will have 2 following this.
All right, so there are the blocks. Squirrel Girl on Red Room Recruit, just going to eat it. And it is going to finality counter, so it will exile. And then
the robots are here.
Death Toucher is blocking the Grim Reaper. So Serpent Society lives, but now the domination will go off. Lose a life, draw a card, and make 3 2/2 robot villain tokens.
Yep.
So down to 6 for Andrew. Both players at 6. Extremely tight game. 2 Pro Tour champions. One is going on to possibly play for top 4, and one's going to be in not the best spot.
That's not even true. They could both draw, and they're both in not good spots.
That is true also. That's the nightmare scenario that I'm hoping won't happen.
Yes, exactly.
So 3 robots are in. And now, Andrew, what is the next step? The whole team looking on. The 3-headed giant. Now that they are no longer on a time clock, they are in turns. They can think about it a little bit more.
And we see the I Love Squirrels mode being able to just exponentially grow these squirrels. So you would think this unbeatable Squirrel Girl is going to live up to her name. I don't think Andrew's going to be able to beat it, but it's the real question, can Tom actually win with all these squirrels in this amount of time?
It's interesting because now a Forest is actually a great draw for Tom.
Yeah.
That would be the 6th green source with the treasure to get 2 more activations and really get that exponentialness going. Kind of wild.
Yeah, because it counts itself too, right? So you would get 4, and then you'd get 8.
Yes.
So you could tap out and make 6 1/1s. I mean, that's just busted.
All right, so we're going to see green, red. Squirrel Girl time. So 4 more squirrels. That's not a good way to represent that. I agree. So 4 more squirrels. And again, now
Tom assuredly pulling out his own Pro Tour cards.
Yep.
Pro player cards.
But just going to say go. So the other mana is unspent.
Okay.
Now we're back Andrew's way. And something must be done about these squirrels.
Yeah, so that would be turn 1. And now Andrew would be turn 2. So Tom, I think, can probably line up next turn activate. And then the following turn attack with an absurd amount of 1/1s and win the game. I think that's what they're going for.
Setting up a turn 5 kill.
Yeah. So I think Andrew needs a spot removal spell for the Squirrel Girl today, right now.
All right. What's the next
step?
He
has many of them.
All right. Here is Madame Mask. A little bit of conniving. Going to make a token. Both players going at it right now. We're both playing heaters, but Squirrel Girl, it's in the name.
Is this the -2? Oh, even better.
Wow. So Dark Deed takes out Mask before the connive, so it will not make a token.
But it will. You still do get the connive.
Yes. Discard a land and play a Death Toucher. That's not even close to good enough
No.
as far as these squirrels go. Go to turn 3. Is it one more setup turn for Tom to win on turn 5, or is Tom going to go for it in some capacity? What's the draw?
And honestly, that Killmonger is what, an X4 right now?
Should be a 5-4.
Should be a 5-4. So one thing you could do is attack with Squirrel Girl, use the ability after you get the squirrel because, well, you're not going to be able to activate next turn anyways. I mean, you can, but it won't matter. So I would think attack first. I think that's what he's talking right now is like, you might as well. It's going to trade. Even if it trades with the 1/1 Death Touch, with it being turn 3 of turns, it doesn't matter anymore. A forest, once again, would be a great draw. That just, like, locks it up that you're going to win the game next turn, but I think it might already be there for Tom.
All right, so talking it through with the team. This is perhaps the most important turn of the game. Andrew looks on. And what's Andrew? What does an Andrew win look like here?
I think it's maybe there's just not enough squirrels and he can draw. I don't think he wins. I don't think he can win.
Tom is at 6.
Yeah. Like, there's no, like, send to the skies things. I just think all these
Oh,
squirrels.
hello.
Wow.
All right, so Tom says, no, now it's time to do the thing. So Squirrel Girl attacking does make an extra squirrel, which is effectively 2 more squirrels. So
it's kind of weird. It feels like we're not going to push through that much damage here. Like, it's still probably lethal on the crackback, but the fact that you just get to eat, what, 4 out of the 6 squirrels and only 2 damage gets in?
yeah, and maybe
It's
this
a little bit of a strange attack to me.
maybe this is like a safety play of just like trying to get the creatures off the board so that Andrew can't win next turn with some good top deck.
Yeah, because it's 3 damage coming in. And now we're going to make, what, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 squirrels?
All right. 5. So 10 more squirrels, just 10. Avengers under siege.
That's definitely in Andrew's deck, but they're just not going to have time for that. You know, the fact that you're going to make villains here, it won't be enough when we're in turn. So you get a couple villains, that'd be great.
Yeah, I think the idea of this makes sense, though, where Tom is saying, let's clean up this board a bit so you have less things to work with to kill me because I'm going to get you next turn no matter what. So on to turn 4. This is the turn for Elbogan. If his team wants to win, it has to be here.
Is that Dr. Doom?
Dr. Doom is in.
Okay, let's do the math. So let's pull up Dr. Doom on the screen. You're going to get some robots. And at the beginning of your end step, you draw a card and lose a life. You have to.
Yep. So untap. That's a lot of squirrels.
But we got 2 foods.
Tom says Abomination. There it is, the handshake. An unbelievable finish. High fives all around for Tom Martell, Sam Black, and Greg Dyer. Taking down the Elbogan team. Unfortunate for them, kind of a crash and burn, but an absolutely crazy game. And listen, it's in the name of the card, Corey. The unbeatable Squirrel. Not the beatable Squirrel Girl. Not that we're going to draw Squirrel Girl. Unbeatable.
I mean, when we came to that match, it was like, all right, well, this game is over. Tom's going to win easily. And then it's like, oh, wait. Now Andrew looks like he's going to win easily. And then the unbeatable Squirrel Girl at a perfect time really proved exactly what you said, why that card's unbeatable. That was awesome.
Yeah, really, really cool. Swingy, very exciting. I love seeing the high fives. That is the cornerstone of a team event.
Yeah.
Where normally you're just at a table by yourself. There's no one to high five. You don't want to, like, rub it into your opponent either. It's kind of just like, all right, I won.
Yeah,
but with a team event, you've got teammates there, and you can share in that moment. And you know they're excited too because they're watching helplessly.
Yeah.
They already played their matches.
Exactly.
You know?
And you see the high fives now in round, 12 or whatever we were in. When it comes to that last round where they just locked up a top 8, those high fives turn to hugs.
Yep.
Real quick.
Big time hug. So a lot to look forward to here at Spotlight Marvel Superheroes. We got a few rounds left, cutting to our top 4 team draft. I cannot wait. But you're going to have to. Got a few more rounds to go. So don't go nowhere. Grab some popcorn. Sit tight. Round 13 is coming up. Welcome back to Spotlight Marvel Superheroes here in Las Vegas. Jim Davis, Corey Baumeister, and now we're getting into the big rounds.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is a very important one. It might be winning in time here.
Absolutely. So let's look at our standings real fast because our players are getting ready to go. We got one team on top, Pro Tour champions Andre Strosky, Steve Rubin, and Alexander Hayne at 11-1, and then two teams at 10-2, and they're playing against the team of Edward, Jacob, and Colin.
Yeah, so I think what it's going to happen here, of course, one team above the curve here. If Andre's team wins this one, they can lose the next round. At X and 2, you got to think they're set to go. So Andre, Steve Rubin, Alexander Hayne, they got back-to-back winning-ins here.
That's awesome.
That
Locking
is
up our first possible drafters. Page 2, that's a lot of interesting records there. 7-2-3, huh? So these players, of course, playing for some prizes or whatever, but for the most part,
eliminated.
they're out of here. So unfortunately for our Greg, Andrew, and Matt team, they're done for now. But it was great magic we've seen from them, and haven't heard the last of them.
Yeah, absolutely. Phenomenal players. You know, half of them are still on the Pro Tour and stuff, so we're going to be seeing them in Amsterdam here in a couple of weeks. But let's see if we can find some players into the Pro Tour for 2027 here. This is going to be exciting.
Sounds great. Winning in time. Let's do it. All right, so we have Hayne, Rubin, and Strosky on the left with Colin Roundtree, Jacob Nagro, and Edward Bukowski on the right. We're going to be watching the match of Hayne versus Roundtree. Alexander Hayne, Pro Tour champion, against Colin Roundtree, a name we've seen quite a few times, playing the Adaptoid, a card you've seen also a few times. This kind of oddball artifact rare that copies abilities.
Yep, absolutely. And, of course, Hayne won that Pro Tour back in 2012 playing Miracles in Barcelona, looking for, I guess it wouldn't necessarily be a miracle to see them in the top 4, but you know, they would absolutely love to get the entire team back on the Pro Tour here. You know, we see Andre Strosky always kind of maybe on for a Pro Tour or two, off type thing. But Steve Rubin, Alexander Hayne, we haven't seen them on a Pro Tour stage here in a while, so it would be really cool to see them back.
Hayne's been on here or there. In the last 3 years, I've seen him a few Pro Tours.
That's fair. Okay.
Steve, however, not playing as much, so this is part of the allure of team events, bringing back the them boys back into the mix.
Yeah, you know, Mike Sigrist, the other member of Dem Boys, you know, very much probably watching right now and cheering on his friends. And Steve Rubin, we saw him win that Pro Tour with green-white tokens. I remember it was like Nissa, where you made a plant or you put a token on all your creatures, Archangel Avacyn type thing. And then Andre Strosky won with this fun little card called Oko, Thief of Crowns.
Ah, yes.
Beating Paulo Vitor Davidarosa in the finals of that one.
Pretty impressive. So looks like Alex has a rules question to ask. So Super Adaptoid here. Kind of a weird card, copying abilities.
Yeah.
Interesting to see this card played on turn 2. It does copy things when you attack. Ooh, okay. So we're going to see. What's happening here timing-wise?
Okay, so that was, that's really awesome. So it turned the 1/4 into a creature with no ability. So did that take away the legendary status of it? So the 2/1 got to eat that artifact?
I wouldn't think so.
Yeah.
But whatever it is, it worked.
I mean, clearly Alexander Hayne, that's the question he was asking.
Right.
And, wow, looked.
The Adaptoid loses the ability, so that it doesn't count the power.
Oh, so it is, of course, just an O2.
It's not losing status, losing the power. So
Awesome.
Adaptoid gets tapped and goes down, and the deployment drone is the follow-up, and quite the air force here for Alexander Hayne.
Yeah, and Alexander Hayne's deck looked like the deck that is the lesser of the 3. When we watched him play against Matt, they kind of had that blue-red artifact mirror match.
That does not work. Yes, so the Echo copies the abilities of creatures, not artifacts.
Yeah.
So close one there. Good thing Hayne dived in and stopped the card draw, because that would have been a little awkward. So
yeah, let's see. Did he draw an extra card?
I don't think so, but I think that you still call a judge from a spot just to make sure everything's copacetic. It is a new set. The set literally released 2 days ago.
Yeah.
These are a lot of cards, and the Echo is one of the weirder ones. So they're going to go over here to make sure how this works, and just kind of make sure everything is all PC.
Yeah. We normally don't see events this close to release, right? Like this.
Right.
This is usually where we would see like an SCG tour where it'd be a new standard format with the first week on release week.
Yep.
Almost always won by a Jessup brother, But the fact to have a limited event this soon, we don't see often.
Yep, and Echo's also a very bizarre card. So
It very much is.
one card drawn for Future is Forged, 2 mana up for Colin Roundtree. Might be awkward if he thought that was going to draw 2,
Yeah.
and therefore didn't play some other card for maybe 3 or 4 mana.
Almost assuredly was not the ideal play, but might not have been.
Yep. So we got a red zone here coming in, maybe a yellow zone over the Spotlight series with the Wasp coming in, and more flyers. A motley crew of flyers. The Wasp, the Shield Drone, and Irby. Irby going to draw a card, play an extra land, and I mean, Alexander Hayne is on the offensive.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a great draw. It's Herbie-licious here.
Sure.
Well, let's see. Definitely got to do something to contain these flyers. I mean, Haynes' deck is definitely scrappy here. Oh, now that's Herbie-licious.
That one works.
Yes.
Okay, so
you get to put 2 lands into play, huh?
Yep, so 2 triggers off of Irby. Gets to draw an extra card, play an extra land. And
Oh,
Echo.
my
Echo's a card
goodness.
that is fantastic. You don't got to work too hard to make Echo. I love how encroaching Alexander Haynes' board is. I'm taking up 2/3 of a table whether you like it or not. Just asserting dominance.
Yeah, absolutely.
So back Haynes' way. That was about the worst thing that could have happened, I think, with Colin playing a flying blocker and then drawing 2 extra cards.
Whoa!
But it's time for a Vision Quest.
What are we going to get here? I mean, let's pull Vision Quest up. This card is so good.
Anything you can do, Herbie, I can do better.
Yes.
So Vision Quest goes to find an artifact, put its X counters on it, and gives it haste. So now we have a 6/5 Irby coming in with haste, drawing a card, playing a land, and that's a great way to top off your aggression.
So good. I mean, the only thing I've seen better with Vision Quest is X's 5 and getting MODOK.
That's a good one.
It's a good one.
That's a really good one. I've got an Iron Man before. It's pretty good, too. but-
Okay. Vision Quest is just unreal.
Yeah, it's a card that reads like it would be kind of clunky, but plays out really well with those counters. So
Yeah.
we see a block on the Shield Drone from Irby, but the Wasp and the 2 other Irbys getting in. I don't know how many robots that the Fantastic Four built, but they are pretty well constructed. Colin down to 3 and up against the wall.
Yeah, and man, when I watched Alexander Haynes' match versus Matt Sicken Johnson, his deck didn't look this good, I'll tell you that. I also didn't even see a mountain from him, so maybe that's why he wasn't popping off too much, but this looks really nice from Alexander Hayne.
All right, so got to stratagem the Irby. Not the card you necessarily want to bounce as far as more ETBs.
Nope.
Hayne tucks that one second from the top. Got to get a connive on Echo, but unfortunately the attackers are in the air right now. Colin's at 3, and there's 4 damage coming on. This might just be it. We'll see if Colin can find a way out.
Yeah, this might be, and all Andre, Steve, and Alexander Haynes' decks all look really good. Andre has a hyper-aggressive white deck with the Agent on 2. That we've seen him play a decent amount here on previous feature matches, so solid chance for this team to make it to the top 4.
All right, the Wasp gets stuck in the ice. Colin's at 3, looking to go to 1 here. Can Alexander Hayne find that last point? Yes, he can. Stratagem, that wins both ways. He can connive on the flyer, or the soldier gets in, and Alexander Hayne takes down game 1 in dramatic fashion. That was awesome.
That was wild. There was a lot of stuff going on in that game. Even that Wasp just being able to eat the other rare, like a rare on rare interaction you don't see that often. So that was great. Echo looked awesome. And of course, Vision Quest was unbelievable there.
Yeah, Vision Quest giving haste and then sizing up. Because it looks clunky, right? You're spending additional 2 extra mana on whatever creature you get.
Yeah.
But it's huge and has haste.
I mean, basically, it just reads 6 mana, win the game a large chunk of the time.
Yep.
You know, like, and even has the fail-safe of, like, let's say all your Herbies are either in your graveyard, they already died or something like that. Yeah, just an incredible, incredible card.
Really good stuff. So these players shuffle up for game round number 2. Maybe you're sitting at home like, man, this event looks really, really fun. I wish I had known about that. Well, what you got to do is sign up for the newsletter, StarCityGames.com/newsletter. I've been on this newsletter now for well over a decade, and I am not a newsletter guy. I hate having a full inbox, but knowing about all the events coming up, all the sales coming up, and just general Magic news, you know, what's happening, what are new releases, what's going on. You get 1 or 2 emails a week, and they're often very, very useful. So I'm on there, you're on there.
Oh, yeah.
And you, the viewer, should be on there too.
And you hate news. You know,
I
we'll
hate
be
news.
sitting around.
I hate news, I hate newsletters, I hate letters, I hate emails.
Exactly.
But,
yeah.
you know.
You're a hard person to get a hold of.
That's true. So check it out. Sign up at StarCityGames.com/newsletter. All right, so a little bit of sideboarding here for Alexander Hayne. You see both the Steve, Jacob, and Andre Edward matches still going strong.
Yep. And for the team of Jacob, Negro, and Colin Roundtree, if they win this, they probably still have to win the next round. Pretty unlikely to be able to draw into the top 4 of this event. It just seems really difficult. Feels like there's too many corner cases that people could jump you and stuff. So we'll have Monty and Paul tackle that next round. But either way, they got to win this one. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of unintentional draws also in our
Yep.
our standings too. So going to be messy. And it's only cuts top 4. It's not top 8.
Yes.
So that makes things much more the margins much thinner.
Absolutely. And Jacob has been around the Pro Tour for a very long time as well. Just actually welcomed, I believe, their first baby. So big congrats to Jacob. Maybe it hasn't been playing as much because, well, you know, you and I both know that takes up a lot of time. That's for sure.
Yes, it does. Team events always bringing people out, though. Good
Absolutely.
To see. And so shuffling up for game number 2 here. We're going to have Colin on the play almost assuredly, and then Hayne trying to look for a quick 2-0 so he can hop in between his teammates and try and take this thing down, locking up that top floor slot, locking up those Pro Tour invites, and locking up, most importantly, the chance to do a high-stakes team draft.
Yeah, that's the prize they all want. They want to draft again.
That's the feeling that I have at a Pro Tour where when you don't make day 2, the worst feeling is walking into the hall on day 2 and hearing the call draft. And forget everything else about making day 2 or money or whatever else. Just knowing there's a Pro Tour draft happening and you were in the Pro Tour and now you're not and you're missing it, it stinks.
I don't show up when I done day 2. It makes me too sad. Of course, I can't, you know, after I get eliminated from the Pro Tour, day 2, I just become a fan because I still want to watch the Pro Tour coverage, see how my teammates are doing, that kind of thing. But, man, it is so, so sad. There is nothing like that called draft, that hush that falls over the Pro Tour at 9 a.m.
It's the best.
Yep.
It is the best. So I'm all good here from Hayne. No stranger to the Pro Tour, of course, Pro Tour champion. Long-standing Platinum Pro for a long time, too.
Definitely.
And honestly, just a phenomenal mind for the game. I've hung out with Hayne a lot, and he is just very smart.
He's one of the smartest people I have ever met. And, you know, also just so fun to be around, too.
Yep.
You know, I've tested with him for some events. A really cool guy.
Yeah, great guy, very funny. And what?
Bruce is here.
Okay.
Okay.
There was a method to the madness here. This is a checklist card for the flip card, Bruce Banner.
Bruce Banner's great.
Thought that Colin was just showing off. So Bruce is fantastic. 2 mana to draw a card. And then I don't think we'll see a flip in Colin's deck. That's fine.
Yeah, but just always having the ability to draw cards whenever there's nothing going on. And against a deck like Haynes' mostly mono blue deck, I bet a lot of the red removal kind of went to Steve, as I believe he's a red deck as well. So I bet this is going to be pretty unkillable. So, yeah, whenever you don't have anything to do, just make sure you always have 7 cards in hand.
Yep.
And it scales up. Next turn he could draw 2.
Important to note that it is a sorcery speed, so you can't do the whole like leave up counter spells and that, but still very powerful. Also very powerful is Hayne on kind of the nut draw here of the Hydraulic Helper on 2 into Irby on 3. Great draw, big acceleration. We got a Herbie mirror match, folks. I love this.
I also love that Bruce Banner has to activate at sorcery speed. You know, the Hulk's not exactly like, oh, wait around and see what happens, and then I'll react. No, that's not the Bruce Banner way.
The only thing I don't like, is if you lightning bolt Bruce Banner in real Marvel continuity. That's not going to end very well for you.
I believe
you're going to unleash the beast.
Yes.
But you know, Magic, some concessions need to be made. So here's I Am Iron Man. This is just a lava spike on the Irby for a little extra damage.
Oh no, just killing the other Herbie.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was too busy talking about.
It became the stronger Herbie.
Got it. So Irby domination has been achieved. Iron Man Irby, and then unfortunately though, not a great development turn for Hayne.
No, that was not. He would have much rather traded and played the 5 mana 5/5 reach creature or something.
Oh man, Bruce Banner's going nuts here. 3 cards already drawn when Hayne was on a mulligan. Ooh, and here's Echo.
Here's Echo.
Echo copy the Bruce Banner.
The Bruce Banner.
Banner. A lot of cards in hand for Hayne. A lot of cards in hand for both players.
Yeah, I mean the blue decks that they're both drawing a lot. You know that's going to happen, but man, you just got to like the deck that has a bunch of Herbies, and the I Win Vision Quest at some point just feels so strong.
And so Herbies everywhere. Extra lands being played. Cards being drawn. And into the red zone.
And looks like he at least has another 2-3 defender to play if Hayne wants to.
Ooh.
Or bullseye.
All right, that's a big one.
Yeah.
So goodbye helper, shocking down the Bruce banner, and no Hulks popping out. So
You're right. That is a bit of a flavor. I think one little shock wouldn't go well for whoever is across the way from the Hulk.
Right. I guess we'll say he's just leaving.
Yeah.
You know, you really got a lid on it, don't you, Tony?
Yeah.
I mean, don't you, Bruce, as Tony would say. So, and here's Falcon. So Falcon come along with Red Wing here, and I would say card quality wise, Colin has the advantage.
Yes. Yes, but every card has kind of replaced itself here so far from Hayne. But that being said, it does look like he only has one card in hand. But if it's Vision Quest, then we got to see if we got another Herbie in the deck.
Yep. So now, unfortunately for Colin, the Red Wing token is legendary. So Echo could copy the ability that makes it, but wouldn't do too much.
No, not much. You do get to copy the Surveil, so you could Surveil twice.
Yep.
Also not incredibly impactful, but there's birds coming everywhere.
All right, so it looks like 2 cards in hand for Hayne. And now, of course, the problem is there's a large flyer in play, and even the bird just blocking a Herbie. You know? So the thing is that we saw in Game 1, Hayne's deck was the aggressor, and now been kind of stymied in that regard. Don't really have good attacks anymore.
Could attack and then use a card in hand to bullseye down Echo, but yeah, just a big old 5/5. Looks like the Wasp was the last card in hand for Hayne, which is good.
That's great. So Wasp come in and tap down this Falcon.
Yeah, and then block the bird. I mean, that bird that surveils one when it attacked looks very, not too threatening, but it really is. Like, we have seen that just sculpt the top of a deck, make sure you're drawing nothing but gas, and it ends up being very strong.
Oh boy. So the Kree Sentinel's getting put on ice. That 5/5 reach creature. Biggest thing on the board. I guess it still technically is on the board, but,
But
maybe
it's tapped.
Maybe in 50 years it get thawed out, be a superhero. All right, so we're going to see activating. So now this is a bit of a,
That's nice.
a bit of a plus for Hayne. So it's to activate Bullseye, sacrifice the artifact, and shock down the bird token. So kind of getting to utilize a free shock.
Probably should have did that in a different order then, huh? Well, no, you have to tap it down. Never mind. Forget what I said.
And now back Colin's way. Falcon and Echo. Echo going to poke in for 1 here. Now Hayne could double block.
Yeah.
But declines that the Urbies are more important.
Yeah, it'd be a bit of a liability if you just had one of the deal to a blocker.
And there's Stratagems. So Stratagem's going to put Bullseye either on the bottom or second from the top and Connive. So we see a draw.
And that's tough. Bullseye is a lot worse when you're this, when you're so out of resources like Hayne is going to be. So I wouldn't be too shocked to see that put to the bottom, even though this is an incredible uncommon.
Yeah, the only upside here is that there is junky artifacts in Hayne's deck. So that can be the fodder rather than cards in hand. But at the moment, no artifact in play is I guess the helper is somewhat expendable. But
yeah.
All right. Got to go to the bottom.
Yeah,
also,
I like bottom.
Shock doesn't look very good here against 2/4 toughness creatures.
No, not really. Get rid of both Herbies to deal with 1/3/4. Not ideal.
All right, so
that was a spell at least.
Falcon staying home for Colin.
It might be forced to not stay home here. Bzzzt.
Uh-oh. Here comes the Wasp. Gonna tap it down. Temporary tap down, only once, not like a lockdown. But we'll lose all abilities. So it's now the Falcon has been grounded.
The Falcon has indeed been grounded.
That's a deep hour on Irby, just 1 mana, gain 2, draw 1.
So there's what Colin had if the double block from Herbie was there. So nice no block there from Hayne. It's only 1 damage though too, so that would be a bit of a trap play.
Yep.
Would not recommend.
So back Colin's
Wondrous
way.
Wasp is good.
Yeah, really solid card. Would not be surprised to see this card in standard.
Yeah.
Just a tricky little flash flyer. So here comes the Falcon on the ground. This is a walking Falcon. In for 3 damage, though.
A walking Falcon.
Echo's still available. But what else is going on for Colin here? Got to do something. And it's going to be another Trapped in Ice.
Okay.
On one of the Urbies.
A great reason to get rid of Bullseye then. Oh, okay. That's a heavy hitter.
So Stature comes down. 1/1 unblockable if it has 1 power. And then you can power it up later so you can attack with it and then after blocks. Make it huge.
Yeah.
All right. And step. Giant flying ant thing. I guess
I don't think you can do
can't
that.
do that.
Yeah,
Correct.
we gotta make sure we stop them there on that, because that's not a play that can happen.
Right. So the trapped in the ice.
Yeah. So let's make sure we stop them, and
yeah, trapped in ice specifically says this creature cannot untap.
cannot be untapped. So we need to halt them for a second.
It is release weekend, so
yeah.
Kind of a weird interaction.
Exactly.
Typically, these untap effects are very good against these tap down effects. Let's see if we can get a call down.
Yeah, it's gonna hope we can talk to a judge quickly, as it gets to be a point where you can't go too fast. You know, if you're too far past it,
right,
you can't go back. So let's see if we can do that.
Yeah, so there could be a fix. So flying attack coming in. So big flyer attack coming in for Alexander Hayne. And we got to stop.
There we go.
All right, we're in. Okay, good. So obviously a very easy mistake to make. Typically, especially historically in Limited, untap effects have been fantastic against these sort of tap-down enchantments.
Yeah.
But not this one. This one specifically says, frozen in ice, you get on the screen, it says this creature just cannot untap, period.
Let's hope we got this interaction right. I think we do, but yeah, it's always feel bad if we try to stop their match if we got it wrong. But I think that is right. Yeah. Yeah, so let's put Frozen and Ice up and make sure that that's how it works. And that is kind of the reason why this card is so good. It's like Chandra lose all bit and can't become untapped.
Right.
No way to do so.
So not really that devastating. The only issue here is that if this would change Hayne's attacks. So if this is just, -2 damage, no big deal. But if Hayne would have made a different play, then things get a little awkward.
Because I think Hayne's allowed to make this mistake, right? To target it to untap, it wouldn't work. And now, since Hayne's in his combat, of course, it's all up to the judges. We're not going to speculate on exactly what could happen, but you could just say it's still tapped here.
What is the rewind point is a big one too. Because Hayne made the target. Yeah. You can't change the target because you've been given new information on how the ruling works.
You could maybe change it if it was an illegal thing to do. Like we saw Echo try to target the artifact ability. You can't do that.
Right.
So
but you can target the thing with Thing in the Ice.
Can.
It just can't untap.
Yeah.
So they're gonna
I
get
like
down.
that you called it Thing in the Ice because I've been doing that all weekend.
No, you got me.
I've been doing it all weekend. Yeah, that's an iconic card.
Infected my brain.
I
Corey.
sure have.
It's a bad place to be.
We put you in the void. I am the void for you.
I am a Sentry and you are the void.
I am the void,
and
yes.
I'm just stuck with you. But yeah, so they're going to try and figure that out. And of course, no mush to tenure at all. This is release weekend.
Yeah.
These cards, we've been playing with these cards now for, if you played your pre-release a week, if you've been playing since release on Arena a couple days, so very easy mistake to make. And again, that's one of those things where, as an old school Limited player like Hayne is, you feel so smart when you have some untap effect for the usual dehydration effect.
Exactly.
And but this one doesn't work.
This one's templated a little different. So yeah, I mean, even kind of looking on the board here, that attack for 7, it looks like an attack for 9. So even if it's only 7, I want to say Colin was at 7. It might have been at 7 after the attack here. So. We'll figure out what that is. But either way, you got to think big advantage to Alexander Hayne so far, right?
Yeah, has the Flyers on the board, looking great. Certainly there's some scary cards on the board. For Colin, the stature can get really, really big. Can really swing a race. It's kind of just this fireball effect. So it's a weird blue fireball, right? Where you just unblock attack and just tap it all.
But I feel like we're not at that point yet, right? And the other thing about Colin's deck, it's looked good, but we haven't seen the bombs, like the blue, white, gold cards. We haven't seen Civil War Saga, anything like that. It's just a good old-fashioned blue-white deck. So you got to think there's still some bombs still to be found, you would think, right?
Yep. So our judges are going to go over, make sure everything is copacetic. Remember, judges are your friend.
Yes.
When you call a judge in a spot like this, it's not saying, hey, they're cheating. It's saying, hey, hold on, I think we can't do that. Let's make sure that we get things right here. Because Magic is a very difficult game.
So complicated.
Very, very easy to make mistakes. And a lot of folks who are watching at home might be like, well, what do you mean? When I'm playing, I don't make these mistakes. you probably
You probably don't see them.
Right,
you probably don't see
'cause
them.
you're
That's the first step, is you need to be able to see your own mistakes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it's not even a mistake. It's like a ruling thing, or else it might,
Yeah.
or else it might be. Magic's very complicated. These things happen. So that's why judges are here to help us out and make sure that things are all going good, as you can see right now. And big match. Our players here are playing for some Pro Tour slots. I would love to see Steve Rubin back on the Pro Tour.
Yes.
Steve's also a great guy, and a little busy these days as far as playing a lot of RCQs and stuff. But this is the event. This is the chance where you can just walk in the door and walk out a Pro Tour competitor.
I mean, I've been a big fan of Steve, and even the last top 8 I remember, the one he won, he defeated my brother in the top 8. I stayed up all night to watch it, and he just 3-0 smashed my brother, and it was not close. But still, I was happy for Steve because he's that good of a guy. I've tested with him in the past. Just one of the nicest players you'll ever meet, and an absolute killer when it comes to gaming. He, he'll kill you with kindness. And his creatures, of course.
And the game, too.
Yeah.
I remember that Pro Tour, I was actually in Disney World with the family.
Yeah.
I remember I was online for some ride watching on my phone, watching the finals of the Pro Tour. And I was like, hey, Nicole, Steve's going to win.
Yeah, and she's like, I want to ride some games with you, bro. Like,
listen, there's a lot of downtime at Disney waiting on lines, all right?
You just said you were on a ride.
No, online
oh,
for the ride. Yes.
okay.
We were not Space Mountain like.
Yeah, I just picture where they take a picture of you when you go down, and Jim's just like, look at this top deck.
No.
All right, let's jump up, knock down.
All right, so they got time extension. We are all cleaned up, and the end result is, of course, the creature is still tapped. The Flyers are coming in. Haynes at 17, Collins at 9.
Yeah.
Looks like we're going back Collins' way.
It did look like a rewind here, just a minor rewind. That's what it looks like to me, because Colin was down to 7. That counted that Herbie damage. So that damage was erased. No harm, no foul. It does definitely change the clock.
Yes.
Like now all of a sudden Hayne had a 2-turn clock with a removal spell. Now he doesn't even have lethal next turn. So this could be the door opening for Colin where he could be like, all right, I'm going to go all in and put a 2-turn clock on you and force you on the defensive.
Yep.
So huge exchange here.
Only one card in hand for Alexander Hayne.
Yeah.
He's hoping it's a good one. All right, it is time to tap 4 mana and cast a Futurist Forge.
And what was the card we saw from Hayne? It's been a while. It was the Wasp, and he top decked something else.
It was so long ago, I forgot.
I know, yeah.
Because this Futurist Forge here costs 1 mana thanks to Shuri, who snuck into play at some point. I don't remember when Shuri was cast. But Shuri makes all your artifacts cost less, so 1 mana, draw a card, and then 4 more to draw 2 cards. Plenty of mana available for Colin. All right, and we're just going to go in the red zone. So Falcon, of course, on the ground. Echo coming in with Vigilance. And then Stature, only 1 right now, but can power up, but not this time.
Robots blocking Falcons. I don't know. It doesn't seem right to me.
And here comes more card draw, the Bold Biochemist. Cast for 2. Power up is 6. Can spend 4 more to power up and draw cards if Colin so chooses.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like Colin has any other cards in hand. So this is Hayne saying, does that resolve? And, I mean, if you did have the Quench, the counter spell, you could prevent the drawing. So it actually would be you couldn't even do it.
All right, so, oh, boy. Here's Echo once again doing the dirty business. Going to copy the power-up ability, so we're going to see 4 cards drawn and 2 counters on Bold Biochemist.
Now, if the Chemist dies, does he get 0 cards, or does he still get the cards? Put a counter and draw 2 cards.
I think the ability would still go off because there's no target on it.
Oh, but does that completely change the math?
Oh, another Wasp.
Yeah, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 10 damage, and there's only 2 blue mana available for Colin. So this looks like Hayne is going to sneak it out. We have seen the depower. We have seen depower before from Colin, and that, I guess there is one in the graveyard, though.
All right, so opening on Trickster Stratagem, targeting Stature, trying to say, hey, you're not going to fireball me next turn. So if this attack does not work, that's fine. We get there'll be a Connive as well.
Because that's so good with Echo. You power up that statue.
Oh, boy. Echo is unbelievable. I think Echo is absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, it reads as one of those cards like, okay, this is cute, but what am I going to really do with it? And then you're like,
this.
It works
and this.
well with everything.
And this.
Yeah.
And this.
It's even sick with the Forges.
Yep.
No, it's not. You don't get to draw a card.
I mean, Forges are cool, and Echo's cool. And Forge draws you into cards you can copy with Echo.
Nice save. Nice save.
Thanks.
So a big thought So what do we have for 2 mana?
I will say body language from Colin, not exactly inspiring.
No.
Looks like a man resigned to his fate. Maybe trying to win an Oscar here. We'll find out.
Yeah. Or, of course, has some. I mean, this could be Hollywooding, right? Like, just saying, like, do I do my bounce spell trick now?
Yep.
It's like, how long do I have to wait before Hayne doesn't go for it?
All right. Well, Hayne currently counting up what the swing back would look like, but there isn't a lot.
It's only 9.
Yeah.
So this is a safe all-in. And
so
let's see if it's the hand.
Here's your Vegas all-in moment. Tapping a mana, and it isn't a deep power. It looks like it is. Deep power going to be 1 blue, gain 3, draw a card. So 3, 6, 7, 8 coming across, putting Colin to 1 on the edge. And thanks to Haynes' play, no lethal on the crackback.
Yeah. Okay. So man, that top deck sorcery there might have just saved Hayne, because you got to think powering that up and doubling it.
Yeah, not might have for sure. So
yeah, it would be plus 12 counters.
So Helper can't attack. The Falcon, the Biochemist, the Shuri, and the Echo are viable attackers. That's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I count 9 damage. That is not 15. So Colin needs to win the game or somehow not lose the game to these 4 flyers in play for Hayne.
And he's already only has 1 flightless bird.
Yeah.
So you basically have to kill the Wasp. That unlocks 1 of your flying blocker, but then you need 2 more removal spells.
There are 4 cards in hand.
Yeah.
It looks like it might be a spider one.
That is. So that's 1. That thing doesn't have reach, though, right? It just taps down?
Correct. I don't know why Spider-Man can't get up in the air. Spiders usually have reach, but
they got the whole web thing, you know, yeah.
All right, so Colin thinking it over. How in the world are you going to get out of this one?
Let's start with 2 mana.
Make it 3. Make it 4. Love the sweat. Make it 3. Right. Make it 1. Make it 0.
Beautiful.
I like the hat.
Yeah.
Like, can you even see his cards?
I don't know.
I think you can see his cards based on the angle.
Yeah.
Can you see Haynes' cards?
That's a good question. A little yellow hat-esque.
Yep.
You know?
And pushing it even lower. Love it. It's almost like you can hear me.
It's like I no longer want to see what's going on over there. I mean, what a top deck there from Hayne. Getting that Connive card really, really made it brutal for Colin Roundtree here.
All right, so here's old Steve Rogers, Captain America.
Yeah.
Whenever you tap a thing, you have to untap it and tap it again. So this makes an extra mana off of the helper.
Yep.
This also would allow for attacks and blocks in theory. And
is that Herbie?
Herbie coming in, drawing a card. Okay.
Is that? Oh, artifacts cost less. Yes, yes.
Shuri costs less. We had less on the helper as well.
Oh, you can echo the Spider-Man ability, but it looks like we're still 1 flyer short. If that Falcon would have been able to block, so you can ice down 2 creatures. Now, it doesn't make them lose abilities, right?
No.
Okay, because I was like, then you could ice down the Wasp and another flyer, and then you'd have your Falcon back, and then we'd have enough, but...
Hello. So, combat time. These are all going to tap for combat initially.
Yep.
And then untap thanks to Captain America.
Yeah. It looks like unless he also top deck Depower, it's going to be just... Depower is the only out now it looks for Colin, because he can play the web, this one, and then copy it, ice 2 creatures down, and then if he also has Depower, he'll have 1 blocker for the 1 flyer, and then can depower the other one.
So, gonna main phase.
Wait a minute. Did Echo... Oh, Echo got to untap, so he got to tap down 3 creatures.
Oh, wow.
And Herbie can block the Wasp.
That's incredible.
Whoa.
Echo
with Captain America is unreal.
Yeah,
he's dead to anything, but can Colin pull that off? That was incredible.
Yeah, Echo, awesome. Awesome.
Wow, what a play from Colin Roundtree.
And they're all locked down permanently if his Spider-Woman stays in play.
Yeah.
So it's just a Wasp versus the world here, and that's not going to be enough.
Oh, my
wow.
goodness.
Incredible game from Colin Roundtree to weasel out of that one, using Echo to its full potential. Echo did so much that game.
Unreal. That was the best I've ever seen Echo be. With Captain America to be able to copy it twice. That was so awesome.
Very, very well played. I didn't think there was a way out there.
No. I mean, I thought it had to be with a D power, but the fact that you can copy it twice there was great. And we saw 2 D powers. How many D powers do you think Colin's actually playing? Wow.
As many as you can get, probably. That card's great.
Yeah.
But yeah, more than 2 is definitely unlikely. Wow. And then for Hayne, now it's time to regroup.
Yeah.
Hayne was in a great spot there. If you're Alexander Hayne, you had to have passed the turn there being like, all right,
Yeah.
let's get this over with, you know? So really cool stuff. Fantastic use of Captain America and the double taps. That card's great as well. We got a good game 3 here brewing, folks, and I'm excited to see it. But while they shuffle up, if you want to create your own stories with Marvel superheroes, you can go to starcitygames.com/MSH, where all of these products are available now. You can get your booster packs, get your singles, and more. Mjolnir, MODOK, Cosmic Cube, or Captain America himself.
Yeah, I'm buying Captain America after that one. That was great. And you got to think, if that Frozen in Ice was not template plated in such a way,
yes.
that match was over.
Yeah, actually, so if Hayne had not targeted the creature under the ice, which didn't work,
Yeah.
could have targeted something else.
I don't think there was another flying blocker, though.
There was no other element blocker?
So
Okay.
I don't think – I was thinking that, too. Like, maybe if he, realized that interaction didn't work that way, he could have won. But the only other blocker on the other side was the grounded Falcon.
Right.
So I don't think there was any way to have that work out.
Okay, well,
Incredible stuff.
now Hayne going to be on the play here for game number 3 as these players get all ready to go. He sees both Steve Rubin and Andrei Strosky both up a game. So they are looking to lock up the very first winning in for our top 4 for that team draft, for those Pro Tour invites here at Spotlight Marvel Superheroes.
God, is it that hard to beat this team on the left? Like, that's how you had to win? With Colin doing just absurd things? Like,
listen, when you combine the three Pro Tour champions into one Infinity Gauntlet,
exactly.
you get powered up, and they're ready to rock and roll.
And I mean, Alexander Hayne, Steve Rubin, they have a ton of synergy working well together. Like, they have been teammates forever. It's usually Mike Sigris, but, Mike definitely staying at home more often. You can catch his stream. He streams very often. So does Andrei Strosky.
If you're watching Siggy, we love you.
Yeah, absolutely love Siggy. And, even Siggy has helped Andre out in limited prep. We see Andre playing the Arena Directs often, and you'll see Siggy giving his very honest feedback, to say the least, on how he thinks he's playing at certain times. So, Mike Sigrist is the 4th member of the team.
It's funny you say that, though, because it sounds like friends just kind of joshing each other.
Yeah.
That's the kind of feedback you need to get better.
Oh, for sure.
You need to be friends with someone who's comfortable enough with you to say, that was horrible, you shouldn't have done that, let's talk about it. You know?
There's 2 ways. Like, you got how Sigris gives you feedback, which you can look at his Twitter. You can figure out exactly how it is. Or Reed, who will give you the same honest feedback, but he's going to start with, first of all, I think you did a really good play on game 1, but you horrifically punted here. He'll at least boost you up first.
Yes, Reed is very diplomatic. Very, you're really playing great, and I really like your attitude and your mindset here.
Yeah.
But I think maybe back on turn 4, your turn 3 play was great.
Yeah.
Your turn 5 play was great, but turn 4 might have been a horrible attack.
And Mike Sigris will start with, all right, so you played horrifically bad, except turn 4 you actually played okay.
Yep.
So it's 2 great teachers with 2 different teaching styles.
Yep. Methodology different, the result is the same.
Yeah.
All right, let's get ready for game number 3 here.
This might have already been a double mulligan here from these players, but we shall see. Maybe I was misseeing things.
All's fair. If that is true, who's a favor?
I would think it probably favors Colin.
Okay.
I think being on the play, Alexander Hayne really wants to try to curve out, have this Herbie draw, try to find Vision Quest in 6 lands as fast as possible, where if he doesn't have as cohesive of a draw, I think that's going to favor Colin to be able to claw back in.
I'm looking at Hayne's hand here, and I thought I saw a Surveillance Room and no other lands.
Yeah.
Which is, the Scry land's kind of tempting, but Hayne gets just doesn't discipline here and send back. And Colin also, call a card back as well. So we got Colin on 6, Hayne going to 5. It's a big spot.
And you know what Hayne's thinking right now? It's not about, I want a good turn 5. It's, okay, what could I have done in that game to get that last point across? Like, it's tough. We're all gamers. We all, it's the best thing you can do for your team is to have short memory. short-term memory here, but we're all human. A bullseye, for instance, got put to the bottom where Colin ended at 1.
Ooh.
Like, you got to think maybe that is something that you could think about. Like, there's so many lines in a game like we just saw where you could have really shifted winning or losing that game.
Yeah, so easy to gloss over them, too.
Yeah.
It's so easy to be like, I was one short or missing that, whatever. But
Yeah.
so many little spots where improvement can be made.
Maybe he's just thinking, dang it, Jim and Corey, if you didn't, if you didn't point out that thing in the ice or that trapped in the ice. Yeah, I highly doubt that's what he's thinking.
Kind of hope it is, though.
To be fair, I don't even think he knows he's on camera right now. So, all right, but down to 5. Has blue, has red lands. There was Vision Quest off the top.
Unfortunately, it's tough to have a 6-mana card in your opener when you mulligan to 5.
Yeah.
It's hard to have the cards necessary to get there as far as lands and spells. But we say the nay Shuri Wakandan Inventor. Not today. That powerful card is gone, so no more artifact production. But just a pass on turn 3.
Yep. Oh, and I was going to say, is there no land? But Colin does have the blue-white land.
All right, so the Hydraulic Helper comes down. And land 4 for Hayne, but not much
Herbie
else.
would have been so good there.
Yep. All right, Helper going to help out. And all right, well, first to the Herbie race is Colin Roundtree. Draw a card, play a land, and say go. No extra land, just a 1 land played naturally. You don't have to play one Herbie. And Alexander Haynes Herbie a little bit late.
Yeah, a little too late, and now we'll see. Here's land 5, and if Hayne can top deck another land, well, we know there's 2 Herbies. A 6/5 Hasting Herbie would still probably be pretty good next turn. That's a way for Hayne to claw back in.
Yep, so.
And there's Strosky coming in camera, so take a peek.
All right, teammates.
The Pro Tour Richmond champion.
2 heads are better than 1.
Yep.
Most of the time.
Yeah, sometimes, yeah.
Too many cooks occasionally.
Yeah.
But so Helper, and here comes the Ultron drone, but not enough to power it up, unfortunately.
Yep.
That's pretty telling from Colin's hand, right? Because, okay, so it'll be and the 2-drop as well.
So no land. So 3 spells in the hand for Colin. You got to think.
And is a land drawn for Hayne? It looks like no.
I think Herbie would already be in play if there was. So, but it does look like Hayne has some good options here at least.
Yep.
This card's perfectly fine.
Yep, here's your shield deployment drone, another flyer. This is a game that has been battled in the skies for sure.
Yep.
Going back Colin's way. Colin draws. Again, Haynes board incredibly encroaching.
Yep, very, very true.
And boom, tap it down. Pretty aggressive use of the trapped in the ice. And the drone and the biochemist are in. So Herbie's staying home. So Colin says, I want to trade Herbies.
That is interesting. You would think you want to just go all in a situation like this.
So what do you think? What do you think Colin's thinking?
I don't. Oh, maybe doesn't want to get. Oh, that untaps, huh?
Yep.
Oh, I guess exactly this, playing around this. I mean, it still kind of plays into it, I guess, right?
Yeah, you still eat the drone, like.
Yeah.
And now Hayne deciding if he wants to block the which power-up creature to block, the Ultron drone or the Bolt Biochemist. Both power up for 6. 1 draws 2. 1 makes it 2/2.
Yeah. I feel like the drone is tempting, but yeah, it is close.
Hayne says, you know what? I care more about you having cards than having bodies in play.
Yep.
And
that's Bruce.
All right, so Bruce Banner does come down. Pretty good way to cap that turn off.
Is it land 6? That would be the huge swaying play here. Oh, but he's revealing it. That leads me to believe that
Steve Rubin took it down.
Yeah.
All right, so a little anticlimactic. Again, the nature of team. Yep. I was very excited to see if A was to draw the land or not, but does not need
come on, show it. Show it.
Peek his top card.
Oh, it was the 2/3 robot.
Was not a land.
I do think Colin was probably going to win this. It definitely looked advantage to him because, well, Bruce Banner was going to live. And that was going to be pretty devastating here. So
Colin was short on lands. He only had 4 lands in play.
Yeah.
So there would have been time for Hayne to find the extra mana for the Vision Quest. But not necessary. And that's awesome. We've got our triple 3-headed Pro Tour champion team into the top 4.
Yeah, looks like it. And, I feel like a team that hasn't already been there before, we would have got the reaction we're looking for, the jump up and hug friends. But you know what? They're all such just pros. They're like, let's win the next round too and really make it in as the #1 seed.
They often say, act like you've been there before. They have been there before.
They sure have.
A lot. And now they're going there again, back to the Pro Tour and into our top 4, which is awesome. And I'm very, very excited for that coming up.
I feel like we can already just say we're going to be following that team.
Yep,
In the top 4. They're one of the best team that's still in it and one of the best team in the room for sure.
Yep, so I'm looking forward to watching that draft, as I'm sure you are. I'm sure all you fine folks are as well. But that's to do it for this round here. We got 1 round to go. One more winner in round for our players. Going to cut to top 4. Going to be very, very exciting. So don't go nowhere. See you soon.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to coverage of Magic Spotlight Marvel Superheroes. My name is Monty Devuti, joined by Mr. Paul Chion. And Paul, we're in the most exciting round, the thick of things. I'm not even going to try to undersell this. Let's go right to the standings, because there's a lot to talk about, and it is pretty sweet. So let me lay out what is happening in this round for you. 1 seed, Andre Strosky, Steve Rubin, Alexander Hayne, 12-1. They are in a position at 36 points currently, where even if they lose, they are guaranteed in the top 4 because there is nobody else that is able to overtake them. Yeah. So they are locked in the top 4. That's one slot. They can concede someone else in if they want. They can draw in, though I don't think there's anyone that can draw with them. Right. Or they can win, and they are guaranteed the number 1 seed. Right?
So the team with 3 Pro Tour champs on it is locked for the top 4.
Weirdly enough, is locked for the top 4.
Strange.
Yeah. So that's number 1, right? Then things get exciting. Jesse Hampton, Charles Wong, Zevin Faust. I believe, I'm not 100%, they are playing against Andre Strosky's team.
Okay.
So, all right, I have gotten confirmation now, as we are live updating you here. Strosky's team has conceded.
Okay.
To Charles Wong's team.
So that locks up 2 slots.
Yes. Jesse Hampton, Charles Wong, Zevin Faust, thanks to that concession from Andre Strosky, Steve Rubin, and Alexander Hayne, are in the top 4 at, I believe, 35 points. And it is still less than Andre Strosky's team.
Yeah, so that was the one thing to consider here. Because the 1 seed team has so many more points than the rest of the field, even if they lose, they will still be going first in all of their matches.
All 3 of their matches and the top 4, the finals, which is
huge
massive advantage when you're doing it across 3 matches.
Right.
So Andre Strosky's team conceded this round, got Jesse Hampton's team into the top 4.
What a tough
and
team.
They are guaranteed the top seed regardless.
Okay.
So that's where we're at currently. Jesse Hampton's team at 35 points. I believe they are guaranteed the 2nd seed because the next team, Tom Martell's team, is currently at 31 coming into the round. So a win for them puts them at 34. So 1 and 2 seeds are locked, and I believe that also means Andre Strosky's team will not be going up against Jesse Hampton's team until the finals, because I believe one plays 4.
They're going to be the 1 and 2 seeds.
Yes. Yeah. So that's 1 and 2.
Sure.
We're playing for 2 slots in the top 4.
Right.
Now, I believe Tom Martell's team is playing against a different team. I'm not sure which team. We'll get confirmation of that. But that match is very likely a guaranteed win and in for Martell's team, a likely win and in for the opponents, but we'll see. Tiebreakers will be coming into play after that point.
Right.
Paul Rietzel, Dave Williams, Matt Sperling's team, they're in 6th place. They are playing against Neil Estrada, Zev Goldhaber Gordon, and Liam Edelson. Really, in my opinion, a battle of the old versus new. Estrada, Liam Edelson's team, players that are making big waves, qualifying for multiple Pro Tours, putting up results at RCs and regional championships. Paul Rietzel, Hall of Famer, Matt Sperling, Dave Williams, fantastic resume for both of them. So this is a battle of legends versus the newer face of the Pro Tour.
Yeah, absolutely. You have all the people who play probably a lot more Magic, right? Because they're kind of locked in, trying to complete in the Pro Tour now. But then you have kind of this legendary team here of 3 players who have had, one of the most successful team resumes of anybody in the field here. So that should be a really, really interesting matchup. And given that they're the 5 and 6 seed, that's also indicative of the fact that those teams have good tie breaks, meaning that the winner of that match has a very, very good shot at top 4.
Yeah, I don't know how long Estrada's team has been playing, but I think I feel confident saying Rietzel, Williams, and Sperling were teaming together in events before at least some members of that team started playing Magic.
Or possibly even born. I have. Let's just put it this way. I've been playing the game for, 27 years maybe. All 3 of those players have been playing for longer than I have.
Yeah. So their match is very likely a win and in for whoever wins because of their position on the standings. Their tiebreakers are 2nd and 3rd among the X and 3s. So whoever wins will likely be that third or fourth spot.
Yep.
But there's no guarantee of that.
Course.
Tiebreakers will come into play. So what we're going to be watching this round is the potential guaranteed winning in. That is Tom Martell, Greg Dyer, and Samuel Black.
Right.
That match is, at least for Martell's team, a guaranteed winning in, and that is what we're going to be following, because if they win, they will be securing themselves the third spot and likely going up against Jesse Hampton's team in the top 4 draft.
Yeah, what a draft that would be if they do happen to make it. But yeah, lots of Magic to play here, lots of, tiebreaker stuff that's going to happen. But at least for this match, we know if Tom Martell and Sam Black's team wins, they will be one of the teams in the top 4.
Yeah, and everything else we'll figure out after, because the players are ready. We are going to go right down to it. On the left of your screen, a 10-2-1. Sam Black was the match we will be watching. Tom Martell and Greg Dyer. The opponents, Adam Yang, Christopher Grant, and Jackson Smelak. I am very sorry. I'm guaranteeing I'm butchering that. So, Sam Black on the left of your screen, Adam Yang on the right. This match is potentially, for both teams, Schmelik. This match is potentially a top 4 match for both teams, definitely for the Sam Black team.
Definitely here. Sam Black rocking the classic blue-white color combination, going up against a more controlling build. Anytime you see islands and swamps, that's what you're kind of expecting here. Red Room Recruit is the play here. It's just kind of developing the board.
I'm just bringing up Sam Black's deck list and taking a look at what we're working with. Another 4 hero in training deck. I'm beginning to see a pattern here, Paul. But this one also has the Mind Stone. So
Yeah,
we're going to start blinking some heroes.
Yeah, Mind Stone plus any come into play effects are, of course, very, very strong. And, of course, fantastic with hero in training.
Right.
Only one of the 2 copies of Okoye is seeing play here.
Yep,
Wow.
I have seen multiple teams not playing all the copies they have. There was a team yesterday that had 4, and they were running 2 of them.
Yep, yeah, legend does matter.
Right. And then in terms of blue, it's a very light blue play, but some very powerful cards. Secret Invasion, Wiccan, 2 copies of Frozen in Ice, and a Justice. Very valuable with all of these enters abilities.
Absolutely. And Sam, I believe, was that an attack with the Raft Security Officer?
Yeah,
Yeah?
I believe
Okay.
Sam played Brave Brawler, attacked, and Widow's Bite took down the Brawler.
And perhaps representing a We Say DNA here.
Right.
If Sam has it, probably wants to counter Herbie here.
I can tell you the information we have is he has 1 copy in the pool. He is not playing it in the main deck.
Got it.
So that may be a sideboard option, especially considering he seems to be in a bit of a controlling matchup. So
Right.
getting your opponent's big haymaker multiple turns into the game can be very big.
Couple of Frozen ices in Sam Black's hand, but not a bunch of good targets for the spell here.
Yeah. Sam's deck very solid, nothing overly flashy, but again, the Mind Stone plus all of these enters abilities is very impressive and something that will need to be dealt with should Sam get it online
Right.
eventually. We don't have the opponent's deck lists, unfortunately.
Yeah, Sam has a pair of Frozen in Ices, perhaps considering just firing one off, maybe on the Herbie, just to kind of deal with the flyer. Doesn't feel great because you're kind of down a card on the exchange here.
Right. Looks like 2 or 3 cards left in hand for Adam Yang. Can't get a good look at them. 6 land pass for Sam Black.
Yeah. Also, Adam passed with 5 mana up, right? So
Right, so a bit of a game of chicken here. Who will blink first?
cycling a Depower here.
Very reasonable considering Sam has shown 1 creature that is not
Right.
interested in attacking anytime soon.
Yeah,
And is not blocking to eat something either.
right. Sam can use the officer here to tap down that Herbie, minimize some damage perhaps. What can Adam follow up here, though? It's kind of weird because you're in one of these spots where if you just have like a real, actual solid creature, but you're kind of expecting your opponent to have a removal spell, do you even run it out, right? You're like, well, all the creatures that I've played so far have provided me some amount of value, but like, do you just slam a Rocks and Brutes or something if you have it in your hand? Or there you go.
What about the red Rocks and Brutes?
Yeah, there it is. And what is this?
I could not tell you. I'm not even.
Is it Avengers Assemble?
No, it's a 1-mana blue spell. 3 steps ahead.
3 steps
It
ahead.
is not a 1-mana blue. Paul, did you know this was in the set?
You know?
Nope. Not even
All right.
the slightest clue. Okay, so
I will know what it's going to do, though. It's going to counter a spell and
make another half security officer if I had to guess.
or you can catalog, right?
Yep.
You can also choose to draw 2 and discard a card. So both really, really solid options.
What do you think is better here against this board?
I think given the fact that Sam has 2 removal spells already, okay, you could certainly consider drawing 2 and discarding 1, but Sam happy just having another security officer in play, given how much mana he has in play.
All right, we've been put to shame. Mike Sigris in the chat was able to tell us what that card was.
Yeah,
he knew.
You know what? If Mike knowing and me not knowing, that's not going to be the first or last time. So we'll leave it at that.
All right, well, that's a great draw. Sam just drew the Mind Stone into Wiccan, which he had in hand.
Wow.
Yes,
Okay.
it's a turn of shields being down, but at 16 life with blockers aplenty, I think you're pretty okay with that.
Yeah. Now, if you're on Adam Yang's side, you have to, I mean, he's playing the Grixis colors, has used a pair of Widow's Bites, but you have to expect him to very likely have a way to deal with this Wiccan that's in play. And if you do, you want to fire it off now. There's 3 mana, might be a Cruel Alliance. Oh, just a Justice here. Vance Astrovic picking up the Wiccan, and a Bold Biochemist. All right.
It's hard to feel like that was a proportionately impressive turn relative to the last 2 turns that Sam has had.
Right, yes. 3 steps ahead, clone my thing into Mind Stone Wiccan.
Yeah.
Right. So now, remember, Sam still has the Frozen in Ice, but choosing to be patient because with the double wrap security officers in play, you can just lock down some of these flyers that are in play. Now, Adam is 1 mana away from activating that Bold Biochemist. Not an untapped land, unfortunately.
Yep, gains a life. But looking at the hand, I believe, is that Atlantis Attacks as one of the cards up front?
It might be, given that he's not really playing anything here.
Right, not getting a great look at what the other card behind is, but 2 cards in hand.
Yeah, right now, the only issue with Sam, he's certainly looking very, very good, but no good blink targets for either the Wiccan or the Mind Stone here currently.
No. Still going to harness the power of the Mind Stone, of course. Get your Wiccan untapped, give us Pseudo-Vigilance, and continue leaving up your tapping. I think that was another depower drawn, if I'm not mistaken.
What is this?
It's the power-up.
Just drawing 2 cards. Oh, that is not necessarily where you want to be when you're already somewhat behind on board here. Tap your flyers, swing in with Wiccan with the Pseudo-Vigilance that you outlined. Okay, another land here. So all Sam wants, if you can just find one of his 4 hero in trainings.
Oh, yeah.
That's when you really get to have fun with the Mind Stone and the Wiccan.
All right, Sam just shortcutting there, saying, I'm going to attack and then blink this. You're tapped out, have no flyers. Take the 4 and off we go.
Right. And this is, the best case scenario here for Adam, given that Sam really just didn't have a follow-up here.
Right. Adam is simultaneously very far behind and also reveling in the fact that he's not just dead here. Right.
Yeah.
There's the 7th land.
Any good come into play effect there. Even a power-up creature would have been great.
8th land now, I should say. 4 mana. Okay.
Oh, discard 2 cards. And Sam has been playing out all of his lands.
Yeah, that's 2 Frozen and Ice is gone. I'm not going to say that's the difference maker here. I don't think it will be. But it is a great start if you're in Adam's seat.
That is certainly huge. And a
now going wide.
Drone.
Okay.
Right. And Adam's still at a fairly comfortable 13 life here. Wiccan certainly can get in here, but still, All
right, Shield Spy Kit. Now, he already had Pseudo-Vigilance, but the scrying is going to be a pretty big deal in this position, as it will allow Sam to start fixing some of those draws and try to find a hero in training. On the other side, Adam has 2 cards in hand. One of them is that Atlantis Attacks. I was fortunately able to spot that earlier. So that's a pretty big one.
Right. No, absolutely.
You can get rid of the copy permanently.
Right.
And you can
Pick
buy
up
yourself some time.
Pick up the Wiccan.
Yeah.
Sure.
Or reset the Mind Stone if you really want, just saying that it takes 8 mana to play it and reharness it. So if Sam is able to find a good Enters creature on top, it'll be a couple of turns before he's able to start getting value from that. So depending on what Adam sees as his position here.
I mean, also you just get a giant 6/5 hexproof creature, and at some point that's just going to require a chump block.
Right, because you can't tap that.
Right. Yeah, so for future games, you can certainly expect Sam to hold excessive lands in hand, given the discard card here. 7 mana, here we go. Atlantis Attacks.
All right. Teamwork. Copy. And
Wiccan, possibly?
Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense.
Given your life total being at 8, it is what buys you the most time.
Absolutely. Pick it up. Let's get a giant Leviathan onto the battlefield. And hey, I mean, Sam really just doesn't have any offense to work with here.
Well,
you can even get in with the remaining creatures here, right? If they don't get tapped.
Well, you have the Biochemist that can get in, and I would be shocked if you don't. So
especially
3 damage coming across, draining for 1.
Right, absolutely. Drain you for 1, and the Leviathan can just block the security officer.
Right, you are not worried about that.
All right, Sam needs a big draw here.
Hero in training, that's the one.
Okay, he did find it here.
Now,
let's see what that can chain you into.
Hold on, Sam. You want your Wiccan first.
Right, it is a hero. You want to gain the life
That
here.
security officer is not. All right, that's huge. All right.
Brave Brawler is the draw there.
Yep.
And, it looks like he's just playing. I mean, that Adam does have a gigantic board here.
Right, so you do want.
But you can't tap if you do this.
Yeah, 1 tapper is not necessary anyways.
Right.
So I think just going wide, happy to present the Brave Brawler.
Draw a
another
card,
card
gain 2
drawn.
life. Yeah.
I think that might have been Patriot.
It did look like that. So huge turn. I mean, that was the turn Sam absolutely needed a good comment of play effect here, and Hero in Training was the perfect card.
The Mind Stone has been harnessed for a very long time, for those wondering.
Right.
Doesn't seem like we have any sort of visual indication, but Sam has been quite flooded for a while.
Right.
Now, we can also say that over in Match A, Greg Dyer has broken serve by winning the first game for Team Black Martel Dyer.
Right. And Bold Biochemist, presumably we're going to see an activation here right away.
Right. That makes sense to me.
Draw some cards.
Another Biochemist, is that right? And one black card I could not make out.
Oh, is he playing a third?
We don't have deck lists, but I thought I saw another one in hand.
Fair enough.
Look, Paul, my vision is not what it used to be.
Me neither.
There's a reason we both wear glasses.
That's right. Leviathan with the free attack here. Plenty of creatures to block here. And Adam significantly up on cards here. And you are absolutely correct. Your eyes did not fail you. That is a third Bold Biochemist. And that is a land here for Sam. It's 5 mana to power up the Brave Brawler as he played it last turn.
Yeah, Sam just taking the damage, the 4 life he was able to gain from the Hero in Training, the previous turn really padding his life total to allow him to do that.
Yeah, might want Sam, given that he's at 8, might actually feel incentivized to put the Shield Spike hit perhaps on the Brave Brawler, right? Maybe gain some life, pump that up as well. Do we have a good attack with the Flyer, though? There's a Shield Deployment Drone and a Justice, right? So I suppose...
And a Herbie.
And a Herbie, so that's the big thing.
They're split out across the very wide board here from Adam.
Because if there were only the 2 Flyers, then you could just move the Shield Spike hit onto the Wiccan and you'd have a clean attack.
Right. I would not be overly shocked if All right, that was Patriot. I would not be overly shocked if Sam wanted to just attack with the Brave Brawler, but I think the most likely line is just equip the Spy Kit to the Brave.
Okay.
Yeah, to the Brave Brawler. It looked like he was going for the Wicked for a second.
You got us.
Because now this is a valid blocker for the Leviathan, right? It's a 5-power lifelinker.
5-power lifelinker.
You blink your hero in training and you have your tap up.
Right. So Sam's setting up here with his late game card advantage engine. The Harnessed Mind Stone here.
Doing
with that
quite
hero in training.
the job. And it does feel like this might be the make or break turn for Adam Yang, because once Sam, with all of this mana and all of these cards, gets access to Patriot's activation,
can't kill the Wiccan.
It's going to be really hard, I think, for Adam Yang to come back between large lifelinkers and Wiccan and continuous card advantage and the inevitability in the air. So
I'm just surprised that Adam still hasn't found a removal spell for Wiccan. I mean, you're playing Grixis and he's drawn so many cards.
And it looks like he might be about to draw 2 more.
Off the Bold Biochemist still has
No, I think this is Madam Mask. Okay, yeah.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, you want to play Madam Mask. You draw 1 less card, but you do get a villain token.
Right.
Ultimately, one way to try to fight this board is go wide, but
super wide. Oh, that's not a great. Well, I guess he
discarded
doesn't have
Killmonger.
Wow, that would have been so good here. Does not have access to that green mana for the Killmonger.
And needed it this turn because after this, you're only going to be able to target Patriot.
That's right. Wow. What a board here for Adam Yang. 10 creatures in play. Lining up some perhaps attacks and blocks. Doesn't really have a setup here where you can go for lethal. A tapper available and a giant lifelinker. Adam doing some quick math here. You know, let's say he has a removal spell for the Brave Brawler. Then is there a world where there's enough damage?
Well, looking at the hand, I think I see a Super Scroll. That is a card that can, if I'm correct, can very much take over this game in a future turn.
Okay. And he's probably going to wait, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
Very cool. Okay.
All right. Reanimating the Killmonger here as and now you get that into play, and you can sacrifice perhaps a villain token or a 1/1 token rather, and get that Wiccan off the battlefield. You can also get the Mind Stone, I suppose, if you like.
It is indestructible.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah, the cat touched that one.
Okay. And I think what Adam was doing was just counting up the numbers here. If he somehow had a lethal attack by killing the Brave Brawler, that would have been something that he could do. But he doesn't quite have enough here.
Right, so 2 evil to stay dead is the card that brings back Killmonger.
Did he target something yet? Is he targeting the tapper?
It is possible. I'm not certain. I didn't see what he pointed at.
Killmonger killed.
Okay, so we're doing things in response.
Yeah, just so you can get some extra flicker value. Presumably.
Did he? Okay, he targeted the Wiccan.
Yeah, that certainly makes sense because that's Sam's route to victory, right? Finding a way to eventually get through in the air. Certainly, the ground is just no shot of being able to
the
get
ground
through on the
is gross now.
Yeah, I mean, Adam just has a ridiculous board here. Sam's going to need to start chaining some hero in trainings, build up a good board of his own. That Brave Brawler just holding the fort here. Now the Flyers can get in pretty cleanly here as Sam is tapped out and there's 4 damage that can come in the air. Or you can just you choose to attack with 1 and then drain your opponent for 1.
Right. You have cut off essentially all of Sam's aggression here.
Right.
Now, one more question mark that I do have is...
Oh. He's saying, you know what? If you want to trade with the Brawler, let's go for it.
Yep.
I don't have to worry about this in a future attack, and then next turn I can just attack with everything and not be too concerned about what might happen.
So Sam net gains 1 life off. That was Secret Invasion.
That was a Secret Invasion. So that is another removal effect, and really nice when you have a Patriot on the battlefield.
Right.
And another Brave Brawler here off the top. What is this? 4 mana?
It might just be Brave Brawler power up.
Right.
He was just shortcutting a bit.
Certainly makes sense. And then the real question becomes, what do you target here?
If anything.
Yeah.
Is anything on this board individually a problem?
Right.
Madam Mask makes the most sense to me because every time you're blinking this hero in training,
you get to connive.
You get to
well,
you don't connive, but you just make the 2/1.
Oh, excuse me, you make the 2/1. Yes.
Right.
Yeah, I mean that certainly would make sense, especially given that you do have the protection up with the Patriot. So Adam would need a way to kill the Patriot first before going after the creature with Secret Invasion on.
And also, more importantly, or somewhat important, Madam Mask is providing a pretty big threat here.
Whew. Okay, putting the super suit here.
Yeah, doesn't look like he is planning on attacking this turn.
All right.
Or, sorry, playing Secret Invasion this turn, I should say.
Holding it back, making a giant lifelinker, having protection up with the Patriot here, gaining some life, drawing some cards. But does Adam have enough here?
Now, I am going to present another wrinkle here, Paul. I don't know if Sam can close out this game from his end before he decks out if Adam just continues going wide.
Right, yeah. What does he have that can allow him to get through? Because he was really leaning heavily on that Wiccan to eventually find a way to push damage through. His deck is capable of grinding and drawing a ton of cards.
Yeah, there is a point where 4 hero in trainings becomes a downside eventually.
Yeah, and the Flyers are still getting in. Sam Black down to 11, it looks like here.
All right, over in the middle, match table B, Christopher Grant evens things up across the team by taking game 1 against Tom Martell.
Right. Oh, and that, as you mentioned, there is the Super Scroll here. Going to be using that to kill the Patriot right away.
Yeah,
So no more hexproof available here.
However,
you
can now Super Scroll. You can Secret Invasion Super Scroll.
And that's certainly, you do it and then you go, well, I sure hope you can't kill this one.
Hey, Paul, what does that last line of text say?
Draw many, many cards.
No. One more word very important there at the start.
Excuse me?
Target player draws 4 cards.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I mean, perhaps that is the final win condition here. Of course, you got to be very careful here. I feel like Adam still has plenty of cards left in his deck.
Right, but Sam is at the point where he might be able to just go end step, make you draw 8 cards, untap, make you draw 8 cards, right?
That would require 12 mana?
Yeah, I believe he's either there or 1 short. No, he has it. Yeah, 6 there and 6 with the Mind Stone.
Okay.
Yeah, so 12 mana available. I'm just saying at some point, and it's possible that Sam does not want to give the game away just yet by asking how many cards in your library, but the game's getting complicated, Paul.
Right, absolutely. And Adam is certainly aware. We're now at the point where we're playing for a top 4 spot. He's certainly aware of the possible things Sam can do with the Super Scroll as he's been playing with, presumably, that card. He's been playing with the card all day, right?
Right. So hopefully, again, this is the last round of Swiss in a very, very long tournament, many rounds.
And is it still it's still Sam's turn, it seems, right? Because we haven't seen a
I think
this is an attack with the Brave Brawler.
Right.
Got it. Which is currently a 6/6 attacking.
Man, imagine if Sam just drops a Baxter building. Just able to start activating any ability of Super Scroll.
Or the Surveil Land.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does have a surveillance room in his deck somewhere.
Right. That is
a deep power along an
power
island.
Land. Did he flicker the hero in training?
I don't think so.
With the Mind Stone? How many cards left is in Sam's deck?
That's what I'm wondering.
Right.
Because mind you, if Adam is able to free this Super Scroll, the same philosophy goes the other way. He doesn't have to break through this board.
And hey, look, Adam's drawing
-2
more cards here.
What's the count?
I'm sure he's thinking, okay, I'm just looking for removal here.
He's activated 3 biochemists, Paul.
I mean, that's a
we've
lot
gone
of
pretty
cards.
deep in this deck.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't even know if Sam will need 16.
He made a villain here off the Madame Mask. No more lifelinker in play.
Is it under 12?
Yeah.
If it's under 12, this is it. Sam can go end of turn, untap, and as long as there's no instant speed removal through the ward to kill this Super Scroll.
Yeah, trying to make out what Adam has here in hand.
I think there's a Dark Deed. I think.
5 damage coming in. Sam's at 21, so he's happy enough to just take the damage here. Oh, we're doing the deck count.
Yeah, he asked.
Was that 10 cards?
That looked under 12. Yeah, he's going for it.
Going for it. Now remember, if Adam can find, well, how much mana does he have?
Adam has
no, he doesn't have enough
4 mana up.
So you can't even find
He's
a way
doing
to kill
it.
He's doing it.
You draw 4. Wow. Oh my goodness.
I mean, this might get it done. Sam has enough mana here to deck him.
Did you find it?
With the stolen Super Scroll.
Draw.
Land.
Draw 4.
Draw 4.
That's one too many.
This is such a wild way to
Draw
win.
4 twice.
Draw 8 cards.
3, 4. Yep.
Yep.
Wow.
Oh, my
Look
goodness.
at the grin on both of their faces, Martel and Sam.
Unbelievable.
Hey,
yeah.
how did you top 4?
Yeah.
Oh, I stole my opponent's Super Scroll and then made them draw 12.
Yeah, I mean, think about that, too. It all comes back to an earlier point of the game. Sam had the opportunity to play out that secret identity earlier, but recognized, like, you know what? I don't need to use it right now. I'm happy with my board. I'm going to wait till you play one of your bombs.
Yep.
And then maybe I can steal the game with that bomb. And that's exactly what happened. Imagine if Adam just doesn't play Super Scroll.
Right.
Sam might just deck himself and just lose that game.
Literally a turn before, I was looking at Sam's list and telling you, I don't know if Sam can close out this game.
Right.
And then he was delivered a Super Scroll on a silver platter. Absolutely fantastic game 1.
Yeah.
All right, so while we go back inside to some Magic, I will let everyone know the SCG Con Baltimore is coming up September 11th through the 13th. It is the next round of the U.S. Regional Championships. For more information on that, head to starcitygames.com/SCGCon, and we hope you will join us there. These SCG Con events are an absolute blast, Paul. Every time you and I are one of these, it's just people playing Magic everywhere, tons of events, and an absolute blast.
Yeah, it's just a great place to be. You know, even us, we come in on a Friday, set up a, make sure that we're set up with rehearsal, and then we've played a couple of side events ourselves. You know, it's fun to just being able to just battle with a bunch of people, and the atmosphere is great.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so the fight for top 4 continues here as we head back into the match, Paul. Very exciting game 1 there from Sam Black in truly spectacular fashion. And it looks like a lot has happened.
Wow.
We've done a bit of a time jump here. As it looks like we will try to get that fixed if possible. Just bear with us. What I can tell you is this is Tom Martel's match. Welcome back to us.
Yes.
All right, what I can tell you is some unfortunate off-camera news. Neil Estrada's team was able to defeat Paul Rietzel's team. So, Paul Rietzel, Dave Williams, Matt Sperling, they are out of top 4 contention.
Okay, and looks like there's an update here as well in this match. Greg Dyer winning 2-0 here. So, only one more match win on the left side to lock in their spot into the top 4.
Right. Sam Black taking a marathon game. Now, a draw is, I believe, disastrous for both teams.
Yeah, because there are so many people at the end of this round will be at XN3, a draw just kind of eliminates both players.
Right. 11-3 is 33 points.
Right.
10-2-2 is 32 points.
That's right.
So, there's not going to be a draw here. Hopefully, if the match goes all the way, one of the teams will concede to the other.
Yeah,
however,
weird stuff has happened previously where both sides thinks they should be winning, but in most instances, you usually one side will just make sure that one of the teams makes it into the top 4.
Right. That is, of course, a potential problem for 25-ish minutes from now.
Right.
As things stand, Greg Dyer won match A for Team Black Martel Dyer, advantage to them. Christopher Grant is up a game over in the middle table against Tom Martel, the Jun deck that we've seen from him. And Sam Black was able to just take a marathon game 1 here against Adam Yang. Really interesting matchup, the dynamic between super grindy decks from both sides, 3 biochemists that we've seen from Adam with a super scroll and other creatures to close out the game. A lot of smaller flyers and just value creatures from Sam Black. Same idea, a lot of value creatures. I am curious how his sideboard morphs, if at all, into a post-board match against someone who was that grindy.
Right.
One thing that I just saw as he was fanning through, there's a copy of I Am Iron Man in the deck now. So whether that is as a blocking tool or a way for Sam to push damage through, well, we've yet to see. But he has at least sideboarded in that way here for game 2.
Yeah, I think Sam's looking to probably be playing the role of a slightly more aggressive player here. Adam Yang's deck is just full of a bunch of these card draw type creatures. And so, perhaps boarding out the power, for example, for something like I Am Iron Man. Both are 3-mana combat tricks, but one is a little more offensively minded.
Right. So, mulligan from Adam Yang, it looks like. Sam Black happy with his as far as I can tell.
Yeah, and if you're on Adam's side, I mean, certainly you can't fault him for just running out that Super Scroll, right? Like, he even waited till he had the mana to play it and activate it on the same turn. And Sam just had the literal perfect answer for it.
Right. It's
not even kill your Super Scroll. It's steal it and deck you.
Kill your Super Scroll.
It's
I
fine.
think Adam still could have won that
Right,
game.
absolutely.
It was exactly the perfect storm of how those last few turns played out that resulted in that victory condition for Sam Black.
Yeah.
So mulligan to 6 from Adam. I see a pair of Biomancers starting off with just the Stark Industries, and back we go Sam Black's way.
See a Futurist Forge in Sam Black's hand, so I'm not sure if
That's
he had
another
that in
card
the
out
main.
of the sideboard.
Right? If you expect the games to go kind of long, can bring that one in.
Kind of long.
Yeah, but that last one was kind of long.
Yeah. One good 1/3 deserves another as a Raft security officer.
Sam takes it here as Adam showed 2 copies of Widow's Bites in game number 1. And has one in hand, actually.
All right.
But nice 2-mana creature into 3-mana creature. Sam was preparing for a longer game here, but if Adam curves out here, something like the Futurist Forge could be a liability.
Yeah. Okay, so Futurist
damage.
Forge drew a card, tap down the shield deployment drone, and
This is a
2
big
damage
turn.
coming across.
And it's just a bold Biochemist.
Yeah, so
Yep.
not putting the pressure on that he would like,
Right.
and as long as Sam is making land drops here, I see another card that came in, a nod to perhaps that inability to win the game previously. At least one of the copies of Captain Marvel. There are 2 in Sam's
I
sideboard.
see I Am Iron Man. Is Sam going to go for it here? Target the Futurist Forge?
Yup.
Oh, this is nice.
Yeah, can't kill it in response here.
Right.
2 copies of Widow's Bite, so if you'd
Yeah.
gone on the Raft security
Right.
officer, it could have worked.
And now we can probably use the Widow's Bite here to...
Death Touch there, shrink the Raft security officer the other
Oh, he
side.
has 2 Widow's
Yeah, he has
Bites.
both of them.
Okay, okay.
Yeah,
So gets everything off the battlefield here and still gets to keep 3 of his creatures.
right. So good turn relatively for Adam Yang. The biggest concern, of course, is he's running out of cards. He has those 2 biochemists should he find 2 more lands, but on a mulligan, he's still a ways away from that as
Right.
Sam's hand is starting
Loaded.
to get stacked. I see
Yeah.
the 3 steps ahead. I see the Captain Marvel.
I see a Herbie. Might just play that
Yeah,
out.
running it
Okay.
out, looking for that land.
Needs a land.
Doesn't
No
hit it.
land, okay.
That we say the nay has also come in out of the sideboard. So
Right.
big sideboarding for Sam
Yeah.
Black in the matchup.
It has the option to kind of slow down the deck and go long. And look at this, trading with the 1/1 token here.
I love this recognition from Sam saying that I am. Oh, wow, yes.
And this goes both ways too, right? Adam going, hey, I'm the aggressor. I'm going to pick up my own creature to put a counter on Justice Vance Astrovic here.
Right. If you're going to be playing this defensively where you're trading off your Herbie for my 1/1 token, I'm going to play aggressively where I get Justice down because I'd like my next 2 turns, ideally, to be activate Biochemist, draw cards, and refill my hand.
I mean, this is one of the stronger Mana War type effects we've seen, right?
Oh, absolutely.
This thing is ridiculous.
There's a surveillance room. There's the 6th land.
Okay.
Looking at what's on top. Ninja of the hand into the bin.
Are we going to get in for 3 damage and draw some cards?
I would be shocked if we didn't.
All right, there we go.
So, 3 damage coming across, 2 fresh ones being picked up from Adam Yang.
And Sam back still against the wall here. Has not been able to continue hitting land drops. Does find land number 5 here.
All right. Is it Captain Marvel to start things off, or does he have other plans? He has a Murdoch's Crusade if he wants to just continue slowing things down.
Kill the 2/4.
Right.
Yeah.
And I believe that is a blue land there.
And I think there's a Justice in Sam's hand as well, although bouncing these are not necessarily the best things to be doing.
Right. Sam will want to tap differently if he wants to leave up 3 steps ahead here.
Right.
But he also does have We Say the Nay, so, or he just has a hero in training that he can play after the Murdoch's Crusade. So lots of options for Sam.
Yeah. Hand is absolutely loaded here, but of course has to be really, really careful with your sequencing here.
Yeah, he was unfortunately a little starved on mana in the early turns.
All right.
And you do see him continuing to make aggressive plays here. Well, aggressive defensive plays here, trying to just make sure that he is surviving to make use of this full hand. Yeah. Obviously, a card like Murdoch's Crusade, excellent against Super Scroll, but he has answers to Super Scroll. Right now, it's about the board.
Absolutely.
And his life total.
Yep. Managing the life total here. Sam's probably not going to block here. And, yeah, Adam just continuing to draw cards here off of the Bold Biochemist, but, of course, not adding to the board here. So... All right, Hero in Training does crack in here as it's not really a great blocker here for the Bold Biochemist. Sam does find land number 6 here, so it seems like it's one of those important moments in the game here where Sam can absolutely come back here, play out multiple cards. Ooh, another Hero in Training, gain you some life.
Look, when you have 4.
When you have 4, they kind of chain each other.
And
you can even Justice and bounce it, right? And that makes the Justice into a 3/3. And then all of a sudden, you can replay it, draw your card, gain 2 life, and block the Bold Biochemist that's in play.
Right. I do think we have reached the point of the game with the lands Sam has drawn and the cards in hand and the cards that Adam has drawn, where he is going to be leaving up 3 steps ahead, and We Say the Nay for the upcoming turns. But next turn, Justice is...
No, he's going for it now.
All right.
This absolutely makes sense. Picks up the tapped Hero in Training. You have a 3/3 flyer and a 2/2 in play. I think Sam might have a removal spell in hand. Does he?
I've been looking. I don't see it.
Okay.
But look, Sam Black, he knows how and when to push an advantage. It is one of his many, many skills as a very accomplished Magic player. Good news for the team of Black, Martell, and Dyer. Tom Martell has evened things up there at the middle table. So just need one of these 2 games. Technically, Sam Black with a game to give as well. So things looking pretty good for Black, Martell, and Dyer here.
And Bold Biochemist coming in. Now remember, 2 Widow's Bites were already cast. Is this the 3rd one?
What about a 3rd?
Wow. That is incredible. The 3rd Widow's Bite clearing out the Hero in Training as well. So, hey, Adam has rebuilt an army and cleaned up Sam Black's board.
Captain Marvel leaving up We Say the Nay. Now, what is your follow-up?
There is a menace creature here that can at least get in for free.
And there's a Trickster Stratagem.
Right, and can you just play around? Just make sure you can have the mana to play around.
We Say
pay 4 mana.
Yeah. Because this is a lot of tempo gain here from Adam.
He does have the mana. He's got 8 mana in play, right?
Yeah, he just needs to take his time. Oh, just going for a Biochemist. Interesting.
That does still trigger Madame Mask.
Yeah.
And it looks like going to play it a little bit slower here and just attack with the Menace creature this turn.
All right, well, this allows Sam to now play something at instant speed, right?
Right. Yeah, I believe there might have been a Futurist Forge in hand. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
With 2 damage coming in. I suppose if he had a 2-mana creature, he could have flashed that in and then double blocked the villain as well. This one might see a counter. There is a We Say DNA. Does Sam just need to use his mana?
Yeah.
He does. And remember, if that resolves next turn, you just get more tokens off the Madam Mask.
It is really spiraling here from Sam Black's side if you aren't able to answer that Madam Mask.
I imagine we're going to kick things off with a hero in training, perhaps. Gain some life, see what you find.
Yeah.
Gain the 2.
That was the Mind Stone, I believe.
Right.
4 damage coming across thanks to Vigilance.
It's a pretty big board here from Adam Yang's side. And it looks like he passed. Remember, if Adam plays anything on his turn before it attacks, Sam can play all the cards out of his hand at instant speed. Ooh. Discard 2 cards here.
I feel like this might demand a 3 steps ahead.
Right.
Make a... No, you're not able to copy at 5 mana. You need a 6, so you just have to counter and... Catalog. Or just discard Futurist Forge and the land and just say, okay.
Right.
That's the other option.
Big decision point here from Sam Black.
Yeah.
Oh, just running out the Forge in response, and then probably just... That's
and a hero in training in response. You can keep going.
Yeah.
My goodness. Captain Marvel is one of the sweeter cards in the format in terms of design. Just the base of being a better legendary Sarah Angel. Already pretty sweet. A little...
Oh, the second copy.
The Mind Stone plus 3 steps ahead being discarded.
Unreal.
That's huge from Adam Yang.
And that's a double drain too as well because of the enchantments in play. So huge turn from Adam. Getting 4 cards out of Sam Black's hand. But Sam's going to try to rebuild here with the Futurist Forge.
Land Wiccan. Okay.
4 in the air.
4 in the air. Play another giant flyer.
Okay.
Question is, what else does Adam Yang have? And can you race the clock of these double drains?
Yeah, I mean, this is a massive board here.
Oh, no. Was that Atlantis Attacks?
I don't know.
Oh, if that was Atlantis Attacks, I think it's GG. You just bounce both of the 5. Oh, look at how fast he's moving.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's 7 mana. I see it.
Oh, my gosh. And we're going to set up a teamwork?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Goodbye.
Wow.
Massive draw. Make the token. Attack with a menace creature. Drain you. That's 4 damage coming across. And Sam Black, with 9 mana, needs a 10th land to be able to redeploy both of these. And even then,
you still have to deal with this Leviathan.
You have to deal with this Leviathan, and more importantly, with 2 copies of Hydra Infiltration on the board, this is inevitability, right? This is a point where Adam Yang can just start throwing creatures away in order to just drain you for 2, make you have it. We've already seen the Mind Stone is gone, so that almost infinite life gain is gone. Wiccan Hero in Training is still there, so that'll help a bit, but now that's a turn where you didn't play Captain Marvel.
Right, absolutely. Sam does get some Wiccan triggers here, gets that Hero in Training, gains a little bit of life here. Does he have a 1 mana spell in hand?
I don't believe so. I think his hand is land Captain Marvel, but it's possible that I missed something in a draw here.
All right, Adam, what else can you follow up after that incredible Atlantis Attacks off the top?
Herbie.
Hey, that triggers Madam Mask again.
Yeah, will he miss it?
Maybe.
Nope. Just looking for another villain. Great, got it.
And then probably interested in the drain. Oh, never mind. Attacking with the team here instead. More damage coming through.
All right.
Setting up the obvious-looking blocks. Little chump block there. That would mean you would take 4 damage. You would get to eat Madam Mask.
And Super Scroll is in hand as well. Is
that
the 4th?
That's a 4th Widow's
Death
Bite?
Touch Shrink. Oh, that's huge.
Oh, my gosh.
My goodness. Okay.
So once again, an empty board.
Your board
here
is gone.
for
You're
Sam
down to
Black.
5. What can you do? You have a Captain Marvel and air in hand, and there's so many different problems being posed.
Okay.
Atlantis attacks of your own, but you're not able to teamwork it.
Right.
Okay, has a frozen in ice, so you can go Captain Marvel frozen in ice
Something.
and die. Yeah,
the
no, that's not
Leviathan
enough.
still? That is
With
not
6
enough.
minutes on the clock, I think you need to scoop it up and go to game 3.
I don't think Sam can steal this one. Oh, and you're absolutely
Oh, yeah, he's
right.
drawing cards.
Yeah,
1, 2, web up surveillance room, not going to do it.
I think you need to try and win this match.
Yeah. Yep, that's it.
Yep.
Going to game 3. Wow. So things evened up across the board for Sam Black versus Adam Yang, as well as Tom Martell versus Christopher Grant, which means one upcoming game for each of these players. That will be for all the marbles.
Now, this is a situation I've never considered before, by the way.
Okay.
What if Tom manages to force a draw here and Sam draws? Then doesn't the left team win?
Yes. If both those matches are in progress and they go to turns.
Hey, there's 5 minutes left. I'm just saying it's very likely that Sam Black's going to draw his game.
Right. Martell and Black have been playing. Martell and Grant, excuse me, have been playing for a while.
Right.
So we don't know what board state they're currently in. But Samuel Black versus Adam Yang, given the nature of the matchup, it feels near impossible for this match not to end in a draw.
Yeah, I think Sam Black probably has to sideboard in such a way where he could perhaps have a chance to win the game.
Right. He needs to go even more aggressive than he did in the previous one. Now, for Tom Black, but you are correct. If both matches that are in progress end in a 1-1 draw, and the match results are 1-1, 1-1, 2-0.
Right.
The team with the 2-0 does win the round.
That would be a wild way to lock up a spot into the top 4.
Okay, so while we get ready for the conclusion of this round, I will tell you the Star City Games wants to buy your cards. If you have extra cards in your collection and you want to sell them to us, head to sellyourcards.starcitygames.com. You can sell your cards for cash or receive a 30% trade-in bonus, which is absolutely massive when you're trying to build that next big deck or just pad your collection a bit. All right, so about as intense as it gets here.
All right. And it looks like the players
Now,
trying to
unfortunately,
play fast here.
yeah, unfortunately, we are not able to look in on how Martell versus Grant is going in action. So,
But we are just jamming our cards
yeah,
here.
it is a story of the pips, and both players understand the assignment here.
Right.
A draw benefits no one.
Absolutely.
So progress the board, progress the game as much as you can.
Look at that.
Atlantean Cavalry.
Out of the board.
If you have ever seen a card that reads, I am playing to win, this is it in this spot right here.
Missed land drop
Okay,
here from Adam Yang.
huge.
Big missed land drop. Does get a little bit of tempo back, being able to play justice here.
Yeah, Atlantean
Okay.
Cavalry comes back again.
Does he find a land? Okay, he
Land
does.
number 4, Baxter Building. That's big.
Really great at helping you cast Super Scroll as well, by the way.
Right. It's you see a mana base of Island Stark Industries, and you're like, Super Scroll will never get cast, and then one more land, and you just turn it into 4 black mana.
Absolutely. All right, Sam. What can Sam put together here to put some kind of pressure? Another hero training. Hey, that pumps up the cavalry. That's now a 4/3 vigilance creature. That's a clean attack into the bold biochemists.
I am keeping my eyes peeled on the camera, which shows Tom Martell. Okay.
Deep power. Okay,
Yeah.
no damage. That's certainly going to get
essentially a cycle here because he needs that black mana. He needs to start getting his haymakers down. That's a forest, but Baxter Building does forgive everything. Now you have black mana.
Is this going to be a Super Scroll? Does he have something like that?
I don't know if it's in hand. I know he has 2 Widow's Bites.
Right. Well, you can always.
He has all the Widow's
yeah,
Bites.
Adam's got all the Widow's Bites here. I am Iron Man here on the Futures Forge once again.
Yep.
Okay, well, I mean,
Draw the card.
We're going to see the Widow's
We've seen it before. We're going to see it again, almost certainly. However, it would take all of his mana to do that because he would have to turn it into black during the combat step.
Right.
Oh, okay. So now Okay, what you can do is Red Room Recruit, and then with the remaining black mana, just shrink the Futurist Forge. You didn't need to do Death Touch to do it.
Right.
Okay.
Widow's Bite to kill the Forge here. Okay. Sam, another hero in training, so building up that army, and that cavalry continues to grow here. Oh
that Herbie, look at this.
Oh, I love this sideboard plan. Hey, Sam is like, look, I don't have much time. I got to end this right now.
Look, this is a recognition of board state for game state.
Right.
For Sam Black to sideboard in the most aggressive way possible in order to give himself a chance at winning the match for his team.
Right.
This is fantastic stuff from him.
Huge, huge. Now, Madam Mask here does allow you to put a lot of pressure, but this card's Killmonger. So that last card has to be incredible.
There's an Atlantis Attacks in hand.
Oh,
so
that
I
makes
think
sense. You want to reset the cavalries here.
Yeah, he has a few cards in hand. I don't know what they are, but
they're all better than Killmonger.
Oh my God!
Is that Atuma? Hey, we get to. Hey, that's a lord right there. All right, how is Adam gonna block now?
Yeah.
This is so much damage coming in.
Not only is it a lord, but because those are merfolks as well, he drew the card and grew them. So Atuma is essentially giving +2/+2 to the cavalry.
Might be one of the only merfolk in the format.
There's
not a lot.
There's a few, but there's not many, and cavalry is definitely one of them. Of course, Namor does create merfolk tokens in addition to being a merfolk himself as well, but.
Right.
Oh my goodness, this is awesome.
Double block here, and Adam taking a bunch of damage.
Tom, it looks like with that high five, it was Tom Martell winning his match.
Okay.
So.
Wow.
Oh. All right, so sigh of relief, high fives from Martell and Black, handshakes all around, and the rest of the match does not need to be played, but fantastic job from team Martell, Black, and Dyer getting the job done there. Down to the wire, but that will be the third seed for them, and we have a very, very exciting top four coming up, Paul.
Absolutely unbelievable top four. So we have 3 teams that we know are 100% locked into
and
the top 4.
Their seeding position.
Of course.
Right.
And then it comes down to one of the X3s making it into that top 4.
Right, and that's going to be a tiebreaker scrum, again, coming into the round. The expectation was just based on standing. It was either going to be Adam Yang's team if they won, and then there's 2 teams in the consideration.
Right.
Or it was going to be the winner of Williams against Estrada's team.
Right.
Estrada's team was the winner there, so they are technically the highest tiebreakers going into the round. How things shift, we have no idea. So that's going to be a question for the other side of all the matches being figured out. But there's a lot to figure out, and there's some magic to be played. So what we're going to do is we're going to cut to a break. Okay? Nope, not yet. So if possible, let's put the standings back up here for a second. And let's just talk, Paul, while we get everything sorted. So coming into the round, this is how things stood. What do we know so far as of this moment guaranteed?
Yeah, so coming into this round, Andre Strasky's team, no matter what, they were going to be the 1 seed, win or lose. They got paired against Jesse Hampton, Charles Wong, and Zevin Faust's team, and they conceded to them because no matter what, they are going to be the 1 seed, and they're not going to face them until the finals if they ever face each other. So Strasky's team, Hampton's team, locked in as the 1 and 2 seeds. Then the feature match that we just saw, Greg Dyer, Tom Martell, Sam Black. Man, shout out to Sam Black. That sideboard tech was just incredible given the clock. That's a veteran maneuver right there from a veteran player. They locked in a spot, and they're also going to be locked in at the 3 seed. Then you see all those 10 and 3s? Well, one of those people are going to win their matches and have a spot in the top 4. Now, when you see the standings like this, this means that this is exactly their rankings based on their tiebreaker. So, you know, the rank 4 seed technically had the highest tiebreaks going in, 5, 6, 7, etc. But a lot can happen, right? Depending on, you know, if somehow all the people that you beat all lost their matches in the following round, then of course their tiebreakers would also be hurt as a result. So all we know is 3 slots locked in, and then we have 1 slot up for grabs between the winners of all of these X and 3 matches.
Okay, well, while everything sorts out, the tournament does still have to play out, and then we have to get the teams ready. So while all of that sorts out, we are going to watch one more game of Magic. It is going to be the deciding game between Tom Martell and opponent Christopher Grant, just because we'd like to see the moment that the team was able to lock up top 4 for themselves. So let's see how that game played out. Of course, we know the result, but I'm never saying no to more Magic rather than just a break screen while we get everything sorted. So Tom Martell versus Christopher Grant. It was Grant that won game 1. Martell won game 2, so Grant will be on the play here for the third game. And you see a mulligan to 6 on his side.
Yeah. And we've seen Tom's deck in action before. Very, very solid mid-range deck with the unbeatable Squirrel Girl that allowed him to win one of those previous matches. Really, really strong card.
All right. On the other side, Christopher Grant's deck. So far, just blue.
A White Tiger being played, so it looks like they split blue between Adam Yang and Christopher Grant. Christopher Grant looking like he is blue-white here, so probably took all the hero cards.
Yeah, that's an Avengers Tower alternate art. So, as you mentioned, this is the white-blue, and all of the hero cards have ended up here.
So White Tiger currently just sitting at the as a 2/2. Any answers? Ooh, maybe a bite spell? Yep, that's a Hulk smash.
That's a Hulk smash. So, Captain America cleared off. White Tiger comes across for 2. And back we go Christopher Grant's way. Man, we have been blessed with some great matches of Magic so far this weekend, Paul.
And you know what? I'm looking forward to the top 4 as well. This is a stacked top 4.
This is a stacked top 4. We haven't seen team draft at this level in a very long time. And the fact that we get to just watch so many team drafts between now and the end of the day, to me it feels like the tournament has just begun.
Yeah, I mean, this just and to just see it once again, some of the old school players here coming back and showing that they still have it, right? They understand how to play limited, because limited was something that was far more important back in the day. Right? We actually had limited Pro Tours 15, 20 years ago where all you had to do was draft all the time. Now, so much more of the weight has shifted over to a constructed focus, and that's where we have lost a lot of these old school players. But they came back for this one event, and it's been working out for them.
Yeah. Mike Siggers in the chat told us that Hayden and Steve read the spoiler on the flight over and have lost no matches. So
Classic.
Classic, really, from some of the greats.
Yeah. It's 3 life being gained here by Tom Martell. Rapid Rescue and a tap land.
Gorilla joining the board.
Very, very nice card. Even if you don't main deck it, especially against the blue-white deck, there's 2 common level removal spells that the Gorilla can kill in Frozen in Ice and Web Up. And Christopher just passes with 4 mana up here.
Okay, trying to get a look at the hand.
No actual white mana up, so you don't have to worry about Helicarrier Strike or take up the shield in this instance. Avengers Tower, of course, only taps for hero mana.
Right. And also needs 4 mana to activate it, so 1 mana away from that as well. So really nothing being represented here from Christopher Grant other than perhaps a flash creature.
Right.
Or a blue spell, of course.
Yeah, maybe a counter spell or something.
The Serpent Society here for Tom Martell.
Little synergy with the Serpent Specialist here as well.
Yeah, has a Death Touch creature on the board.
And of course, it wouldn't really matter if Christopher Grant just chooses to trade with the Brawler here, as he doesn't have any other creatures to sacrifice off of that Serpent Society's trigger.
Grant taking the time to confer with a teammate here.
Just taking 1, yeah, seems like a totally fine thing to do in this spot. Now, Chris Grant needs to have a play here.
Spider-Man to the rescue.
Okay.
All right.
So he just took the 1 and just flashed in a Spider-Man to the rescue.
Yep.
Sure.
All right, planes drawn.
That is a big draw.
I love that art.
Of the planes?
No.
I was like, that looks like a pretty generic planes to me, Monty.
No, Spider-Man with Jean Grey and Iceman in the background. It just very, very cool art there.
Oh, is that the Phoenix?
I believe that is Jean Grey as the Phoenix.
Right.
If I'm not mistaken, somebody can, of course, always correct me.
Yeah, I am not.
That could be Firehair. Firestar.
Oh,
Okay.
there we go. I am the first to admit that I am not 100% up to speed on all the comics. All right, Captain Marvel enters the battlefield. A nice way for Christopher Grant to get some damage in the air. All right, Tom, trying to see if you can line up some blocks here. The Serpent Society is a pretty nice attack, as it would require either trading for Captain Marvel or a double block.
Now, if somebody joined us late, I will say again, we do know that Tom Martell's team does win this match.
Right.
They are in the top 4. However, because we're in the last round of the Swiss, there are a lot of details to sort out in terms of every match needs to finish because of tiebreakers. Then we need to get the top 4 teams situated in their draft pods and run through everything before we're able to show any draft footage. So we're just showing the deciding game of this match and just buying time by watching some more Magic because it's what we like to do.
Yeah, I mean, it's a whole process, just the whole logistics of, you know, everybody figuring out where their standings are, then finding the 4 teams, getting them seated down. Maybe there's an interview, maybe there's some pictures, lots of good stuff. So here, while we wait, we get to watch Tom Martell and figure out how he was able to put together this victory. Captain Marvel getting in. It's like, hey, you want to trade with the Gorillas? I'm okay with that. All right, and of course, as you see, Christopher Grant looking over there to his teammate Jackson, as that match is already over.
Right. Unfortunately, we did not get to see it, but Greg Dyer very quickly demolished Jackson Schmelak and did gain the initial advantage here for Team Black Martell Dyer.
Right. So can Tom find a way to punch through this Captain Marvel, rather? The Death Touch creatures are free attacks. We're kind of in a racing situation here. Now, Tom did manage to gain some amount of life here, so still sitting at 20 life, but wants to push in as much damage here as possible. Getting in for 4, no blocks.
And remember, they were in a similar situation as Sam Black and Adam Yang. Of course, they started...
That's not Avengers Assemble, is it?
It sure looks like it. Yep, that's a mythic. It's foiled. That is Avengers Assemble.
Oh, a copy Dark Deed in response.
Oh, no.
Oh, my goodness. Loki copying a spell, copying Dark Deed, killing the Lifelinker and the Flyer. So Avengers Assemble, fantastic card here. But
I mean,
not going to get it. Remember, there are 2 Gorillas in play as well, but those are sorcery speed effects. I think Christopher was at least wanting to set up one big attack.
Exactly.
And, of course, the double Dark Deed there. Well, if you were wondering how Tom was able to beat the Avengers Assemble, that was it.
Yeah, double Dark Deed into just buy me enough time. Tom is at 20 relative to Christopher Grant's 8 and able to just take it. Yeah, you get a card. I trade in one of my Gorillas for your broken Mythic enchantment.
There's a Raft Security Officer here. But
draw a card.
Draw a card. Tom's certainly going to be firing off the Gorilla here on the Assemble. Oh, is this still end of turn? Because he did draw a card and it's end of turn, so maybe firing off another spell. Okay.
Okay.
Spider-Woman on the Loki here. No more forking shenanigans.
Yep. That makes sense to me.
But, I mean, Christopher is down to 8 life here. Yeah, it's like, yeah, you know what? I'm going to trade my 2-mana common for your 5-mana mythic rare.
Yep.
Death Touch creatures certainly are looking to get in here.
1-4, 3-2, 1-3. And as I was saying, again, they started their game 3 a bit earlier, but at this moment, it was about 45 seconds left in the round. So this did come quite close to the wire here.
Wakandan Royal Guard on probably White Tiger here, as it is a hero. That would turn it into a 4-4.
Gorilla is also a hero.
Oh, it is?
Yep.
You know what? I did not think gorillas were heroes.
He's a gorilla, Paul. He has volunteered to go fight on the front lines. I guess the jungle, but look at him.
I don't know. Look at that art. That doesn't necessarily look
He is a soldier, Paul.
It looks like he's going to be hiding in the
bushes.
bushes.
Gorilla is a soldier, Paul.
Yeah?
He is a hero. He is fighting for his country or platoon or something.
Hey, I'm just saying, do you think the agents of Hydra consider themselves to be soldiers as well? Yeah.
All right, moving on.
All right.
Okay. Well, there is the handshake, of course. You do see Tom Martell able to get the job done, and that was the match going to Team Martell Dyer in black.
Yeah, and I mean, Loki has been extremely impressive. I had the opportunity to play it the other day as well with I think I had like 5 2-mana removal spells, and any time you can get that Loki to copy something, you just feel like it's just too much to come back from.
Yeah, it is a very powerful 2-drop for what you get, right? A Goblin Piker, of course, not great, but having power up plus that ability with a decent number of very powerful 2-mana spells in the format. Yes, there's Dark Deed, but there's also Lightning Strike.
He had Hulk Smash.
Widow's Bite. There's plenty of options, and then the
Go Nuts.
Fight spells coming out of green as well. So very many options available. So we're going to buy some time here while we get everything set up, figure out who the last team in the top 4 is. But let's shift our focus a bit. Team Sealed has been fun, but now we're going into Team Draft, right? From here on out, we have 4 teams in the top 4. I believe the 1 seed will be drafting against the 4 seed, same for the 2 and the 3. So they're going to Team Draft, and I'll let you explain exactly how Team Draft works in a second as we put this up. Then they're going to play the same type, one match for each player. A plays A, B plays B, C plays C. And the winning team moves on to the finals where they do it all again. So talk to me through Team Draft, Paul.
All right. So instead of your normal, typical 8-person booster draft, this is going to be a 6-person draft, as of course we have 2 teams playing against each other. There's going to be alternate team seating, so the person to the left and to the right of you are going to be the members of the opposing team, which puts a very, very unique wrinkle to how you're supposed to draft the format. Of course, reading signals is very, very important, right? Understanding what colors the person on your left is going to go to based on what you're passing, and what the person on your right is passing to you is very important, because once you can identify what they're playing, then as the draft happens later on in the packs, or perhaps even after you open cards, you can decide, can I take this? Do I need to take this card to prevent one of the people on my opposing teams to actually get those bombs? So oftentimes, I mean, when you have those slam dunk bombs, it's kind of non-negotiable. You just have to take them, even if it's not necessarily in your colors. Now, there is the chance that you can perhaps try to float a rare. That's another wrinkle in this. I don't want to get into that too much because that's, a different level there. But you just have to keep that in mind. Also, power level of these team drafts, definitely much lower. People are constantly cutting cards from each other, so you're often going to see 2, maybe 3. You're going to see perhaps multiple 3-color decks as people try to cobble together enough playable cards to put together a cohesive deck.
Now, I have a philosophical question for you. In the past, a lot of team drafting that we've seen is a contained best-of-9 format where each of the 3 players on each team plays the 3 opponents. And a lot of the cutting philosophy in team drafting is, if I pass 1 rare for 1 bomb for my deck, then I am saying all 3 of my team has to play against this bomb. In this format, it is a 1-to-1 parallel, right? Because there is only one match, A only plays A. It's a card that one of the opponents can have versus a card that I would have. So any pick is affecting one match, just whether it is yours or a teammate's. So the question is, does that change the bar in terms of, are you allowed to pass a 7 out of 10 bomb versus, like, you never pass a 10 out of 10 bomb, let's say, but where does the line shift?
Yeah, I mean, and that's where things get really interesting. It really just kind of comes down to how much does the card that you're going to take, how much is it going to improve your deck relative to how much is the card that you pass that you're certain that your opponent's going to be playing improves their deck. You know, a good example might be, hey, let's say you open a Justice in your blue deck. It's going to be an 8 out of 10 or a 7 out of 10 in your deck, right? But what are you passing? Another really, really good uncommon. At that point, it might be better just to take the Justice for your deck, right?
Wow, a whole host of very good Magic players just walked in here, Paul, and let me tell you, this is going to be a very exciting top 4 as we keep talking about team draft here. So, a lot of cool things happening here, Paul.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, basically Right, yeah. So we got kind of the top 12 already here, ready to take their pictures, and of course getting us all set up here for the semi-final drafts.
Okay, so we're going to cut to a top 4. We're going to let them take their pictures and get everything set up. When we're back, we'll talk you through the top 4 bracket, what the pairings will look like, and we will set up our feature draft that you and I will be covering. Don't go anywhere. Top 4 team draft action right on the other side of this break. We'll see you soon. Hello, my friends, and welcome back to coverage of Magic Spotlight Marvel Superheroes. My name is Monty Devuti, joined by Mr. Paul Chion, and it's time, Paul. We have made it 14 rounds of Swiss, 2 different team sealeds. We have fought our way through, and we are here in the top 4. Let's take a look at our bracket. Let's see what things are going to look like here for the top 4. Excuse me, these are not the right names. We will get this fixed. However, let's talk about it verbally right now.
Yeah.
Right? 1 seed, Andre Strosky, Alexander Hayne, Steve Rubin.
Right.
They are going to be drafting against, and what we're going to be watching is the 4 seed. That is Neil Estrada, Adam Edelson, and their teammate Zev. Liam Edelson, excuse me, not Adam Edelson. Right. Liam Edelson and their teammate Zev. Sorry, we don't have their names up right now.
Right.
So that's their 3. What's going to happen is we are going to watch Andre Strosky draft.
Okay.
Then we are going to, while the players take their time to build, because they need to do that, build their decks as a team, collaborate, and get ready for the match. While the players build, we are going to watch Neil Estrada's draft. Neil is going to be sitting opposite the table from Andre, and it is a 3v3 team draft. They are both the A seat. So after we've watched both of their drafts, we are going to watch them play each other as our feature match.
Okay. Yeah.
So that's what the next hour and a half or so is approximately going to look like. Of course, there will be a full team's worth of matches, so depending on when that feature match ends and what the state of the match is, we may get to see some of the teammates' matches as well. But that's the rough game plan that we have set out. Now, off camera, the number 2 seat, that's Team Zevin Faust, Jesse Hampton, and Charles Wong, is going to be fighting against the number 3 seed in a similar manner. That's Tom Martell, Sam Black, and Greg Dyer.
Right.
The winner of that match, the winning team, and the winner of our feature draft will be facing off against each other in the finals, where all of that will be happening again, except with Corey and Jim. We'll be done after the top 4.
Yeah, they will be able to, they will call the final draft here. But for us, we at least get to cover one of the drafts, which is, the thing that I was probably most looking forward to when coming here. So we get to watch just some incredible players battle each other and get into a nice, good old-fashioned 3v3 draft.
Yeah, I as you've mentioned quite a few times, 3v3 draft, in my and your opinion, the purest form of playing Magic. You could level it up to 3v3 cube and truly make it the purest form of playing Magic. But as things stand, very pure Magic. I'm really excited to see some of the best to ever play the game go against each other. It is very exciting, the sheer amount of talent that we have in this top 4, though I don't think it's really surprising, considering this tends to be the case at every team event, is because it's such a skill-intensive format. Over the course of 14 rounds, you do just often see a top 4 that is at minimum 3 incredible teams.
Yeah, and that's just how it works every single time in these team events. You basically get to lower the overall variance when it comes to Magic, right? If you lose a match because you get mana screwed or whatever, you just straight up lose the game. However, in a team setting, if you lose, your 2 teammates can still cover up the slack for you.
All right, so here is the corrected bracket. Thank you for bearing with us. So, on the left, one side of the bracket, the 1 seed, Strosky, Rubin, Hayne, going up against the 4 seed, Estrada, Goldhaber, Gordon, Edelson. Winner moves on to the finals. Other side, Hampton, Wong, Faust against Dyer, Martell, Black. Now, the order of the names is the A seat, the B seat, the C seat. So Strosky will be facing up against Estrada. Steve Rubin will be facing up against Zev Goldhaber Gordon. Alexander Hayne will be facing up against Liam Edelson. Unlike regular team drafts, it is not a round robin where you play every other member of the other team. It is just that, can you imagine how late we would be here?
We would be here till 5 in the morning if that's
Absolutely.
what happens. So.
Instead, it is
one match.
Just like what we've been seeing all weekend, one match for each, and whichever team wins 2 out of the 3 matches wins the round and progresses to the finals. So that's what we're going to be watching. Hampton, Wong, Faust, Dyer, Martel, Sam Black. We're not going to be showing that draft or any of the matches on camera. That will all be happening off to the side. For us, all of our focus in the top 4 is on our 1 seed, and we have the players ready. So, without further ado, it is time, Paul, for some team draft action from the top 4. Let's go right down to it.
All right. Really, really exciting stuff here. We are going to be watching Strasky here. He did tweet out that he might be a little bit nervous here because he is the featured drafter. I remember before he boarded his plane to the States, he was saying, who should I follow for limited content advice while I get on my plane? So he was still very much learning the format while on his way here.
I can think of one person.
Yeah, I mean, Siggy has a good stream.
Siggy has a great stream.
There you go.
Yeah. All right, so counting out the packs, making sure that everything is correct, and we will take a look at what Andre Strasky is working with. The players are spaced out where they are not getting passed to or passing to a teammate.
All right.
And
Black
great
Widow.
start. Black Widow, Super Spy.
Incredible, incredible 2-drop here. 2 mana for a 2/1 menace creature there. If she connects, she just gets you a ton of value. I imagine that is very, very likely to be the pick here. But of course, have to look at every card and also have to try to figure out, you know, what's the second best card in the pack?
Right.
What is the card that's most likely going to be taken by the person that I'm passing to?
Right, and one thing that has to be mentioned is you are making a mental checklist of important cards that you can't remember 13 cards, but
No.
you're trying to make a checklist of 3 or 4 cards where as soon as you sit down for building, you ask your teammate who was sitting to the left after the opponent, hey, was there a Red Hulk in that pack?
Right.
Was there a Spider-Man in that pack? What did that person take that you didn't see, to try to mentally map out what that person's deck will look like?
And that's exactly what Strasky is doing here, looking at what he believes to be all the solid playable cards here, putting them all out front, making that decision here.
Ultimately, of course, it is a no-brainer. Going to be taking Black Widow Super
Right.
Spy card is absolutely incredible.
Yeah. Just incredible on rate. That if she just connects a couple times, she can completely run over with the game. As you can see it pulled up here. One of the rare 2-mana black heroes.
Yep. All right, I see a Human Torch in Johnny Storm.
See Go Nuts.
Invisible Woman.
And Shang-Chi, which looks exciting because it's a 2-mana 2/2 mythic, but the text I found to be largely irrelevant. So probably not going to be the thing that he's looking to take here. More likely going to be looking to take perhaps one of the 2 interactive spells you see in the pack in the Helicarrier Strike or Go Nuts.
Right, Shang-Chi, very good, of course, with power-up abilities. That is a big plus of Shang-Chi, is it is used to superpower those power-up costs. But as you mentioned, it's not the most relevant.
Right. Strasky might be leaning into just one of the interactive spells here. Took a Black Widow first pick. What do you want to pair that with? Go Nuts or Helicarrier Strike? I think Go Nuts certainly has a higher ceiling just in terms of power level, and Andre just taking what he believes to be the more powerful card between the two.
All right, so Go Nuts added to the pile. Pack 3. Ooh, Alien Invasion.
Okay. A bit awkward to cast, but if you can play that thing early, especially when you supercharge it with a turn 2 undercover scroll, right? If you can ramp that thing out on turn 3, can definitely snowball a game out of control.
All right, so there's an Atuma, a Thor Odinson as well here. There is a black-red dual land. Do you think Andre is in a spot to take Alien Invasion here, considering his first 2 picks are a black card and a green card?
Well, I mean, the thing is, there's not a great black or green card that he can even put into his deck here. So you could perhaps take the Alien Invasion and maybe look to pivot into a red-green deck here, if possible. But actually taking mana fixing here, going for the black-red land here.
Okay, now taking the time to read Alien Invasion and going, that is
Right.
the rare land, not the common tap land, of course.
I will say Alien Invasion reads super exciting, but I have found that in practice it's not quite as powerful as you would expect. Those tokens that get created have to attack every single turn. So the first couple of copies often end up getting eaten by bigger creatures on the other side.
Right. It does need to come down, last a few turns, and not get answered, and you have to survive. So absolutely, it has the tendency to play out more awkwardly than it looks.
All right, there is another Black Widow here, the uncommon Black Widow, and a Widow's Bite in the pack that Strasky has up front here. Now, the Black Widow would introduce a white as a potential option here, or you can just take the Widow's Bite here because you want to be taking the black cards, and it's just proven itself to be a very, very solid interactive spell.
So, taking another look at the packs, making note of the Death Touch creatures, the Super Suit, the giant-sized flying ant, but the choices between the two black cards, as you mentioned. What are you taking in this spot?
Yeah, I mean, I think the safe pick here is to just take the Widow's Bite here, try to cut off black, and then kind of decide what you want to do for your second color a little bit later. Widow's Bite, I mean, it's just looked very, very impressive. The Death Touch being very, very relevant. And if you ever teamwork, I mean, oftentimes we have seen multiple 2-for-1s from this card.
All right, Patriot, Helicarrier Strike,
Ooh,
Loki, a big one here. As you see Andre taking the time.
Now, it could be an indication that red might be open. Red is generally considered one of the weaker colors, but when you see a late Loki, you already have that black-red land. This could be a potential pivot point here. Strasky only has the Go Nuts as his only green card. Could perhaps move into a black-red villain strategy by taking this Loki.
Right, there is a second Dark Fortress in the pack as well. Of course, not something he would be taking here over the Loki.
Patriot as well in the pack,
yeah.
So certainly, I mean, had he taken the Black Widow, for example, could have been considering moving into like a black-white shell here as well.
Right, lots to consider here in the pack for Andre Strasky.
Yeah, interesting to see a Patriot this late. White is generally a very powerful color. It's also very deep, and I wonder if he's thinking, is this more of a signal that white is open, given how late I see a Patriot?
Do you think there's any world where he is considering the possibility of that Black Widow wheeling and no one else trying to be black-white? This early in pack one, there's just no shot, right?
No, I think Black Widow is powerful enough where somebody who shares one of the colors with Black Widow, you see that, 6th or 7th pick, perhaps you just take it as a speculative pick.
All right, so Patriot Shield Wielder was the pick there.
Okay.
That's a Hulk smash, but he did not take the Loki.
Right. Had he taken the Loki, I mean, Hulk Smash would have been fantastic to follow that up as a cheap interactive spell. But now do you have to take Brave Brawler just because it's, a white creature that you can play on curve?
Right. There's a Brave Brawler. There's an Arnim Zola. It doesn't feel like, other than the Black Widow and the Widow's Bite, you've actually seen that much black either, right? It does feel like if there is a black drafter directly to your right, they could be taking a step above black card out of each pack here.
Right. The only playable black card we saw was Widow's Bite, right?
Right.
We haven't seen any Hour of Defeats. Now, granted, or any Cruel Alliances for that matter.
Yeah.
Now, black's creatures are generally pretty weak, but it does have the best spells at common compared to the other colors. Oh, and okay.
We got a bit of a mess brewing here for Andre Strasky.
We got a little bit of waffling here. We got the Hulk Smash. After passing the Loki, perhaps he doesn't want somebody who took the Loki to have the Hulk Smash afterwards.
Okay, I believe this is his pack wheeling now. Red Hulk still here, as well as an Asgardian Citadel, I believe, the red-white common dual land.
And a Kree Sentinel here if you feel like you're going to be playing a multicolored deck here. Maybe a little bit of mana fixing, but some number of filler-level green cards here. I mean, Red Hulk, there's a lot of good, efficient removal that exists. But, hey, if you need a top-end way to close out the game, certainly can take that as well.
Right. How much better is it than Kree Sentinel in this spot?
Right. Wow.
Wow, to the rescue.
This is okay. All right, Strasky kind of choosing cards of all kinds of different. And to the rescue, I mean, I guess Strasky's still thinking he wants to be green. Rapid Rescue, certainly a fine card here.
Yeah.
but the only green card that he has is a Go Nuts, and it's not like he saw any Pet Avengers. It's not like he saw any Undercover Scrolls, two of some of the important green commons that you would like to see as a signal that green is open.
All right, now this is a good time to talk about a difference between team draft and regular draft, as Andre is picking up likely an Invisible Woman Sue Storm. One thing that you will notice in team draft, in addition to the cutting that happens to not pass super powerful cards to opponents, is because there's only 6 players at the table rather than 8, you're seeing wheels sooner. The overall number of fresh cards you're seeing is reduced by 2 packs each time, which means that the overall card quality is lower and you run out of playables sooner.
Yeah, absolutely. That definitely happens, and then you kind of live in a world where, you know, maybe there are some splashes. There's a Thor Odinson, right? Can you take the Thor Odinson here? You play some land cyclers. Maybe you need to be taking some of those land cyclers a little bit higher because you might not end up with 23 cards you're happy with in your deck.
Right. Hydra Assault Robot was the pick in the previous one. Again, I'm not feeling overly hopeful for Andre's deck, but he is continuing to just take powerful, or at least seemingly the most powerful cards in the pack and trying to put something together with them.
Yeah, this pack is a bit of a miss here. Certainly not an automaton deck, not a bunch of artifacts here. Could maybe take a, I mean, you could take a Deathlock Soldier there in case you pivot back into some kind of red-black villain shell.
Yeah, and Speedball still in the pack. Yes, my boy.
It is still in the pack, and it will be in Andre's sideboard.
I can't believe you're seeing this incredibly accurate and brave statement. As now Speed.
Yeah, perhaps Andre can go into a red-white deck here, especially after picking up that late Thor Odinson and picking up some playable red cards.
Very unsurprising, I will say, to see the automaton still going around. The artifact deck is very, very difficult to put together in draft, considering already there is not that much support for it, but also the fact that there's 2 less packs.
Yeah, it's already pretty tough to put together in an 8-player draft. 3v3 team draft, it's almost impossible.
Okay, so here is the review period between pack 1 and 2. Andre Strosky taking a look at what he's drafted so far, and there we go on the side. We have all of his picks so far. I gotta be honest, there's
not a lot of playables here. If you want to put them in all the cards into one deck, I mean, if we go red-white, it's like 4 cards, 5 cards.
There is a
and then if you go black, I mean this. I mean, I don't. Yeah, Andre's reviewing here. This almost looks like a booster pack money.
Yeah, I feel like there is a lot to be desired here. So Andre is going to need some help in the upcoming packs.
Yeah. Now he did prioritize some mana fixing there. Did take that Dark Fortress very, very early. So we might see some kind of a scrappy 3-color deck here from Strosky. Yeah, I mean, you can stay the course with the black cards. Perhaps you're like red-black splashing white for Thor Odinson. Could also see that being something to consider here, given how powerful Black Widow is.
Here we go again. Pack 2 for Andre Strosky. Can he find some help here? He is going to need it.
Yeah, opening a multicolored saga certainly.
Oh, do you have a specific one in mind?
Yeah, ends in war.
Coming of Galactus War?
No, middle name Civil.
Oh, interesting. Okay, yeah, we went different directions. Right. That's strange.
Well, I don't know if his mana can support the I guess. I don't even know. I don't even know. All right.
All right. Let's see what Pack 2 has to offer Andre Strosky here. Bit of a disaster Pack 1, but again, this is team draft, so hopefully things are not looking much better for the opponents.
Right.
Look, if Andre doesn't know what he's doing, this certainly the person he was passing to doesn't know what he's doing.
Right. That's a good point.
Yeah.
We'll see what Pack 2 brings for Andre. All right, see a Pet Avengers there at the end. There's an Adaptoid there. Solid creature if you have lots of different, creature type abilities, right? Because
Right.
it can start copying
Different
things.
keywords.
Keywords, that's the word. There's also an Agent Sharon Carter, which is, oh no, excuse me, that was a Night Nurse,
Yep.
which is also a very, very solid creature. Don't think you're going to have enough villains for
Yellow
Jacket to be a thing. Hey, look, if you don't know what colors you're going to be, you can't just take the rare that's an artifact.
Yeah, Super Adaptoid could technically go in any deck. And
Right.
again, if you don't have good cards and your opponents do, then you can't take advantage of their keyword. Super
Sure.
Adaptoid is
Right.
both players.
Yeah, and he does have it up at the front. We've seen this before. He's just kind of trying to get a sense for what might table here, what might get taken, and then usually has been taking the top card that he's showcasing as his pick.
Yeah, looks like Pet Avengers or Night Nurse might be in the consideration here. The fact that he's not eyeing the Hour of Defeat does make me think that he's at least somewhat written off black in his
Okay.
mind. Maybe
Right.
Black Widow's a splash, but the big issue with splashing Black Widow is it is a creature that heavily relies on tempo and
Yeah.
landing early. It is not the type of bomb that is great when splashed.
Right, when you splash a card, it needs to be those types of cards that have an impact in the game at any point in the game, and that's just not the case for a 2-mana, 2/1 menace creature.
Secret Invasion, the only color Andre has not picked up so far.
And this is one of the, oh my gosh, and a Wolverine.
Okay.
All right, and Wolverine is certainly something you can splash. I mean, if you want to go red-white, I mean, it's certainly more playable than Secret Identity, right?
Yeah, I don't believe Secret Invasion is going to be the
Secret Invasion.
pick.
I think it's going to be the Wolverine.
Yeah.
It just got the highest ceiling here, and so I think you just take it and hopefully you can find enough mana fixing to kind of make it work.
Yeah, it's
The thing is, there's not even like a fantastic pick for him otherwise. Like if you look at a red-white card, what are we looking at here? A Hawkeye, a Kunlun Warrior? Like
and that's the uncommon Hawkeye, right? That's
Right.
the unexciting, less exciting one at least.
Yeah, she does have some fun combos, notably with Photon Barrage Blast.
Right.
Quite good there. But I think you might want to just lean in for the power here and perhaps look to take this Wolverine and find the mana fixing to get it to go.
Yeah, looks
Yeah?
like Wolverine Fierce Fighter is going to be the pick.
And this is where Strasky goes, did you see Secret Invasion?
Hey, lay out your deck. Lay out your deck, please.
Please be blue.
Please be blue. Please
Yeah.
be blue. All right,
All right.
so Hulk Smash. Pulled up to the front. Herbie, Giant Growth. Nothing exciting. There's an
Oh,
Agent 13.
Sharon, yeah.
But-
Agent 13. So that, or Agent 13 is certainly the best card
Yes.
when you look at the cards that Andre has in front of him. So could this be an indication where you go, hey, I take this and now I'm going to solidify my seat as a red-white deck with perhaps a splash for the Wolverine?
Right. His two real options here are red-white splashing green or green-red splashing potentially white.
Yeah, and
right?
the most
That's
flexible pick would be something like a Hulk Smash because
right.
at this point you
red
probably
is
want to
the
be red.
overlap.
Yeah.
Right.
Certainly not going to take any of these blue cards. They're not even necessarily good enough to hate draft because they're both worse than something like a Sharon Carter anyways.
So it looks like, looking at all the blue cards he's passing and
Yeah.
really hoping that it's not the player to his right that's playing blue,
Right.
but Alexander Hayne 2 seats over. As between Hulk Smash and Agent 13, he seems unsure. He's still thinking about it. I like the safe pick. I'm with you. When you are already this deep into, look, I will use the term pile affectionately, but so far Andre has a pile.
All right. This is him kind of going, okay, I'm going to plant my flag here. This is the thing that I want to do. Agent 13, extremely powerful, value-oriented creature. You already have the Patriot there as well. Strasky wants to be red-white now.
Yeah, Grim Reaper, Agents of Hydra, Wonder Man, World War Hulk, Titania,
Oh, White Widow.
That's
Yeah.
a decent pickup
That's
here.
certainly going to be the pick here for Strasky in this pack. Yeah, just a great creature. 4 mana. The floor is just like you put a counter on her. If you have any other creature in play, you're just getting 4 power and 5 toughness worth of stats spread between 2 creatures.
Yeah, eyeing the Titania as well, but very much a situation where the White Widow, after the pick you made with the Agent 13,
Okay.
does feel like a slam dunk, and Andre agrees. So, picking up some good ones here now in the middle of Pack 2.
Yeah, absolutely. It really needed to find some direction. took maybe a slight risk with that Agent 13, but that paid off with the White Widow there.
All right, now getting a little exciting because Undercover Skrull is a great one for where he's at currently. Luke Cage as well as a red-green dual land.
Yeah, so I'm not the biggest fan of Luke Cage, but at the same time, Strasky doesn't have a lot of playables, but that red-green land would be perfect if you're looking to splash the Wolverine.
Right. I think the question is, are you splashing Wolverine or are you splashing Thor Odinson and your green-white, right?
I don't think Strasky's green. So
okay, all right.
Yeah. All right, Avengers
disassembled.
Right. That is certainly an option there. Oh, Burrow backup. That's perfect, right? It's just a great card and gives you the extra land cycling that you need to get that green mana for the Wolverine. So I imagine Strasky's going to slam that Burrow backup into his deck.
Sure seems like it to me, unless he's really worried. And this is where the difference in the format comes in, right? Because if this was 3-3 where everyone plays everyone, you would never really see an Avengers disassembled going around this slate. Board wipe spells are the kind of thing.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, okay.
He actually takes it, which is a bit surprising. It's going to be kind of hard to cast. Burrow backup, I just felt like was perfect for this strategy. You're looking to be aggressive. You want to go wide, and you need the mana fixing. But Strasky taking the disassembled here.
All right, so we are into the wheel, and Andre is saying, I am firmly red-white. Wolverine is my splash. I have one land to do it so far.
So is he now opening the door to perhaps going back into red-green? Certainly, Avengers Disassembled plays way better in a red-green deck when you have bigger creatures.
Right, but it feels like he might be committed to taking an Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. now. Wow.
Okay.
Iron Fist.
Iron Fist, that doesn't do that. I mean, with Hulk Smash, I suppose you can get something to happen here. One other note, though, by the way, on a card like Avengers Disassembled, it's a team draft, right? So if, Andre's opponents are just going to know that he took that card and has it in his pile.
Yeah, absolutely. Gorilla, but I would guess that he's looking at these red cards.
Probably Hawkeye or perhaps the Stark Industry Executive as a one-drop that gives you treasures to help splash the Wolverine. But a lot of upside with Hawkeye.
Yeah.
If you can find other ways to get damage in outside of course, just combat damage.
Right. One of the more exciting combos in the format, of course, with Hawkeye Young Avenger is the Photon Barrage Blast. But I think that was Gorilla being picked.
Okay.
Now, let me tell you, viewers, you can't see, but Paul has a puzzled look on his face.
Okay, so I was wrong, and I think Strasky's looking to go back into red-green, perhaps looking to splash Agent Sharon Carter and White Widow and Thor. We might just be full Naya. Who knows? Okay.
Blazing Crescendo to go with our Iron Fist, perhaps, or a Giant Growth even. Just get...
Yeah.
Hawkeye is also very good with Hawkeye's bow if you are committed to doing that. But he went for Gorilla, and now Blazing Crescendo is the pickup.
Right, now we're trying to set up some Iron Fist shenanigans with the Blazing Crescendo.
World War Hulk.
All right, some green 2-drops here. If he does need a Knight of Wundagore for the curve, could also consider that.
If you're going to be aggro, may as well, but he's got the Stark Industries Executive. That can fix. That is a 1-drop.
Yeah, I mean, the first copy isn't terrible, especially in a kind of a team-limited setting, and you're looking to splash, so could see Strasky taking that. The Gorilla. Wow.
You're still on that. I think that's very reasonable to be stuck on.
Yeah. There's a couple of interesting choices here, and I'm very, very curious to see kind of what the end product will be here for Strasky.
Yeah, look, I think it is safe to say that it will not cutting Grim Reaper here. Saying, I'm not going to let this keep going. None of these cards are from my deck.
And to be fair, I mean, black looked like it was kind of cut off, right? So now if you don't have a card that you want to put in your deck, might as well cut off a black card there.
All right.
All right, Serpent Specialist. Hey, perhaps Strasky recognized that green was open, and maybe he can go into red-green here.
All right, Serpent Specialist, the pickup.
In which case, he really wish he took that Hulk Smash over Agent Sharon Carter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Powerful Broker going to be the pickup now. And look, this pack did not instill further confidence in me for Strowski. I feel like we are still in some trouble.
I agree with you. I think there were a couple of picks that would have actively made Strowski's deck, I think, better, just given what he's trying to do, right? Like, if you are these color combinations, you're looking to be somewhat aggressive. So, again, I'm a little bit surprised at the Avengers Disassembled pick.
All right, 2 picks in. Let's get a sense as he lays these and moves them around where his head's at, right? Because that's part of it is.
I wish.
Does he view himself as primarily red-green here?
I mean, yeah, I think it's not 100% clear here. It did look like he had a preference for green when he did just take that.
Go nuts second.
Yeah, the go nuts second, and then kind of late he did take the 1-mana instant, the game.
Oh
to life.
yes, Rapid Rescue.
Rapid Rescue. He did take that over a playable card in his other color, so perhaps that's something that he's interested in here. And right now, all we know is Andre is definitively red.
Yep.
And I don't even know that he's 100% certain that he's green or white as his other second base color.
Right.
Because it's not like you have busted green cards in here that have to be played, right? He just took a gorilla, right? It's sure it fills the curve, but it's not like these cards are really pushing you to be that color combination.
The way he's laid it out, he views himself as red, white, splashing Wolverine right now. That's and go nuts.
All right, so perhaps he took the gorilla, trying to focus more on sideboard cards, as the gorilla is a very good sideboard card.
Yeah. Yeah, you can definitely see with the layout he has. Hey, Speedball currently in a position where it's making the deck. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying is,
I mean,
right now it's not at the back of the pile with
Monty,
everything else.
That's not saying much because right now,
let me have this, Cheon.
It's either Speedball or an 18th land.
Let me have this.
All right,
Cheon, please.
All right, we'll he'll go out in a blazing crescendo of glory if he gets that
blazing
speedball
speedball crescendo. I agree. All right, counting, making sure there's 14 there. Pack 3, here we go.
All right, we really need Civil War here.
Oh, what about 2 rares that are both incredibly powerful, not in our colors?
Oh, that is rough. There is a Photon Blast Barrage.
Did not take Hawkeye, by the way.
Right.
But
it's still a fine card to play, of course.
It is.
The one thing that I misread about that card, typically red X spells, you deal damage equal to the X.
Yes.
For this one, when you pay the red, you deal that 1 damage immediately.
It's X plus 1, right?
Exactly.
Because it itself is the base spell.
So it's effectively kind of a fireball type effect that, of course, can't go to the face.
Right. So very powerful pack, it has to be said.
Of course.
The common quality runs quite deep. The 2 rares are both incredibly good. There is a land that I would guess Andre is very much hoping to wheel in the Gathering Place if he can. But overall, this pack's card quality is great, and Andre is just very much hoping whichever of these rares makes it through is in the colors of Steve Rubin.
Yeah, that's the thing. You can't cut both of the rares, right? So you take the card that's going to be actively very good in your deck and hope that one of the rares that makes it to Steve actually ends up making its way into his deck.
Right. Photon Blast Barrage, we get a good look at it.
Okay.
Madam Mask in
go
the
back
pack.
to black.
I don't even say it right now, Paul.
Hey, you never know.
I would like to know, though.
All right.
Is the issue.
Okay. Not a very exciting pack
this
at
pack
all.
is rough
Oh,
for
my
everyone
goodness.
but the black players. And even then, it's not great, but it's like a cruel alliance and not much else.
We might need to take an Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. here just to have something to play for the curve. I don't think you need to second pick a Blazing Crescendo.
No, I think he can feel fairly confident that will wheel.
Oh, is that a cruel alliance as
It
well?
is.
So that's the thing too, right? You can't just cut a black card here either just because there's 2
so
good
many.
ones. Yeah.
Right. It's me.
No, don't do it. Yeah, that'll table 2, Andre.
Yeah, so you take one of them and wheel the other. Blazing Crescendo, Super Speed, Speedball.
I am not convinced.
I know you're not, but look at what's up front right now, Paul.
All right, so now we take this Crescendo and hope to get a Mockingbird. Are we just all in on or Colleen Wing? Is that what we're looking for?
He has Speedball. You don't need any more.
That's all you need? That is the only thing you need, I suppose.
Oh my God! Imagine if we just watch Andre backdoor his way into a speedball deck and then get a win
He's
with
just
it.
like, these commentators have no idea. I'm cooking right now. Let's go.
Look, if he's cooking, I will eat at that restaurant.
Yeah.
All right. Will he do the insane pick? No. Okay. He
All
is.
right.
He is being measured. Respect.
Yeah,
All
never
the
won a
black cards
second
keep
pick.
going. No.
Do what you got to do.
There was nothing in that pack you wanted to second
Right.
pick.
Yeah.
All right,
Okay.
another Agent 13.
Hey,
that's pretty
That's
big.
great.
But
Ooh, and
ooh.
a web up.
Okay.
I think you might need the creature a little bit more here. He does have some interaction already. There's a Hulk Smash, and there's also a Photon Blast Barrage. And I feel like Sharon Carter is the type of card. Now, it is the second copy.
Right.
And of course, there's always something that you have to be mindful of when it's the second copy of a legendary card.
It is
so, yeah,
a give and take.
takes
Yeah.
the web up there, sure.
Okay. Says that I need some unconditional removal.
Yeah, absolutely reasonable pick there as well.
Shield Spy Kit,
Yeah.
very good.
Murdoch's
Crusade.
also good.
Another
Wow.
White Widow.
Another White Widow as well. So all really, really good options. And this is kind of one of those, what does your deck need?
Right.
Do I need removal? Then you take the Crusade. Do I want another good creature? Then perhaps I take the White Widow. And, you know, if I don't think the Shield Spike Kit is the pickup here, although we'll note, I personally, big fan of the card in general.
I think it's great. I
Yeah.
think it has overperformed to
Right.
what most, if not all of us, expected looking at it
Right.
in the spoiler relative to how it's played out. And
Right.
it's looked great all weekend.
Right.
However, I think
Yeah.
there's a few more important picks in this pack here.
Absolutely.
I think the Kree Sentinel, very valid. Murdoch's Crusade and White Widow, all very valid. What are you picking if you're in a seat? What is your judgment call in his deck right now?
Well, given that he just took the removal spell, perhaps the second copy of White Widow would be something that you're interested in. I'm not sure how many 4-drops are in Shrosky's deck, but if there's not too many, then that's probably what I would be looking at here. Kree Sentinel perhaps is something that you take. Oh, all right, Shrosky just going for the removal here, which also, of course, a totally fine option.
Yeah, I think it was hard for him to make a egregious pick in that spot out of the three cards. It is purely up to judgment. Super Soldier Serum.
In a green-white land, though, I feel like Shrusky probably wants to play the Wolverine, but, I mean, with just the green-white land, maybe you just can't.
Right.
Right? Because he didn't take the Burrow Barrage earlier.
Yeah, he does have a red-green land as well.
So
two towards that, there is a green-white rare land as well that might and very likely will wheel in this pack. But I think he is eyeing the green-white land, maybe Human Torch, maybe Super Soldier Serum, all his possible options here.
Yeah.
And saying, I need this Wolverine, I need this Go Nuts in my deck.
We need a little bit of power here. So, yeah, getting some green mana going, helping with that.
Bernanzana Plaza, Mole Man now in the pack.
Not that exciting on the splash.
No, definitely not. Another green-white land.
Yeah, or a Repulsor Blast if you do need more removal. And we have seen Andre prioritize interaction here. So now that you do have the 2 lands, do you want a 3rd tap land here, or do you want to just take a removal spell to have the answers?
Right. Philosophically, was he picking those removal spells so highly in order to give him the leeway and the leash to take a land here? Or is it just that he thinks, look, my deck is a bit of a mess. I need to overload on removal so at least my opponents aren't doing much and just slam another piece of removal here?
No, he didn't do that. It's a rare, I guess.
Moloid Master has joined the pile, and here is his pack on the wheel.
Okay, the Mole Man. You know what? It's possible I'm undervaluing the card, so we'll see this one play out. Burrow Barrage, I assume, is going to get picked up here. I don't think Andre is very high on the card. I just think it's probably the best of the land cyclers. And you are already looking to play Wolverine, so I mean,
there's a Panther Pounce pulled up to the front.
No,
I don't think
we're not speedballing, are we? We're not doing the speedball Panther Pounce thing.
I
guess so. All right, you know what? Strasky's got vision, not the actual card vision, but some kind of vision to set this up. Hey, there's the crescendo. It's all coming together.
Chatters, let me tell you, there is a massive gap between Paul's facial expressions right now and the sheer look of glee on my face.
No, I'm just
Giddy up.
Monty, I'm just tired, okay? That's
Yeah,
all.
no, of course.
All right.
All right, Panther Pounce into Blazing Crescendo.
The thing is Strosky's
Another
deck,
Panther Pounce.
I mean, is his deck aggressive enough to do all of this? How many 2-drops does he even have?
That's a question for future Strosky.
Okay.
Current Strosky doesn't have to worry about that. He just gets to pounce.
I mean, he can pounce again if he likes.
I can't see him not picking a second pounce here after taking that pounce
take
over
Wonder Man.
2 pieces of fixing.
All right,
Yeah.
let's go. We are pouncing.
Oh, he's pouncing.
You think he's speedballing?
Oh,
He has to,
if
right?
he's not speedballing, I'm done.
Okay, the
I'm
White
walking
Widow
out of
table,
the
That's
booth.
good. That's good.
If he shows me a final deck that does not have speedball registered in it, I am leaving the booth.
All right.
Oh, Human Torch.
Human Torch.
That's huge.
Sure.
That's kind of huge.
it's
That's a
medium
creature with
huge.
text.
It's a 3-mana 2/2 flyer.
It has evasion.
It has evasion. Sure.
It's a creature with text.
And yeah, just some
Cut a Hydra Troopers.
filler level cards here. Yeah, that's certainly the card with the most upside for the person you're passing to.
Yeah, I do not believe Atlantean Cavalry is going to show its.
Well, we've already seen it once on camera.
Yeah, I think that is the best Atlantean Cavalry has been, was, or
And
ever will be
Look
again.
at that, yeah. Yeah, Sam Black actually was saying that he had triple Atuma in his sideboard, brought all of them in. Just
Yeah.
a Merfolk package
Look,
to try to win that match.
he played to win, and it delivered. All right, you are not taking aim. Oh, yeah, we need a 2-drop. How many 2-drops that he has?
hey,
One more.
You gotta
One more, Cheon.
you gotta pounce when you see the 2-drop.
Yeah.
There you go.
There's going to be lots of Panther pouncing by aim synthoids here.
All right.
So-
So this was certainly a draft.
One of the drafts of all time.
One of
I
the
would
drafts
say.
of all time. That Mole Man, I'm gonna really. I'm trying to figure out where that fits in.
Yeah, take your time to process.
He's gonna be splashing in, make a bunch of tokens.
They-
And then there were some of those land cyclers that didn't make its way. That I thought he was certainly gonna take one of those burrow barrages.
I wish I could be a fly on the wall of that team's building process. I would really be curious what comes out of that discussion.
Maybe it's just a bad card. No, I don't think so. I think the land cyclers are legitimately very solid when you're trying to play a bunch of colors. Things are a little scrappy. It's kind of like a double-face card, right? I just feel like it kind of did everything that you wanted. So I would have had both of the copies probably in the deck. But you know what? I'm excited to see what Andre actually ended up drafting here, considering that he's kind of got that Blazing Crescendo, Panther Pounce, Speedball thing going, which admittedly I haven't tried very often.
Right. I do like Speedball. I will
I
say
know.
that
I know.
I will say that I would not be excited about drafting a pretty janky, lacking a bunch of pieces Speedball deck in the top 4 of a team event. I would be pretty embarrassed to go to my team and be like, hey, I drafted Speedball. I've got one Speedball as the...
if they kill it, I got nothing.
yeah, well, you can't
No,
really
he's got a
kill
mole
it.
man if they kill it.
No, you can't really kill
Oh,
Speedball.
right,
That's
right.
kind of the whole
Oh,
thing
yeah,
about
yeah,
Speedball
he's
is
basically
it
hexproof.
doesn't die.
Right.
People love to try to kill Speedball. So that was Andre's draft. Players need to go reconvene, talk to each other. Andre needs to apologize profusely to his teammates.
Maybe his deck is great. I don't know, right?
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Andre needs to be like, hey, by any chance, did you get an Avengers Under Siege and you get a Jane Foster, like, 5th pick?
and
anyone? Anyone?
what about the secret identity?
Yeah, Secret Invasion.
Secret
did
Invasion,
did that
rather.
get to you,
Did
teammates?
Did you get that one?
Yeah. So we'll let them take the time to go and build. However, I do believe we have the draft recorded from the other side, the other perspective. We have Neil Estrada's draft. Now, Neil is the A seat on the opposing team. So Neil is who Andre will be playing against and was on the other side of the table. So if we have that draft ready, we will get it loaded up and get to see what things look like from the other side of the table, because as we've mentioned, Andre,
You know, I have a feeling, I'm just going to in the dark here, I have a feeling I'm going to be able to follow Neil's draft perhaps a little bit better.
all right, let's see. Andre Strosky on the other side of the table, but this is Neil Estrada.
Cracking his booster pack. What do we have here? All
Back
right.
from the top, gang.
Laying out the cards here. Everybody setting aside their token. All right.
Here we go. She-Hulk.
Already a great start. Is
That's
that
the vision, yep.
That's the vision. That's an incredible way to start out the draft. An awesome rare that it was 100% to make your deck no matter what.
Right. Every deck can play the vision.
Yeah, 4 mana for a 2/5 flying vigilance creature. You play a spell, you draw a card, it gets double strike. It can do all kinds of great
Man,
things.
this draft is off to such a more exciting start. Okay. So we know from Andre's seat that Black Widow gets there.
She-Hulk certainly does not, as
She-Hulk
it is
does not.
one of the stronger uncommons in the set.
Yes.
In fact, I expect the Night Nurse and the She-Hulk to be the next 2 cards taken out of this pack.
Right. We know for sure that none of the more powerful cards in this pack. It was for Andre between the Widow's Bite and the Black Widow when this pack got all the way around to him,
Yep.
which means very likely those were exactly the 3 cards. Vision here. Hane probably took She-Hulk to the left, and then Night Nurse after that.
Right.
In the hands of the teammate, but it is the vision.
Look at that here. Such a powerful card here, especially if you can have some ways to protect the vision, you know, take up the shield, of course, a fantastic one. But yeah, I mean, also just 5 toughness makes it really difficult to get off the battlefield.
All right, the powerful 4 drops continue. There's an Abomination now in the pack.
Yeah.
Let's see where the mindset is for Neil. Already pulled up a We Say the Nay to the front of the pack.
Yeah, we say the nay. There's a Patriot here, a Go Nuts.
Shout out to my boy.
I'm assuming it's Speedball.
Oh, sure is.
All right, there's your boy. There is your boy. Now, wow, and has that We Say DNA up, so really putting a heavy emphasis on that, but looks like might be interested in taking the Abomination now. Now, again, a very flexible card here. If you're a green or red deck, it will be an excellent addition to your deck.
Right, but what if you... Part of the consideration here, of course, is the pack doesn't really have any other blue cards, so it does feel like you are stamping a direction here. Instant speed spells, very good with the vision, as they can also provide protection. So we say the nay, the pickup there for Neil Estrada. Maybe the most aggressively Quench has been picked up.
Right, yeah. Quench is quite nice. Ooh, and that is an undercover scroll. That does allow you to have a nice mana curve, but there's also a Punishing Punch, which is an excellent removal spell. Good pack, by the way. Claw in the pack here as well. Really, really excellent if you want to put together perhaps a blue-black control deck.
Yeah, very powerful pack here now, and a lot to consider if you're in Estrada's seat. We know that Claw doesn't make it all the way around the table to Andre by the time he sees this pack. So that is one of the cards that even if Neil doesn't pick it up here because he wants to prioritize spells, picking up the Punishing Punch, the Claw will get picked sometime in the next 2 picks.
Yeah, great spell here. Being able to play this at a discounted rate is just incredible, right? If you can get 2 creatures in your graveyard. So Neil starting things off with the Vision, and then a blue and a green card here.
Yep. Here's Red Hulk. We know that remains in the pack by the time it wheels. Trickster Stratagem.
Yeah, that is a premium blue common, and I imagine that is going to be the pick out of this pack here. You know, he already took that We Say DNA quite early, and I do think it is better than Spider-Man to the rescue. So I imagine Trickster Stratagem here gets taken up by Neil Estrada.
Right, it does feel like it is between those 2 cards, and as you mentioned, the Stratagem more powerful, very interactive, but also proactive. And where Neil is currently considering, though, he is looking through the pack and just weighing all the options before ultimately taking the Stratagem.
Yep. So, hey, really, really nice start here for Neil. I mean, you have two 2 removal spells, or I guess, interactive spells, and a counter spell, and an incredible rare.
Right. All right, and next up.
So no green cards here. There's a Helicarrier Strike for interaction, and a Giant Ant, right?
Yeah, there is the giant-sized flying ant. There is the hydraulic helper if he expects to be in any sort of artifact lane. Can ramp out the vision. That is not irrelevant by any means, and it is currently what he's considered. Hydraulic helper, one of the benefits, it is decently statted as well.
Yeah.
It's not exciting, but it fills a very specific role.
Yeah, not considering the Helicarrier Strike here either. Looks like he wants to just try his best to cut off blue. And wow, going for the hydraulic helper here just to have a blue 2-mana play here. Oftentimes, I mean, I suppose it does ramp you into vision, right? You can use that to play vision on turn 3, but at the same time, the fact that this doesn't have one of those, like, if something enters, I can attack clause.
Yes.
Really kind of limits the upside of the card.
Right. Now, with how well he is cutting off blue here, I would wonder if maybe Neil will get rewarded with that Secret Invasion quite late in Pack 2.
I feel like somebody probably takes it before it gets to him.
One way to find out. But I agree with you. It should.
Right.
I absolutely should.
Yeah.
If you're seeing no blue and you're in Haynes' seat and that card gets to you, you're like, am I really passing this?
Right. And Bold Biochemist, by the way, it's already a card that I kind of like, but it's a card that gets even better in a team draft environment where it's really about the resources. People are often not just running you over with a curve, so just being able to find any 2-for-1s really, really helps.
Right. Hydraulic Helper can be used to pay power-up costs, right?
I believe so. So
So
Neil's just for the curve. So Neil just respecting that mana curve. It's like, hey, if I get to the late game, probably going to be looking okay if I can get the vision and play and protect it.
Right. So this is Neil's pack back now, I believe. We have seen 6 picks happen.
Yeah, there's a Serpent Specialist and a
Super Suit pulled up as a possibility.
There's also a Surveillance Room. Is that
there?
Surveil Land? Right?
That is a surveillance room at the back.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that's also something that you can potentially consider. There's also Wakandan Drone Flock if you might want. The thing is, you don't have like a ton of green cards.
Right.
So perhaps you can take something like the Drone Flock if you might want to perhaps go back into blue-white. But, hey, if you want to keep the green cards going, the Specialist makes a lot of sense. You already have a Punishing Punch to go with the Death Touch creature.
Yeah, Punishing Punch doesn't always need extra help, as it does double the damage, but it can help when you have these smaller creatures like the Hydraulic Helper or the Biochemist. But Neil picking up the Drone Flock there. Another artifact creature, of course, 4 mana, so if he finds himself in a blue-white artifact lane, Hydraulic Helper's value is going up.
Sure, yeah. I mean, I haven't seen too many blue-white artifact decks, but with enough Drone Flocks, you can certainly make it happen.
And one thing that we need to keep mentioning in Team Draft, there are 2 less players worth of cards in the draft pool. So the decks will get a bit scrappier. You get more creative. You do need to put together a game plan.
Monty, I have a question.
Yep.
Why did they keep passing your boy?
Well, because Andre needs to get it in 4 picks.
Oh, right, of course.
We know where it goes, and it is being played. I don't know why you're talking smack here, Paul Gian.
That is a really late Loki, by the way. That thing tabled.
Loki tabled. That's an Ironheart there as well.
Yeah, well, we know where that Ironheart goes.
Yeah, okay. So there we go. Ultron Drone, the pick from Neil. Loki keeps going. The players are not interested.
Right. Yeah, Neil continuing to pick up artifacts here. And, I mean, this is certainly making the 2-drop here feel better, because now we're looking at, what, 4 or 5 artifacts in his deck already?
Yeah, no, Hydraulic Helper's value has risen steadily throughout the course of this pack.
Yeah, there is a blue-white dual land here. That can certainly be exciting, especially when you did take up that Wakandan Drone Flock, so probably taking that here. You're not really passing too much out of this pack. Probably just possibly even abandoning green.
Yeah, he is eyeing the Automaton as well. If he wants to try to commit to blue-red artifacts, I'm with you.
Right.
I'm just saying that is what he's eyeing right now in the spot. But I think the blue-white land is the better choice.
Yeah, yeah. I think, again, we talked about just how bad going all in on artifacts is.
Yes.
And if you want to play the automaton, you have to go all in on artifacts. You're going to need 14 artifacts in your deck to really make that card actually do work.
Yeah. And instead, I like Neil's decision in this spot to just make sure that he is drafting a deck of solid cards, because that's more often than not good enough to beat up on another team draft deck. And let me tell you, if you ask me whose deck I'm picking after pack 1 between what Neil has going and what Andre has going, I know it's an unfair choice, but I'm picking Neil.
Oh, yeah, it's not even close.
Okay, well, let's pretend that,
It's not close money.
Oh, okay, all right. Kree Sentinel on the wheel.
Yeah, I mean, it is a land cycler. Just looking at some of the other cards, there was a Mr. Fantastic. I wonder if he's thinking, will I ever do a token thing?
Yeah.
Right?
The answer is not really,
Yeah.
unfortunately. It's the type of card that I want to be good. Another Ultron drone, very
Sure.
likely taking that.
Yeah. Hey, look, it still slots into your mana curve, right?
Yep.
Sometimes you don't get all the cards to slot perfectly in your curve in this type of environment. So just having literally any piece of cardboard that you can put into play in the first 2 or 3 turns is relevant.
Okay, Super Strength, Vibranium.
Sure.
I don't know what the other 2 words in that card name is.
Claw. I know.
Energy
no, not even
daggers.
claw.
Nope.
Not even claw.
Not even claw. Vibranium
Vibranium.
energy daggers.
I was not
Great.
close.
No, you almost had it.
Yeah, I mean, daggers are sharp.
Yeah. And Hex Magic.
Sure.
Plus a Swamp.
Yeah, Hex Magic certainly not where you want to be there. So it puts you down a card overall. But hey, taking a look at the start here, certainly probably leaning really into the artifacts and cutting off as many blue cards here as possible with the Vision, the Counterspell, and the Trickster Stratagem, and then the Bold Biochemist.
Right, because right now his deck is essentially mono blue. He has 1 green card, 1 Wakandan drone flock, neither of which are, a draw into their colors. They're cards that you play when you are that color. So he's essentially mono blue with a bunch of artifacts and colorless cards, has a land cycler. The world feels like Neil's oyster right now, and the cards that he has locked into his deck feel just solid role fillers. They do their job. He has a curve. I think this is a very reasonable place to be after pack 1 for Neil Estrada.
Yeah, and for Neil Estrada, he's kind of in one of those spots where he can just take any good card he opens.
Exactly.
Right? The thing is, oftentimes it's troublesome if you're half red cards, half white cards, and you open an awesome blue card. It's really hard to make that pivot because you're going to be giving up so many playable cards. But here, when you have 7 or 8 cards that are just blue and colorless, well, then if you open a black bomb, if you open Dr. Doom, you can certainly just take it and put it in your deck.
So let's see what that open is going to be here from Neil Estrada.
Did we remove the token from this pack as well?
Yep, looks like it. Just counting the pack out.
All right. The pack should have enough cards, but Neil's just double checking here, it looks like. One of those is this 15 cards? That might be 15 cards. So maybe they're...
Yeah, that might be what they are considering here.
Yeah, that was probably the token. Or the judge will remove the token.
Right. So what happens if there is a pack irregularity for some reason? If somebody opens an illegal pack, is they would call the judge, point it out to them, the judge would remove the pack, issue a fresh one, and they would continue.
Got it. Yeah, that's...
Typically, I believe, at least.
Well, in all my years covering, I have not had that happen, so I don't actually know what the answer is. All right, let's take a look here. Ideally, you open just like a really strong blue card, and you can still wait on the decision here, but it doesn't look like he did open one here. This looks like a relatively weaker pack. There's an Hour of Defeat, and also a Photon Blast Barrage and White Widow as the, I guess, standout cards in this pack.
And that's a foil Photon Blast Barrage.
Yeah.
Is that the one Andre took, or did he take it in pack 3?
He took it in pack 3.
So this one disappears somewhere between Neil and Andre.
Right, and I suppose, you do have a Kree Sentinel, and you took a bunch of artifacts. It is, one of the most powerful cards in the pack. However, Hour of Defeat is highly splashable.
Right.
Right? So that's kind of the decision here that Neil Estrada needs to make.
Yeah, and it looks like he is thinking about the Photon Blast Barrage thing. Even if
Yeah.
I don't play it, I don't want any of my teammates to have to face it either.
Right. I mean, it is a bigger blowout if your opponent does if one of your teammates gets a Photon Blast Barrage cast against them.
Yeah, this feels like the most Neil has agonized over a pick so far this draft.
Yeah, because it's not an easy card that just goes into his deck, right?
Right.
It's, Hour of Defeat certainly easier to play, but the Barrage might be the more powerful card that you're maybe looking to cut off.
All right, survey says
Looks like the Barrage.
Photon Blast Barrage is...
Because he also could have just taken White Widow
Right.
for his deck.
All right, Photon Blast Barrage is the first pick of Pack 2 for Neil Estrada as he gets ready to see what Alexander Hayne has passed him. Now, this is the pack you should get rewarded for cutting blue so hard.
Yeah, I see. Was that a Shuri on the left?
I think
Might have
it
been.
might have been a Shuri. There
Yeah.
is another super suit.
Yeah,
Yes,
looks
Shuri
like a
Wakandan
Shuri.
Inventor or Innovator.
Yeah.
And that's a great card for this deck because it is essentially another way to play Vision on turn 3, right?
Right.
It is just another powerful effect that brings the whole deck together. You don't really want to build a deck that counts on its curve going from 2 to 4 unless you have as many things on 2 that are bridging that gap as you do on 4.
Yeah, and Shuri doesn't really ask that much of you, right? You just put artifacts in your deck, and if you don't, hey, it's still something that you can play on turn number 2.
Yeah, I think that's a excellent low committal pickup here from Neil considering the contents of the pack, and it is a very powerful card.
Absolutely. So multiple avenues to get a turn 3 Vision down here. And Neil, I mean, after taking that Photon Blast Barrage, I think probably hoping that the artifact cards continue to flow.
Yeah.
If he can pick up an Iron Man or something along those lines past him, that would be great. Avengers
Was that an
Disassembled?
Iron Man?
I don't know.
Wow. Okay, Chion.
Well,
Pre-watched.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was all pre-recorded.
Yeah. No. Paul actually seeded these packs himself.
That's right. That's right. We are from the future or the past. I don't know. But Iron Man certainly going to be the pickup, the play here for Neil Estrada. Looks like it's going to slot beautifully, unless you stay the course with Blue White and take Murdoch's Crusade as just a good interactive spell.
If he feels like there is a world in which this Iron Man comes back because a card like Automaton was going late, then maybe.
Right.
But otherwise, you have to feel like he's picking it here, right?
Right. Also, I don't think we saw it, right? On
No.
Shotskate? Yeah.
Regardless of whether it gets picked or not, we do not see it on the other side of the table.
All right, and he goes for it. He left himself open-ended here after pack number 1 with mostly blue cards, now getting rewarded with all of these artifact payoff cards here. That Hydraulics Helper that he took, 4th pick?
He's getting so paid off for
Right,
that.
absolutely.
Now he has Shuri and Hydraulic Helper to help ramp out Iron Man and the Vision.
Well, he took that 2nd pick, so certainly going to be looking at that Owisei Dine.
Absolutely. Not to mention, there's really nothing exciting in the pack
No,
either.
not at all. There's, an Hour of Defeat for other decks, which is a premium removal spell, and a Pet Avengers for the green decks. But yeah, Owisei Dine, kind of up there with Hour of Defeat. So seems like a pretty straightforward pickup here for Neil Estrada.
All right, Paul, moment of truth.
What's that?
I think this is the pack with the Secret Invasion coming up.
Oh, yeah, I'm not even going to pretend to know where or when that came from, but maybe I just don't think it's going to get past to him.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Well,
there's an I Am Iron
there's
Man
a thirst
here.
for knowledge. I mean, if
There's
you're
a thirst for knowledge. You're right.
If you're super heavy into artifacts, certainly a playable card, not something you want to play otherwise. I Am Iron Man also can do some work, especially we've seen, if you can target non-creature artifacts, that's
Yes.
a really nice way to kind of ambush things.
Right. No Futurist Forges so far for Neil.
Right.
Not even considering the thirst for knowledge
Right.
currently. It's not
Seems
pulled up
like
to the front.
That seems like doesn't really love. I mean, there is the Hawkeye, and he has the Photon Blast Barrage in his deck, so that's something I would be considering as kind of a really powerful 1-2 punch to just perhaps just get your
Wow.
opponents. Wow.
AIM Synthoids, a card that has been wheeling in the pack so far. And
Yeah.
he just took it very aggressively.
I think
Paul,
I think
talk to me about this.
I mean, look, Neil really just wants to take anything that says creature type artifact, and I believe, wow, and that's such a late shield deployment drone here.
Okay.
So that's, of course, going to be a slam dunk pickup here.
There's an
for Neil
Atuma in the
Estrada.
pack as well.
Yeah.
Ooh, Shield Helicarrier pulled up to the front. Now, we've been talking about the value of 4-mana artifacts. When you do have a Shuri and a Hydraulic Helper, you never take it over the Shield Deployment Drone, I have to guess.
No,
but
yeah.
it's not a card that anyone else at the table will be eyeing. So there's a
Right.
very real world where Neil gets this back with 4 cards left in the pack, 3 I think, and he's very happy to take it and maybe play it in his deck, especially if he can pick up another Hydraulic Helper in pack 3.
Sure, definitely here. But the shield deployment drone, excellent pickup here for Neil Estrada. Tons of artifacts in his deck. I'm still not entirely sold on the Synthoids pick specifically, but I mean, it certainly works really, really well with what these blue-red decks are trying to do.
Right, World War Hulk wheeling here, and for Neil, still nothing overly impressive here. Giant Size Flying Ant, as well as the Stark Industries tech, if he's interested. The question is, does he feel like he is now in cut territory and starting to look at potential cards to cut instead?
Yeah, this pack is overall kind of mediocre, and I think the Flying Ant actually does decent work in this deck, especially if you don't end up with enough playables. It works really well when you're trying to play a flash game, and Neil Estrada does have 2 copies of We Say DNA.
Right.
So when you are playing some of that, then perhaps Giant Size Flying Ant could be something that makes it into your deck. Looks like an Ironheart being pulled up here, an Artifacts payoff card to some degree.
Right, there's also the Hydra Assault Robot as well as a Super Suit, so
Right.
Super Suit can do some tricky things as we have seen at Instant Speed. So the question is curve and what you're looking for, but Ironheart very much a consideration,
Yeah.
and it is going to be the pick for Estrada.
Yeah, I think Neil is already pretty good on some of the cheap spells, right? We saw the Hydraulics Helper. There was the Shuri. There's a couple of counter spells. So going for the higher upside pick here in Ironheart.
Big, there's the Aerial Doombot on the wheel.
Yeah, it's an artifact and really the only option for him.
Yeah, I think this is where he took Iron Man.
Right.
Previously.
Yeah.
So this is the other card that he wanted in the pack, and getting to wheel it here is absolutely massive for him.
Now, one thing I will note, Neil Estrada does look like he's putting together a pretty synergistic blue-red deck here, but not sure how he's doing on the interactive front.
Right.
Right. We've seen lots of artifacts being drafted. We saw the Photon Blast Barrage and a couple of counter spells. Oh, and there's a Trickster Stratagem as well.
So that's where he's at right now is
Right.
2 We Say the Nay, a Trickster Stratagem, and the Photon Blast Barrage. But as you mentioned, not that much interaction, partially because we know Andre is taking it pretty heavily and
Right.
aggressively on the other side of the table, not letting those go through.
So yeah, he would love to find any number of Hulk Smashes, Lightning Strikes, or even perhaps Repulsor Blast, because he kind of needs a little bit of removal.
Right. So, is it just another AIM Synthoids? Are you cutting a Pet Avengers?
I don't know if you're playing the second Synthoid, so perhaps you should just take the Pet Avengers, because
Yeah.
it's just a very solid common.
Yes. And it's annoying.
Yeah,
It really
absolutely.
is. Thirst for Knowledge and
Yeah,
I Am
I'm
Iron
Iron
Man
Man.
wheeling. Pretty
Both are
happy to
fine.
take either of those, I would
I
say.
don't
in his
think Neil
deck.
Estrada thinks Thirst for Knowledge is playable, so he's taking the Iron Man there.
Yeah, that is definitely what he is signaling at the very least. And
Oh,
there's the
there's
Helicarrier.
Okay. I mean, certainly looks better than the Atuma here.
Yep, and
All right.
slams it. Still not sure it will make his final deck, but
Right.
look, if I've seen a deck that is in the conversation for playing this card, it is this one.
Right.
Crew 6 is an outrageous number. Let's
Yeah.
be very clear.
It is gigantic, and it's not like Neil is playing a deck with just a bunch of giant creatures either.
All right, so 2 packs in the books here for Neil Estrada. And we were talking about how after pack 1, he really wasn't committed to anything other than blue and some artifacts. So he had any lane available to him. ended up picking up an aggressive Photon Blast Barrage as the first pick for this pack, and then gets rewarded with a few more red cards, especially that Iron Man Master of Machines. And now with the Kree Sentinel that he picked up in pack 1, he feels like he at least has the makings of a blue-red artifact deck here.
Right. It looks like he's got maybe 3 red cards in total.
Right.
But certainly with the lack of interaction, I think he's going to want to try to get that Photon Blast Barrage into the deck here.
Right, and there's the decision to move the drone flock to the back of the pile and perhaps move the Kree Sentinel and some of these red cards into what we can consider the main deck at this point.
Yeah, I mean, certainly did not see very many red cards in pack 2 at all.
Right.
But I do at least like kind of the way that Neil's navigated this draft so far, right? Cut off blue, try to figure out what your lane is supposed to be. It looks like artifacts might be somewhat open. I know you don't necessarily want to go in on it, but if it's coming to the point where you're just like getting last pick artifacts, then maybe it's okay. And now Neil has a pretty functional looking deck here with a decent curve, some top end, little bit of interaction. Gonna need to find a little bit more interaction though in pack number 3.
Yeah, I'm not 100% certain based on what we've seen if there is another dedicated blue drafter at the table. Somebody did take a secret invasion between Andre and Neil, but that could have just been a cut. But there hasn't been that much in terms of blue cards we've seen that Neil has had to pass and then not get back.
Yeah, I would be surprised if there isn't another blue drafter. But
I would be too,
yeah,
but I'm just trying to think about the draft.
Because we haven't seen any Frozen in Ices,
Right.
right? There's just, but he did get that really late shield deployment drone, which is one of Blue's best commons. So
Right.
I mean, certainly there is a possibility.
So, pack 3.
Okay, Falcon is
Aim
great.
Inventors, Armor Wars.
Yeah.
We know he's not taking that first
You
pick,
don't have
or
to
maybe
take-
ever.
You don't have to take that. You need so many artifacts
Yeah.
for Armor Wars to be good, whereas Falcon requires nothing of you other than just being blue.
Right. Kree Sentinel, as well as the Aim Scientist in the pack as well.
There's a Dark Deed, which is a fantastic removal spell that he needs to be mindful of.
Yep, that is definitely something that he will likely be passing here and then
course.
immediately mentioning to his teammates.
Yeah, I am curious to see if the Armor Wars makes it around and if Neil decides to even put it into his deck.
Yeah. I believe Andre sees it at least once, maybe
Right.
twice. We'll
Yeah.
see.
Yeah, certainly nobody is in blue-red.
No,
right? He's
absolutely
the only
not.
blue-red drafter.
Absolutely not. All right, so Falcon Winged Wonder being picked up here. A lot to like about this card.
I mean, 5 mana for 4 power, 5 toughness worth of flying, and of course the 1/1 token giving you that surveil. Excellent, excellent creature.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, kind of a miss here. I suppose actually, you can just take the Abomination here.
Right.
And that does give you some interaction, right? You play that a little bit later, and you can use that to fight something. So, yeah, seems like a good pickup here for Neil, who's really looking for removal.
Aerial Doombot wheeled last pack. It is the only blue card in this pack. So
Right.
depending on how things go, Neil would love to wheel it if possible, but it feels unlikely as things stand.
Right.
We'll see how the draft pans out, but I'm with you. Abomination feels like pretty close to exactly what he's looking
Right.
for in the spot.
Exactly.
It's a beefy creature. It is another piece of interaction. And, of course, it's not something you want to give to the other team if possible.
Of course.
It's not on the same power level as, let's say, She-Hulk when it comes to the power of
No,
creatures,
no.
but it is a very good one.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're also kind of cutting, because he didn't see any red in pack number 2, kind of cutting that off as well.
Right. And, you passed the She-Hulk to Alexander Hayne in pack 1
Right.
when you had to take the vision.
Yep.
So there's a very good chance that Hayne took that She-Hulk and is a green drafter.
Right. Yeah, he either took the She-Hulk or the Night Nurse. All right, I see a Hulk smash there, which seems like an interesting pickup here. I don't think you'd care too much about the harness with this configuration. I think the Hulk smash or Repulsor Blast, either or, really just kind of fills a hole in Neil Estrada's deck. So probably going to be looking to pick it up.
Yeah, when in doubt, I typically tend to gravitate towards the cheaper card. I think
Yeah.
Neil's deck has an abundance of four-cost spells, and typically he would prefer prefer for those to be artifacts just so he can ramp them out with Shuri or with the Hydraulic Helper. So the 2-mana spell looking quite tempting to me in Neil's seat.
Yeah, definitely the first copy. Once you get to multiple copies of Hulk Smash, then things can get awkward where you don't have a board to actually use the bite ability. But I do agree with you in terms of the first removal spell that you want to take. Like the first Hulk Smash has a lot of value.
And it is picked up. So halfway done through the final, well, the new packs here in pack 3. 3 more fresh cards for Neil to see.
Crimson Operative. Ooh, and there is the Mighty Thor. So will Neil look to try and cut the Mighty Thor here, or just take the Crimson Operative, which is an excellent card to ramp into when you have both Shuri and the Hydraulics Helper.
Right. Avengers Under Siege was taken somewhere between Andre and here.
But he does have a blue-white dual land,
Yes.
and he has a Kree Sentinel. So he actually has the ability to splash the Mighty Thor if he wants.
I would be taking it here,
Right.
certainly in Neil's seat, but it does feel like Crimson Operative is the safe pick. The Mighty Thor is the powerful pick.
Right.
Yeah. What is Neil's approach here at this point?
Consistency. He looks like the guy who values consistency, maybe?
Yeah, to me, the argument really is the fact that I just don't want the opposing team to have this Mighty Thor and potentially play it. Yes, I've done a good job of cutting off the blue, but...
Oh, he's going back to it. I will say I'm not sure that Hane would be able to even play this Mighty Thor necessarily.
So would get to your teammate.
There's a chance, but you have to be 100% sure, and it's really hard to take that risk.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. It is tough.
But again, blue-white dual land and a land cycler means you can just play the Mighty Thor in your deck anyways.
And there was a pack with Kree Sentinel and AIM Scientists here that you could very reasonably expect to get back.
All right, that's another We Say DNA. How many of these soft counters is too many?
There's also a Wiccan, so I think this is a bit of a statement pick from Neil if he picks the 3rd copy of We Say DNA over Wiccan.
Well, he does need interaction, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, the counterspell certainly counts. So I think he's going to take it here.
Yeah, it's not even close for him.
Right. Do like this. Keep that curve low.
Look, we have been very impressed by this card.
Yes, absolutely.
It plays really well in a format like this.
Right, and I mean, just the teamwork is almost impossible to play around anyways.
Ooh, right? Futurist Forge.
Yeah.
Maybe perfect here for Neil. He's been looking for a card like this to add to his deck.
Now, can you flicker this with the
Thor?
you
sure can.
With the Thor?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
It's a delicious combo.
That is very tasty.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Been there, done that.
Oh, but wait, there's a Panther Pounce in the pack, Monty.
Yeah. And there will still be a Panther Pounce by the time it gets back to Andre for Street Ball.
Right, there you go.
You can't tempt me, Xion. I'm not a child that is easily distracted by shiny objects. All right, so AIM Scientists on the wheel, as well as that Armor Wars, but I think especially now that you've picked up that Thor Foster, Jane Foster, and you know that the Kree Sentinel was taken out of this pack, this is the point where you have to take the same Scientists and really shore up your White Splash.
Yeah, I mean, especially if you're looking to play the rare. Also, I'm just still not 100% convinced Armor Wars is that strong.
Oh, it's not.
Of a card
I don't know
anyways.
if it's playable.
Right.
But
it looks exciting, right? Because some of the other sagas are unbeatable.
Yeah.
Right? But this one, not so much.
It's a big ask.
Yeah.
Oh, there. All right. So this was the pack where I mentioned the Doombot, the Aerial Doombot, is the only blue card in the pack.
Right.
And it is still here on the way back.
There is also a Quinjet if you, I guess, were a little bit concerned about your mana fixing and it's an artifact, but it looks like he's eyeing the Doombot here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, once you picked up the second land cycler with the dual land, all you need to do is play 1 plains and you have 4 sources.
Yeah.
That's more than enough for 1 card.
Yeah, I think he feels pretty confident in his splash now.
It's a green-white land that he does not need.
Yeah, pretty happy with picking up a Wing Harness here.
Yeah.
Not always a main deck card, but very good, especially in grindy matchups, at pushing damage through out of the sideboard.
Yeah. Or if you feel like you don't have enough removal and you're playing against a deck that has a lot of flyers.
Right, exactly.
So solid setup here for Neil Estrada. Plenty of cheap counter magic. Got that Hulk smash. Another harness.
Another Doombot and
like
a green-white duel.
Some of this the same pack.
Yeah.
So do you want the second harness or the third Doombot?
Yeah, it feels like neither are
Gonna make
very
it in.
likely to make it into the
Right.
deck, but I can't really imagine a world where I play
Two
harnesses, and
Yeah.
you can probably like paint a matchup where I want 3 Doombots.
Yeah. I imagine we're gonna probably hate the Royal Guard as the strongest card in that pack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't really want to give that to Hane, who we
Right.
think is very likely a green player.
Yeah. Possibly even red-green.
Yeah. Well, he can have a Wonder Man if so.
All right. And give that, of course, past the basic land at the end.
Yeah.
All right. One pick to go here, but
Too evil to stay dead being picked up.
of course, not going to make its way into Neil's deck. But hey, you know, I think, again, these decks are not going to look like those decks that you are putting together in your 8-man best of 1 queues or your local FNM, right? This is a pod with 6 fantastic players. There's only there's 2 less packs per person going around. So, if it looks like you have a functional deck, you actually have a good deck.
Right, absolutely. I would say that whenever it comes to team draft, typically if you take the average grade of a deck for regular limited, I would add a point or maybe a point and a half to it for team draft. So
Right.
a regular limited 6 is like a team draft 7.5, you know?
Right, you're kind of going for a 6. You're hoping
Yeah.
for a 6.
Yeah, if you are at a 6 and you've managed to make your opponent's decks like all 5s,
Right.
you're feeling pretty good about it. So that is the drafting portion done. We watched Andrei Strosky and Neil Estrada draft. We're going to go to a quick break. On the other side, we get to watch the top 4 showdown between Strosky and Estrada. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon. Welcome back, my friends. It is becoming nighttime here in Las Vegas. It is still probably sunny outside, but here in the convention center, well, we are in the most exciting part of the tournament because we're in the top 4. We just watched 2 players team draft, and now we get to watch the matches play out as we work our way towards a finals. Let's take a quick look at our bracket one more time to show you exactly what you can expect to see. We are going to be watching the left side of the bracket this round. That is Strosky, Rubin, and Hain against Estrada, Goldhaber, Gordon, and Edelson. We got to watch both Strosky and Estrada draft, and now they will be going up against each other off camera. That is the match between Hampton, Wong, and Faust against Dyer, Martel, and Black. Then the winner of that match will be facing off against the winner of this match in the finals. You will get to see a new draft as well as that finals match, all brought to you by Jim Davis and Corey Baumeister later on. But first, we need some finalists, Paul.
We do, and we're going to see Strosky with his Speedball red-white splashing Wolverine deck going up against Neil Estrada's more streamlined, I want to say, blue-red artifacts deck, splashing most likely Jane Foster.
Yeah, got a little creative for Strosky.
Yeah.
Not going to go so far as to call his draft deck a disaster. We'll see how it got built and how it plays out.
Right.
But when we think about this matchup and what you and I saw get drafted, got to be pretty heavy favorites both in the Estrada camp, right? I don't think either of us are picking Strosky.
I feel like I like just Neil's deck overall. However, Neil does have just lots of counter spells as actual interactive spells and not removal. And if Strosky is really leaning on Ironheart and some of these other random creatures to survive, perhaps Strosky can, sequence some multiple spell turns where he gets a bunch of triggers and actually wins the game that way. We'll see.
We'll see. Only way to find out is to watch the players play Magic, and they are ready. So without further ado, let us kick off the top 4 and get right down to it. We will get the overlay fixed, but on the left of your screen, it is the team of Strosky, Rubin, and Hain. 3 Pro Tour champions. On the right, the Young Guns, Neil Estrada, as well as Zev and Liam Edelson.
Yeah, and it is Estrada here on the right side going up against Strosky. Neil with the aerial Doombots here. Little 1/1 flyer, a good mana sink in the late game. And all right, Hydraulics Helper should do a lot of work here in Estrada's deck.
The little helper that could, as we are getting our overlay updated, the 1 seed for that side. No game wins yet. Everything is being reset as we speak.
Yeah.
So they are the 1 seed. They have the play the entire time. Neil Estrada's team, the 4 seed.
Utilizing mana here from the Hydraulics Helper. What do we have? Perhaps a Futurist Forge?
Yeah, at least going to be kicking things off. Leaving up the potential option for We Say Thee Nay if he has one.
And we know he has 3 copies of it, so very likely to have one. And if you're Strosky, you have to be mindful of the fact that Neil Estrada did tap the Hydraulics Helper here, representing a 2-mana spell out of the hand. All right, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., though, will be able to crack in for 3 points of damage. I am still very, very curious how Andre ultimately ended up building his deck.
2 Panther Pounces, 2 Blazing Crescendos, and Speedball, baby!
You think they all made it in?
Oh, they're all in there.
I mean, otherwise you just don't have a deck, right?
I don't know how he has enough playables without them. I'm going to continue to pretend that I'm very excited about all of that.
Right.
However, realistically, it's because I just don't think Andre has enough cards without them.
Yeah.
But Speedball, baby!
All right, so big turn here for Strosky. Remember, he did prioritize a lot of removal, right? Especially in that pack 3, so could easily have one here.
taking the time to think about it. He does have that Avengers disassembled should he have a second red source available to him. I
Right.
do believe I did spot a copy of We Say Thee Nay in Neil Estrada's hand, so feeling pretty confident behind the counterspell here.
Yeah, Strasky also very, very aware of the fact that We Say Dine might be a card here, so kind of have to think, all right, can I play around this somehow? Oh, is he going to go for it here? Does he have an Avengers assembled? Oh, no, it's an
Agent
Agent Sheriff.
13, yeah,
Yeah.
not going to do that this turn.
Not going to resolve. And you get to see the power of We Say Dine. 3 damage coming in.
And back we go Neil Estrada's way.
So life totals will be updated.
Yes, but hand is Abomination, Falcon, blue card I can't fully make out, and 2 mountains.
I see
here.
a Shuri.
Ah, Shuri. Okay, great.
So, I mean, this does seem like an instance. Oh, excuse me. There's also the Helper, but the Helper does not help you cast the Falcon on this
Correct.
board.
Yes.
So you can just run out Abomination, but oftentimes if you have other things to play, you might want to wait until turn 6 to be able to play the Abomination and activate it right away.
Right. You could aggressively pop the Futurist Forge if you're looking for more cards,
Right.
but that is one that you do like to keep around with Shuri in order to use it as a way of pushing more damage through making the Forge a copy of an Aerial Doombot, for example.
All right, but gets the Abomination out there. Giant 4/4 Trampler in play here. Does allow you to have a clean block on the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Yep. And that is what Andre is looking at as we go back his way. Does he have that Avengers disassembled? He has Wolverine.
Right.
That's a good start.
Now remember, Neil Estrada is currently sitting at, I believe, 17 life as he's taken 3 damage off of the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Has not gained any life. And then on the flip side, there have been a few attacks from the Aerial Doombot. However, Ostrowski does have a gain land in play.
And a lot of options in hand. I see a Blazing
I see
Crescendo.
Wolverine.
As well as a Hulk Smash and Murdoch's Crusade.
Wow. That is big. Now, Wolverine cannot kill the Abomination here, but you can play it this turn, eat perhaps the Doombot, and still attack, right? It's going to be a 4-power creature.
Or maybe even take out the Hydraulic Helper if you want.
Yeah, that's
depending on how you want to,
yeah,
how
because
much damage you want to put on it.
right, because if you kill the Helper, then Estrada's still 2 mana away from activating the Doombot.
Right.
Yeah. No. Good catch there. Kills that, and now you can attack with the Wolverine here for 4 damage thanks to the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Yeah.
Yep.
How does this card work?
Right.
Please.
So currently it has taken 2 damage.
Yep.
And then once it rumbles with the Hulk, it will be a 4/6, but then the 2 damage would be healed, correct?
I believe so. If we can get Wolverine up on the screen, we will get the
This is a very
exact
unique wording of a
Yes,
card.
this-
So
It's very thematic to how Wolverine's adamantium works.
right.
But it is a question of exactly how it works. So if damage would be dealt, so if Abomination blocks it, he will take 4.
It will take 4, but the
but
other
the
damage
2
gets healed.
damage will get healed.
All right.
So,
So can't really block then.
exactly. Very sweet card, very powerful. 4 damage rumbling across.
Well, this is, Strasky's path to victory, right? Draw Wolverine and cast it when you can and get value. Right, Abomination in play here. Still a few mana away from actually activating it here. What can Neil Estrada do to prevent that Wolverine from just getting in every single turn? Right.
That is the question.
Got a race here. 5 damage coming in. And we might just see Falcon getting played here.
Just go wide when in
Right.
doubt.
Put a bunch of flyers in play here. This is now 5 power worth of flyers in the air. And then if Neil Estrada is able to find land number 6, that Aerial Doombot also becomes a 4/4 flyer.
Now, Andre has a lot of tools going for him. Murdoch's Crusade able to deal with either Falcon or Abomination.
Right.
Also has Hulk Smash, so that can deal with the other one.
So he can just clean up the entire board of at least the giant creatures that's already in play.
And still has Blazing Crescendo left to go with Speedball.
Has that.
Yeah. No, it's definitely there. Definitely Speedball.
Yeah, I imagine if you want to kill 2 creatures, it likely will be the Abomination and the Falcon that's currently in play. Now the question is, how aggressive do you want to get? If you kill the Falcon immediately, then you can technically attack with both. But then I guess if you attack with both, you're not going to have a 4-power creature to Hulk Smash and kill the Abomination.
Might just see Andre start off with an attack.
Yeah, perhaps just an attack with a Wolverine here, turning it into a 4/6.
Right.
Oh man, Hulk Smash, do we have enough to play another creature in Teamwork and kill that Futures Forge as well? Probably not.
No, unfortunately not. The Teamwork is pretty annoying here to pay. It would require Andre to not get aggressive.
All right. Looks like we're going to be getting the Falcon first.
Yep.
That exiles. Get in for 4. Yeah. You need to get it to 4 power, so this all makes sense. Get Neil down to 9, and then now you can use Hulk Smash here.
Yeah.
To get rid of the Abomination.
Yeah. All according to plan here for Andre.
Very clean, and all Neil has left will be a pair of 1/1 flyers.
Yes, sir. Here we go. Hulk Smash, or Wolverine Smash in this case.
Yep. That will resolve. And, okay. Great turn there from Strasky. Really leveraging the good removal that he prioritized during the draft.
So, land now drawn. Neil can just go activate Doombot, hit you for 5 in the air.
Hit you for 5 in the air, and then you take maybe 5 on the crackback. But that's not quite enough to put your opponent on a 2-turn clock, given that Strasky is currently sitting at 13.
Right.
Yeah.
The other option is play Shuri, activate Futurist Forge, and play the slow.
Right. Yeah, it's kind of a tough spot here. Perhaps that 1/1 flyer, the token, will be just left back just to be able to absorb some damage. Can also just draw the cards first off of the Forge, see what you find. I don't know if there's any cheap answers to a Wolverine.
Yeah. Not that many answers to Wolverine in general for Neil. Again, we saw no Frozen and Ices in the draft for him.
Right. Yeah, there's a Photon Blast Barrage, which is currently 1 mana short. Wait, no, it doesn't work with
Photon
Wolverine.
Blast Barrage can never kill Wolverine.
Oh, that's hilarious.
It is one of those very fun little non-bows in the format.
Yeah. So big turn here for Neil. What do you want to attack with? If you don't envision yourself actually using the mana to pump up the Doombots, maybe it's better to attack with a 1/1 Surveil creature here instead.
So we are going to actually come back to us because there is a little judge call at the table. We're going to keep an eye on it from here while it gets resolved. But look, it looks like mana's being tapped, so we should be okay. We will head back to the match. And it is a Doombot activation. Attack in, Surveil.
All right, that is 5 damage coming in. What can you find here, Neil? Certainly not Counterspell.
Yeah, that's
got to
go.
Not what you're looking for.
We say VNA. So that is information for Andre. 2 of those.
Right.
Might write it down, but life total. Yeah, looking for
Very
the one
relevant.
he's played. Yeah. Right, X2 next to it.
All right, Neil sitting at 9 life here. 5 potential damage coming in.
8 with that Blazing Crescendo that we know about. So, Andre
so 1 damage short. 1 Panther pounce away.
1 rawr short.
Right. Oh, he has the Panther pounce.
He drew it. That was off the top.
He drew the Panther
of course he did.
Pounce. Of course he did.
Wow. Okay. Andre's like, hey, Steve, I'm about to win the game. Steve.
Double.
Steve.
Yep,
Steve, I'm about to win the game.
Hey,
Steve.
check it out. I won.
Steve, I'm
Look at
winning a
me.
game. I'm up a game, Steve.
All right.
Now, Steve is down a game against Seth Goldhopper Gordon
Right.
there.
Yeah.
So maybe not the most amused, but Andre's
the
saying,
perk.
hey,
All
you,
right.
you get one more card's worth of information, and then I'm up a game.
Wow. And I mean, hey, Wolverine will absolutely get it done there, right? I mean, that's certainly getting paid off for taking that card and taking the appropriate mana fixing to deal with it. And again, I want to also just mention the fact that Strasky, when given some close picks between a solid playable creature or a removal spell, took the removal spell every time, and those are really, really crucial here in helping him take this one down.
Look, you really only need one creature if it's Wolverine to close out the game.
What are you trying to say here?
I'm just saying that if you
You just need one good card to win the game?
what I'm really saying is if you were to draft, a couple of hard to remove creatures like a Wolverine and I don't know,
Just
a
throwing it out
speedball
there?
maybe,
Just throwing
it out there.
Okay.
And then you're like, I'm going to draft one of these two creatures every game.
Yeah.
So the rest of my deck is just going to be removal spells. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, and if you're playing specifically,
Many such cases.
if you're playing against specifically a deck that doesn't have a lot of removal, I suppose that plan could work.
Yeah, no, Andre clearly knew that Neil's deck was going to just have nothing.
Oh, he just knew.
Yeah, he just
Right.
knew. And
Yeah.
he drafted very strategically and obviously is getting paid off for it here.
Yeah.
So, game one to Andre Strosky in the middle chair. Game one to Zev Goldhopper Gordon. Alexander Hayne and Liam Edelson look like they are still in game one. While they finish, the end of the weekend is close, but it is not over yet, which means our sale is ongoing. 10% off basic lands all weekend long, which is admittedly not so close, but we do have a sale going. And it is, in fact, 10% off all basic land singles while supplies last. So if there's any specific printing of a basic land that you have had your eyes on for a while, head to StarCityGames.com/sale and see if we have it in stock. Because if we do, this is a good weekend to get some orders in and pick up that basic land of your dreams. StarCityGames.com/sale. This will be going on while supplies last or until the end of the weekend. Game one to Andre Strowski.
Yeah.
Just like we drew it up. Now, as we come back, game one to Alexander Hayne.
Okay.
Advantage to the 1 seed.
Yeah, to the 1 seed here. Strosky, really, I mean, that game, the deck was really humming. And I would not have expected Panther Pounce off the top as the actual card to be able to close that one down.
And
yet here we are.
Here we are.
To be fair, Strosky did look to be in a pretty decent spot there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, there was no onus on Strosky to win the game that turn.
It just locked it up.
Yes. He had time. He had a few draw steps. Blazing Crescendo was able to dig another card deeper, hit a plains, but it didn't matter because he had already drawn the Panther Pounce.
Right.
But all in all, Andre was in a good spot. It's just a matter of if he didn't close out the game that turn, then Neil had a 2-turn clock coming back and potentially able to put together a defensive force, and none of that is a route you want to go down.
All right, so now Strosky on the draw here. I imagine that Avengers Disassembled could play a very, very important role, especially on the draw in this matchup.
Yeah, the good news for Strosky is his deck is very consistent. The card quality is very level throughout his whole deck, so he's very likely to replicate that draw over and over and have a good match, right,
yeah,
Paul?
I mean, consistency is the one word I would not use. But
Huh. Weird. Strange.
I mean, look, if you're playing 2 Panther Pounces and 2 Blazing Crescendos, they cycle, so I guess you get to see every card.
Yeah,
eventually.
really, he's playing a 36-card deck, and that's great when you're really looking for all these high-quality cards. So, game two. Andre is mulliganing. It was a
Okay.
keep for Neil. I saw
Right.
a couple of mountains and a We Say the Name, but I didn't see a blue sword specifically.
Okay.
And also, we haven't gotten confirmation yet that Neil did actually choose to splash the Jane Foster rather than just leave it in the sideboard. So, oh, there is an island. All right, Neil's hand is all set here.
Okay.
2 islands, in fact. 4 lands? Wow.
Yeah, did he have a lot of things worth blinking?
Well, he had the Futurist Forge. That was a
is
really
true.
big one.
Didn't get the operative because he had to take the Thor over the operative.
Yes. Now,
Oh, and he has a shield deployment drone.
he has a shield deployment drone, but also, and perhaps more importantly, Jane Foster can also aggressively blink
you can
to
just get things out of the way.
push damage through.
Yeah, she is very, very strong.
She is very strong. Very powerful 3-mana card. It's the type of card that you do feel like has a magnet, has to be answered as soon as possible.
Definitely.
I believe this event does qualify for the first Pro Tour of 2027.
Okay.
Amsterdam qualifications are all done because it is in 3 weeks.
Right.
And then after that is the World Championship. So a ways away for the top 4 teams. But at least all 12 members do have invites to that first Pro Tour of 2024.
And you know, if you are interested in trying to play all of the Pro Tours and qualifying for the World Championship, that first Pro Tour invite is the most important.
Right, absolutely. If you are off the train and earning an invite, the first Pro Tour is the most valuable one to earn an invite to. So, a keep from Andre, and it is going to be Doombot starting things off from Neil once again.
Yep. Getting some aggression going here. I do see that we say D-Nay, so probably just going to pass here. But one a turn, not the most threatening here.
Yeah, once again, just passing. And for Andre, Patriot the play. We say the nay.
That's
And
right.
back we go to Neil. Another land. I'm a little concerned. There is a beginnings of a flood forming here, Paul.
Right. At least you have the Doombot, but does he have... He's got a couple of spells there, right? I don't think he would have kept 5 lands.
Well, he kept 4 lands, Doombot, we say the nay, and I think it was a 5-mana play. It might have been Falcon.
Okay.
So,
sure.
And I think he's drawn at least 1 more land since then, maybe 2.
Got it.
And that would be a disaster. Land pass.
Okay, nothing from Strasky.
Another land.
Okay. Not where you want to be, but hey, still chip away. Just be happy that Strasky did not play a 3-mana creature here.
Yeah, pretty happy that Strosky is doing nothing. Neil's selling that he has something, but that hand is looking real thin so far.
Yeah, going to have to really lean heavily on that Falcon to kind of get him back into the game.
If it is Falcon.
If it is Falcon, right.
Could have misseen, of course.
Could have been another We Say Dine.
It could have been that. I don't think I've seen that.
Hey, look at how flexible this card is.
Oh, really? Just...
Yep. Oh, no. Does he have a red source?
Well, that
Otherwise,
was end step.
yeah. If you don't have a mountain, you're just down a card here.
He doesn't have any land.
Oh no, this is rough. What are you gonna do? Can you Panther Pounce to cycle?
He's reading. Let's find out.
Okay. I know you target the player for the investigate, so yeah, you can play this, and then you can target your opponent's creature.
Yep.
Yeah,
as we were mentioning, Andre's deck just the epitome of consistency. Really,
you got your good draws, and you got your questionable ones. And you know, hey, look, he had all 3 colors of mana, but it just has a double red spell that he can't really play here. And it does look. Oh gosh, say it ain't so.
Oh, it's so. Look,
it is so.
If he hits his lad drops, his hand is actually looking pretty decent.
Does he have a Wolverine in his hand?
There's Wolverine. There's Hulk Smash. There is the Avengers Disassembled, I think. Neil's like, yeah, you should. Oh, man. Neil's like, I'm going to lose to this.
He's like, no, I'm going to sack this immediately, so if I hit a tap land, I can play it tapped immediately. And Strasky does miss on a land drop there, despite drawing 2 extra cards that turn.
Okay, was that Ironheart drawn from Neil? Attack for 1.
I mean, anything here is good, and Falcon on the board here. So even if Falcon gets answered, hey, you still have that 1/1 surveilling bird.
Is that a land?
To help smooth out your draws, and Strasky needs a land.
Didn't look like a land.
All right, we know he's got a bunch of removal in his deck. He's got a web up. What do you probably get the Falcon here, right?
Yep.
Okay.
That's that.
I mean, gets rid of one of the things, but that 1/1 Surveil Bird is going to do a lot of work here. And that's another land here, so we might
Yeah,
see
giddy up.
a power up here and just 5 in the air with the Surveil.
It's a much better position than the last time he was attacking for
Sure.
5 in the air. Gets a Surveil. Hopefully he doesn't miss it.
Did he miss the
Nope.
No.
All right, he's just sorting out everything on the board.
That was a
keeps
quick-
that on top. Yeah,
Quick keep.
it looked red-blue to me, so I'm gonna say Iron Man, Master of Machines.
All
But
right.
you never know.
This could be a Murdoch's Crusade here, perhaps, 2 mana. Or oh my.
Oh, you are setting the bar far
Oh,
too
no.
high for Strosky's deck.
Aim Synthoid. So I can see the reason to play it in Neil's deck because it's an artifact deck, but if you're putting it into your
I can see the
Naya-
reason for playing it in Strosky's deck. Do you want to know what it is?
Not enough playables.
Not enough playables.
Yeah. Smooth out your draws, help you find the best card in your deck, which is not Speedball, but Wolverine.
Yeah, you know how in the past, Paul, we've talked about in Limited, this is a 23rd playable, 24th playable, whatever, referring to a card. Aim Synthoids in Andre's deck is a solid 20th playable.
All right, so that's a Doombot. I guess you just keep Doombot, right?
Yeah.
And I believe it was a Kree Sentinel. So that's what he kept on top here. It's a 5-mana 5/5 here, large creature, and okay,
Hydraulic Helper.
sure.
Look, Andre is starved for mana. You have 2 large creatures, so even Avengers Disassembled not doing anything. Wolverine not doing anything
Not great here, right? It
what
just
are you
kills
gonna
a
do?
bird.
Kill Redwing? I
Yeah.
mean,
It's
we're all mourning Redwing, but
yeah.
come on.
It's not quite going to be enough here. Especially, I mean, just the sizing too. The Sentinel gets to attack through the Wolverine. The Doombot doesn't die.
Yeah. So Wolverine comes
right.
down.
Bye-bye, Birdie.
Redwing, goodbye.
And that's a pass. All right, and that is, remember, he did top Doombot here, and Strosky is down to 7 here. He's going to go down to 3, and will be forced to chump block with the Synthoids here once that Sentinel gets in.
Yeah, I see no reason for Neil not to play Doombot and immediately just go up. So
Absolutely.
down to 3 for Strosky, and facing down a Nightmare.
Yeah, look at this, and just doing this right away here in case there is a lightning
Boom.
strike type effect here.
Yep.
And that should seal the deal here with Strosky at 3 life.
Yeah, that'll do it. So,
All right.
Naya giveth, Naya taketh from Andre Strosky.
Right.
And that is going to be Neil Estrada evening things up at 1 game apiece here in the match between our 2 featured drafters. On the other sides of the table, still 1 game for Zev, 1 game for Alexander Hain. But in our feature match, we are 1 game apiece, Paul.
Yeah, so now we are going to get that deciding game here. Strosky's Naya concoction, with the right draw, certainly, we saw that in game 1. It's capable of it, but certainly does have consistency issues. We saw that in game number 2. Which version of Andre's deck will he be able to put together in game number 3?
Right, while the players shuffle up for game number 3, I will tell you that you should sign up for the Star City Games newsletter if you have not already done so. Star City Games newsletter is the way to never miss out on anything coming up, whether it is a new set release like Marvel Superheroes, or upcoming events like SCG Con Dallas, or sales like the one we have ongoing this weekend. StarCityGames.com/newsletter is your way to sign up and always be in the know. Make sure to sign up for that. We have a game 3 to resolve. So let's go right back down into the match and see game 3 between Neil Estrada and Andre Strosky. They are still shuffling up. And
Sideboarding.
yeah,
Yeah.
the matches are well and truly in progress there on the back tables.
Yeah, and right now, 2 games apiece for both teams here. So it could, of course, go any direction here. Nobody with a firm lead. Strosky on the play here against Neil Estrada for game number 3.
Oh, it looks like on the back table, the match may be done. I don't know who won, but blisteringly done there.
You mean Is it the game or the match?
No,
here?
no, no. In the background,
Yeah.
the other match, it looks like Tom Martell
right.
and opponents are all gone, and I see no cards on the board state. So
Okay.
the other top 4 draft may already be finished.
Okay, so it will be on this match here, and then we can hopefully set up a quick finals draft here where Corey Baumeister and Jim Davis will be taking all of you along through the finals.
Yeah, absolutely. We will get confirmation of who was victorious in that match and who will be waiting for the victors here in the finals.
Yeah, I'm trying to get some body language here from Tom Martell, but
He's hiding his face. There's no way to know.
I just can't. Yeah.
And Sam Black is not going to give anything away.
That's
so
right.
there's no hope from him there.
But yeah.
Corey Baumeister appearing in the background there, trying to get a sense. Corey, blink once if Martell won. Blink twice if Hampton won. All right, we have gotten confirmation from our producer. It was the team of Martell, Black, Dyer that was victorious in that brutally fast match. I don't know what happened there, but look, Sam Black has been a limited specialist for quite a few years now. His stream has been almost entirely focused on limited content. He has a limited podcast, and he doesn't play that many tournaments, but when he shows up and just flexes those chops, he is still one of the best to do it with 40 cards.
Didn't he qualify for the limited championship?
I'm sure
already?
he has already.
I believe he may have on the first event that it was available.
I would not be shocked.
You know, one of the true limited masters of the game here, and of course, you know, Tom Martell, no slouch in won a pro tour, has tons of top finishes himself, and of course, anybody who can get on that team, you know, is going to be fantastic at limited. So that's just a great team, and they defeated one of the better teams in the field there as well. Team Handshake there, Zevin Faust, Charles Wong, and Jesse Hampton.
Right, because those are actively competing on the Pro Tour players, right? Zevin has been a Pro Tour mainstay since he broke out with his top 8. Charles Wong has been consistently qualified since he came back to it, and Jesse was able to bring him along onto Team Handshake, and they've just been consistently chaining qualifications, putting up results.
Right, and also, I mean, if you look at those players too, it's not like they're maybe the new up-and-coming players who maybe haven't been focusing that much in limited. Charles Wong and Jesse Hampton, I mean, they have been playing for a very, very long time. They understand, you know, kind of the ins and outs and how limited has evolved over the years.
Zevin is definitely the new face on the team. Now, I will say it looks like Andre did keep 7, and that was a mulligan from Neil, if I'm not mistaken. So looks like this could be a 6, as Neil is considering which card goes to the bottom. So, a keep, and we are off. Andre Strosky on the play here for the 3rd and deciding game between him and Neil Estrada.
All right, has a 2-drop to play here. Get something underneath, though we say Dine. I suppose if you're Neil Estrada, that's the 2-drop that you want Strosky to play the most.
Yes, absolutely.
Hey, to be fair, hey, you got value. You just surveilled 2 lands into the graveyard.
Never has Aim Synthoids looked so good. 1 damage across. I think step 1 for Andre is, does he have his green mana? Because let's not sell it short. The best card in this deck is Wolverine.
Oh, yeah.
The second best card, absolutely Speedball, but we don't need to talk about that. Wolverine, best card in his deck.
Definitely here. And Neil being very patient here, not playing the Ultron drone there, and instead continuing to keep up We Say Dine.
Yeah, I think he is happy to continue trading land drops for 1 damage as long as it means he doesn't put himself in a position where Andre can just untap, slam down a powerful 4-mana card, and put him well and truly behind.
Right. And we are getting to the point, though, I think Neil has to also understand where if he passes again, Strosky can likely play around We Say Dine, play land number 5, possibly put a 3-drop into play. So this is a good opportunity to just run a permanent out onto the battlefield.
Right. And considering next turn he very likely wants to go for Ultron Drone plus leave up We Say the Nay, getting Iron Man Master and Machines down on the battlefield is very big, as it will give him a card off of that Ultron Drones if Andre doesn't have an answer.
Right, and Murdoch's Crusade cleanly dealing with Iron Man, but still, not a huge clock here. 1 damage at a time. That's 3 from the Synthoids.
It's on the board. It is the entirety of the board.
It is the entirety
There
of
is
the
nothing
board.
else.
Right.
Neil's hand clunky.
I like playing the drone here over the other option just because it does have 2 powers, so now you can use We Say Dine, use the teamwork, and make it so that you can very likely counter whatever Strasky plays.
Yeah, Liam's hand, Neil's hand is all power-up cards.
Right.
2 copies of Ultron Drone, as well as a Biochemist and an Abomination. So now is the point where Neil would love to get a little more flooded, hit 1 more land if he can,
Right.
and then he'll be able to play all these and activate them the same turn and really start building up that advantage.
Yeah, that 6th land is extremely important here for Neil Estrada. And there is a forest here for Andre Strasky, so did find the green source.
His hand is Forest Plains, Avengers Disassembled. I believe that might be Agent 13, Sharon Carter, and maybe a White Widow.
Okay, and now if you're Strasky, you of course have to be mindful of the fact that Neil likely has We Say Dine. Is there a world where you can maybe try to bait something with a counterspell? Can you double spell this turn? Those are some of the considerations going on here for Strasky.
Steve Urban covering his mouth as he gives some advice here, just making sure there's no lip-reading shenanigans happening on the other side. And Liam Edelson over on table C has evened the match up between him and Alexander Haynes. So given what Andre's hand looks like and Neil's hand plus board state, and given what's been happening in the other 2 matches, I gotta say, at this exact moment in time, advantage is firmly with Estrada's team.
Absolutely here. Up a game overall here. The thing is, this Avengers Disassemble just doesn't even do very much, so yeah.
Says go.
Strasky just plays nothing here. This does kind of play into what Neil Estrada is looking to do here. Doesn't find a land, but finds a Kree Sentinel, which you can use to either get a land or you can just play it this turn.
I would just play it. What I don't want to do is go further into a potential board wipe like Avengers Disassembled. So I don't want to overcommit by sticking to this Ultron Drone plan and just go Ultron Drone, leave up We Say the Nay again.
Right.
It looks like that is what he wants to do, though.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, and this is going to be brutal. I mean, if Strasky has another land here,
he does.
He can use it. Now, at the end of the day, it will still be, I suppose, a 2-for-2 because he will lose his Synthoids, correct? Or is it opponent's team?
Oh, no, not the Synthoids, Paul. Oh, no.
It's still a piece of cardboard.
Turn 7, the Abe Synthoids being lost.
All right, and an update here. Steve Rubin takes down game number 2 here. So now we are tied. 1 game apiece for every single player in this draft.
Yeah, it does look like we are getting the 2 polar opposites of matches. The one off camera, luckily for us, was the one that was an absolute smackdown that ended very quickly. Meanwhile, the one on camera here going the full distance, 3 game 3s and still ongoing.
Yeah, and this is rough because when you have the Avengers Disassembled, if you wait and Neil just finds land number 6, all of a sudden it just, is it going to get better from here, right? Is the best play here just to try to clean the board up? And yeah, he goes for it here and is able to play around We Say DNA. So this plan of going for the Ultron Drone and keeping up Counterspell kind of backfiring a little bit here for Neil Estrada.
Yeah,
So now we let this resolve. If Strasky doesn't play something to have it get countered, we might see Neil land cycling the Kree Sentinel to get to that important 6th land to be able to go Bold Biochemist, draw some cards, and unlock all the other cards in his hand.
Now, here's an interesting choice from Andre. He is targeting his planes with the Avengers disassembled.
I thought you could only target non-basics.
No, no, you
any
can target
land.
any land.
All right.
So I'm curious if there's an argument from Andre, because the land comes into play tapped, to target Neil's only blue source. Neil, at best, gets to float the blue mana. Andre can then go post-combat and definitely resolve something there.
Yeah, I think it's quite close. What, he didn't land cycle?
He didn't land cycle, drew
Whoa.
vision, and now isn't
Wait.
able to play vision with protection.
Wait, what? Interesting. So he values every single card there. I thought almost certainly he was going to go for the land cycle there. Oh,
And now
I think he
he's doing,
forgot.
Oh, that's...
He must have forgotten. That is pretty massive here, because he would have been able to play vision with either counterspell backup or bold biochemist and draw 2 cards.
Right, and I think it was a risk that Neil was taking there, and the risk does not pay off at all.
All right, vision on the battlefield here. However, I think, and going back to the land destruction thing, I think Strasky just recognizing that perhaps the value of thinning out your deck is still slightly stronger than going after the lone island.
Right. Saying that I don't need to resolve anything this turn.
Right.
I will pass the turn to you and thin out my deck a little, try to draw more gas, because as we all know, Andre's deck is just full of very powerful spells, and the more likely he is to draw one of them.
Now, he did fire off that Murdoch's Crusade already, so how many removal spells left does Strasky have? We do know about Web Up.
Yeah.
Right?
There is a Hulk Smash in hand.
There is a Hulk Smash, which is not quite enough. You need to get to a 5-power creature to be able to get that off the battlefield.
Yeah, so his hand is Iron Fist, Hulk Smash, Panther Pounce, and I believe Agent 13.
So even with the Panther Pounce, still unable to get the vision
that's
off
a
the
White Widow,
battlefield.
not an Agent 13. So yes, he is quite a ways away, at least a turn away from being able to answer this vision with Hulk Smash, because he would need to be able to also activate Iron Fist.
Yeah.
And by that point, Neil will have untapped and have spells available.
I think I like just playing out the Iron Fist and then the White Widow and just like build out a pretty big board here. You also get to put an extra counter on the Iron Fist, which is quite nice, and that can maybe let you set up a turn where you can maybe use the Iron Fist to kill the vision here.
Well, let's see what Andre is going to do. I would be shocked if Iron Fist did not come down, but yeah, it is Iron Fist and White Widow, so both creatures getting that counter. And back we go Neil's way. Neil has successfully untapped with the vision.
Yeah, so Vision does have Vigilance here, so can get in for the damage here. I don't think Neil has an actual way to deal with the Iron Fist. Oh no, has Abomination, right.
Has Abomination, is a land short of playing it and going up on it. Looks like is considering going for Biochemist power up instead, but that would mean that you are leaving your vision completely vulnerable.
I mean, he's looking to tap. There's also Doombot. There's a lot of 6 mana options here for Neil Estrada. I believe there's an aerial Doombot in hand as well.
Right. I don't know. I really want to just go for play Abomination, pass maybe, leave up the We Say the Nay, but Neil says, I need cards. I cannot play passively against this board.
Right. So we might get to see some Iron Fist shenanigans here. 2 cards being drawn.
Island draw means he can play Boombot now.
Yeah, he can play the Doombot here and still get in for 2 in the air. But the coast is clear now for Strasky to kind of try to get something going here with the Iron Fist. And like you mentioned, does have Hulk Smash in hand too. So if you want to kill the vision, you can. All right, big turn.
Another Panther Pounce. That's now 3 target spells for Iron Fist.
Now, the Iron Fist is a tap ability, right? So if you target the Iron Fist, it can then tap to deal damage equal to its power to target creature?
I believe so.
Yeah, it's a tap ability. Okay.
It's a tap ability. However, Panther Pounce untaps, correct? So you can
Stack it?
Yeah, you can cast Panther Pounce targeting Iron Fist with the Panther Pounce on the stack, you could activate Iron Fist.
And he is demonstrating this
Oh my
right
God.
now.
With 2 Panther Pounces, this might be a board wipe here. Because the power will add up as Andre. Oh my God.
So now it's got 4 power. After killing the Doombot here, we get a clue.
I think that's going to be the game for Andre Strasky. I don't see a way for Neil to come back from this. Now it has 4 power.
Oh my gosh, this is gross.
You Panther Pounce again.
All right.
And it has 5 power.
Vision down.
Yep.
2 clues.
2 clues.
Unbelievable turn here from Andre Strasky.
My goodness.
Wow. He has eaten up the entire board here and has a pair of clues remaining.
Wow.
All right, cracking the other clue here. Has a Hulk Smash in hand as well. Oh, a Photon Blast Barrage too. And getting in for 3 on top of that.
Neil just lost his board to Iron Fist, and Andre Strasky firmly in the driver's seat now.
Wow, the untapped claws on the Panther Pounce. So nice with Iron Fist. All right, what do we have here? 4 mana coming down. Is this a Trickster? No.
No, it's got to be Abomination.
Yeah.
Activate, just try to kill the Iron Fist, right?
Right, absolutely. I mean,
it's already done its work, but
it has. But hey, at least you're cleaning it up to some degree. And Strasky didn't have anything else. Oh, he did have a Hulk Smash.
Has a Hulk Smash.
But that would just mean that the Abomination dies. I guess you're trading Hulk Smash to kill the Abomination. Because the Abomination is a fight effect.
Yes.
So if you use the Hulk Smash on the Iron Fist to deal the 3 damage to the Abomination, you can get that off the battlefield.
Yeah, and I think that is something that Andre is probably in the market for. Allows him to remain aggressive on the upcoming turn.
So now we're looking at White Widow, a 3-power White Widow, and a Photon Blast Barrage versus whatever Neil can follow up with.
Right, and Neil's hand is not great. It's Island, Doombot, and that We Say Thee Nay.
Got it.
I think.
All right. Well, it's still not over, though. That was a fantastic sequence of turns, from Andre Strasky.
Yeah. And even if Andre wins this match, it is still on both Alexander Hayne or Steve Rubin to close out their games to win the match for the team. Now, Paul, I can't believe you talk so much smack about Andre's deck.
Yeah. I can't either.
Yeah. Really shameful on your end.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I'm happy for Andre. There we go.
You're just happy that he hasn't drawn Speedball yet. You don't have to give this win to Speedball.
All right, getting rid of We Say Thee Nay. Get a 4/4 onto the battlefield here. That's a Trickster Stratagem, I believe, as well.
And a giant-sized Flying Gambit.
Hey, I mean, he is kind of getting back into this. The question, if you're Andre, is do you just go for the Blast Barrage just to get this out of the way, or if he were to hold it, it would actually be better, given that Neil has a couple more creatures in hand. Or 1 more creature in hand.
Andre has so many lands that I fully understand maybe holding it to try to get an extra creature's value out of it.
But your opponent's at 11.
Right.
If you kill the 4/4, you get your opponent down to 8.
Yep. And, Neil discarding the We Say Thee Nay, very reasonable choice, but it was perhaps live against exactly Andre's hand if Andre did not fire it off this turn.
Right. Although, how does that interaction work? Do you copy it a million times over, or can you just copy it?
Oh, you do. You do just copy it, so you would be able to counter one
so
copy.
It's just like
Storm.
It's like countering a grape shot, right?
Yeah, it's just no good at all.
Photon Blast Barrage, just continuing to teach us new things.
So many new things. This format's so cool.
Yeah.
That Iron Fist turn was awesome.
That was incredible. Did we see what Strasky's draw was for the turn?
I believe it was a small creature.
Okay.
I can't tell you exactly how small or which creature, but it was a creature as far as I can tell.
Right. Yeah, Strasky, I mean, you have to kind of also think there's a decent chance that Neil does have perhaps a follow-up creature here, so maybe you wait 1 turn to see if Neil dumps another creature in play.
It was speed. Okay.
Okay.
So it looks like Andre is going to go for clear this off and just get in for 6. That's a 2-turn clock.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's so tempting. It's really hard to put your opponent on the flash creature there, right?
The giant-sized flying ant.
The giant-sized flying ant. I think that might have been a card that Neil boarded in out of the sideboard.
Yeah, I would be shocked if it was in the main deck from Neil.
Right.
So Andre can go for speed and just pass or fire off the Photon Blast and say, yeah, just pass.
And he
playing
passes.
It super patient.
Look at this, and gonna get paid off here. Now he's gonna be able to kill 2 creatures with this Photon Blast Barrage.
Yeah, Andre playing this very patiently.
Oh, another spell here from Neil Estrada.
What was that one?
There's a Trickster Stratagem. Looks like he's gonna fire that one off.
That's the Hydraulic Helper.
Okay.
Okay, speed, get out of here.
Right. Does Strosky want to keep that on top or on the bottom? Probably doesn't want to draw a random 2-drop.
Don't think he wants it. Alexander Hayne won his game.
Okay.
All right.
That's a
draw
connive.
land.
Probably pitching the land.
I don't think you want it.
Yeah. And hey, so I mean, given the life totals here, you can't really expect Neil to. I imagine Neil is going to attack with the ant, but probably not the 4/4 here, as it does block the 3/4 on Strosky's side.
Does feel like a very tough decision. If you discard the land, you have 8 damage. It's not a 2-turn clock. Sorry, if you don't discard the land, you have 8 damage. It's not a 2-turn clock.
How much mana does Strosky have right now? 3, 6,
9
9 mana. So he can barrage for 8.
Yep. So discards the Hydraulic Helper.
Oh, wow.
And that is 8 damage coming across, but Andre has the full clear with the Photon Blast.
He does, and Estrada has nothing else, right?
Nothing else.
So yeah, this patience really paying off here for Andre Strasky. Will be able to clear the board and have the last creature remaining in play.
The dream here for Neil at this point is for Zeph to lose his match, so his match doesn't matter. But
or just rattle off some power-up spells in a row.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, Andre Strosky.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, there's not really. I feel like there's not playing around too much at this point, right? You're just tapping all your mana and going after 2 creatures in play. You're not really in a position to do anything else unless he drew something incredible. But I find it hard to believe that it's going to be much better than a Photon Blast Barrage, unless it's like a Wolverine maybe.
Right. So Andre continuing to discuss with Hayne. We don't know what that other card is.
So that's a 5/5 and a 3/2. Needs to deal 7 damage. But I believe Strosky is probably concerned about We Say Dine and has to figure out which one gets an extra 1 damage dealt to it or whatever.
Right.
Yeah. It's like, do you want 6 copies to go on the 5/5 there, and perhaps 2 copies to go on the ant, or vice versa?
Right.
3 copies versus 5.
If you had a land, you slam it and just go an extra 1 to each. But
right, and doesn't look like he has a land there.
They are chatting.
Yeah, crucial turn here. This can determine who we see in the finals of this event.
9 mana. Photon Blast Barrage the play.
So 8 damage distributed however you want between those 2 creatures.
I think the extra one has to go for Aim Scientists.
It's just so much bigger, right?
Right.
So 6 there and 2 there would be my guess.
I think that's what Andre said. 6-2.
Right.
It resolves, and relief for Strosky. White Widow knocks Estrada down to 8. Back we go his way.
That's another land, I think, for Neil Estrada. Okay.
Land pass. He discarded the Hydraulic Helper the previous turn.
Right.
Comes back across for 3. Estrada down to 5. Speedball!
Well, I think Strasky might have heard you.
Yeah. Speed ball, speed ball, speed.
I don't know if that's necessarily
That's the game
card
winner.
that
No,
actually
speed
matters.
ball. That's. Hey Paul.
Okay.
That
and that
was
is a we say
Dine.
Dine, and I think that's it.
Hey Paul. I see 5 damage. Neil's at 5. So speedball dealt lethal.
Yeah, I mean, you know what won Andre that game? Honestly, it was the Panther Pounces and the Iron Heart. That was incredible.
Wouldn't be playing if he didn't have speedball. So what you're saying is speedball won Andre, and therefore the team the match.
I refuse to give Speedball any credit here.
And
I will
yet,
give Strasky's tight play, his patience. Those were the things that really came to mind when I thought about that match, right? The fact that it's so easy in that spot, especially that one turn where he did draw the 2-mana 2/2 haste creature. When you had the haste creature and a 3/4 in play, it's so easy to go, hey, I'm going to kill your creature, put you on a 2-turn clock and attack you. And instead, he's like, I smell something. I feel like there's something else that you have here. I feel like you have another play. I'm going to wait one turn, and that paid off, and that's why he won, not the Speedball.
Well, you're making a lot of really good points, and while I would love to invalidate all of it by just shouting the word speedball, we have more magic to show you.
Okay.
So, yes, the match is over, but all of these players do have to sort themselves around and get reseeded for the finals draft. It is going to be Team Hayne Ruben Strosky against Team Black Martel Dyer. That will be the finals draft, but while all of that gets sorted, we'll watch a little bit of Steve Rubin's deck in action.
Yeah, well,
why
it looks like Steve Rubin is about to win this game. He's got Zev down to 2 life here with a 2-powered flyer. No blockers on Neil's side of the battlefield here, and enough blockers here so that there's not lethal, although he's counting his mana. Okay.
4 mana.
4 mana.
Herbie.
Oh, that is a blocker. It is a chump blocker, however, as the Yellow
She-Hulk
Jacket is a 2/3. She-Hulk?
I think that was just drawn from Zev off the Herbie.
You can also move the Stolen Stark Tech over to the Herbie so that you could cleanly trade with Yellow Jacket. Nope.
She-Hulk can activate.
She-Hulk can
Goodbye,
activate.
Arnim Zola.
Arnim Zola's in play. Okay, great. All right. But it is able to get 1 activation as it is not sick.
Yep.
So 2 Menace tokens here. Remember, Neil is at 2 life here. Any one of these creatures getting through would be game. 3 blockers on the ground. Excuse me, 4 with She-Hulk.
All right. So.
All right. So now the turn will come back to Steve Rubin. The She-Hulk also, of course, has reach.
Yep.
As a nice way to also just eat the Yellow Jacket if she likes.
So, if we count each menace attacker as requiring 2 blocks, there are 6 attackers from Steve.
And there are 5 blockers, so that would straight up just be lethal, right?
That's what I'm counting.
Unless there is, remember, there is 1 mana available from the Undercover Scroll.
Yeah.
If there's a Helicarrier Strike or something along those lines, and also some damage coming in from the
Zev is
other side
attacking.
as well. I mean, this is, an attack for 7? Okay,
Yep.
so that is not lethal. Steve Rubin could technically just take this here, or you can block one of them with the Baron, as that is not a menace creature.
Steve doing the math. I very much respect continuing to play tight and keep everything focused while the match is over and irrelevant.
You don't want to lose to Giant Growth.
No,
right?
absolutely not.
So that's the one card that Zev could be representing here where you would lose.
Yep. It would be very sweet to get the 3-0 victory here.
That's what Steve's playing for right now.
Yeah.
Because this team has already won. Strosky did win his match along with Haynes. Steve just hoping for the 3-0.
And Steve says take it.
Wow.
Down to 2 both sides.
All right.
He has the block. He has the attackers.
Yeah, all he needs to do is turn everything sideways here to get that 3-0, but has one more play, likely perhaps a villain.
Huh,
oh,
okay.
Why not a Super Scroll? Is that off the treasure?
That is off the Baron.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah,
Villains
the
who control
discount.
cost 1 less.
Okay, so this is just multiple triggers here to make the Yellow Jacket even larger.
Yep. Okay, so while the players have fun finishing up, we have some housekeeping to do because you and I need to get out of here. And while everything gets set up, Corey and Jim need to come in to bring the finals draft and then the finals matches. We need to crown some Spotlight Marvel Superheroes champions. Paul, what a weekend, huh?
Yeah, it's been an incredible ride. That draft itself was also really, really awesome to watch. He's seen some incredible games, and hopefully we see some more awesome ones to close out this tournament.
Yeah, it's going to be a very sick finals between two very talented teams. I'm going to certainly be watching. We are going to cut to a quick break. On the other side, Corey Baumeister, Jim Davis, and the finals of Spotlight Marvel Superheroes. Do not go anywhere.
All right, welcome back to Spotlight Marvel Superheroes. The time has come. We are down to 2 teams here in Las Vegas. Jim Davis, Corey Baumeister. The finals are upon us.
It's exciting. I mean, the first draft was really fun to watch. It was fun to look at both sides, the 2 different drafts. I think the Neil Estrada, Steve Rubin side, their packs were not very charged.
Yeah.
You look at the other side, I mean, there was some heaters over there, so it was really fun to see those dynamics in action.
Absolutely. So let's pop into our bracket and see how our top 4 teams did. And our top 2 final teams will be battling it out for the championship here. And this is our standings. We can pop on over to our top 4 bracket if we can and see our teams. There we go. So Strasky, Rubin, and Hain took down Estrada, Gordon, and Edelson in a pretty kind of close one. Pretty good stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. And, of course, on the other side, I was watching. It was very close as well. It came down to Tom Martell's match against Charles Wong. Tom was able to pick that up. And now the first seed versus the 3 seed being on the play for all 3 players is big game and limited.
That is crazy. So Andres Grassi, Steve Rubin, and Alexander Hain versus Greg Dyer, Tom Martell, Sam Black. There are, I count 4 Pro Tour champions in these 6 players. So over 50% is pretty insane. Let's see what these players are playing for. Of course, we've got some fantastic trophies, more on that in a bit. We got prize money. They've already locked up their Pro Tour slots.
Yeah.
Right? So
didn't Sam win one too? Maybe he didn't, but
maybe.
Yeah.
I don't. Maybe
the first modern one. Maybe he just went really deep in that one.
He went in that one. Yeah.
All right.
So top 4, of course, are already in the Pro Tour, which is fantastic. These promos are cool as well. But team, how about $15,000 to first place? So our players are playing for a lot of money up top, and you win as a team, you lose as a team, and of course, that money is really, really cool. The Pro Tour invites are cool, but these trophies are out of this world. I got to see them up close.
Yeah.
3 Infinity Gauntlets encrusted with the Mind Stone to our 3 winners, and it's just so cool.
It's great. You know, let's take a look at it. $2,500 for each person. That is awesome. But, of course, this trophy, and what a presentation here. There's going to be 3 of these that are going to be heading to the winning team. You know, I hope we put it on. We are in Vegas. I hope we put these on the table. You know, put these on the table like World Series of Poker style and, you know, get it going. But, I mean, just incredible. What a unique trophy. Got to be very much sought after. And all 3 of them having that bond that they'll all have that trophy together, I think is really cool, Jim.
So awesome. And hopefully no snaps, though.
Yeah.
You know, we want to keep things, keep everybody okay here if possible.
Exactly.
So we're getting ready for our final draft, which I'm so excited to call for you. Our players are getting ready to go, and this is a team draft, and these are all experienced team drafters. Every player here was part of that old school, kind of old guard pros, used to team draft all the time. I'm expecting to see some cuts. You know, some bait and switches, some hooks.
Yep.
It's going to be really cool.
It's going to be awesome. And honestly, looking for the featured drafters, it was tough for us to kind of figure out who we wanted to do because there's just so many big names. But we did end up on deciding Tom Martell and Steve Rubin are going to be the 2 players that we follow. They will, of course, be playing against each other as, you know, the players that is across from them are playing, of course, A plays A, B plays B, C plays C, similar to that. So we'll be watching both of their draft, and then we'll be starting with them, watching them battle it out. So, yeah, I cannot be more excited.
Yeah, so cool, you know, that the old school team draft mentality, you know, just back in the day, at a Pro Tour, I mean, 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning on Sunday, just team drafts and nonstop firing. A big point of pride.
Yeah.
A big point of pride to kind of have your squad, and you're all friends, you come together, and you go to the Pro Tour, and you want to say, no, I'm the best.
Yes.
You know, and playing in the Pro Tour is great, it's awesome, it's organized, but something about that street ball attitude of a team draft where it's just like, we're going to go play on the court. It's street ball rules. My squad versus your squad. Who's the best? We're going to find out.
Exactly. And just kind of thinking, like, you might be the best in your area, but, then you come and you play against Sam Black's team and stuff, and it changes. There's a different level of caliber over the horizon for sure, almost always.
Absolutely. A different skill set, too, which I'm super excited to see on display. Yep. Let's pop down to our draft table and get these drafters ready. All right, Tom Martell, Pro Tour champion, taking a swig of water here and getting ready to open these boosty packs. It's going to be a called draft, so our players have to all be in sync. There's only a certain amount of time for each picks, and you can't look at your picks during the actual pack.
Yep.
So got a memory. I guess have some memory going here, which is tough. So, Tom, getting ready to crack a boosty pack, looking for a nice rare if possible.
All right, and Tom, of course, a GP champion as well, won a limited Grand Prix. And here we go. And, of course, Sam Black on the team as well has done his fair share of team drafting, to say the least.
Oh, my God.
Part of that Madison squad where I think they just wake up and draft.
Yep.
Like, I don't know if they brush their teeth first. It might be draft first, brush their teeth after type thing.
Maybe just skip it totally.
Maybe,
just draft only. No time for that.
Exactly. So here we go.
All right, we got Hour in the Window, rate removal spell, Frozen in the Ice, a Yellow Jacket, a She-Hulk, Super Serum, and a Human Torch.
Okay, so I would think the removal spell looks pretty solid to start. She-Hulk is a great card as well, but really hard to not just go with one of these blue or black removal spells and just kind of go from there. I think I would take Hour of Defeat, but you also got to look at so many factors. There's the 2-drop that has lifelink. That's a big deal. So a lot of different factors here, but removal is kind of where I would start. It seemed like that was always the trickiest thing to cobble together in these decks, is having enough ways to kill creatures.
Also kind of gobbling up all the kill spells of the table, a very valid strategy in team draft. Passing a lot of pretty good cards. Nothing incredible, but a lot of solid ones.
Yeah, a pretty good pack so far. Already these packs better than I feel like what we saw Andre's drafting. His packs looked quite weak, as that was a very interesting one.
Yeah, some drafts are smooth, some drafts are not.
Yeah.
We'll see what we're looking at here. Tom, pick up the pack, and that card's in that pack too. And Visions of Villainy in the window. And there's Stature, U.S. Agent, Loki, an excellent uncommon, another black removal spell, and a Photon Blast Barrage. Another pack of cards that are all pretty good, but no huge stand-up.
Cruel Alliance stands out to me. I really love the hero as well. That is a very versatile card that you can kind of play any black deck, any white deck. It doesn't really have a lot of synergies, but it's just powerful. Once again, though, I'm taking the removal spell here, and I would be ecstatic about Tom's start, to be honest.
Yeah, very solid. 2 splashable removal spells as well. So if things do go sideways, Tom ends up being green, white, or whatever. Could splash his removal spells.
Yeah.
And got to take an inventory here. This is very, very important. Keeping an eye on what cards are going to get picked. This is only a 6-person draft. Things will table. What are your teammates going to get? Taking that full inventory, and off to a good start.
Yeah, very, very strong here.
All right, pack 3. We see the Beast, a little +1/+1 counter synergy. Earth's Mightiest Heroes, kind of a big green rare as far as playing things for free.
Yeah, Earth Mightiest Hero is an interesting one. No black card, though, so kind of what Tom was just hoping, all right, this is easy mode. Maybe I'll get an Electra or something and just be like, all right, I don't have to think this draft. This is going to be easy for me. Not the case. I would think we're going to see one of these 4 drops here. Beast is very flexible, leaves Tom to be able to go Golgari or, of course, Dimir. I also think the Artifact is very flexible, is here. The Sentinel. But, I don't know. I don't know about the Gigantic Sorcery here, though. Is that just a card you want to take? Not sure.
I mean, it's powerful if you pull it off, but you got to have a pretty chunky deck for that. Looks like Beast's in the front as well. Kree Sentinel suggested for a second. Seems like a pretty weak card to take here as far as it's flexible, but it's weak.
Yeah, I think Beast just feels like one of these cards that is okay in draft. It's okay in sealed, but in team sealed, a card like that gets a lot better. Just being able to have a card that you can have a couple removal spells, clear the way, connect with Beast, draw a card. But I do like this pick as well here, just being very flexible.
Very safe pick.
Yeah.
Kree Sentinel, it's flexible. It's a land cycler, not very flashy. So 3 commons to start for Tom Martell. There's a Crossbones. It's a very nice one. And not too much else.
Not too much else. I think if, I'm Tom in this position, I want to just cut black. So any kind of way to do that is probably where you want to start. But, hey, this could be a spot where I don't think Tom is going to be married to his first couple picks. Could easily go, even is it Artifacts, not even play the removal spells. Like, that wouldn't be that crazy. But for me, I'm taking one of these black cards, and I would think the 4-drop is a little bit better. You can get these replaceable 5-drops pretty much anywhere throughout the draft. So I'm taking Crossbones.
Yeah, diminishing returns on land cyclers as well.
Yeah.
Each future land cycler is worse than the prior ones.
Luckily, they're all pretty good creatures.
For sure, but there's usually a diminishing returns on 5-drops anyway.
Yes, that is a very real statement for sure.
So a lot of red cards, not a lot of white cards. It's important to not only know what's in the pack, what's not in the pack. So read those signals. And land cycler, Crossbones. Tom really thinking it through here. And Tom here waffling between the Crossbones or the Super Suit, the blue Artifact. So maybe like you were saying, there's also an Asian Atlas to the front. I'm not sure if Tom's just shuffling the cards randomly or these are all considerations, but Crossbones is the pick. So you have black card, red card, black card. A solid, if unexciting, start for Tom.
I like it. I think this is very good. 2 premium removal spells to start, and then, hey, you got a decent signal that black is, maybe open in here. And I love Jessica Jones here. That looks really strong as a pick. Maybe not the pick, but that one looks tempting to me. It doesn't even look like – okay, I was going to say it didn't even look like a decision here from Tom, but if I'm in this spot, I'm taking Jessica Jones.
Yeah, 2 white cards. They're not particularly great white cards. We haven't seen many white cards really at all. So looks like Jessica Jones is a pretty easy pick here. Nothing else super exciting, and it is. So Jessica joins the pile. 2 kill spells, the Kree Land Cycler, Crossbones, and Jessica Jones. And right into our next pack. Speaking of no white cards, there's Red Guardian, a fantastic white card.
Yeah.
Hawkeye and Hydra Troopers for a black card. There's a Land Cycler in green as well. Now what?
Yeah, this is definitely, it's dried up a bit, right? I think this is a very filler-style card, is the Hawkeye. It can have some combos. You can get Photon Blast with that, and you turn your Lava Darts into Lightning Bolts. I mean, that is great. But definitely a card that could be in the sideboard. I think I'm taking the 3/2 Flash. I mean, that card is very good.
The Red Guardian?
Yeah.
The Red Guardian is a very powerful card, but there hasn't been many white cards, though.
Yeah.
I think the first real white cards come through.
Just hate drafting. I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not contemplating playing it.
All right. Well, Super Soldier Serum tables, as does that is the Human Torch.
I believe that was also the Double Strike Trick. I don't know if this is really going to be that style of deck, but it's a powerful card.
It's also a land, too.
Yeah.
So, so far, Tom has kind of taken the more flexible picks, if possible.
Yeah.
Land is also kind of that.
Yeah, red-black for Human Torch is not ideal. Like, I would think this 3/2 flyer is just going to be better than Human Torch in this deck, even though I do think Human Torch is a better card. But I love the safe pick here of the land. Leave yourself ready to go if you were to, get a nice blue-red or blue-black bomb.
Strongly agree. Yeah, I think the 3/2 flyer is a card you try to not have in your deck. It's a pretty weak card.
Yeah.
So Tom just saying, all right, I'm going to stay open, going to stay flexible. We see the villainy tables, Synthoids as well, and there's a Futurist Forge. So, possible you could utilize that in a non-artifact way as a card draw spell, maybe be a little more of like a grindy control deck. Grixis something.
Yeah, I would think it's either going to be the Warrior or the Knight's Whisper here for a little bit more work. So I think I would be taking the Visions here, as this red 2 drop is very replaceable. Visions kind of is as well. I think Tom ideally would not put any of these cards in his deck if the rest of the draft goes well, but
I think Visions of Villainy is pretty good if you're playing one of villains.
Yeah.
It's a solid card. So,
but what I'm thinking is during these kind of team drafts to have I have a Rakdos villain deck with 16 villains, probably not going to happen.
Sure.
So I think having those streamlined style of cohesive perfect heroes or perfect villain decks or perfect artifact decks is just going to be so much harder to assemble.
So villainy is the choice. Beast tables, that's pretty exciting. Then a common volcanic villain could go with the villain theme. A decoy ploy, pretty good in messy drafts.
Yeah.
Where you have heroes and villains.
That is true.
It's funny, it's a card that's not good in draft because typically you're usually one or the other, but could be good in a team draft.
Exactly. That's the kind of card that I would take Beast if it wasn't a team draft here, but the fact that it's a team draft, a card like this, decoy ploy, very well might make Tom's deck. And Beast is replaceable.
Yep. All right, it's a pretty good start. I think Tom looking for a little more power if possible. What do you think Tom is thinking direction-wise? Do you think he's happy being Rakdos? Does he want to get some blue cards in there, looking for some splashes?
It does seem like he's very happy just being Rakdos here, and honestly, this has to be just a great sign for Tom. These aren't even that great of cards, but just they're all black and red.
Yep.
So you got to think this is at a great spot for him. All he's thinking, I think, is like, all right, let's open 1 or 2 A-level cards, some premium stuff, a Dr. Doom, something like that, and really get it going. The Black-Red Saga would be great. If he can get that kind of power, it feels like he's getting hooked up so far and drafting his seat quite well.
All right, so pretty boring pack here. You got a Rampant Growth, Vibranium Armor, and the white card.
Yeah, the Double Striker, I mean, that's definitely a playable card. I would bet, Alexander Hayne is to his right. I would kind of be assuming that he was a white deck, but passing that card, I mean, it is not amazing or anything, but it is still decent. But my guess would be Alex would be white based on how this has went so far.
So now if Tom's next 2 packs go like this pack does, Is Tom happy with this draft?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes,
Okay.
I
Even
think
though
so.
there aren't a lot of like rawly powerful cards.
Yeah, I would think so. You know, I mean, I think if you have premium removal spells, you are happier than having premium creatures. If I had to pick one, I would rather do that. But let's take a look at what the creatures look like here. This is very solid.
Yeah, not a lot of curve though, of course. No 2-drops except for the Warrior, which is pretty replaceable. So has the removal spells. Has a lot of work to do though.
Yes.
There's a lot of holes to fill in this deck. A good start with the removal spells and a couple good threats, but nothing really over the top. I don't know. I'm a little worried.
Okay, okay.
I think that it's a great flexible start, but I think if there's 2 more packs like this, I would be unhappy with the final result.
Fair. I mean, we do want to see like the black 1/2 connives. You want those. You know, that's a better 2-drop than the red one that we have pulled forward here, the Warrior, but solid. But very much is a little clunky. Needs some 2-drops, some 3-drops here. But if he can find some, he'll be in a decent spot.
Yeah, I think some raw power too.
Yes, yes,
You know.
yes.
All right, so Tom taking that nice, kind of the second of Oblivion. You know, where if you do yoga, ever do yoga before?
Yeah,
At the,
yeah.
at the last 5 minutes of yoga, you just lay there on your mat, and you're like, shh. And now we're here,
Yeah.
and now we're in the next pack. So
That's when I'm just hoping my body doesn't fail me. I'll be like, I don't know how I made it through this hour of yoga.
So-
That's usually when I'm contemplating why did I do this to myself. Yes.
So the Zen moment is over, and the next pack is cracked. We're playing here in the finals of Spotlight Marvel Superheroes here in Las Vegas. These players are playing for $15,000, the coolest trophies you've ever seen. They're all back on the Pro Tour, which is so cool to see for these Pro Tour champions. This is what it's all about.
Yeah,
And
absolutely. All of them pretty happy, too. I mean, there's a lot of these players that maybe aren't necessarily in the Hall of Fame, but they got close to Hall of Fame careers, so they're well and truly off the Pro Tour. Basically everyone but Strosky and Hain. And now, well, first Pro Tour of next year, we're going to be seeing all of them here, so that's going to be a blast. Hoping to see, and these are the type of players that can just capitalize.
Yep.
They've been on the Pro Tours before. They play one, they top 16, and hey, maybe they never look back.
Right.
You know, they might be like the Reed Dukes, Eli Cassis that just never fall off the Pro Tour in our new modern day and age.
have the skills, have the experience, and have the connections too.
Yeah.
You know, they know they're great friends with many awesome players.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Easily connect into one of those good teams, and they're off to the races.
Yeah, you know Team TCG player is going to be opening the team to Tom Martell with open arms. He's been on that kind of team for a very long time. And here we go.
All right, so has that Red Room recruit you wanted?
Yeah.
Kree Sentinel is a Dark Deed, a Red Hulk. Oh, boy. That's a lot of good rares not in Tom's colors.
Yeah, but Dark Deed here, you just you really can't pass that. It's in his color. It's premium. You know, you want the 2-drop creature as well. But, yeah, those are great creatures, but they're not good enough that you have to hate draft, in my opinion. They're not the Civil War saga. That, I think, Tom would just have to take and would probably play. Let's get real. He would splash for it. But
Yeah,
here,
you find a way.
It's a Dark Deed time.
All right, so Dark Deed passing Devil Girl, passing Kingpin, hoping that Red Room recruit will come back. Maybe the Red Hulk, too. I think that's the kind of card where it isn't an amazing card, but at least it's like a big, powerful card to win the game with after you've killed all your opponent's creatures.
Yeah, it does cost 6, you know, so the equity goes on it. It goes down quite a bit. And honestly, even the Simic 3-drop, that's just a tough card to make work. You know, blue-green is not necessarily the artifact colors. We saw it work in Team Sealed a decent amount throughout the weekend, but at a team draft like this where every deck is going to look a lot worse, tough to make that card fully pop off.
All right, so Dark Deed is the selection. Passing a lot of good ones. Of course, the Modern Day Limited is a little bit different than team drafts used to be back in the day, where packs were 1 rare, 3 uncommons, and all commons. You know, play booster packs, we saw that pack had 2 great rares in it. So a lot of good ones to go around the table.
Yeah, could have some bonus sheet cards as well. 3 steps ahead. We saw that a little bit ago. Could be a lot of different stuff.
All right, so Ghost in the Window. There's a Wonder Man, take up the shield. And Hulk Smash Khazar. Ooh, Khazar. That is the most powerful card in the pack, but it is a green card.
That easily could be a card that, like, well, it is too powerful to pass and decent to splash, but Hulk Smash is the best card, I think, in Tom's colors. So hard to deny that, although Hulk Smash in the Rakdos deck, not as good, but I think you got to take the 5-drop. It's the mythic uncommon of the set. I think it's the best uncommon, you know, or at least competing for that spot. You know, the equipment creature here, solid as well, but You know, you don't really want to play that many equipment, so I think it's between Hulk Smash and the 5-drop green card.
Yeah, I don't love Hulk Smash in a deck like this where you already have so much removal and all your creatures are very small and weak.
Yeah.
You know? So, tough pick here. And Tom looking to stay on color. The Khazar is very tempting. It's also kind of a backup thing where, say you take it and you don't play it. There's still value in that.
Yes.
You know, of not passing it to your possible enemy team. So, gonna go for Hulk Smash though. So far, Tom has taken a pretty safe, straightforward path in this draft.
And honestly, there's always that dynamic of, sure, you take the busted 5-drop green card. Well, what if Hain is red-white, can't play the green card, and all of a sudden Sam Black, you know, to Alexander Hain's right, is a green deck, and it would have got to him. You know, that's kind of the train wreck scenario.
All right, so a couple more black cards, Hydra Troopers.
Ooh, that's a nice one.
We got a Claw, which is nice, and then the Crimson Operative as well. So a couple card advantage creatures, kind of what Tom's looking for, right?
Definitely. I think you just want to go lower CMC here, lower mana value consideration here, and just take the Claw. I really, really like that card. That'd be the pick for me.
Claw is in the front. See the Pet Avengers got pulled up there too. I'm very surprised to see a green card taken after Khazar passed.
Yeah. Maybe he's trolling us a bit. But yeah, I feel like it is between Claw, maybe the land, but Crimson Operative is great as well. The Troopers is not so bad, but I just think Claw is on another level of all those cards.
Yeah, the Crimson Operative and the Claw both kind of do what Tom wants, is where they're creatures, but they're also 2-for-1s. That's kind of what his deck needs right now, just being a pile of removal spells.
Yeah.
So next pack comes along, and we see another Kree Sentinel, a Shang-Chi, some more villainy card draw. There we go. That's a pickup. The Madam Hydra.
Oh, my goodness. Okay, I mean, well, I know my pick. They're both great. Tom wishes he could just take both of them, but the likelihood that the gold card comes back is much higher than a Madam. Madam is just insane here. One of the best black cards. It's the power Tom's looking for. Still needs the 2-drop. Now we want to be looking for those 1-2 connive 2-drops basically as much as we can, but you got to take Madame here, right?
Yeah, and the Madame also, it's more singular.
Yeah.
You know, it's going to work no matter what, whereas the Madam Hydra, you need to have a lot of villains in your deck.
Yeah.
You have to have a synergy thing. So
which he does. It does seem like he has a good amount.
Yeah, but hopefully Tom begging for a table here, but Madam Mask the pick. Kind of exactly what he was looking for. Not quite Grave Titan, not quite Dr. Doom, but at least multiple threats on a card.
Yeah. Okay.
Some dual land action. Ooh, a very nice black-white card in Cloak and Dagger, and that's really it. Just a Hydra Assault Robot, but not too much else.
Yeah, so the consideration, I think this is going to be a land pick. It feels nice and safe. Cloak and Dagger is just a great card and very possible to splash. But this could be a curve consideration pick where you take the worst card out of the 3, the 1/3 villain, but I think I would still just take the land. It's so close with the Cloak and Dagger. Cloak and Dagger is so good.
He sees the red-white land, and he's thinking, if I take this Cloak and Dagger, can I table this red-white land?
And then, but would he still play it? Cloak and Dagger is a card you still want early, but doesn't have to be early, I would say.
All right. So
I think I'm taking the land, but I would be unsure about it and a little sad.
All right, is it Badlands or Cloak and Dagger? Looks like it's going to be Cloak and Dagger. So
totally reasonable.
The question is Tom taking his card planning on playing it? Or is he just cutting it? Is it kind of a mixture of both?
Yeah.
I think the red-white land in that pack was part of the consideration.
Yeah.
Or if Tom feels like he can table that, that's a way to kind of, not ensure your splash, but help it out.
There we go.
Red Room Recruit with the 2-drop. Thor Odin's Son, hello. And another Dark Ploy.
His deck needs the recruit. I think Jessica Jones is a better card, but he already has one. He doesn't have a lot of true drops. The recruiter feels like the most slam card right now. It really fills a lot of holes that his deck has right now. Also tough to ignore Isamaru here, the one black 2/2 legend. You're not really going to have any synergies with it, but it's still a powerful card. I'm taking the Connive card, though.
I think I'm in agreement here. There's a Thor Odin's Son, so another red-white exciting card. If
you're going to splash white,
right.
You can splash Boros cards too.
I don't think that solves the problems that Tom's decks has right now, though.
But I think the 2-drop with Connive does. If he gets 3 of those, that, really, really, smooths out the deck. If he ended this with the removal he has, a couple other fillers, but 3 of that card, you got to feel really good with the Red Room Recruit.
All right, Tom Martell entering the Red Room. Looking to get some more recruits. And in the window is a Red Hulk, a Kree Sentinel, and a bunch of green cards.
Yeah, that's a bad one. You're just got to take the Sentinel, I would imagine. You could go with Hulk if you really want to, but he does seem like he is very much amassing a villain synergy. So just think if you, because the artifact is a villain, I believe, right?
Both the Hulk and the artifact.
Oh, okay, perfect. So, all right, you can take that. But we very well could get that Rakdos gold card back, and, you know, Tom might have that just 15 villain creature deck, as he's been getting a lot of pretty decently late red and black cards here.
Yeah, there are diminishing returns on Red Hulk, but I do like the idea of like a big, powerful card in his deck full of removal spells. But
yeah,
I think if it was packed late in pack 3 and he still didn't have some big finisher, I would take the Red Hulk. But the Kree here makes a lot of sense. Also, can turn on the graveyard synergy of the Hydra Trooper too.
Yeah. Okay, some solid picks here. I do like the equipment card if you can get, you know, a couple decent ones with it. The black colorless one that saves it is pretty solid. The Death Toucher I'm not a big fan of. It's just so understated. 5 mana for a 3/3 Death Toucher is so meh. And the discard a card is also pretty meh. So I like the Ronin. The upside of it is really there.
Yeah, my only fear with Ronin is there going to be room in his deck for equipment with all these removal spells and the creatures as well. But I think
it is not a villain.
Yes, pretty low opportunity cost. Yeah. 3/3 for 3 isn't the worst thing that's ever happened. If things go sideways and a creature is a necessary element.
Yeah, very well. Might just need to play that for curve consideration. Just to make sure you have enough creatures to be able to curve out. Oh, nice.
Crimson Operative in the window. A great card for Tom's deck.
Yes.
And I think it's going to go to the pile really, really fast. Exactly what he's looking for.
So happy about that. Now, I mean, I believe the next pack would be our gold card if it's still there.
The Madam Hydra?
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll see if Tom Martell's going to hail Hydra here all the way to a trophy.
I really like the Operative. I do like the 5-drop as well, but like you were saying, diminishing returns on those land cyclers, and he does already have 2 of them.
Yeah. Crimson Operative's perfect.
Yeah, it's not close for me. I'm slamming that one.
Yeah, a deck full of, you know, mopey creatures and removal spells. You got to have some 2-for-1s.
Yep.
All right. Burning Crescendo. Another Kree Sentinel. The 3rd Sentinel would open up possible splash opportunities.
Yeah. I like just the, you know, he has so many villains that is very often going to look like Knight's Whisper instead of Read the Bones. So I'm probably taking the draw spell. I was also talking to Tom here before this, and he's like, well, made the finals of 3 team Grand Prix back in the day, but never won one. So, yeah, we'll see. Maybe he can get the monkey off his back.
Vision's Ability, or so 2nd Vision's Ability or 3rd Kree Sentinel. But definitely diminishing returns on both cards.
Yeah, and I likely and hopefully I think Tom is thinking he wouldn't want to play any of those cards.
Yep. And once again, there it is.
The red-white land made it.
The land tables. And also great news, a pack full of Rakdos cards.
Yes.
So Tom clearly seems to be in the right color. I don't think he's gotten super rewarded just yet.
I don't think so either, and that can just happen. You know,
Right.
I was talking to this team once again, and like Sam's deck ended up being pretty bad in the last draft, where Sam had a bunch of the scrolls, the green card, and he was kind of trying to be this 5-color green deck, but just did not get the payoffs.
Wow.
Wow.
What a pack.
Oh,
and passes the Thor for the 2nd Jessica Jones.
Definitely. Definitely. I love Jessica Jones. It's great.
Already has one and is already set up for a white splash.
Yeah.
And looking for a big card to win the game.
He's got enough 5-drops, but man, Jessica Jones takes over a game. It's a must kill. I have been so impressed with that. I was impressed before we started this weekend, and every time I watched someone play it, it just overperformed every time. So I think that card is slept on a little bit too much.
I got to say, a player getting a last pick Thor Odin's Son in a team draft is insane to me.
Yeah. I mean, we just kind of saw it with the Strosky draft too, right? Like, he got a very late Thor as well.
Wow. All right, so pack 2, if you're Tom, how you feeling?
I'm still feeling good. I think he's in the right color. I think he's drafting his seat well. Didn't get the gold card to come back, so there easily could be someone fighting over it, or maybe just a hate draft. Maybe there wasn't enough going on, you know, in the rest of the cards in the pack, but I'm still feeling good. Once again, I want to be, if I'm Tom, I want to get Red Room Recruits. I want to get 2 more of them and take them over a lot of things. You know, like if it's Red Room Recruit and the 3-mana Exile gain 3, I'm still going to take another one of the removal spells. But other than that, I'm taking that 2-drop over a lot of cards.
Yeah,
over Crimson Operative for sure, you know, that kind of line.
That is definitely the gaping hole currently in Tom's deck.
Yeah, only like 3 2-drops or whatever, but yeah.
I would say Creature Call is a little lower of an average as well.
Yeah.
You know, cards like the Ronin Shadowstalker or the Hawkeye. You know, even Kree Sentinel it's fine. It's a reasonable card, but it's not particularly exciting. And Jessica Jones going to the front. 2 copies of a Jones. Got the Kulan Warrior. Not really a card you want to have in your 2-drop slot. It's not even a villain, so it's just a really mediocre hero. Although Decoy Ploy does do that. Visions of Void to the front. Again, I would say so far a solid but unexciting deck from Tom.
You know, I mean, if we got to look at all the decks, I mean, we saw Estrada, we saw Andres. I think it's close between him and Estrada as the decks that I was most excited about. And I still think Tom's deck is a little bit better than Neil's. So, yeah, I don't think any deck is going to look just absolutely amazing unless you are just opening a bomb, a A+ level card in both of your packs, you know? Yeah.
All right, so it's time. Pack 3, let's put a bow on it. Looking for a big red and or black rare. Although, honestly, any one of those Boros rares would look pretty good here, too.
Yeah, I think he'd still play Civil War here if we could get that.
Tom is very well set up with the red-white land and the 3 land cyclers to play almost anything he owns.
For sure. For sure. You know, I think if he opens Super Genius or whatever, he's probably still going to pick it, but probably not play that one. A double blue.
Double blue, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, any good single blue card,
100%.
I think is on the table. All right, so here we go. Pack 3. And nothing great to start. Grim Legionnaire, a red-green Hulk, Mr. Fantastic, Serpent Society. Not exactly heaters.
No.
Uh-oh. Tom's like, Judge, I did not open Civil War.
Yeah.
So, okay, so we have a double-face card open at the table.
Oh, okay.
And these are public information.
Yes, yes. This will happen quite often, and this is interesting. At the Pro Tour and stuff, we usually sleeve these up.
Yep.
But otherwise, most of the time what you have to do, you got to hold it, you got to show it, you know, kind of, and do that. But, all right, so let's see. Wow, just pulling a removal spell up front, that makes sense. There didn't look to be anything too exciting in his color pair by any means.
Yeah, a lot of gold cards that are not in his color pair.
Yeah.
You got to take the white removal spell, so committed to that splash.
Yeah, didn't want to. I mean, the Ray is perfectly fine, perfectly serviceable removal spell, but, you know, this is a much better removal spell, but of course, it's his splash, so I'm surprised by that. I would assume the Ray would be better if it is your main color, you know?
Yeah, kind of counter-intuitive compared to the way he's drafted so far.
Yeah. Been
very conservative so far, and now taking the off-color card, pick one pack when there are other options available. So we got little Irby. There's another Cruel Alliance. That's a good one. And we got Training Measurement, Triumph, and Automaton. Not much else.
Not close. Cruel Alliance here. Slam that one. Agent of Hydra is a card he wants, but this is the kind of pick. Like, I think Agent of Hydra is not as good as the Red Room Connive creature, and I would still pick Cruel Alliance over the Red Room as well.
All right, Cruel Alliance. That's the second Cruel Alliance. Tom has great removal.
Great.
Absolutely fantastic.
2 Cruel Alliances, 1 Hour of Defeat, as well as that enchantment. So very, very solid.
Yeah, and has some card draw too. You know, that's the scary part. A lot of times you have one of these Rakdos decks that has 10 removal spells and 13 creatures. You just kind of run afoul of, well, I killed the first 4 things, and then I played a creature and it died. And then I drew through lands and I died. Yeah. So having that card draw and that card advantage is very, very important.
A little less important when he knows he's going to be on the draw.
Sure.
You know,
that's true.
This is actually a deck that I think is going to play very well on the draw. Red, black, a lot of removal spell. When all these decks are kind of less than exciting, that's another great card for when you know you're going to be on the draw. So I don't think you can pass the sweeper as good as Justice is. The sweeper's great. The Quicksilver is it's cool. It's cute. It is not good enough.
That's okay, but yeah, Avengers Assemble team's fantastic.
Yes.
It is a little awkward in a removal-heavy deck to have a sweeper because you're often just killing things one for one.
But if you can ever start with this and just get two creatures, it's amazing.
Yeah, so if your opponent just goes 2-drop, 3-drop, and you cast that card, you are way ahead. So Tom thinking it through, do I want the sweeper? What else would be an option in that pack?
I think he's slamming it. I don't think it's a thought. It's just, what do I want now? But no, I think you're right. He is very much considering this. I mean, Yeah, you got it. And now if I'm Tom, you're pretty much on lock with all the removal you need. At this point, you're looking for 2 drops, couple red rooms, and maybe some other solid 3 drops, and you got yourself a deck.
All right, so keep these going here. We got Ghost in the window and a Hydra Trainee. And
Perfect. 2-drop red creature, excellent there. Does some nice looting. It's a great blocker. It is a hero, so you're not having that kind of synergy, but I think it's much better than any of these very replaceable 3-drops. I'm slamming that 3-1.
And there is some value in being a hero also because he does have the decoy ploy. So
Yeah.
a 2-drop that you are likely to trade off actually has some extra value. But
Yeah.
I think I agree. I think also the flood insurance is great too.
That card's also so good with more red room connive creatures as well. If you can ever just go to turn 4, have that in play, connive, and now discard a card, draw 2. Like this card can be really nice if we can pick up a couple more of those. Oh, that is so
wow.
good.
Hawkeye, you want a good 2-drop, huh?
That does exactly what you want. So, that's great. I do think that card is a little overrated as far as a rare. It has a lot of words on it, but, it doesn't, it is very mana intensive, but it's going to be great.
I'm giving you a face right now.
Oh, I'm picking
my
it.
2/2 first strike for 2 with upside is.
I'm picking it.
Woo.
Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying it's not like an absolute busted style of rare, but I mean it would be in my pack already, and it's definitely going to be the pick here.
Yeah, exactly what Tom's looking for.
Yeah.
I would be utterly shocked if a card was taken if it's not Hawkeye. The Hawkeye, not Kate Bishop, but Clint Barton.
Yeah. Put the 1 mana 2/2 to the front. He's just hoping to get that back, but you cannot be passing any Hawkeyes right now. That is a nice one. He's not really going to be doing too much explosiveness with it. It's going to be a lot of boomerang there, being able to loot away extra cards.
All right, so Repulsor Blast and
the robot actually, this is the kind of deck you want it in. If you are looting away that card, bringing it back later, it's great. Now, Repulsor Ray is just a better card.
And there is the Black Widow as well. I mean, Tom's kind of committed to his White Splash, but Repulsor Blast certainly more flexible. I don't think Black Widow is really serving a need in his deck either.
I think that's the 3rd best card at best. Like, I think it really is between the Ray and the 1/2. The Ray, of course, much better, but the 1/2 does play pretty well in his deck. But, of course, it is just a very medium card.
Yeah, so on the fence here between Black Widow and Repulsor Blast. A lot of people in the deck already.
Yeah.
But, take a little bit
What's
more.
one more?
Yeah.
Have one more Blast as a treat.
This is kind of what I was saying, though, where Tom's gobbling up all the removal. It's going to make it harder for the other players of the table to have removal.
Yeah.
So hopefully can be mucking around with other players. Tom going to take a bit of a thought here.
Yeah, and he did pass like the Kingpin, so that could have roped someone into Black-White. If then they, the person to the left is that Kingpin-style deck, Black Widow would go great with them. So he is contemplating, what have I passed? Does it make sense that the person to my left could be in Black-White? And with Kingpin alone, it does seem like it could make sense. But I'd pick the Ray there as well, or the Blast.
Another Repulsor Blast, a villainous volcanic villain.
Yeah.
Not a particularly exciting pack.
I mean, all Tom is thinking is the Red Room 1/2s, but it's kind of getting past that point. I'd be shocked if there's going to be any more undrafted by now.
Yeah, we're almost on the wheel at this point. So.
Yeah. I think it's beyond the point where he's going to be splashing blue for anything unless that Justice tabled, which that's never going to happen. That card is far too good.
Let's take the Hydra Infiltration. This is the weird Mind Rot variant. Not a great card. Not a bad sideboard card.
Yeah.
If things get grindy and gross.
Play against another black-red kind of mid-range deck. Like, all right, you got to slam the 2-drop. He's not going to be thrilled that it's not the 2-drop that connives. But, no, we can't. We can't pick that one. I think it's just the Agent of Hydra.
I think you want to try to not play Agent of Hydra in your deck unless you have like a real strong sacrifice theme.
Yeah, I don't think he has the choice. I think he needs 2-drops. But yeah. I agree. I think that card is no good.
All right. There's Quicksilver. Going to start the game up pretty quick.
Yeah, I love that you're like, oh, I get to start with this and play, and then, all right, mountain, attack, go.
Yep.
Like, that's how it always happens.
Yep.
I honestly play my other land just to make it seem like it was cool, you know, but, yeah.
So Volcanic Villain, a little more on theme. Also a pretty weak card, though.
Yeah, I like the Ultron Drone more than any of the other picks. I think Tom also would hope that didn't have to make his deck, but we'll see in deck building.
I mean, it kind of does the job. You know, again, you would just want to have enough big things to do with all these kill spells where
Yeah.
you can just kind of close the game out, and it does do that. So
Yeah, no. It might make it, that's for sure. And the thing that Tom really needed to turn his deck from, a solid 6 or whatever up to a 7, 7.5, did not get paid off. Did not get the red room, did not get those kind of payoffs. The 3-1 that discards, that was great, but that would have really put it over the edge.
I think Misty and Hawkeye helped a lot, man. Another late Thor, Odin's son.
Jeez.
No respect for the God of Thunder.
God, no respect for Sarah Angel,
Can't take it here and could play it. That white splash is definitely on the table.
He might need a way to close out the game. I don't think the Hawkeye is very good. The one thing I guess the Hawkeye is pretty nice with the blast, right? It does deal.
Yeah. It'll do 7
to a creature and 4
face,
upstairs.
Yep.
That's pretty sick. 4 mana, deal 11 damage throughout, but
at the cost of playing a giant spider in your deck,
Yeah.
I think that I'm just taking Thor here.
I'm taking Thor
Even
too.
if I'm not playing it, just keep it out of the table for other folks. The Hawkeye is just so mid.
Yeah, what if we just got a good streamlined red-white deck? There you go, Tom.
You must have heard me.
Yeah.
For Asgard.
But he took it for Asgard, I believe. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Asgard's not a place. It's a people.
Okay.
And then you got the cavalry and the armor wars. And, all right, I would say overall a pretty smooth draft for Tom.
Yeah.
I think missing a few elements. I would like to have seen another 2-drop or 2 and some more big stuff.
Yes.
Like a nice big rare to play. Like a Dr. Doom in his deck would be unbelievable.
I think he set himself up very well to do so. I just think the packs didn't agree. We'll of course see when we look at everybody's color pairs and see what colors were being placed, but I think Tom drafted his seat as well as he could.
Good stuff. So got an actual choice here between the Quinjet and the Volcanic Villain and a Swamp to pack it off. And that is our draft. Give Tom's deck a rating. Let's go from 1 to 10 to 1 decimal place.
I would say we have a solid 6.5.
Okay.
I think this is a good deck, not amazing, but if I was in Tom's seat and I could look at this deck and lock it in or redraft, I would lock it in.
I think that's fair.
Yeah.
I think that's a line we often use with the Pro Tour.
Yeah.
Where we're showing our Pro Tour decks. It's like, would you take this or would you redraft?
Yeah.
And then if you're over that line, that's not a bad place to be.
Now, that being said, this is based on this is also, I guess, a Smart Water commercial here. But this is based on the power level of the packs at this draft.
Right.
It could have been the power level of these packs is through the roof, and we look at some of the other decks, and we can readjust, his rating on his deck. But, hey, that's why we get to watch 2 drafts. We get to really find out how good this deck is.
That's one of the things that when you draft an arena a lot, that may not be readily apparent to you.
Yeah.
Where on Arena, when you do a draft, you are playing against the general population outside of your pod. So you might have a bad pod, but you're playing against folks who had a good pod, and now you're in big trouble. When you're playing in a pod draft, the texture of the draft and the power level of the cards can be very, very different.
Oh, yeah.
And if it's an ugly draft, all the players' decks are typically ugly, and therefore you're all playing on even footing.
Yeah.
So
we see that all the time at Pro Tours where it's just like, you draft on Arena as your prep, and then you come to the Pro Tour where everyone knows what to value, and everyone's decks just look pretty bad. But it's like they look pretty average for your average Pro Tour draft. You don't get those Arena 9.5 out of 10 decks very often, if ever. You know? Yeah.
Much, much scrappier. And there's something we discussed in Pro Tour testing where it's like, hey, guys, it's time to stop drafting on Arena.
Yep.
It's time to play some in-pod drafts, whether it's in person or even just on Magic Online. The in-pod play experience, say that 3 times fast, is a much different beast and much closer to what these team drafts look like.
You and I have tested with the same team, the same kind of core, Reed, everyone like that on Team TCG. And it was my biggest level up moment of drafting around them. And then you go into even a Pro Tour draft and you're like, wow, I'm getting really good cards later than I normally thought I would, or than I would within that team of when you're playing against nothing but Hall of Famers. So.
I had that exact same experience at the.
I still won 2 my drafts, don't you? Let's not get crazy, but.
Yeah, the first paper Pro Tour back in Philly.
Yep.
It was my first time in the house with everyone, and it was just a week of playing against Gab and Reed and Seth in every draft. My first round of the Pro Tour, my opponent played fine but not incredible.
Yeah.
And then I won, even with my deck was worse, and I was like, oh, you can play in a draft against someone who's not Seth every single round. That's cool.
That is cool.
Yep, that's what they train with the weights on. So our players are getting all set. We're going to be looking at the other side of a draft table. Steve Rubin on the other team. Across from Tom, We're going to get to see Steve's draft a little bit. Of course, we're getting that all set up. All the back end stuff's going to be working on that. And we're going to see Steve's draft on the other side of the table. Do you think things are going to have a similar feel? The Madam Hydrogen table, in the ideal scenario, it's across the table. So they're cooperating as much as possible.
And Steve was Rakdos here on the last draft, so we'll see if he just has the familiarity and wants to continue doing what you did. And his deck looked very strong. Like, Steve won that match in the last round where turn 3, discarded to hand size. Turn 4, discarded to hand size. And he still won against his opponent's deck that looked really good. So here we go, Jim. We're ready.
All right, so now we're looking at the other side of a table. Steve Rubin sitting directly across from Tom Martell.
Yep.
And they'll be playing in the actual the actual gameplay as well. We're playing one round. So one round for all the marbles.
And $2,500 each, so $7,500 plus a trophy. Plus, at this point, bragging rights. Let's get real. These are, two of our at least, top 10 might even be insulting to, put either of these teams, but 2 of the top 10 for sure teams in the entire field made it to the finals. Easily could be top 5 as well.
All right, let's go. Crossbones in the window. Villain's already looking pretty appealing.
And
that's a Cruel Alliance. We got Sharon Carter, excellent white card, and that is it. So a couple black cards and a white card.
Just like what we did with Tom's side, I am still just starting with the removal spell, even though there's a lot of black cards. The one value of hitting Agent here is there's no other white cards, so the prowess creature, but it's so mid, and wow, he's going for that just for the fact that he's like, you know what? I might hook these other players to fight over black while I get every white card because no one's going to be thinking white is open after you look at this pack. So, and he thought about that pretty fast. I'm actually surprised.
I'm not surprised. I was taking that as well. I think Sharon Carter is a very powerful card.
Agreed.
It's also an easy card to get a 2-for-1 off of, and then to be an engine where you can draw many more cards off it. So if the game gets sloppy, the game slows down a bit and really gives a card like this time to kind of shine and accrue a huge advantage. So if you see Ruben saying I was villains last time, but now I'm going to be a double agent, and I'm going to hop on over to the heroes side and see how that feels. Jessica Jones, web up, immediately rewarded. And Ant-Man, kind of an interesting build-around card. There's the Mockingbird, and not too much else. Web up seems like a really solid choice.
I'm slamming web up. The only thing that I'm going to posture a bit, and not just put it there right away to make it not so obvious. But, man, when you start with a premium white uncommon like this, you get arguably, if not the best white common. You got to be really happy about that. And if I'm Steve, I just want to cut white as much as I can so I get hooked up for pack 2.
Yeah, great start. Instantly paid off for not taking the black card. And that's kind of how draft goes sometimes. It's just a common, but kind of a lucky flow to the draft and a good start with the Red Guardian as our next pick. And right to the window, and I got to imagine that's the pick.
Yeah, Red Guardian looks great to me. The Tapper, I think, is strong too, but Red Guardian a little bit more powerful. That card just so often just is, all right, I'll take 4 and then, play it at your opponent's end step, deal with their biggest creature. It's a card that if your opponent knows it's in your deck and, plays around it, they very much can, but at the very worst, a 3-mana 3/2 flash is already pretty strong, and the Tapper is whatever.
Yeah, Red Guardian's great. And if they're playing around it, they're just not attacking you ever, and that feels awesome.
Yeah.
So I would be very surprised to see Tapper over Red Guardian. Tapper is good, like you're saying.
Yeah.
But I think it's easily one of those 2 cards, and Steve is off to a smooth start. Gonna take the Tapper over the Red Guardian. Wow, I am surprised.
I'm shocked too, but hey, I'm not going to question the team that's been playing this set all day and seeing how this card is in action and stuff, but I'm shocked. I for sure would have picked the other card as well, but hey, if you are the white deck, you want to be more lower to the ground, you want to be a little bit more aggressive. This card's not aggressive, but it is a 2-drop versus a 3-drop.
That being said, it does have diminishing returns. The second tapper, the third tapper, gets to a point where you can't afford to use all of them. So,
I also think the Red Guardian is more a signal into other people jumping into white.
Correct.
You see this kind of draft chaff-ish.
We saw that on Tom's side. We saw the late Guardian, and it was sort of like, oh, wow, that's a really late Red Guardian. That's kind of weird. I wonder why that happened. But, it was a signal, I suppose. It would have been a ref security officer. But, all right, on to our next pack. It's been a smooth sailing so far. Frozen in Ice, Yellow Jacket, Super Soldier Serum, and Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Okay.
Has the time come to take a non-white card?
I would think so. All those white cards are replaceable. The rare is incredible, and it can just run away with games, but I think Frozen in Ice or the Human Torch look pretty good to me, but just taking the rare here I think seems safer. I think Super Soldier Serum is a card that's going to get better in team draft versus regular draft, as there'll be less removal, but it is just a card that you're just so all in. So Frozen in Ice looks great here.
Yeah, I like this pick a lot.
And blue-white is great.
Right.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right, great start for Steve. Absolutely smooth. And then
Ooh.
Stature in the window. What a great pickup. Photon Blast, Barrage, Futurist Forge, a Loki. This pack is great.
Yeah, you got to look at this. This is a strong red signal coming from the right. There's 2 premium red cards, but the fact that you just took Frozen in the Ice is the tiebreaker for me, where I'm picking Stature, because that card is really, really awesome as well.
All right, so moving into blue after a bunch of white cards, and Steve is off to a phenomenal start.
Yeah.
This is about as smooth as it could possibly go.
Blue-white team-up is, we see a lot of data, 17 lands type things, and it is one of the higher-rated percentage-wise win percentage in draft.
Yep. And again, it all goes back to that first pick. You
Yep.
know, took the white card over the black card, and, got a little lucky. It could have easily been a Cruel Alliance instead of a Web Up for
Yeah.
the next pick, and then everything's completely different. So
Agreed. I think his draft looks a lot worse if he takes the Cruel Alliance, and that is what I would have taken, and it would have went a lot worse for me.
I would take the Sharon Carter. So
Yeah, well.
easy to say from the booth, of course.
God,
but
you're so smart.
all right, so
Ooh, I like Beast in this deck.
yeah, so Beast, that is a blue card as well as a green card, of course. You can draw some cards. Wuhan Drone Flock is a flyer. Hydraulic Helper, not too much else. Gonna stop to read Earth's Mightiest Heroes, but
Yeah, it does not seem like people are loving Beast that much. Maybe I am just a sucker for the games where you draw that card and it connects. You just, you feel like that card's unbeatable. But the amount of times when you play it, it can't get through. That's a real thing, too. And the Drone Flock, not an amazing card either, but being able to fix your draws a bit and have some evasion, pretty tempting as well.
yeah, I think Beast is a card that plays a lot better in weaker arena pods and a lot worse in higher skill pods. So
Yeah, that's fair.
Super Suit, Speed, Falcon's Wing Harness. The white card's drying up a little bit here.
Yeah, drying up, but, is kind of already hooked up with a solid start. I think he's already at the point where he couldn't, really get out of it,
Yep.
And now being able to send some of your creatures to the sky, that looks pretty decent as well.
Thoughts on Wing Harness over the Super Suit? I kind of like the trickiness of a Super Suit.
I like the harness a little bit more. I think just repeatable flying to some of your janky creatures just is really, really strong. And in the right matchup, you play against green-white or whatever that doesn't have a lot of flyers, and you have a lot of removal, Falcon Wing Harness can just solo a game.
All right, well, Steve agrees. And off to a great start here with a bunch of blue and white cards.
Yeah, anybody just joining is like, well, great, great elbow or great shoulder here. But every time Steve picks up a card, he leans back into our perfect camera view. So might look a little strange, but of course, this is kind of where we want. And yeah, that's a great card as well. That is the Double Striker as well. So I like the Pestermite style creature here.
Strong agree. Yeah, the flyer seems awesome.
Yeah.
Definitely got to get into this blue-white sort of tempo thing. The fact that it's not a villain or a hero is a little awkward, but flyers are great.
It doesn't seem like he's very hero-centric so far right now. It is very much blue-white evasion. And that has been a great limited strategy for years, forever. Blue-white flyers with removal, always good.
Kind of funny to watch our boomer players skip all the prescribed archetypes and just draft red-black removal and blue-white flyers.
Yeah, I mean, it's tried and true. They've all done it at Pro Tours, and it's been successful. And, they've all team draft as well.
All right, well, this is where things get a little uglier. There's a blue and a white card in the back that aren't particularly good in Steve's deck. Helper can be okay if Steve were to pick up some artifacts. I mean, does have the Wakandan Drone, which is an artifact. You cast it on turn 3, so Helper's not the worst.
Yeah, I think we're not playing any of those. But, hey, the rare, perfectly fine here. That card can solo. It makes a creature gigantic. It might be just a very good sideboard card if you're up against a deck that is like green-red with all just damage-based removal. Something like that is devastating. So,
All right, got to go over Super Soldier Serum. High-risk, high-reward card. Didn't want it the first time, but it came back.
He almost picked it the first time, though, to be honest. He looked close. And, yeah, first strike, vigilance, the fact that it goes on offense and defense is great. And, hey, a Forge also not too bad. Blue-White Skies doesn't necessarily want this, doesn't necessarily love it. But, hey, if you got 22 playables, this can slot in as that 23rd, no problem.
Absolutely. Kind of card that gets better as the drafts get kind of scrappier and just uglier,
Yeah.
for lack of a better word.
Yeah, no, that's exactly it.
All right, so Steve feeling pretty good. Definitely has tapered off a bit, as most team drafts do, where, in a high-quality draft with high-quality players, things just dry up quicker.
Yeah. But overall, I think this is a great start, similar to Tom's. I think very solid. Great removal to start. Has a couple decent creatures. So I think Tom and Steve's kind of start pretty much mirror image.
Yep. We'll see.
And we know it is going to be blue-white against, the black-red.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of the matchup we are going to see.
So I imagine the helper here has to be the pick. It has some utility in the deck. There already are a few artifacts, and then once you have 2 helpers, you can kind of lean towards them as well.
Yeah.
I'm not going to cut any red card here, so take the helper.
Yeah, I think there's some kind of mind games you can kind of play too. If you get 2 red cards at the end, be like, all right, maybe I should be red. Even if they're not good ones, you can kind of put that thought into the player to your left's head.
All right, so let's review. White card, white card, white card, and then things do dry up for white. Blue, blue, a white card that's kind of okay, and then a lot more blue cards. White did dry up.
Yeah, it did.
So is Steve thinking about that?
He's definitely thinking about that. He's like, maybe I got a little bit hooked, with a second pick web up. And basically, what if the player to the right opened Civil War Saga, passed a web up, because obviously you would,
Right.
and then just picked every white card? That could make it so Steve's probably going to have a great white pack from the left, but that pack 3 could be troublesome. But I think Steve is kind of blinders down, can't really change at this point. And kind of just has to lean in.
So you don't think there's an exit strategy? Maybe possibly into blue-red artifacts, something else like that? The red being kind of open, has a few artifact enablers.
I think there is a little bit of a bailout aspect into blue-red if you open just some of the greatest blue-red cards, but I wouldn't think Steve's hoping for that by any means.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
But this is a plan B, plan C sort of thing.
Yeah,
I think
definitely
Steve,
possible.
Steve wants to open up an Agent Coulson and just kind of, take a great white card and keep staying on the course.
Yeah, absolutely. Or, of course, we haven't seen a hexproof flyer in a while, a 5-drop hexproof flyer. I think Steve would be plenty fine splashing for,
we ain't seen it here. It's a double-face card, and we would have seen it.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Come on. Way to ruin it.
Sorry to ruin your fun, Corey, but that card is, I'll bet you $100 it's not in that pack.
I am not going to take that bet.
I'll give you any odds you want.
Okay.
1,000 to 1.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, and that is the groan test in a team sealed thing. Like, someone opens that, they're like, oh, come on.
Yeah.
And then the teammates are just, like, thumbs up and ready to go. So
now, I will say, not to spoil anything, but remember in Pack 3, Tom Martell was handed a Black Panther, a double-face card to read.
Yes.
And it might have come from across the table.
I think it was, based on like where he grabbed it from. I would think that is Steve. So that was Pack 3, right? So that was the blue-white rare, right?
Blue-white rare. It's a fantastic rare. So going to be interesting to see that, we obviously have that foreknowledge. We each watched the draft.
Yeah.
Now in this pack, we know a good blue-white rare is coming. But what if Steve does take the off-ramp and does end up in blue-red and then Black Panther shows up? So
the blue-white card did not get to Tom. So it was taken. So, I bet he stays the course.
All right. Well, good pack so far. White Tiger, Shang-Chi, Madam Hydra.
I remember this pack.
Yep. Kree Sentinel. I am Iron Man.
And that card didn't make it to Tom, so.
White Widow's great. Oh, man. Oh, a Frozen Ice Web. Oh, my God. This pack is good.
So I think it's one of the removal spells, and I think Web Up is just a superior card. So I would assume we take Web Up, but, man, I am bummed to have to pass the 4-drop, the 2/3.
Yeah, White Widow.
Yeah, White
Frozen
Widow's
in
great,
Ice.
but you got to be spinning your webs here.
This pack is juiced, though.
This is juiced.
You've got even a dual land in there as a little consolation prize, the Madam. Yeah, pack's great. So Steve really hoping to table a card from this pack, but Web Up, I agree, is the pick. It looks like Steve does too.
This pack was better than any pack Andre Strosky saw in the last draft, like no doubt.
I have to imagine Steve's just reading Shang-Chi here and
yes,
not in serious consideration. So the 3 blue-white cards go to the front. Shang-Chi keeps popping up though.
Yeah, does not seem even like the greatest of cards. I mean, it is strong. Don't get me wrong.
It's
but
very good at the power cards.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Very, very solid card,
Yeah.
but pretty easy web up here.
Yeah.
So Shang-Chi getting passed alongside the Frozen in Ice and the White Widow, and Steve really hoping to table one of those. Good chance with the high quality of the pack.
Yep.
And here we go. Another Frozen in Ice. Cloak and Dagger. A fantastic card. And then Black Panther. And that's really it. So
Just put him right in the ice.
Yep.
I mean, that's great.
Another-
Having, I mean, now at this point,
That is
Steve's pretty much all ready to go with removal. He needs creatures now.
4 great removal spells.
Yeah.
Aerial Doombot in the consideration, but I think a few magnitudes below Frozen in Ice.
Yeah.
I think if it's late pack 3 and you're desperate for a creature, sure.
Yeah, that might be a wheel that he's happy about. And, Cloak and Dagger could easily splash. Not easily because it doesn't have anything to go yet. And we know Cloak and Dagger goes around, so unless there's another one opened. But easy removal spell here. Steve needs 2-drop. It's kind of the same for Tom.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing where in these kind of highly contested drafts, getting those, those highly desired cards is tough. And there is a 2-drop. There's the second Raft Officer. Now, already has one. Took it over the Red Guardian.
Yeah. And, it's probably going to take it here for mana value consideration. The card is still very strong, but I wouldn't be jazzed about that. That wouldn't be something I'd be jumping up and down about. And I would really make me regret passing the Red Guardian for this one.
Absolutely.
But I would have already regretted that personally as I would have picked the other
Right.
card. But
Kind of what I was saying with diminishing returns,
Yeah.
where like the Officer's good and all, but it's pretty mana intensive. It's definitely a piece of the puzzle, not a main course kind of card, whereas Red Guardian is always fantastic.
I don't know if this card does have diminishing returns, though. Like, 2 tappers is still just pretty good.
In the late game. Oh,
Yeah.
boy.
Ooh.
Oh, my. Oh, what a pack.
And the
So-
shield is great, too. That artifact has been very, very impressive for me, but I don't think I can pass it over White Widow.
White Widow's fantastic. Moon Girl, bomb rare.
Yeah?
Truly impressive rare, but as you were saying, it is pretty hard to utilize properly.
Yeah, he's really got to change his strategy drastically, and I don't think it's that level of power. I think it's going to be between the artifact and White Widow, but I think it's going to be White Widow here.
I would agree.
That's what I would pick.
Need some bodies.
Yep. And, if you ever do lose some of your Frozen in Ice to, let's say, a sacrifice effect or something, being able to White Widow get back one of those enchantments and recast it can be a real thing, especially against what we know that Steve's about to play against a Rakdos somewhat sacrifice deck. He doesn't have that many sacrifice outlets or anything, but...
Yep. So, thinking it through. I think that with Steve being kind of light on creatures, taking the equipment is a little risky, but Steve's saying, you know what? We're still early in pack 2. I can get some more creatures. Not too big of a deal.
And, this card is great with the officers being able to attack for 2 and then tap something down on your opponent's turn.
Yep.
It's great, but, yeah, that I would have picked the Widow, but I do think it is closer than it looks and maybe closer in the favor of Spy Kit. It is that good of an equipment.
Yeah, big mover upper.
Yeah.
As a Spy Kit. I know Monty and Paul were talking about it as well, and a card that looks a little iffy.
Yeah.
But does play out a lot better in the games than you
And
expect.
honestly, if Paul Cheon is saying he likes an equipment, you listen to him because he is a hater of pump spells and equipment, as, most players are. The cheese decks, are usually not where it's at, but this card does just enough. It's so cheap. +1/+1 is still very solid when it's only 2 mana to equip. And Scry 1, we saw it from the Falconer, that kind of flyer really leads to just your draws being amazing.
Leonin Scimitar, eat your heart out.
Yeah. I actually don't know what that card is. But.
It's from Mirrodin, the original equipment that costs 1, equips for 1, gets +1/+1. That's
Probably
it.
broken at the time.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
It was no bone splitter, but it was pretty good.
Yeah, there we go.
All right, take up the shield. Ooh,
Oh, there we
Atlantis
go.
attacks looks fantastic. Exactly what Steve's looking for. Another drone flock as well, but looking for a way to win the game. Atlantis attacks is pretty good.
Yeah, and to be fair, in sealed, I would think the 7-drop is going to be more powerful, so I wouldn't be crazy surprised if he does take the drone over it, but you would think that card is just so powerful you'd want to take it. But honestly, any of these 3 cards would make sense to me.
Now, don't forget he does have 2 of the Helper, which can cast the drone flock on turn 3, which is a pretty big upside.
That's true.
Makes card a
if
lot
he
better.
plays you don't want to play the helpers just to cast your drones faster,
Yeah,
but
true. right, take up a shield as a pick. It's a great protection spell.
Tom for sure hopes that he puts all those helpers in his deck possible.
Yep.
More creatures he doesn't have to use his premium removal spells on that can't pressure him.
All right.
So Tom's like, help away, buddy.
How do you think the matchup looks so far?
I think both players are going to very much struggle with ways to win the game because they both have premium removal spells. I don't know. I think if Steve can get more card advantage, I would think advantage to him because all these flyers are going to be must kills as Tom is not going to have a lot of ways to block any of these flyers. So it very much will depend on the final pack.
All right, there's a Triumph, a card that is very powerful when you're playing a bunch of creatures.
Yeah.
The thing Steve is currently lacking.
Yeah, it seems like premium removal is opened in these, in these 18 packs, but not as many just premium solid 2-drops.
Yeah, kind of odd. Usually your removal is at a total premium.
Yeah.
And it's just that on average in a team draft.
Yeah.
This set especially is kind of light on removal.
It is, yeah.
Oh, White Widow.
There
Hello.
it is. Now he's taking it. I mean, the land is nice too, but Steve needs creatures. He has to take this. I mean, I've said this already multiple times, and he's proven me wrong, but that one felt like a must.
All right, so White Widow number 1 into the pile. And Steve, kind of similar to Tom, where has a lot of the pieces, but it's kind of lacking a little oomph, a little meat.
Yeah. I mean, I think White Widow is awesome here at just returning the drone flocks.
Yep.
You know, like, and honestly, the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. looks great. Never mind. Get that Doombot in here.
All right, so.
I could see both, actually, but.
Yeah, I mean, Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. is not too bad with the Flyers.
It's been kind of impressing me, yeah.
Holds the grounds while the Flyers get in. Doombot is, there isn't really any artifact synergy to go around for the Doombot, so it's just a cheap or expensive flyer.
And the synergies of attack alone do that kind of thing is very much apparent in Steve decks. Like, that stuff is there, but Doombot I just think is a much better card.
All right, Doombot is a selection. Doombot.
I mean, 6 mana for a 4/4 flyer when you can also play it on turn 1 and get 3 or 4 bits of damage in. I think this card's great.
Doombot. And then we got Cavalry, Thor. Pretty powerful pack. Jessica Jones, Thor, and every card in this pack is a card you're happy to have in your deck.
Yeah, no kidding. We're probably just going to see the Surveil room, but honestly, as far as needing creatures, the 3/2 isn't the absolute worst, but this feels like a surveillance room to me.
Yeah, there isn't enough card draw in Steve's deck yet.
Yeah.
Man, what a good pack, though.
Yeah.
Like,
what was taken out of this, you know? Like, these are premium cards. Of course, a lot of them are gold cards. Jessica Jones, I still think, is incredible. And we saw Tom got a lot of them late.
Yeah, so Steve considering the Thor here. Thor does sort of solve problems in his deck.
Yeah?
You know, it is a big way to win the game, but you got to pass on it. And Drone Flock comes back.
He is playing all the flying robots here. And now the helpers are looking a little better. But, okay. All right.
Bro.
Enough drone flocks.
I heard you like drone flocks.
Yeah.
Ever been to Wakanda? They got a lot of drone flocks there.
Yeah, drones flock together.
That is 3 drone flocks, I believe. Yeah, that makes
That's 4. I think that's 4 drone flocks.
That makes those helpers much more appealing. Going flock on 3, flock on 4 is pretty awesome.
Would you play 2 helpers and 2 drone flocks, or would you rather play 4 drone flocks?
Well, I mean, got to mix and match, right?
No, I'd rather play 4. I mean, when I know I'm up against black-red, I would rather play 4 drops.
But he doesn't know that, so.
Yeah.
You know, so.
But like sideboard, after sideboard.
Sure. I can definitely see the helpers coming out in the matchup where you want every creature to be an impactful creature.
Yeah.
Which is a little tough because, like, the tapper is going to have that problem too, where, like, you know, if you just kill the larger creatures, the tappers just kind of hang around and kind of twiddle their thumbs and buy some time. But,
yeah.
So.
Steve needs some power. Steve needs a bomb. Very much so. That pack was a little less than impressive. His removal is set up. He's got it all. He's got 2 Frozen Ice, 2 Web Ups. He's got to be feeling great about that. He really needs some gigantic finisher. I really like the 7-drop in his deck, too, to be able to get a 6/5 hexproof. Yep. That's the type of card up against this Rakdos deck with all removal.
Oh, yeah.
If he knew what he was up against, you know, he would be putting a higher premium on that card, right?
For sure.
I really hope he opens a blue-white double face card. I think that's what he really needs this pack.
A nice blue-white mythic with some oomph in it would be nice.
Yeah, I think so.
All right. That's a lot of cheap cards.
Yeah.
Has 4 1-drops. Has a Shiner card or 2. So has some creatures, definitely, creatures have been the premium so far. The helper bots are currently on the back. Is that White Widow?
As they belong.
Is that White Widow in the back as well?
It was, but I imagine that's just he hasn't put it in the other direction yet.
No, it is back there with the helper bots. It looks like that White Widow is not currently in this pile.
That would be shocking to me.
Yeah, there is, there are a bunch of 4s already with the drone flocks and the ant. So it's four 4-drops currently. They all have flying.
Yeah, it does look like only 3 drone flocks, but still, I mean, I kind of think the White Widow is even better than the drone flocks.
Yeah, all right.
I mean, it's definitely better when you get like counter synergies. It plays a lot better in green-white.
Right.
But still, a solid card. And, well, I think we're pretty likely to open a blue-white flip card here, huh?
All right, here we go. Let's lay out those cards. Looking for a bomb rare. And, hold on.
It was there, yeah.
And there it is. Taking a peek at it. And
showing everyone around.
Showing everybody. Just look at this. It's just show and tell time in class,
Yeah.
Hi, everyone. My name's Steve. And this is my magic card.
I mean, it's also hey, I am in blue-white, so now anybody hate drafting blue-white. So let's pull this card up. Because this card is just gotta be slammed, right? I mean, it's almost no decision. I don't know what kind of uncommon we would have.
Yeah, it is such a powerful card. And it's honestly exactly what he needs. It is a way to win the game out of a big, powerful threat.
Yeah.
Making all his removal spells kind of work towards something.
Yeah, so whenever a player draws their second card each turn, you draw a card.
No, that counts yourself as well.
Yep, you are a player as well. So, I mean, this is great, and this is, of course, one of the cards where you can play on the front side, then transform, or just pay 6, transform it to the back side. So, King T'Challa here, awesome, right? I mean, this is exactly what Steve wanted, but would love another, bomb blue or white card right now.
Yeah, it's funny because the
backup's great too.
You are totally right in that now that's face up, the person passing him says, okay, I got to cut.
Yeah.
I gotta get a blue or white card. I can't let it go through. But here's Lightning Strike, Trickster Stratagem, a Land Cycler. Not an amazing pack.
Yeah, I mean, once again, if he knew he was up against Tom, the black-red bunch of spot removal style deck, the make 2/3/2 card's value goes up.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the better card is, of course, the card that Steve just picked.
Yeah, I mean, it already has a lot of removal.
He does.
So a little bit of diminishing returns there, but as you're saying, a fantastic card.
Yeah.
Also plays well with Black Panther. With that extra draw. So you see, Brave Brawler, honestly.
Great.
Yeah,
he needs it. He needs exactly that. So, you're not too happy about it, and I don't think the Super Intelligence is that amazing of a card, but I'm brawling here, aren't you?
Yeah, pretty easy pick, I think. It fills out the curve. Kind of looking to fill those needs in pack 3, and a 2-drop is one of them. So Steve, kind of been smooth sailing the whole way through. Got to be feeling good if you're Steve.
Feeling good. Still need some 2-drops. Would love one more powerful card. And the Atlantis. Getting a hexproof creature up against, a black-red deck would be very, very important. He did pass one already for Drone Flock number 3. To be fair, at the time, I think it was Drone Flock 2. Electric Boogaloo.
All right. You can see, you kind of feel the nervous energy a little bit. Which is great.
Bit. Maybe that's just coming from us. We're just on the edge of our seats watching an awesome draft. So once again, this has been great. Thank you to all of you watching. Wouldn't be able to do this without you.
Serpent Society. Nice Golgari rare. A little off where Steve's at.
Splash it.
How about another Drone Flock?
I mean, you really want the 4th Drone Flock.
And there's Mr. Fantastic. And not too much else.
I mean, I think it's the only card he would maybe play. But this feels like a hate draft scenario. Maybe just take the Serpent Society here. You just do not want to play 4 Drone Flocks. And Mr. Fantastic is not very powerful either. I've never played it. I've never had it played against me. I don't exactly remember exactly what it does.
Mr. Fantastic?
Is that the token one?
Yeah, 2/4 token and draw card. Honestly, the card's fine. You gotta work for it.
A lot better in blue-green. You can get some of the ants, make a treasure, draw a card, that kind of thing. But overall, not very impressive.
Just got to cut that Serpent Society. And
nice.
Helicarrier Strike, it's a nice pickup. Also a Herbie.
I think in the texture of Steve's deck, Herbie looks better.
I agree. I think that card advantage, a body.
Yeah. Nope. Everything's pointing to Herbie here. You just have enough solid removal spells, but Helicarrier Strike is the better card, so I could see this going either way.
All right, going for the strike.
Yep. I think once again, I sound like a broken record, but if he knows he was up against black-red value, get that Herbie in there. That's the exact card you want against that style of deck.
Yep. I think Steve is committed to not playing the helpers as well.
Yeah.
Herbie's a card that does, play very well with the helpers. So even with all the flocks, Steve wants to play the higher quality cards, which is a choice you can make in a vacuum.
Yeah.
Where, maybe your opponent's aggressive, you want to have the blocker, you want to have a 2-drop. Sure, there's a question mark, but specifically against Tom's deck, it's going to end up working out excellent.
And honestly, Tom is probably going to have a solid idea that, well, I am going to be playing against blue-white. Pack 3, he revealed a blue-white card that he slammed. So I don't think it's changed too much of how he drafted that third pack, but it's definitely an advantage to Tom as information is valuable.
Yep. Another 2-drop there, an Agent of Atlas. Not
great.
Not the most exciting, but totally fine.
Needed it.
Very serviceable. And we got Commando, Forge, Ghost, all castable cards that aren't particularly exciting in Steve's deck. And True Believers, and that's really it. Pretty weak back.
Yeah, I don't really want to play any of those. I think Forge is probably maybe the better of the card, but yeah, I mean, this card's not too exciting either.
Yeah, the Forge of a sideboard for a grinding matchup.
Yeah.
Kind of cool, but
the equipment with this is pretty nice. Make it a 3/3 untap. Solid. Nothing crazy.
Yeah, pretty weak card overall, though. Phantom Monster is not aged particularly well. And, yeah.
There's a Thor in every pack.
We love Thor here at Spotlight Marvel Superheroes.
No kidding. Poor Thor.
Yeah, a bunch of cards here that aren't very exciting. The Kree Commando, not a card you really want in your deck, right?
Not really in any deck.
No.
I have not found that card to be powerful in any kind of deck. Even the red-white prowess spell deck, it's pretty mid, but when you need a flyer, you need a very vulnerable flyer, I guess you can play it.
All right, gonna take Stark Industries. At this point, not really speculating on any splashes. I think just kind of half a cut and half in a weird world where I get past the last pick Thor.
Yeah.
And some weird stuff happens, sure.
Yeah, I think there's nothing weird going to be happening. We're probably not going to get any other really great playable. I think Steve's deck also looks like another solid 6.5. I think the Tom-Steve match is going to be very, very close.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm excited to watch it. I think both decks are very, very similar. They're both going to be a grind. I almost, looking at both decks, seeing both decks draft, I would almost rather be on the draw. Knowing both decks are just chock full of removal, pretty grindy. So that might actually become an advantage to Tom.
That's some old school magic.
Yeah.
That's something that these old school players are used to doing that maybe a new school player literally never has in their entire life.
Yeah. I mean, when you got a couple sweepers and you got 6-7 removal spells, I love taking the draw. You get an extra card.
Yep. Black Widow. Good card. Not really going to be too impactful here. So
a little hate drop.
Yeah, last few packs have not been super great, but Steve's deck feels mostly done.
Yeah.
Definitely some holes, that would like to be filled, but I think for a team draft, about as good as you can ask for.
Yeah, I will say I think maybe if I had to really put everything on a grading scale, this feels like a 6, a 5.5, and I think Tom's deck a little bit better, but that's why you play the games. It doesn't matter about a minor grading improvement.
Yeah, I kind of like Mr. Fantastic. I play well with Sharon Carter and the Clue tokens.
Yeah.
There's one or two other token makers in the deck. It's not great, but,
I mean, yeah, if you go Agent Sharon, or Shannon, into Mr. Fantastic draw 2, ooh.
Yep.
That's nice.
Not too shabby. So
not too shabby at all.
Honestly, the kind of card that would work out reasonably well in the kind of grindy matchup that Steve has in front of him. Sorry, someone touched the time stone and got things a little
yes,
time warped. And listen, you could always get lucky and have a 1/1 on turn 0 for free.
I mean, that would be awesome. Play that card, no red mana, just hope to draw it in your opener. If not, and even if you do draw in your opener, it's quite bad.
Yep.
But I'm here for it. This might be where players start experimenting in the finals of a Spotlight series.
Good time to get frisky,
Yeah, absolutely not.
Make sure you shuffle those 2 cards nice and well. And we are wrapping up the draft here. At this point, you can't really hope to get too much more for your deck.
No.
Maybe a last pick Thor, but
Yeah, now, we're at the end stage of a convention as well, where you hear everybody packing everything away. We're usually the last people in the room, and it becomes a bit of an eerie scene when you get this late into it. And there's only one thing left to do: play the finals, crown a champion, and then, well, the convention staff is going to kick you out.
Yep, nice last pick, Creek Commando there.
Yeah, that shows how powerful that card is.
Yep. All right. So Steve Rubin's draft. What do you think?
Yeah, I still think it's solid. I don't think it's anything really to write home about. And I think if this is the best deck on Steve Rubin's team, or honestly, if Tom's deck is the best on his team, I think both of them will be pretty unhappy. I don't think those decks are just absolutely busted. They're really hoping some of their teammates have better decks than them.
So the question is, with both of those drafts going fairly smoothly, there was not a lot of color switching. Both players locked into their lanes pretty early.
Yeah.
How do you think that affects the other draft decks at the table?
It would usually make them more powerful. If they just picked a lane and stuck to it, then the signals are easier to read, and you would think the decks around them would be better. It's the drafts that, like we saw from Andre, where he kind of started very open, started going into his lanes later into Pack 2. Those are the decks when you kind of, I wouldn't say train wreck, but you make everybody else's decks worse because you're just taking the best card out of every pack. So it also is just so dependent on what kind of card quality is open from the other players. So I'm dying to find out who has the best decks.
Yeah, it's funny, the butterfly effect.
Yeah.
If Steve takes Cruel Alliance, pick one, pack one, how different is that draft?
It really would have been. Maybe he just picked one card and then gets off of it too. That could have happened too. But yeah, it very well could have been a lot different. And I think I would have picked the Cruel Alliance, and I think it would have worked out way worse for me. So I think both players drafted their seat very well. Yeah.
All right, great. So we got one round of matches left to determine a champion here at Spotlight Marvel Superheroes. Those trophies are so cool, and I can't wait to give them out to someone. So we'll see if our players are all ready to go. We'll be playing just one round. Each player's playing their match. First to two wins the whole thing, and we're getting all set up. We're going to go to a short break here as we get things set up for our final match. So do not go nowhere. This is great for you. Take some time, microwave some popcorn, make a nice drink, get all cozy in, and let's crown champion. welcome back one last time here at Spotlight Marvel Superheroes. Jim Davis, Corey Baumeister, we're here in Las Vegas about to crown a champion.
It's been a super weekend, man. I've had a blast casting this with you. The formats looked great. We got just well-deserving champion no matter who wins. So, I mean, this is some exciting stuff.
So let's look at our bracket real fast and see our two teams in the finals. Pro Tour champions everywhere. Andre Strosky, Steve Rubin, and Alexander Hayne on one side, the 1 seed, and on the play.
Yep.
There's Greg Dyer, Tom Martell, and Sam Black. Tom Martell also a Pro Tour champion. I mean, with Andre's team all on the play, you got to give him the edge, right?
You got to give him the edge, but, you know, Tom's deck, I would not be, like, it's close if he wants to be on the draw anyway. So, of course, that's just one match. The other match is very much limited. You almost always want to be on the play. So, still got to be an advantage, no doubt.
All right, well, it's getting late, and our players are ready. So let's get right down to our feature match area. Of course, we'll be watching Tom Martell and Steve Rubin, our two features drafters. We got to watch both their drafts in its entirety. So cool to see the draft evolve on both sides of the table, and now they're going to battle.
Yeah, and decks look very similar as far as power level from both of these players. So, you know, they get to decide who gets to go to dinner with a lot extra money in their pocket, and of course bragging rights, and the fact that you get to hold some of these really cool trophies. So.
Yeah, trophies are unreal. We'll see more of those later a little bit, and no player here is out of their element.
Yes.
These players have been here before. Again, 4 of 6 of these players are Pro Tour champions.
Yep.
Team Limited brings out the best.
And maybe Greg Dyer is one of the players that might not be a household name to everyone, but Tom, Sam, they have very high regards for his game, and good friend of Tom's, kind of how they got on teams here. So, yeah. And he's been playing great. He's been playing some lights-out magic, so
Great
should
stuff.
be fun to watch.
All right, I think we're ready to pop down to our feature match. Steve Rubin, Tom Martell, Spotlight Marvel Superheroes. Let's play for a trophy.
Yeah, this is going to be really exciting. See who can take it down here.
Of course, all smiles, too. These are all players who are friends. These players have been playing Magic together on Pro Tours and stuff for well over a decade, and for some much longer.
Definitely, and if you can lock in taking 4th at the beginning of the weekend, pretty much all these players would.
Yep.
You know, I mean, getting the Pro Tour invite for all you and your buddies, you got to be feeling pumped about that.
I like this wide shot, too. You see,
Yeah.
look at Steve cheering the team on. Everyone's laughing, having a good time. Love seeing the camaraderie between, you know. Hey,
What does Andre have in hand that the boys are so excited about?
I mean, hopefully we'll find out. But
Yeah.
asking, you know, for some mulligan decisions, you know, hey, how do you think it's going to line up?
Yeah,
Steve's
you know
saying-
it's not a busted card. Like, they would not be
Yeah.
showing that. It's probably like the 23rd card that they were debating if they should have cut or not, and now it's in the opener. Like,
All right, let's get
Yeah.
started. Steve Rubin on the play. Steve's entire team is in the play. Planes go blue-white versus Rakdos. Tom Martell, the Swamp, and buckle up, folks. Get a Snickers. A lot of kill spells on both sides. This is going to be a grindy one.
yeah, absolutely. And you might be hearing some teardown noises here as they are very much getting everything taken down. So apologies if you hear that, but it is what it is.
I mean, these players are going to tear down and get this trophy.
Yeah, there we go.
So there's the Planes from Tom Martell. So the white splash already online. And here comes the security officer. The first point on the way to a possible championship. But right back Tom Martell's way. This is going to be a long one.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, almost assuredly, Tom is still a Rakdos deck. I'll take a look here at the deck list. And, yeah, is very much black-red, but with the splash. And, well, here's one of the cards that we splash for, and that's incredible. Cloak and Dagger being able to select either the creature in play or a card in hand. You almost always go with the creature in play as well. The mana had to be used to play the creature, but not always.
Interesting thing here is that usually a kill spell undoes the work the Cloak and Dagger does. Not true with Frozen and Ice, because the card will still be tied to the Cloak and Dagger in play. So kind of a fun little removal snafu
It doesn't
there.
lose that ability type thing?
It loses the ability, but it's tied to the card. Just a piece of cardboard that it is. So
Okay.
a lot of choices here for Tom. I mean, are you going after the hand? Are you going after the creature? What are you doing here?
I feel like just taking the Frozen and Ice is probably better, just allowing this tapper to keep tapping down Cloak and Dagger. No matter what, Steve is going to have a nice play next turn of one of the many 4-drops that, Steve has in his deck. I'm glad the White Widow made it to the deck. I would have been shocked if it wasn't, but looks like he's just taking the most powerful 4-drop. and going there. So, yeah, with what you said about the fact that the removal spell doesn't really get you your card back, this makes a lot of sense, too.
Yeah, and the hand's kind of slow and clunky, but I think it actually lines up pretty well for Steve against this kind of, bevy of removal spells that Tom has. Just, play a reasonably good individual threat, kind of keep doing that over and over again, kind of get on the board. So back Steve's way, there's land number 4. 4 drops for days, could say go with the Ant, and that's going to be the plan. So going to pass with the common Flash Flyer and the Tapper up. Tom going to draw.
Yeah, no big surprise, what Steve's going to be doing here as the Cloak and Dagger has revealed all the secrets. But one thing Tom is sorely missing here is red mana.
That's of those 3
there it
lands.
is.
Like, there's a mountain in the window, too, yeah. So a lot of cards in hand. Like you're saying, Tom being on the draw here, I think is almost an advantage.
I think
with
so, too.
So many kill spells and no real, powerful engine for a player to get set up. Usually the problem is, the fear is that if you're on the draw, your opponent gets an engine set up and you can't really kind of get out of it. But it doesn't really exist in either deck.
Yeah, I think I would choose to draw after game 1, whoever lost, personally. But I think it is a little more sketchy from Steve's side. Steve just has good creatures that are aggressive. You kind of want to get on the battlefield, but...
All right, so we're going to see a combat step giant-sized flying ant tap down Cloak and Dagger. Now going back Tom's way, main phase number 2, and the Mind Rot. Wow, okay, Hydra Infiltration. Discard 2 cards, and now every individual attack will drain for 1. Really buckling up for the grindy game.
Wow, I'm shocked about that. I mean, and Tom, to be fair, kind of knew what he was going to be playing against game 1. You could, I guess, maybe assume that the blue-white mythic rare either could have been hate drafted or splashed, but more than likely, Tom had to expect he's playing against a blue-white deck.
Yeah, and blue-white's usually fast.
Yeah.
Usually the blue-white decks are often, the base white decks are pretty fast, kind of tempo-y. So yeah, pretty interesting to play this Infiltration, but speaks to how Tom thinks his deck is. Just wanted that 2 for 1.
Yeah, and could have talked to his team and just be like, did you guys pass a lot of hyper-aggressive white cards? And be like, no, I'm in hyper-aggressive white.
Right.
Those kind of things can influence your deck building, because you do get to build together as a team.
All right, so
type thing.
Here's that play you were talking about. The Frozen Ice is in the graveyard. White Widow could return it.
Yeah.
Or could add power to the board. What's more important?
I would think adding power to the board is a little more important here. So,
all right, well, that is the choice that Steve makes. Steve agrees. And that a large flower comes in for 4. Pretty solid hit.
Yeah, this is a big chunk.
Leaving by White Widow. 1 mana up for the Tapper, which can tap small things for 1, which is great. Kind of keep that Cloak and Dagger in check. And yeah, this is definitely a game where Steve Rubin is the beatdown.
Yeah.
Almost out of cards and on the board. Tom Martell has a fistful of cards and card advantage engines as well, with Jessica Jones in hand.
And now Steve really wants to find one of the 2 web ups. That's kind of like the only way to truly remove Cloak and Dagger from Steve's side. There is one Helicarrier Strike as well. That's pretty nice, but getting that drone back is kind of a big deal here.
Yep, absolutely. All right, tap in combat, Cloak and Dagger. Gonna go down. Here's land number 5. I think I saw Claw in hand for Tom Martell. A little more discard. Does Steve have any cards in hand?
I don't think so. I think he is hellbent here. That's why he was kind of considering, maybe I don't really want to bring this thing in, this removal spell back. But there's the Punisher case, right?
A fantastic sequence. Killing the best card in play and then playing Jessica Jones. This game is already slowing to a crawl, and there's no card you want more of Jessica Jones on your side when the game is slowed to a crawl.
Yeah, no kidding. And now that would have been a great target to ice down, too, for instead returning that with the White Widow. But, hindsight's 20/20.
All right, so I'm going to read Jessica Jones here.
It's about to just take over the game.
Yep.
That's how good this card is. I have been such a believer in this card. It has done some nice work for me, and it's done some nice work every time I've seen these players have it all weekend. You just start your turn with, do I need to do something right now? No? Okay, let's start with Jessica Jones and see what I got on top.
Yep. Drawing to every other turn effectively.
Yeah.
Yeah, great spot for Tom. At a pretty healthy 12 and not facing down too much pressure.
Yeah,
So it
no.
looks like the 1 card in hand for Steve is a land. Is that a Plains?
Yep, looks like a Plains to me.
All right, so back Tom's way.
And the fact that when you get to attack, you do a little bit of draining with this enchantment as well. So Tom's able to get aggressive here. And now we'll see if Jessica Jones gets in. You got to think Steve is toast for this game. Does that just mean Tom has that much gas? So,
Uh-oh.
uh-oh.
Yeah.
Steve's like, you're going to attack with that? Like, Yikes. No, he's doing the classic stun, take it out of the sleeve thing.
Oh, wow. More card advantage. Crimson Operative revealed with a land. That's perfect.
Yeah. Yeah. That is absolutely unreal. You never really need the white mana anymore.
All right, so yeah, gonna hold. Go a little fast here.
Yeah.
Gonna play the Operative before playing the Swamp out of Exile. So, in case the Operative hits a land it wants to play instead.
In case it specifically hits a mountain.
Yep.
That's the only land that you would prioritize over. And
wow.
Yep, big move there.
Look at that. And the red card to follow. Here's Hawkeye, commanding position for Tom Martell in game 1.
And yeah, so far, Tom's deck's looking a lot better, but you also got to think, hey, being on the draw here, having some extra cards, and of course Jessica Jones tapping to draw 3 cards is pretty good as well.
Yep. So back Steve's way, a lot of work to do.
Yeah. And now this swamp is actually gone. Jessica Jones is not templated where you can play it the following turn. That would just be too unreal. And it's also not templated where you can do it at end step, sorcery speed only. So they took as much away from that card as possible to try to not make it busted, and I still think it ended up being great.
All right. Back Steve's way. Looks like Hayne has already gotten game number 1, so good news for Steve, who's not looking too good this game.
Yeah.
And going to unstun the Jessica Jones. Again, that Swamp is in exile but cannot be played.
Yeah, and we'll see if Tom knows that. And if it gets put into play, we might have to phone down.
We can get Jessica Jones up and take a peek and confirm if that is the timing on it. Pretty sure. This turn is it.
That's it.
It's not sorcery speed though. On the activation.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think we were allowed to play that swamp though.
Yep.
I don't think that was allowed. You may play the cards this turn.
Yeah.
Oh no, Crimson Operative allows you to. No, he played the Crimson Operative
Correct.
land. So
Correct.
yeah, I don't think he was allowed to play that swamp.
All right, we're going to see if we can get down. There we go. Getting right into action. So easy mistake to make. These exile effects, there's literally 2 of them on the battlefield that do different things. Often tough to figure out which one's which. So
Exactly.
that Swamp goes back to exile. No harm, no foul.
Yeah, so you're right. It doesn't have the timing restrictions, but it is this turn, so you can't go like end step, tap it, and then play those cards, on the following turn.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That's what you meant.
Yeah,
My
yep,
apologies.
And play this card this turn. If it was templated, play this card until end of turn. You could do it at the end step.
Correct.
And then you'd get to do your thing.
So you can activate it in your opponent's turn. You probably just don't want to.
You really don't want to. Yeah.
All right.
Would not recommend.
All right, so Jones is still stunned. The Operative, Hawkeye ready to rock and roll. Hawkeye can tap some things. You can see some rummages here also. Tom Martell firmly in the driver's seat. And there really aren't many cards in Steve's deck that can kind of like have that big swing play to come back from this.
No, not really. That's the thing he was kind of missing. The 7-drop that could bounce a couple things, make a 6/5. That's the kind of big thing you would need. But, yeah, but I'm with you. It's not that great, and everything just looks like Tom is going to be picking up a relatively easy game 1 here because, you look at all the stuff that's on the battlefield right now and Tom's ahead, and that's without even kind of considering Jessica Jones is going to draw you 2 cards every other turn.
Yep. All right, so Hawkeye.
I like that, flavor text as well. I would trade all my powers for a fresh pot of hot coffee right now. I think these players kind of feel that as well. It is quite late in Vegas.
It is getting late.
Yeah, these players are feeling it, no doubt.
And all our East Coast folks who are still watching, you are the true Marvel superheroes of this event.
Yes.
Thanks for staying up with us. We appreciate that so much. So Hawkeye comes in, 2 activations, 2 damage, and can't block on White Widow. And life totals don't tell the whole story here. We're going to see a rummage. Goodbye, second copy of Jessica Jones. And here's a draw.
God, that's just such a bad sign for Steve. Steve's like, that's your worst card?
Yep.
Great. And I did see Hour of Defeat in hand for Tom. If any big spell comes off, or just, hey, wait till Steve's end step, kill the tapper that Steve thought he could rely on. And as much as life totals are still pretty high here, this game feels relatively over. We did just top deck a very nice one here in the Sharon, but that's just going to die.
Yeah, so Agent 13 coming in. Sharon Carter going to try and make some clues, but plenty of action for Tom Martell.
I would believe Tom's going to say, beginning of combat, I'd like to stop you, good sir.
Yep, hold on just a minute there. And Tapper, like I was kind of saying in the draft, Tapper's good. But you'd have to have other things to do.
And I don't think the Tapper is good in this matchup.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
Yeah.
You want all of your creatures to be hitters that need a hard removal spell. But we are going to see an attack. So,
and even like Tom playing that 4-mana enchantment that we don't see a lot, I feel like he's very much understanding what this kind of grindy matchup is going to be about. Playing that where it's just 2-for-1s. 2-for-1s here, 2-for-1s there.
Big statement from Tom Martell. So Tom Martell allows the attack to go through. The clue is made from Sharon Carter, then blocks with the Crimson Operative and wants to get the prowess trigger to go for the trade.
Wow.
So Tom is saying, you can have your clue. I want to clean this board up right now.
Wow. I mean, but to be fair, this is just still a trade, right? But, I mean, yeah, that's great.
Yep, so Tom's saying, I'm ahead, I want to stay ahead, which is mop all this up. Does leave Sharon Carter in play, but now Tom can try and make it so it has no good attacks.
Yeah, and I guess that's kind of – I think either play is going to be pretty good. Kill the Agent. He probably has another removal spell, but, I mean, if he doesn't, the Agent is the type of card that could get him back into it. Kind of. But,
yeah,
of course, still Tom looking amazing and very favored in this game. And because you get to start with, Jessica, tap this.
Yep. All right, so here comes Jessica Jones once again. Got to go on that coffee break and find some great ideas.
Yep, she just had a full cup of coffee and now ready to go. Jessica Jones drew 3 cards last time with the Crimson Operative drawing an extra card as well. So now you get to make your land drop.
Yeah, only bummer here is you can't discard that land from exile to the warrior, but I mean,
shucks.
You know, jeez.
Then Tom's in trouble, huh? Now he gets to know the coast is clear.
Ooh, okay. So take up the shield, the only card in hand. Claw's going to force Steve Rubin's hand here to cast Take Up the Shield. Going to put a counter on Sharon Carter, or at least try to. And there will be a blocker for the turn.
Wow, that was the card drawn off the clue. So if Steve would have played that 4th land pre-combat, could have sacked the clue and then saved a creature. So maybe a minor misstep.
Yeah, that's tough.
Yeah, that's tough to do. Like, you want to conceal some information.
Right.
And it just ended up not working out perfectly.
So now the Hawkeye can make it so Sharon Carter can't block.
Yeah.
So, but that now a 4/3 Sharon Carter is much more threatening because it can attack through more stuff. It can get through Hawkeye potentially, and get at least one more clue. And if Steve can get in, get a clue, and then trade, it can be some sort of path to get back in this game. But man, the Warrior comes in, discards a card. Tom's deck is humming right now.
Yeah, I think he does have the 5-drop, the Madame in hand as well as Tom's last card, plus a mystery card that he just picked up. So, yeah, looking pretty good here for Tom Martell.
All right, so remember that Wakanda Drone Flock is under the Cloak and Dagger, not in play. That is Steve Rubin's card. And here comes Hawkeye. Nope. Yes, no, maybe so. Hawkeye is in. Cloak and Dagger is in. 3 mana available for the full send on the Hawkeye if Tom Martell so chooses. But just going to go for a can't block and a deal 2. So 6 damage across, 2 life gain for Tom Martell.
And Tom has 2 5-drops in hand. That's pretty good.
Yep.
And I believe, 10 mana to be able to play them both next turn?
Quite a bit.
Yeah.
All right, so back Steve's way. It's Steve, Sharon Carter, and a Dream.
And he'll get to make a clue and do something. So Steve will get to draw 2 cards here. If he draws 2 phenomenal ones, we could be cooking. That doesn't change the fact that it still gets double blocked profitably here.
Yep. Unless there's a scry into a clue sack into a trick.
Yes. Another take up the shield. Scry, it doesn't matter the order, really.
Helicarrier Strike could be a huge one.
Yeah. And we'll see. Does he crack it right now? I would think why not. Give yourself more information. Both players know it's going to happen.
Yep. All right, there it is. Look like an island. And he says, all right, Tom, you can block if you want to.
And Tom gets to throw away 2 creatures that drew him a card or took a card away from Steve. So
yep.
As much value as Agent 13 had, Tom's creatures did as well.
Sharon was 3-for-1. But unfortunately, you're going to need a lot more than that to get back in this game. Hawkeye untaps, Cloak and Dagger untaps. Jessica Jones is not untapped.
You know what else he just drew? A Cruel Alliance.
Oh,
so Tom's hand is Madame, the 5-mana 5/5 reach creature, and a Cruel Alliance. Is that good?
This is a cruel game so far for Steve Rubin.
Yeah. Tom's just thinking, God, I am great. My deck is awesome. This is going well.
I am so great. I am so great. Yeah, really going according to plan here. And I kind of agree with your assessment from the draft. It looks like a pretty good matchup for Tom Martell.
It does. It does. And I'm going to be curious if Steve chooses to be on the player draw next game.
How many Futurist Forge did Steve have in his sideboard?
Just one.
Just one?
Just one. Just one in the 75. I'm not sure if it made it to the sideboard or the main. But that's definitely a card that's coming in. Any kind of grindiest card like that, he would love to have an Atlantis that would come in. A hexproof creature against this would be great.
Yep. Steve's really going to want all of his cards to be very impactful.
Yeah, and Tom wants to just keep drawing Jessica Jones. Like,
yeah.
if that card does not get removed immediately, I mean, look what it did. He just buried him in card advantage.
Yeah, great game for Tom Martell, taking game number 1 there in dominating fashion. And I think Steve's got a lot of work to do here. I think a lot of Steve's main deck cards don't seem great here. The Spy Kit, the Tappers, going to try and find a way to kind of overcome all the removal and card advantage that Tom Martell has access to. You see Mission Fantastic coming into the window
He's
here.
like anything that just gives me more value.
Right. Anything that gives me a card, anything that is at least threatening enough to demand a removal spell.
Yeah.
And, whew, boy, good stuff.
And Sam and Alexander Hayne already heading to game 3
wow.
in the time that they finished one game. And Strosky and Greg are, they are still in game number 1.
Grinding it out. So, as our players shuffle up, let's take a second here and remind you all, if you want to make your own Marvel superhero stories, you can go on to StarCityGames.com and order Marvel superheroes right now, whether it's sealed product, whether it's singles, Mjolnir, MODOK, Cosmic Cube, or more. Check it out, StarCityGames.com/MSH for all of your Marvel superhero needs.
Pick Jessica Jones when you're drafting, okay? If that's my one lesson to teach right here.
So you're saying buy Jessica Jones,
yes.
Put them in your pocket, and go to draft at your local store. And then take him out of here? No, don't.
No.
Don't listen to Corey.
What are you talking
Corey's
about? Don't listen to me. You
Corey's
just said the words.
I'm a hero trying to stop you from being a villain like Corey wants you to.
I'm saying draft this set and pick the card. You're talking about blatant cheating.
I'm Vision. You're the Void. We all. I'm not Vision. Oh my God, Century. It's getting late here, folks. So
you need to brew up a pot of hot coffee and start investigating like Jessica Jones.
I gotta call Jessica and get that going. So
yeah.
Check it out. Marvel Superheroes available now on StarCityGames.com.
That wasn't your strongest ad read. I'm being honest with you. I'm the Void here. I'm trying to help you out.
Maybe you should stop telling our audience to cheat. I'm just saying. I just think that maybe that'd be a good thing to do.
All right.
I love the Grand Prix Montreal deck box from Tom Martell.
Yeah.
Love that.
Yeah, no kidding. As well as the classic CFB deck boxes that we've seen in the past. That stuff is just a classic flashback. I mean, these kind of deck boxes, that's all we had back in the day, and we liked it. Now they're all magnetic. They're gigantic. You can put your car keys in them. You can throw them across the wall, and your cards will be safe. These ones, if you dropped them, they'll explode. They will fully explode and shoot all your cards everywhere. They'll break, and we liked it.
Yep. Loved it. I love my old Star City Games Open Series deck box. Pre-SCG Tour days. And if you had it long enough, it would get worn off where it was just white.
Yes.
It was like all the blue graphics and stuff would slowly get worn away. And I got a few of those, stuffed in the closet somewhere.
I'm not the type of person that likes to hang on to a bunch of stuff. I don't like cluttering up my house, especially with my fiance who loves cluttering up the house. But those kind of things, I keep all those deck boxes. They just remind me of a nice, simpler time,
Good stuff. So, Strosky taking a game. So we have Strosky and Hayne up a game. Tom Martell up a game. Sorry, Hayne is going to game 3 with Sam Black.
It's exactly even.
Yep.
With Tom up a game and Strosky up a game and them going to game 3. So
big match here. A bit of a mountain to climb for Steve Rubin. Matchup-wise, Steve's deck looks pretty good, but didn't line up particularly well against what Tom was doing. And honestly, Tom's deck looks like a really good team draft deck.
Yeah.
In retrospect, looking at it from a lens of if you're playing an arena draft, it looks kind of whatever. But in the context of a team draft, decks are a little worse. It's a little harder to kind of get things going. It's hard to get those really powerful engine cards. Having a lot of removal, having a lot of card draw and card advantage is a great place to be.
I just think his matchup lines up very well against what Steve's doing. Like, if Steve was hyper-aggressive blue-white, where he just had, 8 2-drops, 6 3-drops, and removal, that I would say, this is going to be very, very close. With the fact that Steve is playing, this 4-drop Typal-style deck, he's playing, 6 4-drops, 7 4-drops, and it is what it is. That's what Steve saw.
Right.
He didn't really have any option, maybe besides 1 or 2 picks. He just did not find the aggressive creatures. And both players have great removal, but Steve also just doesn't have that much card advantage. So that's the big difference is they both have great removal. Tom has the card advantage, so big advantage to him.
Absolutely.
What do you think? Do you think Steve's going to say player draw?
I mean, it's funny. If we had some Zoomers in here, they wouldn't even consider it.
Yeah.
But I could see Steve taking out a page of the old school book and looking to be on the draw.
Yeah.
I would love to see it. It's a tough thing to do here in modern day Magic in 2026 in the play booster era. But
yeah, the more modern day Magic, the more the play is kind of more overpowered. But in this type of matchup, yeah, I could see it.
let's see. Looking at the opener, looks pretty good.
Yeah. Lands and drones.
All right, well, there's a mulligan for Tom Martell. One thing that if in the case that we don't know yet,
Yeah.
whenever you choose to draw and your opponent mulligans, you do a backflip.
You're like that super intelligent card, like the one drop,
Yep.
where it's just the gigantic brain. That's
Yep.
how you feel.
Yep.
You're like, I've done it. I have 100% done it.
All right, so we shall see.
It looked like Steve said, I'll keep first before Tom.
I agree. I would be surprised.
I would be shocked too. I think if they had like the same deck, if it was two of Tom's deck,
Right.
then you'd be a lot more inclined to be
It's
on
also
the draw.
it's different because we watch Tom's entire draft and know his entire deck.
Yeah.
Steve does not.
Yeah.
You know, and I think that it's the kind of thing where, however this match goes at dinner later tonight, and when they're all talking about the games, how things went, maybe Steve says, maybe I could have chosen to draw.
Yeah,
in that
yeah.
match, you know.
Or maybe he, listens back to this and you're like, God, Corey's stupid. Why would I ever draw here?
All right, so turn one aerial Doombot, and once again, it looks like Steve's the beatdown. So Doombot comes in. Is there a follow-up? Unfortunately, not a lot of twos in Steve's deck. So back Tom's way.
He does have a 2, but it's take up the shield. But I think he does have the 3-drop to get a 2/2, get a 1/1 body, which is excellent, and then into one of the drone flocks, if I saw that correctly.
Well, there's the spy kit. Still in the deck after board. Risky.
Yeah.
And
Oh, interesting.
the no equip here screams take up the shield. If
Yeah.
you just play the thing and say go. So
But what we know is Tom does not have a lot of the negative 2s.
Right.
So equipping here was excellent.
Yep. So here it comes. Ooh, but they're an aggressive use of the lockup, and that speaks to the fact that Tom just has 9 removal spells in his deck, and he's okay using it early.
And man, he's splashing white for literally 2 cards and just had them on turn 2 and 3. Like, that is nice.
All right, so gonna cast the villainy draw 2. It's an instant, so playing it in the main phase. Lose 2, pass turn.
Doesn't want to get quenched.
Yep.
Doesn't want to get, we say the...
Yeah, and this is the exact script for Tom, right? Kill a thing, draw some cards. Kill a thing, draw some cards.
And this is the exact script from Steve. Play a drone, then a drone, then a drone.
Yeah, so like you were saying in the first game, a spy kit looks really awkward here because it's just a card that requires some other card to be good, and it's hard for Steve to keep cards in play.
Yeah, I actually like it. I think it's going to be great here. You're able to equip it next turn, attack for 4, and then play another drone. It enhances every creature. It still seems fine here.
All right, well, here's land number 4. A lot of cards in hand for Tom. We see the Crimson Operative. Tom is in the mulligan, so is down a card.
Kind of fix the mulligan here with this Visions, but yeah, no doubt. He has Crimson Operative here, but this is not solving the flying problem. Neither is a 2/4 reach because, well, the shield is going to be excellent. 4/4, be able to attack right through it. And, I believe Hawkeye came in from the board here from Tom.
I think so, yes. So giant spider, if you will, but the flock picks up the equipment, goes to a 4/4, comes in, untaps, scry 1, goes on top, deals 4, not too shabby. Tom down to 13. Can Steve keep the pressure on?
He sure can. If pressure equals another drone fleet, then yes, he sure can. And honestly, if one of them doesn't get destroyed and then you get to untap and have the take up the shield, like, you got to be feeling great.
Yeah, that's huge.
So, I mean, one thing Steve has to be very afraid of, the combo. There's so many little pockets of synergies in this set, which makes it just so great for Limited. But if we have the Photon Blast, all of a sudden, you get to wipe the whole board next turn pretty easily for 4 mana, kill 2 creatures. But we know. I think Tom does have one of those, doesn't he? Maybe not.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah, so Hawkeye, Young Avenger, adding 2 damage to any burn spell. We're going to see a web up. So interesting spot where this is not very mana efficient. Not being able to leave up, take up the shield, or play a threat. But Steve's scared of the Hawkeye. It's kind of the power of some of these cards where they have these combos innately in them. Maybe Tom doesn't have it, but if he does, it's backbreaking. So
Yeah.
Here's the web up, and a 5-drop comes in, and these Kree Sentinels are going to be very good, mega giant spiders. Maybe Steve going to regret that web up.
Oh, I was just thinking the exact same thing. I mean, you can attack in, and with the pump spell, you get one attack here. But, yeah, that web up, you're very much going to regret if you can't deal with it. But Steve does have a plethora of removal spells, and believe it or not, more drone fleets where that came from.
All right, so Tom, look like you're going to take it pretty quickly. You're taking a second to think about it, though. Take up a shield, of course, on the table. It's a card Tom saw game 1. There's the suit up, which gives +1/+2. So there are a number of failings here that would be pretty rough for Tom.
Yeah, he's just thinking, does it get better? And God, it does seem like we got all the drones ready to be deployed here. I think both of the other ones are in hand for Steve, plus to take up the shield. So,
all right, Tom takes it. So down to 9 life. Drone flock number 2.
Already kept one card on top, and that's a mythic.
Wow.
And that's a mythic common. So, I mean, those are Steve's best 2 cards left in the deck.
The rare top. Tom can't be liking that one here at 9 life behind. Looking to stabilize. Tom definitely the control deck. Here's land number 6. You're going to start things off.
Tapping this down, a little lightning helix action, it looks like.
The cruelest of alliances. Going to go teamwork on the alliance. Goodbye, drone flock. Hello, 3 life. Kind of fogs the next attack.
What card do you like more, Cruel Alliance or the Hour of Defeat? After watching all this Magic all weekend?
Cruel alliances look really good.
Same. It's just looked back-breaking.
Yeah.
The flexibility is just so good.
Yeah.
I think they're close, but, man, Cruel Alliance is just, every time it gets cast, I'm just like, wow, there's not many cards that would get people out of this scenario. And then they, exile their biggest creature in game 3, and you're like, wow, they're right back in it.
Yep. Well, guess what? How about flock number 3? So
you can't keep the flocks down forever.
T'Challa's still on top. Also, the flying ant. So Steve's doing a good job this game of finding good threats. Just having enough good things to play to kind of keep his ball rolling. Has the web up next turn for this Kree Sentinel. I would say next turn for Tom, probably the most important turn of the entire game. What does Tom have next to kind of stem the tide?
Yeah, we will find out. And a big result there. Sam Black took it down.
All right.
So it is all on, from Alexander Haynes' perspective, Dem Boys, as that's usually their team name.
And Tom looking pretty good here, matchup-wise in this game, trying to cross the finish line.
Yeah, and I mean, look at this. We've been talking how this matchup seems really brutal for Steve. Steve needs to overcome this. And Andre has to, of course, win as well. So,
wow. So big thing here. Tom decides to tap Mountain, Swamp for the operative. Hits Hulk Smash.
Yeah.
So wanted to leave the white mana up. There only are a few white cards in the deck, and the 2 mana one's already been cast. So now could have fired up the Hulk Smash, teamworked it, taken down a flyer, taken down the equipment. Would have been quite potent.
If I'm Steve, I'm like, well, Cloak and Dagger's in his hand 100%.
Yep.
There's no way it's not, And to be fair, Crimson Operative, we can cast the Hulk Smash next turn.
Mm-hmm.
And that is non-creature, right? Like, you can't blow up 2 fleeks.
Correct. But you can't kill the equipment, which is pretty good.
Or the equipment, which is
But
nice.
now there's so much weight on this Kree Sentinel where if there isn't a Cloak and Dagger to take that web up, that Sentinel's out of here, huge attack in the air, and Tom is up against it.
Yeah, attack for 7 is going to be gigantic. And, there is the red. So, I mean, it's got to be Cloak and Dagger. Nothing else would make sense, you would think. But no, looks like this might just be another Cruel Alliance, which is also amazing.
Yeah, the 6 life from these Cruel Alliances has been unbelievable. Teamwork the operative. Take out the flyer. Gain 3 life. Oh, my.
Now Tom is pretty priced into, he probably understands that there's probably a take up the shield.
Yeah, so
but, would probably go to block here if given the opportunity.
Yeah, that's the scary part. So, I mean, Steve does have access to web up. So, and then it can be web up and can also be a removal spell. Wow. Tom's going to the red zone.
He's like, you know what? I don't want to block.
Yeah, so that's a really high-level play where Tom said, last turn you said you have to take up a shield.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can afford to block when I'm tapped out, so take 4.
And that's Tom talking to Sam sounds like, you really attacked there? He's like, trust me, I know he has this. And he's like, and Sam was just like, okay.
That's part of the difficulty of coming into a game halfway
Yes.
through where that's a vibe that Tom's gotten. And it's the flow of the game.
And it's not even a vibe. It had to have been there or it would have been the sickest bluff. You know,
All right, so we're going to see just an attack for 3, no equip. And this is Steve Rubin conceding the point, saying, you're right, I have take up the shield. I'm not going to equip my thing.
Well, and Hulk Smash is going to come down.
Right.
So you know you are going to naturally go for the counter on it.
Yep.
It will have to be cast. So, I mean, it's the most face-up. You know, Steve could literally show it to him and no one would be surprised.
So Tom Martell on the precipice of winning it for his team. Sam has already won. Sam looks on, and Steve is running out of creatures, and that is kind of the problem with Tom Martell's very removal-heavy deck. Steve's done a great job. Now, that being said, he does have T'Challa, Black Panther, in hand off a scry.
Yeah, let's pull that up on screen here because, well, that is a powerful creature.
No land 5, though.
Yeah.
Round 6, sorry.
Yeah, could cast it on the front side, but you kind of want to just wait, right? Like, what, 6 mana? Here's the back side. You know, able to flash that in, and that looks excellent.
All right, here's Misty Knight, and here is the teamwork. So, going to go after the drone flock, going to go after the shield. Even though Tom is pretty sure Take Up the Shield is here, this thing's going away anyway. So, here's Take Up the Shield, add a counter. Now the creatures are tapped. Tom is at 8, equipment is gone, and going to pass the turn.
And we know the powerful Mythic was just drawn, and, well, we have a 3-2 flyer. So, I mean, I would still say pretty big advantage to Steve here, as he is probably not even going to play the Mythic and just goes for the tap down of any kind of flyer that would be cast. Now, it is brutal because if the flock does go away, the 3 damage is not enough, but that was that was a nice little combo. We're going to see the red room here discard.
This is cute and all, but it's mana intensive in a spot where Tom needs an answer.
True, but the land in hand isn't going to help, so.
All right, so Recruit comes in, going to go for Connive.
Ooh, pretty tricky play. Steve can play this and tap down the 3-1 to prevent this kind of draw, but then, of course, you feel real silly if Tom just slams a 5-mana, 5/5 reach blocker, you know?
Yeah, really tough call. So Steve Rubin considering tapping down Misty Knight. Misty Knight has the ability where you draw a card for each card discarded. So usually it discards and draws 1.
It's actually still worse than that. Like, no matter what, you still have to discard first. You have to rummage first, and then you draw 2. So if Tom were to draw a busted card, he'd have to get rid of it to draw 2 more.
Yep.
I like this play.
Here comes the Ant targeting Misty Knight. In response, is Tom going to rummage away the last card in hand?
I feel like he can't. He cuts off 2 outs of his 2 hour of defeats. I feel like he has to just say, dang, nice play, discard this, hope it's hour of defeat to buy some time.
Could be a Kree Sentinel. There are a few of those in the deck as well.
Yeah.
So right now Tom is deciding, do I want to go into this draw with 5 mana, or do I want to have 2 draws of 3 mana? Got to tap it. Here's the draw for the Connive. It's a land. That's it. Game 2 goes to Steve Rubin. We got a match here, folks. And it looked like Tom Martell's deck lined up really, really well. But Steve able to navigate through that game perfectly.
Yep.
Have all the right threats at all the right times.
That's the type of game that Steve has to play. He's got to get one of these flying threats in play, keep deploying them. So even if Tom deals with one of the threats, there's still a clock.
Yeah, absolutely. So game 3, we got a big one. Strosky and Greg Dyer still on game number 2. Strosky trying to take a big win here and kind of force the pressure onto Tom Martell.
I really want to see Strosky just win right now so that this game is for everything.
All right, so our players shuffle up here for this big game 3. And now, of course, with Sam Black and Alex Hayne done, they can kind of help out with sideboarding. And I think that sideboarding is pretty big here, honestly. Yeah. Matchup is kind of sharp, so you kind of figure out some ways to kind of navigate, find some cool things to do. And as they do that, we're going to remind you of our next event, going to my favorite cities for any travel tournament stuff, the old Dallas-Fort Worth.
Oh, yeah.
And I love me some Dallas-Fort Worth. Great food, a great downtown area. Can't wait to go back for the next regional championship. Going to be a great time.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a fun one. You'll see us there.
Yep.
We'll be playing some mystery sealed. We'll be eating some barbecue.
Do I got to show you the Jazz Club?
Yeah?
It's really cool.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm in.
Hopefully it's still there.
I enjoy some smooth jazz.
Little live music, nice little speakeasy vibes.
All right. That sounds great.
All right, Sam and Tom talking through some sideboarding. As Hayne looks on to Strosky's match. Got to be careful about getting distracted in these events. You know, there's so much going on. So many your
And they've been playing for so many hours. You know,
Right.
I mean, they've done 2 drafts. They've built another sealed pool. They've played 7 rounds of Magic.
Yep.
I mean, they all got here at 9. Our broadcast started at 11. We started at 11 instead of 9 because, well, they had to build their pools, register, all that kind of stuff. So if you watch the broadcast from the very beginning, add 2 hours onto that. That's how long these players have been gaming. And, oh, yeah, don't forget, they played 8 rounds yesterday and built a sealed pool too. So they got to be feeling drained. But once again, these are world-class players. They don't really get fazed by that.
Yeah, they are. We're on hour 14 for them today.
Yeah, oh my goodness.
That's pretty wild. So,
And to be fair, from the time when all these players were absolutely, gaming, when they were all on the Pro Tour, maybe Platinum Pros or whatever, we've all aged a little bit, right? Like you can be a little tired.
I thought about saying it, and I wasn't going to do it, but you brought it up. So yes, we're all a little older than they were, perhaps more, I would say, in their primes when they were playing the Pro Tour all the time. But fatigue does add up. So
I think that was a handshake from Greg. I think Greg initiated a handshake there from Strosky, so we'll get an update on that back table. But to me, that looks like Strosky just picked that up.
all right, that would be pretty exciting.
Yeah.
We'll see if we can confirm that result. And if so, we've got one game. There it is. Okay, so Strosky takes it down. Sam Black takes it down. This is it, folks. We got one game for the coolest trophy you've ever seen in your entire life. And the championship here of Team Limited at Spotlight Marvel Superheroes here in Las Vegas.
It's got to come down to one game, right?
Yep.
Why wouldn't it come down to just one game? This is exciting. So, does Tom take the draw?
I was just going to ask you the same question. So now Tom obviously has better knowledge of what his deck is like. That being said, he did just get kind of out-tempoed by Steve on the play.
He did get kind of tempoed, yeah.
So I think Tom's probably playing first.
Probably.
I think also the fear would be if Tom's deck didn't have enough card advantage. That's where you really gain the edge being on the draw.
Yeah,
the
and
extra card.
Jessica Jones on the play is pretty nice,
right,
too.
But he does. He has 2 Jessica Jones. He has the villainy card. He has the Crimson Operative. So I imagine we'll see Tom on the play here.
All right, I'll stop trying to take the draw happen. As it's just modern-day Magic, like you said. Every card is just a little more powerful. Being on the play is kind of intensified at times. But, man, I still want to see it.
I mean, I love being on the draw. All right, here we go, folks. One game for all the Infinity Stones in those 3 gauntlets. The Mind Stone. Looks like Tom's in his Mind Palace right now. Got that shuffle on. Let's do it. Tom Martell, assumedly on the play.
Yep.
And now
Steve's hand looks great.
And now we have that 3-headed giant, too, where now all 3 players can converge and kind of really have that team thing. Now there's a fail state there of too many chefs in the kitchen.
Oh, yeah.
But Tom's in the play. Mountain, go.
And both players keeping. You got to love that.
Wow. All right. Political Triumph on the play for Steve. This is a card that could really operate well in the matchup.
For sure. I mean, Tom has so much removal, and Political Triumph is a lot better when, well, you have 8 2-drops or whatever. So it's still a card you're going to play, and it's going to get some nice value no matter what. But we shall see.
Yeah, this is more of a game's going to go long, so I want to scry a few times to get a card, some counters, than I'm going to go super wide and kill you fast kind of card.
Even if it's a 1-mana, scry 4 times, put 2 counters on something, like that's perfectly reasonable.
Yep, and speaking of being on the play here in Modern Day Magic, a 3-power 2-drop for Tom Martell and Misty Knight Hero for hire.
Yep. And now if we get to 4 mana and we were able to connive with our other 2-drop and get this value going, get some nice card advantage, that would be solid. And that wasn't in the opener there for Steve, so that was a nice top deck.
Yep, stature size shifter.
And I know Steve has land 3 plus both his 3-mana removal spells to choose from, Web Up and Frozen and Ice. So no matter what, a very solid turn next turn from Steve. So let's see what Tom can do.
Kind of funny, the slight Nambo with Triumph and Stature, where if it puts 1 counter on her, she's no longer unblockable. But we're just going to see a block here. So Stature's gone, Misty Knight's gone. And we're moving into turn 3. Tom Martell's follow-up is, ooh, boy.
Very nice.
A claw for 2. So Steve's got to show Tom 2 cards in hand, and then we'll have to discard 1 of them. A little mini Thoughtseize effect.
Normally, you'd be like, all right, I want to show you the 2 lands, but I don't think Steve really wants to have to discard any of the lands.
Yeah, a lot of cool gamesmanship here.
Yeah.
when you're revealing only 2 cards, as far as you having knowledge of what you need and don't need.
Yeah.
Trying to convey that to your opponent, trying to get them to choose the wrong card.
Yeah, he pulled to the front Island Thing, or Frozen in the Ice, or Frozen in Ice. One day I will get that card right, but it will not be today.
Well, probably not today.
But that card actually doesn't seem that amazing, so that might be some serious bait. Just like, I'm showing you a premium 3-mana removal spell and a land. You don't need the land, Like, you don't need to take the land when I think Steve very much needs the land. So there is the mind game.
Boy, the gambit is on.
I think Steve wants the island.
Yeah. So you can sort of pseudo Stone Rain here, and you see Tom's like, is this guy really doing this? All right, gotta take the Frozen and Ice, so keeps the land. Claw down, back Steve's way. There's that island, and just gonna pass back.
Okay, so did have, web up or whatever, but you don't